Chapter 1 Weird Moon, Weird Skills, Weird Game. I remember the scene that night very clearly. It was a full moon night. I was rushing home with my head down when suddenly everything around me turned pink. At first I thought my eyes were bloodshot, but when I instinctively looked up, I froze completely. The full moon in the sky suddenly bore a smiley face composed of pink pixel blocks, as if someone had abruptly lit up a giant neon sign on its surface, utterly eerie. What followed was even stranger. A message box popped up before everyone's eyes, each recording a unique skill that differed from person to person. After dismissing the box, people were stunned to discover they had already mastered the abilities listed within. It seemed like a gift from the neon smile on the moon to all of humanity. Aside from a few duplicates, billions of people received hundreds of millions of distinct abilities. This meant the skills obtained were wildly varied. Common abilities seen in movies and novels like flight, invisibility, fire breathing, magic casting, magnetism control, and wall crawling all found their recipients. The rarer ones were even more peculiar. For example, Ancestral Strike could remotely blow up a target's ancestral graves, Keyboard Overlord could reach through the screen during online arguments to slap the fool on the other side, and Steamed Bun Grenade turned any touched bun into a hand grenade, with leak-filled ones packing extra biochemical effects. Some skills seem useful but are actually not that practical. There's a guy in the neighborhood across from me who gained the ability that Farmer Uncle suddenly stopped crying, allowing him to pick up food dropped on the ground without it getting dirty and continue eating. I heard he later removed his dining table and started pouring his meals on the floor to eat every day. This was the only impact the ability had on his life. But for most people, abilities significantly affect their lives. I've heard many absurd stories related to skills. There was a middle-aged man in the capital featured on TV whose ability was to turn things to gold. Whatever he touched transformed into gold. He was ecstatic for hours, feeling he was about to become as rich as a nation, but then forgot to wear gloves in the bathroom and ended up with a golden little bird. His life lost all light, and he began taking revenge on society, driving the international gold price from hundreds per gram down to mere pennies per pound. In the end, he was shot dead by people hired by securities and investment firms. In the west of the city, there was a young man who could resurrect deceased loved ones. He revived his mother, but this ability only brought people back. It couldn't give the resurrected a new body. Neighbors often saw him supporting an urn as he took leisurely walks downstairs. In our neighborhood, there was Old Man Zhang, who could talk to animals. A bird enthusiast, he'd return home and chat with his birds, only to discover they were constantly cursing him, things like, "You old geezer, why don't you lock your mom in a cage too?" In panic, he set the birds free, but they went on to teach every bird in the neighborhood to swear at him. He died of a heart attack. There are many similar real stories online, but most people attain fame, wealth, and fortune through their abilities, leading luxurious lives. Those with artistic talents become renowned artists, those with combat skills excel as elite fighters, and those with learning abilities become technicians or even scientists. Minor skills are likewise fully utilized. But are these abilities truly gifts? 1 month after gaining them, everyone sees a second pop-up message with only one sentence: "Ready to play the game?" Followed by the game's introduction. All individuals aged 18 to 65 must participate at scheduled times. Participants will draw multiple skills before the game begins, entering the task world with both their innate abilities and the drawn skills. Victory offers standard rewards, along with the option to bring several drawn skills back to reality. The more games you win, the more skills you gain, making reality smoother. Failure, however, comes at a cost. The game randomly selects from 10 difficulty levels. Higher difficulties yield richer rewards but harsher penalties for failure, with the most severe being loss of life. However, there are additional compensations for drawing high difficulty games. The higher the difficulty level of the game you participate in, the longer the mandatory interval before your next participation. A difficulty level of 1 grants a 1-month break, level 3 gives 3 months, and level 10 allows a full year of rest. You can choose to participate voluntarily before the rest period ends to earn more rewards. Contestants can mentally summon a panel to register, which instantly transports them to the mission world. This game doesn't have an official name, simply labeled as Game on the panel. Due to its connection to the moon's smiling face, people refer to it as the Neon Smile game, while the system and organizers behind it are collectively called Neon Smile. This year marks the 4th year since the inception of the Neon Smile game. Chapter 2, The One Who Destroys Worlds. So what ability did I gain? The description in the info box back then was somewhat cryptic. You can harness the static electricity around your body, amplifying it into powerful electrical discharges that you yourself are immune to. After some testing, I found my power was quite straightforward, essentially discharging high-voltage electricity using the static charge from my body. This sounds like an excellent combat skill, and indeed it is. Among common combat abilities, mine allows me to overpower most opponents. By the 2nd year after the Neon Smile game began, many high schools and universities worldwide had transformed into specialized Neon Smile institutions, called XX Rule Schools. As the name suggests, they teach survival tactics for the Neon Smile game. The curriculum shifted from general education to specialized courses focused on the Neon Smile game, with only supplementary cultural classes, all aimed at helping more people survive. Since most games revolve around combat, those with stronger combat abilities are more sought after. Due to my relatively good abilities, I was placed in the elite class of City No. 1 High School. However, my electrical discharge ability has certain limitations, so I'm in the second best elite class rather than the top one. More than half the class possesses powerful combat or control abilities like fire breathing or freezing, while even those without combat-oriented skills have extremely practical abilities. But after all, this wasn't the elite class, and most of us had limitations similar to mine. The fire breathers had to nibble on advanced grade coal to activate their skills, while the ice wielders had to make their targets listen to dad jokes before freezing them. Fortunately, the school provided systematic training to help us play to our strengths. Following my teacher's advice, I replaced all my clothes with static-prone acrylic fabric. Come winter, when static electricity builds easily, I could basically operate at full capacity. Beyond that, the school offered many knowledge-based courses, like the Neon Smile game case study class where we analyzed oral records from tournament winners. This mainly taught us about common game types and rule mechanics. There was also combat training, applied knowledge courses, and more. After all, the mission worlds and games could be wildly varied, where any professional knowledge or vocational skill might prove useful. After 2 years of such study, I turned 18 and faced my first Neon Smile game. As a student with decent grades in the second-ranked elite class of the school, both teachers and classmates had high expectations for me. They believed that as long as I drew a combat-type game, I should be able to pass with ease. I was rather lucky. I actually drew a pure combat-type game that wasn't too difficult, called Aerial Arena. It involved a 5 versus 5 team battle on a floating arena, where victory could be achieved by either defeating the opponents or knocking them off the platform. However, the two skills I drew, one that could heat up coffee and another that could install viruses on others' computers, were not direct combat abilities. Still, I had my innate skills, so it wasn't all bad. But the 4 teammates I matched with all had non-combat or non-control abilities, making me the only one with any combat strength. Fortunately, among our opponents, only 2 had melee combat capabilities, whom I completely overpowered. However, I never expected one of the opposing team's women to possess a skill that proved lethal to me. Her ability was, I don't need a fitting room to run my clothing store, which could instantly dress any designated target in imagined outfits within 1 second, though she couldn't outfit them with anything that would cause harm or restrict movement. First, she changed her teammates' outfits to insulated electrician suits, significantly reducing my damage output. Then she swapped my acrylic clothing for a pure cotton flower pattern padded jacket. Cotton doesn't generate static easily, leaving me nearly powerless. My only option was rubbing my hair to produce minor static attacks, which proved far less effective. Naturally, I lost that match. The Neon Smile game has one advantage: when you lose, you can review the match and see all the skills everyone used. After losing, I learned all 5 opponents' skills, especially that woman's. But I couldn't figure out how she knew my weakness relied solely on static electricity. Maybe she noticed me rubbing my clothes during attacks, or perhaps she just wanted to humiliate me and got lucky by chance. The truth is something I'll never know for sure. Losing comes at a cost, but this game isn't particularly difficult, and since it's my first time participating, there's preferential treatment. The penalty for failure isn't too severe. The Neon Smile just revoked the skill they'd given me, turning me back into an ordinary person without any abilities. This hit me hard. Our school organizes classes based on skill strength, so naturally I couldn't stay in the elite class anymore and got transferred to the face-saving class. The face-saving class is publicly touted as an honors class, but mainly serves to house problematic former elite students, essentially giving them a way to save face. Students in this class fall into 2 categories: those like me who lost in the game and had their skills weakened or disappear, and those like our class monitor whose skills malfunctioned. The class monitor was 1 year older than me with a legendary background. His ability was, knowledge is power. The system would randomly pose him a question, and answering correctly would grant him a random skill for a short time, with the power scaling proportionally to the question's difficulty. He once answered what's 1 plus 1, and gained the skill. Chewing gum flavor lasts 1 minute longer. Another time, he solved an advanced mathematics problem and obtained the ability to create matter from nothing, even building a new school building single-handedly. But later, his ability malfunctioned. The system gave him an extraordinarily complex equation. The nation's top mathematicians and physicists studied it for 3 days and nights, only deciphering about 1/9 of it concerning Einstein's cosmological constant, which Einstein himself had admitted was a mistake. Why it appeared in the equation left even the experts baffled. I stared at those never-before-seen symbols in the equation, while the specialists remained utterly clueless about the rest of the formula. In short, this is a mathematical expression that no one can solve now, and nobody even understands the meaning behind the entire formula. However, my ability cannot get past this problem. If I fail to solve it, my power becomes as useless as a dragon-slaying technique in an age without dragons, rendering me completely ordinary once more. Helpless, the school transferred me to the face-saving class and even made me its monitor, probably out of gratitude for the teaching building I donated to the school. As mentioned before, the random ability I gain is proportional to the difficulty of the problem. If I could solve this formula, the power I'd obtain would undoubtedly be unimaginably strong. That's why many call me the World Destroyer, though I'm well aware there's far more mockery than awe in that title. From then on, I often skipped classes, shutting myself in my room every day to study that formula. This was probably the epitome of everyone who had fallen from grace. After the neon smile appeared, there were many more stories like this, but I no longer had time to learn about other stories because my break was about to end. I was going to participate in my second neon smile game. Chapter 3, the second game begins on the day of my game. The entire class held a small farewell gathering for me, which was the school's tradition. After all, everyone who participated in the game could lose many things upon their return, even their lives. For once, I paused my study of the formula and went to the classroom. Many female classmates secretly shed tears, some outright clung to each other and wept. Watching this scene, I frowned. Was this atmosphere supposed to be a farewell or a funeral? Actually, there's nothing for me to fear. I've been an orphan since childhood, with no family and nothing worth clinging to. Being happy is all that matters. Under the gazes of my classmates, I waved goodbye, then focused my mind to activate the neon smiling face panel. There were still a few hours left of break time, but it didn't matter to me. I hated boredom, grew tired of endlessly studying other people's cases. I was much more eager to begin my own brand new story, even if it might cost me everything. I took a deep breath and pressed the confirmation button to enter. There was no dramatic transition. The teachers and students before me vanished instantly, replaced by a dim room where various neon-like colored light strips flickered to life, converging on a screen at its center. The screen lit up again, revealing a smiling face composed of neon lights in the center, an iconic classic neon smiley. Next came the process of selecting game content, with each entry slowly appearing one by one. Upcoming game participation type, asymmetric conflict. There are only 3 game participation types: solo, cooperative, and competitive. Competitive is further divided into symmetric conflict and asymmetric conflict, where the latter means unequal numbers of participants on each side. The most exaggerated casualty ratio I'd ever encountered was a real-world case study called Return to Castle Wolfenstein, that we'd covered in school, a staggering 1 to 1,000. The following entries displayed the parameters of this game session. First was, current session combat intensity. I silently prayed for a non-combat scenario since lacking combat skills would make such games perilous. The entry displayed, current session combat intensity, low. This was excellent news for me. Next came the gameplay prompt, guard duty, a common objective typically involving protecting certain assets. In competitive modes, it usually meant one side guarding while the other attempted sabotage or theft. The entries on the screen slowly faded away, and now it was time to draw the skills for this round of the game. As mentioned before, the Neon Smile game allows players to draw skills several times before starting. These can only be used during the current game. After winning, one or several skills can be chosen to bring back to the real world. The number of skills drawn and the number that can be taken back after victory are both determined by the game's content. A sequence of numbers appeared on the screen, 3 to 1 1. The first number, 3, indicates that 3 skills can be drawn for this mission. The second number, 1, means one of the drawn skills can be swapped afterward. The third number, 1, signifies that upon victory, one of these skills can be taken back to the real world. 10 cards appeared on the screen. As I randomly looked at one, it automatically flipped over, revealing the letter D. At Neon Smile, the skills drawn are graded, ranging from the strongest S to the weakest F. The D grade skill I drew, the gift of the jealous god, your attack power increases significantly against those who are more handsome than you or have a higher monthly income. The first condition of this skill might be a bit tough for me, but the second one is easily achievable for a poor guy like me who survives on subsidies and odd jobs. But if it started with sulfuric acid to the face, this skill would indeed be powerful. Unfortunately, this game isn't combat focused. Next, a fresh set of 10 cards, I drew again and got the letter F. My heart instantly sank. This skill, if I don't descend into hell, who will, after death, you are guaranteed to go to hell, but you can occupy 100 spots there. What the hell is this? I stared in disbelief, rereading it to confirm, such a stupid skill. At least there's still a chance to swap it out. The screen began drawing the next skill, which was the letter E. Skills at this level are somewhat useful, but not very impactful. King of Thunder, you can play any movie you want to watch in your mind at any time, though movies that don't exist in reality cannot be played. This skill is somewhat useful in the real world since it allows free viewing of premiere movies, but in the game world, it might just serve as a way to kill boredom. After drawing all 3 skills, I felt a bit discouraged. For a low combat level guarding mission, none of these skills seemed particularly useful. I might as well be an ordinary person again. This is a competition task. If my opponent draws a compatible skill or already has one that can be utilized, I'm guaranteed to lose. There's no other way. I can only pin my hopes on that one chance to swap skills. The screen asked if I wanted to change my skill. Without hesitation, I mentally clicked yes. Which one to swap? No need to think, of course, it's that inexplicable F-tier skill. If I don't go to hell, who will? Let this stupid skill go to hell first. The drawing was complete once again, with 10 new cards to choose from. This time, the card I picked was E grade. From F to E, that counts as improvement. But when I saw the skill, my face instantly twisted in pain. Is this even usable? The essence of 502, the glue I apply will have almost zero adhesive strength between plastic, metal, ceramic, or other materials, but it sticks to skin with extreme tenacity. Chapter 4, I am the warden. As the description of the last skill faded from the screen, I furrowed my brows in frustration. These 3 skills are completely unreliable, so the chances of winning this game aren't looking good. All I can do is hope to be matched with a skilled teammate who can carry me to victory. Next, the specific mission description appeared on the screen. Game, Escape from Cage Island, is about to begin, with a difficulty level of 5. The game's backstory is that Cage Island is a prison on the sea holding nearly 1,000 felons of varying severity. Surrounded by water on all sides, it only has one guarded bridge connecting it to the outside world. Just 2 sentences in, I realized this was a prison escape mission, the kind I'd studied similar cases of in school. Prison break? I've been itching to experience that for a while now. But as I read further, I noticed something different. In this game session, I'd been appointed as the temporary warden of Prison Island, tasked with preventing any inmates from escaping during my 3-month tenure. It's confirmed that 30 prisoners will attempt escapes within these 3 months. 20 escape novices, 6 escape experts, and 4 mystery inmates. My job is to stop them all. The escape novices and escape experts are system-controlled NPCs, while the mystery inmates are played by other participants, each with their own special abilities. The victory condition is that no prisoners successfully escape within 3 months. The failure penalty is that for each escaped prisoner, I lose 10 years of lifespan, or permanently lose an eye, which cannot be healed by other skills. Reading this, I breathed a sigh of relief. This game's difficulty isn't too high, definitely better than being erased. The game rules specify that a prisoner's escape only counts as successful if they completely leave the prison area, and escaping from the hospital during an external medical treatment also qualifies. But I must not violate the regulations set by the higher judicial department. The regulatory documents are on my office desk and can be checked anytime. Violating the rules will result in game failure. All language barriers have vanished. I can now communicate freely with anyone from any country. After reading this, I became genuinely intrigued. All the case studies I'd learned involved prisoners escaping, but this time I'd be playing the warden preventing breakouts. What an interesting twist. Although I appeared to have the upper hand here, inwardly I felt uncertain. After lingering on the task description for a moment, the screen went dark before the surroundings brightened again. Before me stretched a long corridor, just like in corporate offices. A notification box appeared, warning. You are currently in the preparation period. The preparation time lasts 3 days, during which prisoners planning escapes will neither act nor prepare. I need to familiarize myself with the prison situation and work as quickly as possible. Additional hint: the other 4 game participants have replaced the original prisoners, inheriting their appearances and partial memories. Don't waste effort trying to identify them. After the prompt box disappeared, a blonde, blue-eyed Caucasian woman in formal office attire appeared before me. Her name was Maggie. I recalled the game rules mentioning that language barriers had been removed. It seems this is a foreign prison, and I couldn't help but think of prison gangs from movies. Warden, the female secretary ventured to ask again. Collecting myself, I said, first take me to my office, and fill me in on the prison situation along the way. The secretary nodded, and I followed her down the hallway to the office. Sitting in the office chair, I noticed bookshelves behind me filled with prison records. On the desk were a computer and 2 folders. I opened the first folder. It contained Ministry of Justice regulatory documents, while the second held an overview of prison-related materials. I had assumed the Ministry of Justice regulations would be just empty formalities, but flipping through them casually, I realized something was amiss. The documents meticulously regulate various aspects of the prison, mostly concerning prisoners' rights, covering complex details like weekly yard time, prohibition of cameras in restrooms, and circumstances for firearm use. I frowned, sensing these rules were full of pitfalls where any misstep could trigger violations and result in game failure. I opened another file revealing that Prison Island currently holds 890 inmates, guarded by 70 correctional officers along with other staff members. With an average of over 10 prisoners per guard, I wasn't entirely sure what that implied, but it felt insufficient. The prison is equipped with police cars, search boats, and K-9 units, but once these are deployed, I'm not far from losing the game. I picked up the Ministry of Justice regulations again and compared them with the current prison rules, only to find the existing system fully compliant. As long as I don't arbitrarily change the rules, I won't violate regulations or break any laws. I sighed in relief. It seemed this job wasn't as complicated as I thought. I also understood why these restrictions existed. Without them, as the warden, I could do many outrageous things like locking all inmates in solitary confinement, reducing their rations, or simply using a gun to eliminate them all. But if that happened, the participants playing as prisoners would have no game left to play. So these limitations exist to balance both sides, which makes perfect sense. Flipping to the last page of the overview, I found a map of the prison and its surroundings. A large red border enclosed both the prison and the surrounding sea area. Inside the red border was annotated as prison zone, while outside it read escape zone. I understood, this map was deliberately shown to me by Neon Smile. If any prisoner crossed the red border on the map, it would count as a successful escape, meaning I would lose. Chapter 5, a fair game. I studied the map carefully, it would directly determine the outcome of this game. The map revealed that Prisoner's Cage Island was located within a bay. To the north, east, and south, after several kilometers of open water, lay the mainland, where a sizable city was also marked. The red boundary frame on the right side of the map is quite generous, extending all the way to the coastal highway on the opposite shore. Besides the maritime area and the bridge, the red frame even includes the beach on the opposite side. This means that even if a prisoner swims across the water and reaches shore, it doesn't count as an escape. Only by crossing the opposite beach and making it past the coastal highway into the city would they truly break free from the prison. I had an idea. If I notice a prisoner escaping the island, before the game declares defeat, I could send officers in patrol cars to the opposite shore for a final search effort. But this would most likely be futile. The coastline over there is too long, no less than a dozen kilometers, and with the prison's limited police force, the chances of finding the escapee in time are slim. So, I still needed to figure out a way to prevent prisoners from leaving the island. But how exactly to do it would require careful planning. Next, I noticed on the map that the left boundary of the red frame, the western border of the prison, had a small red cross with a tiny note beside it, no escape zone. The west side was a no escape zone? I was a bit confused. Just then, a prompt appeared before me. The western side of the prison has no escape area, but prisoners can detour from the west to the opposite shores of the north, east, or south to flee. After reading the prompt, I was puzzled, why wasn't escape allowed on the west side? But upon taking another look at the map, I suddenly understood. To the west lies the ocean. Escaping prison is about living freely, not merely leaving the prison grounds. Escaping into the city means survival for the prisoner, that counts as a successful escape. But fleeing into the vast ocean, where there isn't even fresh water? That's no way to survive. How could that be considered a successful escape? Thus, there's no escape zone to the west, and leaving from that side doesn't guarantee immediate victory. But prisoners can cross the western sea to reach escape zones on the northern, eastern, or southern shores and win. Fine. I flipped the page, and the next few sheets showed detailed prison blueprints. Every room, pipe, and electrical circuit was clearly labeled. This is exactly what those 30 people plotting their prison break have been dreaming of. Better keep it safe. I silently tore out these blueprint pages, folded them carefully, and slipped them into my pocket. Keeping them close is safest, and I can take them out to study whenever I have time. After reviewing the materials, I stepped out of the office. Outside was Secretary Maggie's workspace, where she was organizing documents. Hey, Shama, you probably know the prison layout pretty well, right? Show me around the cell blocks. I spoke up. The secretary shook her head repeatedly, looking troubled. Sorry, Warden, I rarely go to the prison blocks. Taking you there might be a bit. Ah, so the secretary isn't familiar with the prison blocks. I asked again, then who would know? The prison captain does. He's in the blocks now, I can call him here. The secretary said a rather long foreign full name. I heard it clearly but didn't remember it, though we could just call him the prison captain. Alright, have him come then. I nodded repeatedly, remembering that as the superior now, I ought to keep up appearances. Soon, a burly white man in police uniform arrived, carrying a baton. This guard captain had a face full of rough, intimidating features, his eyes brimming with menace. Even from a distance, I could feel the oppressive aura. He'd probably beaten plenty of prisoners in his time. If I weren't the warden, his superior, I might have actually felt a twinge of fear. But as he approached me, his expression instantly transformed into a broad smile. The new warden, eh? You look quite young, he said warmly. The contrast caught me off guard, so I skipped the small talk and said, alright, no need for formalities. Just take me to tour the prison and get me up to speed. Sure, the prison captain nodded repeatedly, leading the way ahead. Exiting the office building, we entered the prison parking lot, which held over a dozen police vehicles. Besides the standard police cars and prisoner transport buses, there was an eye-catching police jeep. The prison captain pointed at the jeep and explained, Warden, that jeep is your official vehicle. It's more powerful than regular police cars, making it perfect for your inspection tours and command duties. I nodded and continued walking forward. Passing through an open area, I arrived at the entrance gate of the prison block. I turned my head to survey the prison surroundings. The entire facility perfectly matched the stereotypical style commonly seen in movies. The perimeter walls were topped with barbed wire featuring metal spikes to prevent inmates from climbing over. High watchtowers stood at each corner of the prison, where armed guards patrolled and kept watch. After passing through the heavy iron entrance gate, we entered the interior of the prison block. For my safety, the prison captain assigned another guard to accompany me. The prison area mainly consisted of an old main building surrounded by large open spaces, with some low-rise buildings nearby. Soon after, I quickly toured the entire prison. The prison had 3 sections, A, B, and C. Section A housed the most dangerous violent offenders under the strictest supervision, featuring individual cells with beds near the entrance and toilet/shower facilities further back. Every cell had 24-hour video monitoring with dedicated staff on watch. However, according to Ministry of Justice regulations, prisoners must not be filmed while using toilets or showering, so these areas in the cells were positioned as blind spots for surveillance. Each cell was equipped with an audio system. When guards noticed an inmate disappearing from camera view, they would issue a verbal inquiry through the system. The prisoner had to extend a hand into camera range to indicate they were showering or using the toilet. If there was no response within minutes, guards would respond immediately. It was a reasonably secure system. Block B is a standard prison unit with 2 inmates per cell. Each cell only has a toilet, and showers are taken in communal bathrooms. Surveillance cameras are only installed in the corridors, with routine patrols conducted by prison guards. Clearly, Block B's security measures are far inferior. It's undoubtedly a hotspot for escape attempts. I'll need to pay special attention here. Block C consists of solitary confinement cells, essentially the hole, used for punishing inmates. Any inmate who steps out of line can be thrown in there by the guards, and as the warden, I certainly have that authority too. According to regulations, I can't execute criminals directly. Even if I caught one of those 30 escaped prisoners, I'd probably just have to confine them to a dark cell under strict surveillance. I also checked out the cafeteria, infirmary, workshop, and patrol boat dock. The more I looked around, the more uneasy I felt. This prison is too old ancient really. After years of exposure to sea moisture, much of the concrete has deteriorated like crumbling bean curd that breaks off in large chunks with just a light pull. The wire fences are rusted through. I'm afraid they'd collapse if yanked too hard. Some corridor doors are so rotten and dilapidated that smashing through would be faster than using keys. The prison guards weren't reliable either. Many were so overweight they panted just from walking. When I passed by, some were even sleeping on duty. These were just the visible problems. Who knew how many hidden loopholes existed? Suddenly this prison seemed like it was made of paper, intimidating at first glance, but anyone inside could easily break out with just a light push. Only then did I realize the game was fair after all. As the warden of this civilized prison, securing victory wouldn't be any easier for me than for those 4 escaping prisoners. Chapter 6, If you dare to draw now, you'll dare to break out of prison later. Back in the office, Hanja suddenly didn't know what to do. He had no experience as a warden, and his knowledge of prison escapes was equally limited. He couldn't imagine more than a handful of ways these 30 prisoners might escape. He felt he still needed study materials to cram. But where to learn from? There wasn't exactly a discipline called prison break studies. Hanja immediately thought of his own skill, Thunder Lord. You don't necessarily have to read books or attend lectures to study. You can learn by watching movies and documentaries yourself. Hanja leaned back in his chair and activated his skill. With a mere thought, all movie and documentary entries about prison breaks surfaced in his mind. There must have been hundreds, even thousands. The further he scrolled, the looser the connections became, until films directly featuring female investigators failing and being captured started appearing. Start playback. It also supports ultra-high definition and variable playback speed. Thus, for the remaining 3 days, Hanja mainly did 2 things: patrolling and familiarizing himself with everything in the prison, and watching various prison escape films and documentaries at 3x speed. As the allotted time was drawing to a close, Hanja had basically finished watching over 100 movies, ranging from those with artistic elements to purely factual documentaries. 3 days later, Hanja felt he had already become an expert in prison breaks. He even compiled a set of summaries. Among these films and documentaries, the most common escape methods were tunnel digging, followed by making duplicate keys and crawling through ventilation systems. Moreover, this prison was already old and dilapidated, so Hanja estimated that digging tunnels would be the main focus among those 30 inmates planning to escape. Although this was an island, it was only a few kilometers from the shore. Once they dug under the walls, they could even swim to the opposite bank just by clinging to a piece of wood. Therefore, tunnel digging had to be prevented at all costs. However, tunneling activities were typically very covert and difficult to detect. Trying to locate the tunnels directly would be far too challenging. Hanja realized he needed to find other clues, perhaps by tracing the digging tools needed for tunneling. In virtually every prison escape movie, there's always an inmate who secretly supplies contraband, essentially functioning as the prison's underground department store. Hanja was certain his prison had someone like this, because where there's demand, there's inevitably a market. Therefore, such individuals in his prison were likely the main source for inmates to obtain tunneling tools, and Hanja had to figure out how to crack down on them. Other than that, check if any prisoners are assigned to simple construction work. If so, that needs to be stopped too. Because using prison labor as cover to secretly dig tunnels makes it all the more legitimate on the surface and harder to detect. Apart from tools, another clue would be the tunnel entrance. Where there's a tunnel, there's an entrance. A hole big enough for a person to crawl through is never easy to hide. In the movies Hanja watched, they always used paper, clay, or dough, painting them with colors matching the wall as camouflage. Some would directly paint ventilation openings as disguises, but paint was essentially always involved. Yet painting pigments weren't common items in prisons. Only painters have these, and they don't raise any suspicion. Hanja slapped his thigh in realization. Thinking about it this way, whoever's painting in prison must be a dangerous individual. Those in Block A at most dare to kill someone, but him? He actually dares to paint. It's too dangerous. Hanja thought of this and dialed the prison warden again. He should know who among the prisoners could paint. The prison warden on the phone directly listed a few inmate numbers. Hanja couldn't be bothered to remember them and simply asked the warden to take him to the corresponding cells. While waiting for the warden to arrive, Hanja flipped through the Justice Department files again. This raises a problem right away. The Justice Department's documents contain explicit provisions stating that prisoners have the right to engage in creative activities while incarcerated. The parentheses following creative activities provide examples, including painting. Therefore, if a prisoner wants to paint, even I as the warden can't actually stop them. This won't work. We need to be more flexible. B1 Zone, Cell 17. A prisoner was painting in oil painting, meticulously detailing the canvas with his brush. The sound of leather shoes tapping against the floor grew closer. Usually when guards approached, the inmates would jeer and mock, but this time, no clamor came from the prisoners. No one dared make a sound. This prisoner already knew who had arrived. Soon, the iron-barred door of the cell was yanked open, and the prison warden strode in, baton in hand. Scumbag inmate number 1702, the warden's here to see you. Prisoner number 1702 silently set down the brush in his hand. A young man in formal attire appeared at the doorway. This was Hanja. He's the prison warden now, must maintain dignity, so naturally needs to wear fine clothes. Hanja first turned his head to look inside the cell. He first glanced at the paint cans on the nearby floor. The guy had quite a complete set of paints. Just on the floor alone there were over a dozen cans. Hanja took another look at the completed oil paintings placed beside him. Whether they were landscapes or portraits, each was exquisitely painted. This guy's skills are quite impressive. With such excellent painting techniques, he must be even better at disguise. Hanja thought this and picked up the oil painting beside him, scrutinizing it with exaggerated concentration. Not bad painting. Hanja nodded. Very leader-like. Thank you for the praise, warden. Prisoner number 1702 nodded along. But, the fundamentals are still a bit lacking. Hanja abruptly shifted his tone. Fundamentals? Prisoner number 1702 was taken aback. Yes, there are some slight deviations in the structural details. Am I? The prisoner listened in complete bewilderment. Look, Hanja randomly pointed to a house in the painting. The main rice field in your painting is a light yellow, while this house is a dark tone. The color contrast is too strong, making the house appear somewhat distorted. Don't you think so? Hanja spouted nonsense and deliberately added, don't you think so, at the end, bombarding the prisoner with psychological suggestions. Maybe a little, the prisoner scratched his head and said, but I don't think you're likely to change. I suppose I really can't. Hanja nodded. That's exactly it. Things like light and shadow composition test your foundational skills. Yours still need work, so naturally you can't get them right. If you keep going like this, your style will become fixed and might be beyond saving. What should we do then? The prisoner also grew somewhat flustered by the suggestion. How about this? Listen to me. Spend some more time practicing sketches, focusing on light and shadow structures. Then try oil painting again, and it'll definitely turn out different. Warden, you understand painting too? Of course I do. But you look so young. You probably haven't been painting for many years. Prisoner 1702 still looked somewhat doubtful. After all, Hanja's youthful face wasn't very convincing. I began painting in oils at 3. If my family hadn't forced me to quit, I'd have been an artist long ago. Trust me, no one understands painting better than I do. Without waiting for prisoner 1702 to respond, Hanja gestured to the prison guard captain behind him. I'll hold on to those paints for you for now, Hanja said. The prison guard captain and another officer directly removed all the inmates' paints and painting supplies from the cell. Seeing his paints being taken away, prisoner 1702 grew anxious and wanted to chase after them, but was stopped by Hanja. Keep practicing. Hanja pulled out a pencil and placed it in prisoner 1702's hand. Keep practicing like this with diligence, and you'll surely become someone extraordinary. At this moment, Hanja felt like a company boss who cuts employees' salaries while painting them grand visions of the future. Then, following Hanja's instructions, another guard brought prisoner 1702 a few sheets of blank paper and an eraser. Prisoner 1702 stared blankly at the blank sheet of paper. "Warden, what exactly are you trying to make me practice here?" The question caught Hanja off guard. At best he could doodle. What the hell did he know about real painting? Hanja could only pat his shoulder. "Take your time to think. With more practice, you'll soon understand." Hanja tossed him a deliberately profound answer as if fleeing, then walked out of the cell. Looking back, the prisoner had indeed started sketching on the drawing paper. Clearly, after listening to Hanja's words, it was time to start practicing in earnest. Hanja then instructed the prison guard to thoroughly search the personal belongings of prisoner number 1702 to ensure no paint was left behind. Afterwards, Hanja repeated the same method with the two painting inmates, confiscating their paints under the guise of offering guidance. With that, all visible paints in the prison were effectively banned. Moreover, these instances couldn't even be counted as Warden Hanja suppressing prisoners' creative pursuits, but rather as good deeds where prisoners had a passion for painting, and the warden patiently offered guidance. After handling these matters, Hanja felt somewhat more at ease. However, while paint supplies were easy to investigate, they weren't essential items for an prison escape. He checked the paint first precisely because it was the easiest to investigate. What he needed more was to search for the inmates' hidden tools, those that could be used for digging. They could be small hammers, tiny shovels, or even metal spoons and thin iron pieces. Typically, it's the prison guards who conduct such searches. But Hanja recalled encountering a sleeping guard on duty during his inspection 2 days earlier. These guards of mine basically slack off whenever they have free time, completely unreliable. I'll have to search cell by cell myself. Now that's a massive undertaking. But this massive undertaking isn't the time to begin yet. Because this was only the first official day of the game, those 30 prisoners planning to escape hadn't really started working on it yet. Searching now would be a waste of time. So for now, Hanja needed to focus primarily on exploiting prison vulnerabilities that didn't require many tools. Hanja raised his head and looked up at the ventilation ducts hanging above the corridor. Chapter 7, The True Meaning of 502. Though aware that the ventilation shaft might be a fatal vulnerability, but Hanja wasn't foolish enough to inspect the vent right in front of the prisoners that would have been giving them ideas. So he turned and followed the ventilation duct to the warden's hall, making sure the prisoners couldn't see him before calling for a ladder. Climbing up, Hanja opened the grill cover of the hall's ventilation shaft and shone a guard's flashlight inside to investigate. Hanja widened his eyes. The ventilation duct's dimensions were large enough for an adult to crawl through without any issues. Moreover, the inner walls were relatively smooth, completely free of any obstacles throughout the entire ventilation passage. This was no ordinary ventilation duct, it was clearly constructed to secret passage standards. Hanja took out the blueprint from his pocket and examined it. The ventilation ducts extend in all directions, directly connecting with roughly 30% of the prison cells. And since they're ventilation ducts, they naturally have openings leading outside as well. This means that for about 30% of the cells, one could crawl through the vents directly to the outside of the prison building. Only two relatively fragile metal grills at the entry and exit points stand in the way. What an escape highway! We must crack down immediately. Hanja descended the ladder and immediately called the prison maintenance worker. The repairman arrived promptly. Hanja asked directly, "Can you install bars inside this ventilation duct?" The maintenance worker climbed up the ladder to inspect, then nodded, "It's possible, but I'm not sure what specifications you require, Warden. They need to be extremely sturdy, the kind that can't be removed with pliers or saws." "That'll be quite labor-intensive then. How long will that take roughly? Are you only installing one?" "No, we need to install a lot inside the ventilation ducts. That will take a long time, several months." "Why did it take so long?" "Special grade steel as you requested, that material takes time to procure, customize, and install." Hanja was momentarily at a loss. In just a few months, this game of mine would probably end before it could even be properly installed. "Is there a faster way?" Hanja could only ask with a glimmer of hope. "Then we'll have to lower our standards and just weld it with wire mesh. That'll be much faster, with enough hands. It'll be done in less than a month. But it won't look good, no explanation needed." "Barbed wire?" Hanja pondered. If it were really just barbed wire, a prisoner could probably cut through every inch of it within a few days using nothing but wire cutters. Not to mention installation alone would take nearly a month. This wouldn't do. What should I do then? Hanja stared at the ventilation shaft, deep in thought. Wait, why install fences yourself? Isn't it precisely to prevent prisoners from escaping? Then why not just install sturdy fences at the exits to keep them from getting out? As for the connections between cells, that's no big deal anyway. Prisoners can visit each other as they please and share their feelings freely, as long as they don't escape. None of it matters. Brilliant. Hanja slapped his thigh, about to speak, but then another thought crossed his mind. Among the prisoners, there are still 4 unknown prisoners with special skills. Who knows what skills they possess? Perhaps someone has the ability to destroy the fence. Putting all our bets on a single fence at the exit, no matter how sturdy, would be far too risky. The best strategy is still to identify those intending to escape as soon as possible, then keep them under strict surveillance and control. Hanja immediately came up with a new idea, but whether this idea can be implemented still needs to be tested. Do you have super glue? Hanja suddenly asked. The abrupt change of topic momentarily stunned the repair worker, who quickly nodded nonetheless and pulled out a tube of super glue from his toolbox. Does this thing work well for sticking stuff? Hanja took the super glue and asked. It's quite useful, the worker replied. Hanja asked the worker for 2 plastic sheets, applied glue to them, and pressed them together to test. A moment later, the 2 plastic sheets separated with just a light push. Sure enough, due to the side effects of Hanja's the essence of 502 skill, the superglue was weaker than snot. Hanja carefully dripped another tiny drop of glue onto his little finger, then climbed back up the ladder and pressed it against the inner wall of the ventilation duct. Just as he pressed his little finger against it, Hanja wanted to pull it away, but it wouldn't budge at all. His little finger seemed to have grown onto the ventilation duct. Awesome! Hanja pulled with all his might, but it still wouldn't come off. Helpless, he could only clutch his little finger to prevent it from being dislocated while stepping on the edge of the ventilation duct and yanking it downward with all his might. The repair workers and prison guards nearby were dumbfounded. What kind of performance art is the warden pulling off now? In the end, Hanja had to tear the skin of his little finger against the inner wall of the pipe before he could finally pull it free. Looking at his bleeding little finger, Hanja didn't feel any pain at all. The essence of 502, the glue you apply has almost zero adhesive strength between plastic, metal, and ceramic objects, but it sticks to skin with unshakable tenacity. Sticky stuff is truly awful. Adhesive hands are really terrifying. If even a little finger ends up like this, how could anyone possibly escape if their whole hand got stuck? Hanja felt a surge of joy, suddenly realizing that this skill he'd previously looked down upon had transformed into something divine. The prison captain beside him grew furious and brandished his baton at the maintenance worker. What on earth did you give our warden? Look what it's done to his hand. The worker looked utterly baffled. It's just regular superglue. Sure, it can stick fingers together, but it shouldn't be this strong. You call this regular superglue? The captain continued to berate him. Alright, it's my own fault. Stop yelling. Hanja raised his hand and said, Warden, The prison captain continued to glare resentfully at the maintenance worker, seeming unable to voice his thoughts. He's an employee, not a prisoner. He's not your concern, Hanja said. Alright, the prison warden nodded obediently and lowered his baton. Hanja turned to the maintenance workers to give instructions. There's no need to fix the iron fence, just weld some wire mesh at a few locations I designate. The workers accepted the assignment and began the repairs. Thus, several dozen minutes later, following Hanja's instructions, the maintenance crew welded wire mesh inside several ventilation ducts, near the outdoor exits. Then, Hanja asked the maintenance worker for a bucket of special glue. This glue was similar to the kind used on mousetraps and would definitely not dry out within 3 months. He chose this particular glue because Hanja feared that if the adhesive dried out and lost its stickiness, his ability might not work, rendering all his efforts pointless. Hanja then personally climbed into the ventilation ducts and, using a brush, applied the glue to the inner bottom walls of all the ducts, behind the newly welded wire mesh. Why apply it on the backside of the wire fence? Hanja's plan was straightforward. The wire fence wasn't particularly sturdy and could be easily breached using simple pliers or a hacksaw blade. Picture this, a prisoner cuts an opening in the fence, eagerly preparing to climb through. At that moment, having just breached one layer of defense, they would instinctively let their guard down precisely when they're most vulnerable. Coupled with the dim lighting inside the ventilation ducts, it was practically impossible for prisoners to notice any irregularities at the bottom. A single touch on the other side of the wire mesh would instantly win them a prize. When the time came, they could capture targets alive right away. Just as a precaution, Hanja applied a second line of glue half a meter behind the first one. A third layer of glue was applied to the grill at the outdoor vent opening. As for the grill on the prison cell side, it was left untouched both to avoid suspicion and to prevent harming any innocent prisoners who might accidentally touch it. After coating all the vent openings, Hanja still had over half a bucket of glue left. Such a precious resource shouldn't go to waste. We'll have to find more spots where escaped prisoners could be exploited and cover them all with glue. Let's see how you run now. Hanja stood in the prison yard holding a bucket of glue, scanning his surroundings. Beyond the prison walls, something outside caught Hanja's attention. There might be hiding spots over there too, better mark them as well. Chapter 8, Showtime. With the ventilation system almost handled, Hanja sipped coffee in his office while continuing to study the prison blueprints. Compared to the ventilation system schematics, the plumbing and electrical diagrams were far more complex. Hanja found them nearly incomprehensible working alone. There was no choice, he still needed professional help. However, as the prison warden, finding a professional was actually quite easy for him. So he had his secretary bring in a construction engineer. With the engineer's assistance, he finally understood the pipeline system blueprints. Then, accompanied by the engineer, he conducted an on-site inspection of the prison's pipeline system. Sure enough, the pipes were all very old, and many of them were quite fragile. By fragile, it means that even a rock could smash through them with little effort. Moreover, many of the pipes led directly to the seaside outside the prison. In fact, some of the pipes were currently in a rather peculiar state. They are all enormous hidden dangers. However, compared to ventilation ducts, pipes have one advantage. Only main pipelines are large enough for a person to pass through, and they're mostly buried underground or within walls. Prisoners would have to dig through dirt for some time to reach them. Thus, we return to the most crucial question. Stop the prisoners from digging holes. Prisoners aren't rats, so they must have tools to dig tunnels. In the end, we'll have to investigate all potential tools. Hanja came up with a plan that achieves twice the result with half the effort. He found an empty cell and inspected it carefully, pinpointing several great hiding spots. Then he summoned all the guards and issued an order. Starting today, every officer must inspect all cells daily to uncover any possible contraband. Moreover, Hanjo established an additional rule. Absolutely no searches are to be conducted in the toilet tanks of each cell, behind the ventilation pipe grills, or in the small corners near the wall beneath the bunks. Furthermore, no one is allowed to mention the wardens this regulation within the prison area. Anyone who dares to violate this will face severe consequences. The prison guards present didn't understand and started chattering back at Hanja with confused questions. Because these spots were perfect for hiding contraband, without checking these areas, any search would be utterly pointless. Instead of answering directly, Hanja slammed his service pistol onto the table with a loud thud, putting on what he believed was his most solemn expression. The guards instantly fell silent. They all just said they'd ensure the mission was completed. The warden's authority turned out to be quite effective, especially when subordinates were about to ask questions they shouldn't. Thus, every day afterward, the prison guards would follow Hanja's orders, searching every cell while deliberately avoiding those strictly forbidden corners. At first, they still managed to find contraband like nails, spoons, and lighters. But over the following days, searches gradually came up empty. Hanja grew increasingly satisfied, because this meant everything was going exactly according to his plan. The warden's office had coffee available 24/7, air conditioning, plush chairs, and even a bed in the back room where Hanja could sleep every night. But Hanja didn't dare remain idle in his office either, because he didn't believe a routine daily search would make those 30 prisoners back down and abandon their escape plans. Nor did he think the measures he'd taken so far were sufficient to keep the prisoners securely confined. Yet he'd already implemented precautions everywhere he could think of, and for the moment couldn't figure out what else he should be doing. Helplessly, Hanja could only continue his patrol. Section A. Compared to Section B, this area had always received less attention from Hanja, mainly because the security measures in Section A were fairly comprehensive. Aside from the building-wide vulnerability, the ventilation ducts, Hanja couldn't find any other loopholes. Especially with each cell having its own camera, it was the ultimate security in Hanja's mind. Yes, cameras. Under the protection of the prison warden, Hanja arrived at the surveillance room in Area A. There were 2 monitoring personnel here, staring at the wall full of surveillance screens. The 2 staff members immediately stood up to salute Warden Hanja upon seeing his arrival. Of course, Hanja casually waved his hand to signal them to sit back down. Hanja raised his head to examine the surveillance screens. It wasn't yard time for Block A inmates yet. All prisoners in Block A remained in their cells. Most prisoners lay idly on their beds, while a small portion exercised without any fitness equipment. Only a handful chose to read books. At this moment, Hanja noticed that the prisoner in cell 012 stood up and walked into the camera's blind spot, the area with the toilet and shower in the cell. The staff member beside him also noticed and immediately switched to a 012's channel, barking into the microphone. A012, are you there? A hand immediately appeared in the camera's view of cell 012. This is the prisoner signaling that he's still here. How often do you ask this? Hanju inquired. The system asks once when a prisoner disappears from camera view, then asks again roughly every 2 or 3 minutes until the prisoner reappears in the camera's range. However, if the prisoner is showering, we might wait a bit longer before asking again, the staff member replied. Can you even tell if she's showering or using the toilet? Hanja frowned slightly. Got it. In odd-numbered cells, the toilet and shower are on opposite sides. If a hand reaches out from the upper left corner, it means they're showering. If from the lower left, they're using the toilet. In even-numbered cells, it's the opposite, the staff member explained. If there's no response, how quickly can you get there? Hanja asked again. At most 2 minutes, the staff member replied. Hanja nodded. The management in Area A was extremely strict. If a prisoner disappeared for just a few minutes, staff would arrive immediately. Even if a prisoner truly escaped, Within those few minutes they should still be within the prison grounds, allowing the facility to sound the alarm promptly and conduct a timely search. It seemed foolproof. Hanja pondered for a moment before asking another question. Have you encountered anything unusual these past few days? Unusual? The staff member was taken aback. Anything that wasn't quite like usual, Hanju added. Having watched so many prison break films, Hanju was convinced that behind every abnormality, there was likely a prison escape plan hidden. So he would use unconventional incidents as his starting point. Seems not. Both staff members shook their heads. Think again. Even if you consider it trivial, speak up, Hanja continued. Area I held a quarter of the prison population. He found it hard to believe not a single escape attempt had occurred there. That reminds me, there seems to be one. A staff member mentioned something he found somewhat unusual. Hanja took a deep breath after hearing the description. Pull up all his surveillance footage from the entire day, I need to review it immediately, Hanja said at once. Several dozen minutes later, outside cell 023, the prison captain knocked on the door. Then he shouted through the observation window, A023, wake up and come out, the warden wants to see you. A023 was a burly black man, and even he was momentarily stunned upon hearing the prison captain's yell. What could the warden want with me? The gate opened, revealing the prison captain and a guard at the entrance. They placed handcuffs and shackles on A023. Captain, what does the warden want with me? Am I being paroled? A023 asked. Parole? With the crimes you've committed, the only way you're leaving here is when they take you out to be shot, the prison warden said coldly as he fastened the handcuffs. A023 fell silent. With both handcuffs and shackles securely fastened, A023 was roughly shoved out of the cell by the prison warden. Nearby stood two armed guards holding shotguns, watching A023 warily, standard procedure for dangerous inmates from Zone A. The four guards said nothing more, merely escorting A023 down the corridor. Soon, the four guards arrived at a public toilet located on one side of the floor. Since each cell had its own toilet, this facility was almost exclusively used by prison staff. Hanja stood against the innermost wall of the restroom, his cold gaze fixed on A023 as the prisoner was brought in. A023 deliberately turned his gaze away, willfully ignoring Hanja. A023, the warden wants to speak with you. Just answer honestly, no tricks. The prison captain struck A023 in the stomach with a baton as he spoke. The blow sent A023 nearly buckling to his knees. Warden, say what you need to say. A023's voice trembled slightly, that strike must have really hurt. Hanja spoke. A023, I've reviewed the surveillance footage of your cell over these past few days, Hanja said. I invited you here today without any ulterior motive, I simply wish to see you perform. Perform what? Prisoner A023 still didn't understand. Hanja pointed to the toilet beside him. Come on, show us how the hell you shit 23 times a day. Chapter 9 Maximum Security Prison Zone. A023's face changed, and he hurriedly explained. No, warden, it's not necessarily that I need to take a big one, couldn't I just have a frequent urge to pee? Frequent urge? Hanja looked at A023 and frowned. Respected warden, are we not even allowed to have frequent urination in this prison? A023's tone grew more assertive. Of course frequent urination is allowed, but I'll still need you to demonstrate. Hanja pointed at the toilet again. Show us how you managed to pee for 5 minutes straight. Time him. Hanja turned and ordered the prison guards beside him. A023 had no way to argue further and silently slumped to the floor. That's right, exactly what the staff member told Hanja earlier. This prisoner, A023, had stepped out of camera view multiple times in one day, each absence lasting about 10 minutes. Every time staff called out to him, he claimed to be using the toilet. So Hanja hauled him out for a thorough interrogation. Without another word, Hanja turned to a Zone guard and said, take me to his cell. The prison guard complied. As the group walked down the corridor, inmates in the cells on both sides grew visibly excited. Unlike the prisoners in Zone B, those in Zone A were all super felons serving life sentences without parole. They had nothing left to lose. They started shouting greetings to Hanja right through the cell doors. Warden, how come you're so wet behind the ears? Did you come straight to work after kindergarten? Warden, how did someone so young get this job? Did your mom sleep with the Minister of Justice? Next time, have your mom sleep with me, I'll make you boss of Block F. The prisoners grew increasingly vicious in their taunts, becoming more exhilarated with each insult. Hanja hadn't even said anything when the prison captain, quick to take the hint, was already on the move. Do your legs want extra joints? The prison captain shouted at the prisoners. Then, baton in hand, he marched straight into the cell of the most vocal prisoner. Soon, Hanja heard the sharp crack of batons striking flesh, followed by screams that echoed through the corridors. Just teach him a lesson, make sure not to beat him seriously injured. Hanja instructed the prison warden outside the door. After all, according to regulations, beating prisoners was permissible, but causing severe injuries requiring emergency treatment would mean breaking the rules. Don't worry, with over a decade as a prison guard, I know exactly how far to take it better than anyone. The prison captain's hand didn't slow down in the slightest. The sound of the baton striking flesh was deafening, even drowning out the prisoner's screams and the shouts of other inmates. This was the loudest beating Hanja had ever heard. The sound made his scalp crawl. But since the prison captain had said he knew his limits, Hanja didn't interfere further. He walked forward a stretch of the way and arrived at cell 023. Hanja went straight to the camera's blind spot and carefully inspected it. Sure enough, on the ceiling directly above the toilet, Hanja noticed many fine indentations. They looked like they were made by a fist or something else not too sturdy hitting it repeatedly. Prisoner A023 was clearly attempting to tunnel through the ceiling to escape, but he probably didn't have effective tools. The progress seemed rather slow. Hanja turned to look at prisoner A023 being escorted by guards outside the door, then pointed at the dent in the ceiling. Care to explain? I'm bored, can't I just pick at the wall for fun? A023 continued stubbornly making excuses. This explanation nearly made Hanja laugh. Even at this point, he could still stubbornly keep making excuses. Interesting. Hanja smiled at A023, then turned to issue an order to the nearby prison guard. Since he enjoys picking at walls so much, put him in solitary confinement where the walls are thick, let him enjoy his picking to the fullest, enriching prisoners' lives with hobbies. That's quite humanitarian. Hanja noticed prisoner A023's face instantly turn pale. Well, he must be overjoyed. After the prison guard escorted inmate A023 away, Hanja let out a sigh of relief. He took out a small notebook from his pocket and wrote down the prisoner's identification number A023. The first of the 30 escaped convicts had been found, just like that. Locking him in solitary confinement under surveillance was the most effective solution Hanja could think of at the moment. But is this guy an escape artist, a rookie, or just an unknown prisoner? Probably a rookie, way too green. Sniffing him out wasn't exactly challenging. Hanja stepped out of the cell to find the prison captain already waiting outside, bloody baton in hand. The outside had fallen completely silent. The prison captain's skilled use of the baton had clearly been effective, as no one else dared to make a sound now. Why isn't that prisoner screaming anymore? Was he knocked out? How's the situation? You didn't beat him too badly, did you? Hanja turned his gaze toward the cell where the prison captain had entered earlier. Don't worry, sir. When I handle things, the pain will be unbearable, but the injuries won't be severe. The prison captain flashed Hanja a grin. Has the prison doctor been called? Yes, they said they'd come right away. The prison warden nodded repeatedly. Hanja nodded. This prison warden was ruthless, almost to the point of being inhuman. For the prisoners on Prison Island, he might well be considered a living nightmare. But to Hanja, he might actually be quite useful. Thinking this, Hanja was about to leave when suddenly someone shouted from the front left. Warden! Hanja looked over and saw a bearded white man in the front left cell pressing his face against the observation window, grinning at Hanja. Hanja glanced at the cell number. It was A036. You want liquid food too, huh? The prison captain walked over again, baton in hand. No. I need to speak to the warden about something. The bearded man in A036 said hurriedly. What is it you want? Hanja spoke up. I would like to shake your hand. A036 bearded man spoke, extending his hand through the meal delivery slot below. Shake hands? What for? Hanja looked at the outstretched hand and continued questioning. I've never seen an official as important as you since I was little, so I feel a bit of admiration and just wanted to shake your hand, A036 bearded man quickly explained. Hanja actually didn't quite believe these words. Cut the crap. Spit it out if you've got something to say, otherwise I'm leaving. Hanja replied warily. The bearded man's smile instantly turned to distress. Alright, the truth is I want to apply for a review of my sentence. I was hoping you could help submit the request for me. Your case has been reviewed multiple times already. Stop bothering our warden, the prison captain said bluntly. I am guilty, but my crime doesn't deserve such a heavy sentence. So please help me, warden, I beg you. The bearded man's voice was full of pleading, nearly on the verge of kneeling. Cut the crap. If your sentence is considered heavy, then everyone in Zone A should probably be released on the spot, the prison captain scoffed disdainfully. Hanja, however, looked somewhat moved. It doesn't seem appropriate to walk straight there. After all, this prison governor should show some humanistic care. Alright, I can apply for you, but this process might take quite long. You may not receive a response for over 3 months. Please wait patiently. Hanja told a lie. Well, in 3 months when I've already quit the game and left, you can go ask a ghost for replies. Hanja thought to himself. Really? The bearded man's face lit up with a smile. Really? Hanja nodded. Thank you, warden, thank you so much, you saved me. I'll remember this for the rest of my life. The bearded man on the other side didn't detect Hanja's lie at all and immediately dropped to his knees, thanking him profusely. This made Hanja feel slightly uneasy, and he began to slowly walk away. The bearded man continued expressing his gratitude. "You're welcome, it's nothing." Hanja ignored the bearded man and walked away. On his way out, Hanja quietly gave the prison warden an order. He instructed the warden to have someone keep a special eye on A036, even though they were already category as security status. This A036 gave Hanja a feeling that was just off. Something is terribly off. What's more, there are 30 inmates in this prison planning to break out. If something feels wrong, then 9 times out of 10 there really is a problem. But according to regulations, solitary confinement requires valid reasons, and right now Hanja has none, not even circumstantial evidence. Surely we can't just put people in solitary confinement because others want a review? This is clearly against regulations. Hanja could only enforce stricter surveillance for now. Chapter 10, The Great Search Warrant. Hanja, the warden, comfortably reached the 7th day since the game began. It was about time to reel in the net. After all, if they waited any longer, some prisoners might have escaped. Without any warning, Hanja suddenly arrived at Block B with a few guards. Hanja conducted the search personally, even bringing out a metal detector from the warehouse. The focus of this search was precisely the previously off-limits area that Hanja had instructed the guards to avoid inspecting. Hanja gave the order. All prisoners were to exit their cells and stand aside while the search was conducted. This ensured the prisoners had no opportunity to alter the positions of their belongings. Hanja's plan was already quite evident. At first, the prison guards conducted daily searches, deliberately avoiding certain corners where contraband could be hidden, leading the inmates to believe these spots were never inspected. Once the prisoners grew confident in the safety of these corners and began stashing prohibited items there, Hanja would strike by launching targeted searches in those very locations. This strategy allowed him to catch them all in one fell swoop, achieving maximum results with minimal effort. The search was conducted simultaneously by 3 prison guards. One directly searched the cell, another scanned the entire cell with a metal detector, and the third was responsible for searching the prisoners. Hanja supervised the operation. In the first cell, Hanja discovered a pack of premium cigarettes hidden beneath the lower bunk against the wall. The 2 black inmates in the cell turned pale. "Damn it, even higher quality than what I smoke." The prison warden didn't care whose it was, directly beating both prisoners hard with his baton. Amid the screams, Hanja felt somewhat disappointed, because this wasn't what Hanja had wanted to find. Cigarettes are indeed contraband, but you can't use them to escape from prison. "This cell's been searched, let's move to the next one." Hanja signaled the prison captain to stop. Afterwards, he didn't put the 2 prisoners in solitary confinement, but instead returned them to their cells. "Just a cigarette, as long as it's not a jailbreak tool, hell, you could even hide a woman in there." The next cell held 2 elderly white men, similarly lacking in personal belongings. The search yielded nothing. Hanja found nothing in those few corners. The officers searched everywhere else with metal detectors but found nothing. "Looks like these 2 inmates in the cell are quite law-abiding. In this prison full of troublemakers, we need role models who follow the rules. Good, they deserve a reward." Hanja turned and walked out of the cell, glanced at the cell number, and called out to the staff member by the door. "Add an extra dish to dinner for the pair in B003. "What specific dish should we add, Warden?" the staff member pressed. Fried potatoes, I guess." Hanja casually named a dish that was tasty yet inexpensive, figuring it should roughly match prisoners' meal standards. After giving this instruction, Hanja didn't linger any further and continued his inspection ahead, since there were still over 600 people left to check. In the dozen or so cells that followed, he occasionally spotted slightly questionable items like playing cards. But since playing cards couldn't be used as escape tools, Hanja simply overlooked them. He even rewarded the rule-abiding cells with an extra serving of fried potatoes for dinner. The next cell housed a middle-aged prisoner living alone, and the body search turned up nothing. Hanja searched around and found a wooden plank under the bed. The metal detector confirmed there was no metal inside the plank. "What's this plank for?" Hanja asked. "It's just a small tabletop, not contraband, right, Warden?" said the middle-aged inmate in the cell. "No, it doesn't count." Hanja brushed it off and placed the wooden plank back under the bed. At this moment, Hanja spotted quite a few pale fragments under the bed. "What the hell?" Hanja dipped his finger in a bit, examining it closely. "Hard wood shavings." "Wood shavings? I often do woodworking work in prison, so it's normal to bring back some shavings on my clothes, right?" the prisoner added. "Normal," Hanja nodded. But out of caution, Hanja still carefully examined the entire cell. Hanja then noticed a light-colored lump in the corner of the cell that wasn't immediately obvious at first glance. Bending down for a closer look, it resembled some sort of mud, possibly construction residue left behind when the cell was built. "What is this?" Hanja pointed at the mud, asking as he reached out to touch it. "No idea." The prisoner shook his head. "Perhaps it's the concentrated essence of 20 years' worth of boogers from the last person who lived here." Upon hearing this, Hanja immediately withdrew his hand. When Hanja straightened up, the prisoner was staring at him intently. Then warden, will I also get fried potatoes for dinner? Eat big chunks. Hanja nodded and walked out of the cell. The prison guard shoved the man back into his cell and shut the door. The moment the door closed, Hanja suddenly felt like he had seen something similar to this lump of clay in a movie before. Yes, it's plastic explosive. Open the door, Hanja suddenly shouted. This startled the jailer who was locking the door nearby, causing him to quickly reopen it. What's wrong, warden? The middle-aged prisoner in the cell promptly asked. Hanja immediately crouched down and yanked that lump of mud off. Slightly soft. Holding the lump of clay in front of him, Hanja examined it carefully. The mass of clay emitted a faint scent. The aroma seemed strangely familiar, like peppermint. Peppermint clay? No, it's toothpaste. Then this lump must be toothpaste mixed with wall plaster. Not plastic explosive. If it were plastic explosives, there'd be no need to mix in toothpaste to make such a conspicuous lump. Hanja let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, if prisoners could really manufacture explosives, this warden might as well throw in the towel. Game over before it even began. Why'd you mold the toothpaste into this lump? Hanja eyed the middle-aged prisoner suspiciously. No idea, maybe the last inmate messed with it like Play-Doh, the middle-aged prisoner hastily explained. The toothpaste hasn't fully hardened yet, and you're telling me the previous prisoner did this? Hanja questioned sharply. The middle-aged man immediately lowered his head and spoke in an extremely sincere tone. I'm sorry, warden. I wanted to learn sculpture and was practicing with this, but I heard you don't seem to approve of art, so I had to hide it in the corner. Is that really the case? Although Hanja wasn't entirely convinced by the middle-aged man's words, this seemed to be the most plausible explanation. If a man wanted to escape from prison, what good could a lump of toothpaste as soft as clay possibly do? Lost in thought, Hanja casually broke apart the toothpaste lump. With that single motion, Hanja's eyes widened abruptly, for nestled within the toothpaste was a long, rigid object. Hanja immediately pulled out the long strip. This wooden strip has one end noticeably wider than the other. To Hanja, it felt like a lollipop that had been squashed flat. This is the sculpture's framework. The larger section here is where the head will be placed, the middle-aged prisoner hastily explained. Oh, Hanja stared at the wooden strip, and the longer he looked at it, the more it resembled something. Upon closer inspection, there were several scratches on one side of the narrow strip, seemingly markings intended for future additional craftsmanship. Damn, wasn't this just an unfinished key? In that instant, Hanja comprehended everything. The movie he watched had a similar plot. The escapee made a dough imprint, pressing the key into it unnoticed by the guards, then used the indentation to craft an identical key. Damn, almost let this guy slip through the cracks. He even claimed it was booger residue, making everyone recoil in disgust. With such skill and such cunning, a steady-handed escape artist indeed. Hanja took a deep breath. Warden, everything all right? The middle-aged man, noticing Hanja's dazed expression, cautiously inquired. Hanja snapped back to attention and immediately barked orders at the nearby prison guard. This guy's secretly making duplicate keys and has the nerve to call them supports, insulting my intelligence. Send him straight to solitary confinement. His voice was laced with severity. The middle-aged inmate hastily protested. No, warden, you've got it wrong. These really are supports. Those markings are just measurements I use for calculating statue structures. Hanja remained silent. He hadn't even mentioned the marks on the wall, yet this prisoner was already eagerly defending them. Clearly, there was something fishy about those marks. As the officers led the middle-aged prisoner away, Hanja leaned close to the prison warden's ear and murmured an instruction. That guy is stubborn. Teach him a lesson. The prison captain immediately nodded upon hearing this. Don't worry, warden. Leave it to me, no problem at all. Hanja actually disliked educating prisoners through beatings, but if it was a dangerous inmate trying to escape, Hanja still wanted to give them a little education. After all, more wounds would make it much harder for prisoners to escape, making Hanja considerably safer. Hanja couldn't afford to lose again. He couldn't risk showing mercy to these enemies. Pity the regulations prohibited causing serious injuries, otherwise directly beating these dangerous elements until they couldn't leave their beds would have saved Hanja considerable trouble. Continue the search. In the next cell, no contraband was found. There wasn't even a suspicious spot in the cell. A truly excellent prison cell. However, the prisoner on the lower bunk of this cell instinctively averted his gaze when he saw Hanja. Though it was just a fleeting moment, Hanja still caught it. He looked like he was hiding something guilty, but his cell and body search had turned up nothing suspicious. Hanja ordered the guards to search the prisoner on the lower bunk again. Still, there was nothing. Then why did he look so guilty just now? Hanja felt frustrated and casually grabbed a metal detector. A casual glance down the body. When the scanner swept over the prisoner's buttocks, the device suddenly beeped loudly. Chapter 11, there's an ambush in those buttocks. Ha! Hanja momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Could you explain why there's metal in your ass? Hanja said. The prisoner on the lower bunk didn't respond, simply lowering his head. Even though he was black, Hanja could tell his face was flushed with embarrassment. Whatever. Never mind explaining. Hanja turned his head and saw that the prison captain who had escorted the prisoner to the solitary confinement cell had just returned. It's better to leave this filthy job to him. Hanja stepped forward and patted the prison captain on the shoulder, then pointed at the prisoner beside them. Fish around in his ass and see what that metal is inside, then come back and tell me. Ha! The prison captain was dumbfounded. After all, he had just returned and wasn't aware of the situation. The detector shows there's metal hidden in his ass, Cold Wisdom replied. Got it. Just watch how I deal with this thieving bastard. The prison captain immediately understood. He promptly dragged the prisoner straight to the public restroom in Zone B. Hanja continued the search. The subsequent cells were relatively compliant, with no particularly notable contraband found. Hanja rewarded them all with extra dinner portions of fried potatoes. Soon, the prison captain's team made their discovery as well. Hidden in that inmate's rectum was a cloth-wrapped metal spoon. The spoon is definitely one of the classic tools for digging tunnels. This prisoner's escape intentions were basically confirmed. But the prison warden told Hanja that the prisoner absolutely refused to admit he was planning an escape. His explanation was that he was afraid there might be perverts in prison, so he'd preemptively stuffed a spoon up his rear as a defensive device. If a pervert forces their way into the rear interface, naturally they'll get stabbed by the spoon handle. Sounds quite reasonable when you say it. Hanja was also somewhat inclined to believe it. But contraband is still contraband. The prison captain had already given them a beating first before coming back to ask Hanja how he planned to handle the situation next. Hanja believed, but only a little. Hanja thought for a moment and answered. If he's so afraid of perverts, lock him in solitary confinement. That way, he'll be alone, and there won't be any perverts. Hanja's thinking was simple. When in doubt whether someone is bad or good, treat them as potentially bad for safety's sake. The warden is truly brilliant. The prison captain nodded vigorously in agreement. The search continued. After checking a dozen more cells, Hanja discovered another peculiar one. Several celebrity posters of female stars were pasted on the walls of this cell. At first glance, they didn't seem particularly out of place, but Hanja recalled that wall posters were also common props in those film documentaries he'd watched. Exactly, if someone wanted to conceal a hole in the wall, covering it with a poster would undoubtedly be the simplest disguise. Hanja glanced at the posters on the wall. He couldn't be bothered with the posters on the side walls at all. At most, they concealed a passage to the next cell where inmates could sneak over for a game of mahjong. The real concern was the inner wall. This cell had no ventilation ducts, but behind this interior wall lay a labyrinth of pipes. Without hesitation, Hanja peeled back several celebrity posters hanging on the inner wall. Sure enough, there was a sizable dent in the concrete wall behind the poster. It seemed progress hadn't gotten very far. This was also a single-occupancy cell. Hanja turned his head to look at the lone prisoner inhabiting this cell, stating coldly, "Where's the tool for digging through walls?" A prisoner, realizing his plan was exposed, could only silently open the water tank, retrieve a small metal piece hidden beneath the metal button. This revealed yet another hiding spot to Hanja. The nearby prison guards immediately conducted a swift search of the cell's new hiding place. None of the other cells had it, so this was unique to this particular cell. A nailed-down plan for escape. Hanja certainly couldn't let that slip by. Hanja had the guards transfer the prisoner to solitary confinement. Afterwards, Hanja inspected all the remaining cells in Block B. Most of the cells had no issues, and they were uniformly rewarded with extra fried potatoes. There were still a few cells hiding contraband, all of which were confiscated. However, even if contraband that could potentially be used for escape was found, it wasn't definitive proof that those prisoners were planning an escape. It only raised suspicions. No other escapees were found, like the two confirmed earlier. The search lasted from noon till evening, leaving Hanja utterly exhausted. Yet the results were quite fruitful. They identified 2 confirmed escapees and 6 others suspected of attempting to flee. Hanja meticulously recorded every detail in his notebook. As for the escape tools, they should have been mostly confiscated by now. Hanja felt a wave of relief. This thorough search would likely significantly delay the escape plans of those in Block B. It should be fine for 10 days to half a month, maybe even longer. Everything went smoothly. That night, Hanja had his most peaceful sleep since arriving in this game world, right in his office. Early the next morning, Secretary Maggie came with documents to report work to Hanja. She first placed a file on Hanja's desk. "Warden, the first order of business today. This is Kevin from the Logistics Department's resignation letter, delivered this morning." Kevin? Who's that? Hanja had no idea who this person was. He was the one in charge of peeling potatoes in our prison kitchen, and he'd been doing it for several years. No one knows why he suddenly decided to quit. Responsible for peeling potatoes? Yes. Oh. Hanja immediately understood. "I'll sign it later." "One more thing, and this is very important." "Go ahead." This morning, we found 2 inmates trapped in the ventilation ducts inside the exterior vents of the prison block. This morning? That's right. It's inmates 1240 and 1241 from Block B. They seem to be stuck in the ventilation ducts by some extraordinarily strong adhesive, completely unable to free themselves. They could only shout for help until our guards found them. Okay. Hanja felt a surge of excitement. His super glue had truly trapped the jailbreaking rats. Where are those 2 now? Hanja pressed on. They're still in the ventilation duct. Our workers are figuring out how to get them down, replied Secretary Maggie. Let's go take a look. Hanja quickly arrived outside the prison block building. At this moment, one worker sat waiting by the pipe opening while another had already brought a bucket of solvent. From what they said, if the solvent didn't work, they'd have to cut the pipe. However, such a significant decision as cutting the pipe would require Warden Hanja's approval. Hanja told them to proceed boldly, authorizing them to act on their own authority without seeking further instructions. Then, Hanja asked the prison warden to take him to the cells of the 2 prisoners who were stuck in the ventilation ducts. Upon entering the cell, they saw that the grill of the ventilation duct on the wall had been completely destroyed, twisted, and deformed, lying discarded on the floor. Hanja stepped forward to take a closer look. The grill was originally fastened to the inner wall of the duct with 8 screws, which couldn't be reached from inside the cell. These screws are still in good condition now. Judging by the marks, this metal grating was directly pried open and forcibly removed with tools. To accomplish this overnight with merely metal spoons or small iron pieces would have been impossible. Which is to say, the 2 people who entered the ventilation duct from this jail cell not only had tools, but tools of exceptional quality. At least it was a long, large metal object, something like a crowbar. But Hanja had just searched the entire Block B yesterday. He'd even thought he'd nearly confiscated all the escape tools in Block B, and could enjoy some peace for a while. Now it seemed utterly laughable. Hanja instantly felt as if he had plummeted into an icy abyss. Chapter 12, The Warden Outsmarts Me. After waiting in the office for quite some time, the prison warden finally returned. How did it go? Hanja eagerly asked. Warden, I've thoroughly dealt with those 2 men, knocked them out twice, but they refused to say a word about the tools, the prison captain reported. Beat them again. We must get answers, Hanja replied impatiently. These 2 men stuck in the ventilation ducts must have used relatively specialized tools. Given that these were professional-grade tools, unless the source was promptly blocked, Hanja's efforts would essentially remain superficial solutions to an unsolvable dilemma. The prison captain shook his head. It's no use, Warden. If we keep hitting him, he'll be ruined. Hanja fell silent. According to the Ministry of Justice's documents, if prisoners were truly beaten to the point of disability, it would constitute gross misconduct. Hanja would naturally violate the rules and instantly lose the game. Warden, what should we do? The prison captain asked again. Hanja sighed, then lock them both in solitary confinement for now. Sure. Have the officers continued daily cell inspections, stricter than before? Hanja issued another order to the prison captain. Warden, rest assured, will conduct thorough searches. The prison captain readily agreed. But the prison warden's promise offered Hanja no sense of security. Daily searches had already been routine, and yesterday they even conducted a personal inspection, yet things still ended up like this? Hanja searches for Hanja while they violate rules as they please, as if neither affects the other. Where could these professional tools have come from? Hanja recalled a scene from the movie. Could it be that these prisoners' tools came from outside the prison? Hidden among various personal items delivered by relatives from outside to the inmates, such as cakes, clothes, or similar items. Classic plotline. Yes, the issue likely lies right there. As the prison captain had just reached his office door, Hanja hurriedly stood up again to add, Captain, one more thing, you need to make arrangements. What? The prison captain turned his head to respond. Starting today, everything sent to prisoners from outside the prison must undergo destructive, thorough inspections. Even if a steak comes in, by the time it reaches the prisoner's hands, I want it turned into minced filling for dumplings. No problem. The prison responded just as promptly. Warden, don't worry. From now on, I'll personally oversee all inspections. I guarantee no more problems will arise. The prison captain's tone was resolute, his face brimming with confidence as though everything was already firmly within his grasp. Hanja felt slightly reassured and sat back down in his office chair. To be honest, in Hanja's mind, this prison warden might be the only reliable person in the entire Cage Island prison. If he didn't trust him, Hanja truly wouldn't know who else to believe in. After that, the prison warden actually did just that. Nearly everything sent from outside the prison was food. At first, they would make a few cuts with a knife, but eventually, the prison captain found it too troublesome and simply ran everything through the shredder. Bread got churned into chicken feed, and cream cakes were reduced to mush. Hanja asked the prison captain if this wasn't going a bit too far. The prison captain's reply was straightforward. As for the food, Preparing it this way doesn't change its nutritional value. The care put into the meals remains intact, it makes no difference. This reasoning was quite sound, and it convinced Hanja. In the end, bucket after bucket of the mushy substance and residue were delivered to the respective prisoners. The uninformed prisoner was utterly bewildered. He had admittedly written to his family complaining that the prison food was worse than pig slop, but there was really no need for them to actually go out of their way to deliver literal pig slop, was there? To make matters worse, the prison captain had arranged for the waste disposal unit to be cleaned only once per day. Whatever food one person received would inevitably get mixed up with others, to greater or lesser degree. At first, forbidden items were indeed concealed in the delivered food, mostly small objects and cigarettes. So many people could find foreign objects like iron filings and tobacco strands mixed in the porridge. Then came the chorus of curses. Over time, the prisoners who hid these contraband items seemed to figure out what was going on. Items sent into the prison no longer included contraband. In this regard, Hanja's measures appeared successful. On the other side, the prison blocks conducted daily cell searches for contraband without ever growing tired of it. Though the prisoners complained incessantly, there was nothing they could do. Nearly 10 days passed like this. During these days, the prison remained relatively calm. Although there were occasional fights, fortunately, there were no more escape attempts. Not even anything remotely suspicious occurred. This gradually restored Hanja's confidence. At this rate, as long as he held on for 2 more months, victory in the game would surely be his. That day, his secretary Maggie came to report to Hanja. She said the prison's water pipes, due to prolonged disrepair, had suffered a leakage incident. Water gushed out directly from the floor of cell number B. Currently, the 2 prisoners from the affected cell have been temporarily relocated to another vacant cell, while prison workers have been dispatched for emergency repairs. Which cell was affected? Cold Sage asked. B0188, replied Secretary Maggie. B0188? Cold Sage took out the map and glanced at it. Hanja's face darkened instantaneously. Summon the officer who assigned the new cell, and take me to console those 2 prisoners, Hanja commanded. Maggie immediately complied. Soon enough, Hanja followed the prison guard into a cell in Zone B. 2 white inmates sat on the prison cell bunk, their hair still slightly damp despite having changed into dry clothes. When they saw Hanja, they immediately began to complain. Warden, this prison's facilities are overdue for repairs. Today we almost drowned in our own cell. Yeah, prison chief. If something really happened, you'd be guilty of murder. This seems less like a complaint and more like an accusation. Hanja looked at them without speaking. The 2 prisoners grew increasingly animated as they spoke. Could the repair funds for the pipes have been embezzled by those above? Warden, this prison is too dangerous, I request a transfer. Exactly. This shithole prison should have been rebuilt ages ago. It's going to get us all killed sooner or later. Hanja could only motion downward with his palms. Let me say a few words. The 2 prisoners seemed to sense Hanja's displeasure and prudently fell silent. Let me tell you something interesting, Hanja chuckled. The 2 prisoners exchanged confused glances. They had no choice but to turn their attention back to Hanja. Go ahead, they said. When I first took office, I reviewed our prison's pipeline blueprints. Hanja began his narration, deliberately speaking at a slow pace so the 2 prisoners could hear clearly. Back then, I discovered that directly beneath Block B, there was a very thick hot water pipe buried underground. This hot water pipe was the main artery of the heating system, extending beyond the prison walls. It was also spacious enough for an adult to pass through easily. The crucial detail is it's summer now, so there wouldn't be any water running through that pipe. That is to say, just dig downward a few meters from the cell, break through the wall of the hot water pipe, and you can escape the prison by crawling through it. At this point, Hanja paused slightly and glanced at the faces of the 2 prisoners before him. Their expressions were not particularly cheerful. Hanja continued with his explanation. As the warden, I naturally couldn't allow such a huge loophole to exist in this prison. So I consulted the workers myself and manually opened the valve to run cold water through the hot water pipe. Only I knew about this. And then, guess what? 2 idiot escapees actually dug into that pipe. The cold water I'd prepared instantly flooded their cell. Hanja smiled at the 2 prisoners before him again at this point, because he genuinely wanted to laugh. Chapter 13. You say you've investigated? The 2 prisoners remained silent. Hanja had no choice but to add one crucial detail. Logically speaking, if it were truly an accident, there would have been a massive amount of dirt and debris. But when I checked both your cells, the amount of dirt in your rooms was less than what's in the flower pot in my office. The 2 prisoners still remained silent. Hanja grew somewhat impatient and continued. Both of you still have over a decade left to serve. If the escape attempt is confirmed, your sentences could easily be extended to 20 years, and you'd be transferred to Block F where the food is even worse than here. However, I could pretend nothing happened. We could dismiss this as an accident. Hanja spoke, his eyes fixed intently on the prisoners' faces. Their faces lifted momentarily in response. What do you want? One of the prisoners suddenly demanded. clearly shaken. The other remained silent with his head still lowered. Hanja let out a sigh of relief. He must have gambled correctly this time, because the ultimatum he'd just given would be completely meaningless to those 4 unknown prisoners, since all 4 would return to their own worlds when the game ended. Adding extra sentencing time made no difference to them. This wavering prisoner was most likely a prison break novice, with a slim chance of being an escape artist. Since prison break masters are already masters at breaking out of prison, they probably wouldn't actually serve their full sentences. Reduced prison terms shouldn't hold much appeal for them. Hanja struck while the iron was hot. Don't rush. I haven't finished listing the preferential policies yet. Looking at your files, you two must have been inside for several years now? It's been years since I've had a decent meal. It's been miserable, I understand. So, I can use my modest authority as warden to get you whatever food you'd like, be it meat or lobster. Take your pick. Hanja was quite confident. He'd seen the prison cafeteria, and the food there was truly awful. He'd bet that staying here for just a few days would turn anyone into a starving wolf, so food should be the most tempting thing for the prisoners. Hearing this, even the wavering prisoner nodded repeatedly in agreement. All right, warden. Just tell me what you want. Hurry up and say it. Tools. Hanja's expression turned serious. Where did you get the tools you used to dig the tunnel? As he spoke, Hanja glanced at the other prisoner who remained silent beside them, then added, if you used some other method, you can tell me directly. My promise to treat you to a feast still stands. Hanja actually suspected that the silent figure standing beside him might be one of the unknown prisoners, using some ability to dig open the ground. After listening to Hanja's words, the wavering prisoner immediately opened his mouth as if to speak, but he hesitated. A moment later, he closed his mouth again. His gaze also became resolute. Warden, I don't know what you're talking about. What tools and methods? I'm just a prisoner affected by the disaster. Hanja's expression changed. After that, no matter how Hanja threatened or tempted them, these 2 prisoners never spoke another word. Hanja was very puzzled. Which step had gone wrong? One of the prisoners felt the words were on the tip of his tongue. How could they still be swallowed back down? What on earth was making them hesitate? Hanja thought carefully. He came up with 2 possibilities. First, the silent prisoner's ability to escape was highly trusted by this wavering prisoner. He feared that if he spoke up, the silent prisoner might refuse to take him along during the escape, so he shut his mouth. If this were truly the case, it would be simple, just separate the 2 of them. The second possibility is that both prisoners had reservations about something, and the wavering prisoner, after an internal struggle, decided it was better not to speak after all. This scenario is more troublesome until Hanja uncovers what's troubling them. Neither of them is likely to open their mouths. The 2 in the ventilation duct earlier were probably in the same situation. What could scare them into complete silence? Could there be someone with formidable power behind this? Or something else entirely? Troublesome. Let's assume the first possibility for now. Hanja gave the 2 men before him an icy glance before walking out of the cell. Lock them both in solitary confinement and make sure they're kept far apart. Hanja ordered the prison guards waiting at the doorway. Watching the 2 being escorted away by the guards only deepened Hanja's agitation. He had indeed seen the cell where the incident occurred. The hole was located beneath the toilet on the left side. In other words, they used the toilet to conceal the entrance of the hole. Under the toilet was a concrete floor. But considering the workload removing the toilet, breaking through the floor, and digging a several-meter-deep tunnel, just using the small metal spoons from the cafeteria wouldn't have been enough, especially with the game having only started a little over 10 days ago. There must be proper tools available. But where on earth did these tools come from? Now, both contingency plans Hanja had prepared in advance had fortunately come into play. If he couldn't uncover the source of these tools, the next encounter would spell certain doom for Hanja. But these prisoners just wouldn't talk, no matter what. Hanja didn't expect there'd be another damn source for those tools either. As Hanja was pacing anxiously outside Block B, the prison warden also arrived. Warden, heard the pipeline exploded, the prison captain asked with concern. Yes. How's the situation? It's not looking good. Hanja answered casually, his mind racing as he struggled to come up with a plan. He had no time for small talk with the prison warden. It's all right, warden. This prison is old, these kinds of things happen all the time. You'll get used to it. I see. How's the daily cell inspection going lately? Hanja asked absent-mindedly. The prison captain confidently patted his chest and smiled. Of course we checked well. Our team worked very diligently, leaving no corner unchecked. Nothing suspicious could escape our eyes. Hanja froze for a moment, his expression changing slightly. That cell 0188 where the pipe incident happened, had you checked it before too? Hanja said, looking at the prison captain. We've checked, but we were only looking for contraband. Asking us to check for possible leaks in the pipes or something, we're not professionals, so of course we wouldn't find anything. The prison captain gave Hanja an ingratiating smile. Let's not worry about pipe leaks for now. So you're saying you've already searched that particular cell for contraband before? Are you absolutely certain there weren't any issues? Hanja smiled. Of course we checked. There shouldn't be any issues. Wait, Warden, are you suggesting? The prison captain detected the peculiar tone in Hanja's voice. Hanja couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed the prison warden by the collar in one swift motion. Damn it, they dug a damn hole nearly 10 meters deep under the toilet, and you actually had the nerve to guarantee everything was fine? The prison warden immediately panicked. Is that true, Warden? Then it's our fault, we didn't inspect thoroughly enough. Hanja stared at the flustered face of the prison warden and snapped angrily. Since it's your problem, then you better investigate like your lives depend on it from now on. Understood? Yes, we'll double our efforts, you can rest absolutely assured. The prison captain frantically nodded, thoroughly intimidated. Then go investigate properly right now. Get out. Still seething with anger, Hanja gave the prison captain a rough shove before releasing his grip. Thud. The prison captain was shoved by Hanja into the adjacent wall with a sharp crack. Rayao. The prison captain sat on the ground, letting out a sharp cry. What the hell are you screeching about? Hanja snapped at the prison captain. The prison captain gasped roughly. It hurts, Warden. Hanja grew even angrier. I just gave you a little push. What the hell are you acting for? Really, Warden, cough, call an ambulance quick. The prison captain coughed violently, even bringing up blood. Seeing blood coughed up, Hanja realized this wasn't acting anymore. He immediately used the ward phone by the entrance to call his secretary, instructing her to summon an ambulance. Later, watching the prison warden being carried away on a stretcher, Hanja still couldn't believe it. He looked down at his own hands. The prison captain was a towering brute of a man standing next to him. I practically looked frail in comparison. How could he have gone down from just a light shove? Hanja glanced at the wall where the prison captain had just collided, noticing several new cracked spiderwebbing across its surface. Was the impact really that powerful? Chapter 14, Only I Can Save You. 2 hours later, Hanja sat in his office, waiting. At last, Secretary Maggie entered. How was he? Hanja hurriedly asked. 5 ribs broken, several other fractures elsewhere, and internal bleeding. But he's out of danger now, Maggie said. That's serious? Hanja froze. He had only given a light push. How could the prison captain end up with so many broken bones? That's what I was wondering, was it a fall? Where did he fall from? Secretary Maggie asked curiously. Don't worry about this for now. I'll make time to visit him first, then I'll update you all when I'm back. Hanja steeled himself and spoke. Understood. Secretary Maggie said no more and exited the office. Left alone in the office, Hanja sat wallowing in frustration. What exactly is going on? First of all, Hanja was definitely no sudden Qigong prodigy who had awakened his governing and conception vessels. Secondly, the prison warden was absolutely not made of glass. After much deliberation, the only possible explanation Hanja could think of was that he had just activated the skill, Gift of the Jealous God. Your attack power increases significantly against those more handsome than you or with higher monthly income. There are 2 situations that trigger this skill. Hanja took out the prison captain's file from the cabinet and examined the photograph inside. Then he walked up to the mirror, carefully comparing his reflection with the prison captain's photo. No matter how he looked at it, he was way more handsome than the prison captain. Even if Hanja might have subjective confidence as his backing. But the prison warden had a face full of rough features. Forget handsome, it'd be a compliment not to call him outright ugly. Out of caution, Hanja observed him a while longer. The more he looked, the more certain he became. He was undoubtedly handsomer than the prison warden, and by no small margin. Then it could only be the second scenario. The prison warden earns more than me per month? Actually, Hanja does have a payroll bank card here, but he rarely uses it. Hanja took out the files again to review them. As the warden, my monthly salary was clearly more than double that of this prison captain. How could his monthly income be higher than mine? Does my income not count? Thinking this, Hanja called over another rather ugly-looking prison guard to test it out. He shoved the prison guard hard against the wall. Does it hurt? Hanja asked the prison guard. It doesn't hurt much, the prison guard replied blankly, shaking his head. Hanja released his grip. Are you alright? The prison guard answered decisively, nothing's wrong. Sure about that? Of course I'm sure. What's there to be unsure about? Hanja's question completely baffled the prison guard. Then go attend to your duties. Hanja waved dismissively at the guard. The prison guard left, and Hanja confirmed that only the prison captain could trigger his skill. The prison guard Hanja summoned didn't activate his skill, which meant Hanja's monthly income would at least not be lower than his. In other words, Hanja's monthly income in this world was valid. Then, why could the prison captain trigger it? Hanja had a hunch. He picked up his briefcase and walked out of the office. His secretary, Maggie, was working right outside the door. Maggie, which hospital is the prison warden at right now? I'm going to see him. After a brief preparation, Hanju arrived at the prison warden's hospital room. At that moment, a prison guard who had just finished the night shift was visiting the ward. "Warden," the guard stood up from beside the hospital bed. "Please step out for a moment. I have some matters to discuss with the captain," Hanju said. The prison guard exited the ward. The prison captain on the sickbed was wrapped in numerous casts and bandages, indicating he had indeed sustained serious injuries. When he saw Hanju, he still managed to smile. "Warden, even though I got these injuries from my own clumsy fall, I still have to ask, what kind of divine strength were you born with?" There wasn't a trace of blame in his tone, making Hanju feel genuinely guilty. Hanju smiled back at him. "Don't worry, I'll apply for your work injury compensation as soon as possible. Medical expenses won't be a concern at all." "Much obliged, Warden. But could you tell me what you usually eat to be so strong? I'd like to buy some too, might help me recover faster from these injuries." "That can wait. I need to ask you something." Go ahead. How's your family's financial situation?" The prison warden immediately shook his head upon hearing this. "No way, my wife's a gambling addict who loves to squander money, and with just my meager fixed salary, we can barely make ends meet. So warden, you absolutely must help me file for work-related injury compensation. Is your income solely from your salary? Haven't you had any additional income recently, stocks, lottery, something like that? Inheritance counts too," Hanju asked very seriously. The prison captain shook his head repeatedly. "Of course not. I don't have the habit of buying lottery tickets or stocks, let alone anything else. How could such good fortune ever come my way?" "Are you sure? Think again carefully. If there is something, you can secretly tell me. I'll help cover it up for you. It won't affect your work injury application." The prison captain hesitated slightly but quickly nodded. "I'm sure, absolutely nothing happened." Hanju let out a soft sigh and remained silent. "Warden, what's the matter?" the prison captain asked. Hanju took a deep breath. "All right, now, tell me truthfully, how much did you take from the prisoner?" The prison warden's expression changed instantly, but he quickly regained his smile. "Warden, what are you talking about? I wouldn't dare take money from prisoners." Hanju's tone turned serious. "Several inmates have already confessed, and the rest of the evidence is now piled on my desk. If I hand these over to the Justice Department, you'll soon be moving into Block B of our prison." "That's right." Hanju was outright bluffing the prison captain. "Warden, what are you talking about? I don't understand. But right now, I can save you and bury this matter, though I'll need your help to do it." "Warden, you must be joking." The prison captain forced a smile. Hanju looked at the prison captain with solemn intensity. "Do you think I'm joking? Think about how you usually treat inmates in prison. Do you think they'll go easy on you when you become one? I can't protect you 24/7 all by myself." "Warden," the prison captain's face turned pale. "Just tell me, what do you need me to do? Make me a detailed list of every bribe you've taken and every corresponding shipment you've smuggled in, itemize every single transaction." "Warden, this isn't appropriate." The prison captain wore an uneasy expression. "Is this not enough? Right now, people in the prison are using the items you provided to escape. If they really manage to get out, forget about my job being on the line. No one can save you from the charge of aiding an escape." The prison guard captain immediately looked crestfallen. "Warden, I've smuggled in a lot of goods for people, but I never helped anyone escape. You say it isn't you, but the tools they're using came through you. Do you think the Ministry of Justice will believe you?" Then, the guard captain faltered, at a loss for words. "Then write down everything you've smuggled without missing a single item, so we can recover all of it. Only then can we prevent something as major as a prison break from happening. I can keep my position as warden, and your mess can be swept under the rug." "Why yes, I'll write it. Do you have paper and a pen?" The prison captain looked at Hanju nervously. "Already prepared it for you." Hanju took out paper and a pen from his briefcase. The prison warden immediately began writing. Hanju maintained a stern expression on his face, though inwardly he felt a wave of relief. Who would have thought that one major source of tools would turn out to be this very prison warden? But this guy who looks like a tough act is actually all bark and no bite. His psychological resilience is truly poor, spilling everything with just a little bluff. But on the other hand, he's really got guts, daring to smuggle tools, those ultra-forbidden items. Isn't he afraid of losing his job? The prison captain wrote 2 lines, then suddenly remembered something. Turning to Hanju, he said, "Wait a minute, warden. What's wrong now?" Hanju tensed up. Has this guy noticed something off? If he really demanded evidence from Hanju wouldn't be able to produce any. I've taken so much money from them. If I confiscate the goods now, they'll definitely rage and report me to higher-ups. Then I'll be exposed. The prison captain said. Is that all? Hanju frowned. Don't worry. When I confiscate them, I'll pretend it was accidental discovery. I'll make it look like it has nothing to do with you. Thank you, warden. The prison captain continued writing with satisfaction. Chapter 15, The Crucial Tip-Off. The prison captain spent nearly an hour completing the inventory list. Hanju took a look and his expression instantly changed. The list contained nothing but common items, like chess sets, cigars, liquor, and such. Though there were quite a few metal objects listed, they were all fragile little things about as effective at digging holes as a metal spoon would be. Didn't I tell you to record everything without omission? Why have you only written down trivial nonsense? Hanja demanded. I didn't miss anything, these are all the things I brought, said the prison captain. Do you actually want me to save you or not? Write it all down. Hanja was getting impatient. The prison warden wailed, Warden, I swear I'm not lying, these were the only things I ever smuggled. Are you taking me for a fool? Can this damn stuff even be used for an escape? Hanja practically wanted to slap the prison captain in the face with the list. The prison captain also seemed a bit flustered. I really don't know, and I never thought these things could be used for escape. It was you, the warden, who said so. You mentioned there was evidence. These words left Hanja momentarily speechless. According to what the prison captain said, he's been wronged quite severely. Is this guy actually trying to fool me? Hanja thought so. If you don't tell the truth, don't expect me to save you. Hanja angrily stood up. Chief Warden, I swear I'm telling the truth. Ignoring the tubes attached to his body, the prison captain hurriedly rose to grab Hanja's hand. Seeing the prison guard captain on the verge of tears, Hanja felt he wasn't faking it. Could it be that the prison guard captain really only brought these things? Had he gotten everything wrong? Well, this guy must have been a prison guard for some time now, he should know the rules well enough. He must clearly understand how severe the crime of smuggling escape tools to prisoners is. Maybe it really wasn't him. Then we're done for. If it truly wasn't the prison captain, then there's another source for escape tools. At this thought, a chill ran through Hanja's heart. We must find the real channel as soon as possible. Hanja was about to leave at this thought, but the prison captain abruptly grabbed him in an embrace. Like a child weighing over 100 kilograms, he pleaded with Hanja, tears streaming down his face. Warden, please save me. I swear I'll repay you someday. Seeing how the snot was about to smear all over himself, Hanja quickly broke free. Hanja felt a twinge of pity and wanted to say something kind to comfort him. But at that moment, Hanja suddenly realized something was off. How could this guy, delivering such ordinary stuff, be richer than him? Are you kidding me? Hanja picked up the bill and examined it. The regular items on it didn't actually charge particularly excessive amounts. Only a few entries labeled nursing fees were priced higher, and outrageously so at that. Stop crying first and tell me exactly what this nursing fee is for? Hanja asked. The prison captain looked away. Oh, that. It's just medical expenses. But the prison clinic provides free medical care. How dare you demand so much money from inmates? It's not for treatment, it's for medical services. Is there a difference? So, there's a woman in the infirmary who appears to be a nurse, but she's actually just a service attendant. Service attendant? Hanja was taken aback. Well, that kind, you know, the prison captain replied with an awkward smile. Hanja understood immediately. Oh, I always wondered why that nurse at the sickbay could never properly fasten the buttons on her blouse. So that's what she was up to. Ah, right, that's the one. We split it 50-50, her and me. The prison warden chuckled. Hanja also cracked a smile. The prison warden smiled again. Hanja smiled again. The prison warden kept smiling. Then Hanja suddenly grabbed the prison warden by the collar. Who the fuck are you laughing at? You dare to pimp in my prison, and fucking split it 50-50? The prison captain was scared out of his wits. Warden, I was wrong. You saved me this time, I'll repay you whenever I get the chance. Hanja really wanted to punch this bastard. It wasn't so much a sense of justice, but rather fury at seeing this prison captain act so brazenly right under his nose. This was practically treating Warden Hanja like thin air. But no hitting this guy would trigger his skill, and another strike would kill him. With that thought, Hanja gently set the prison captain down. Warden, so you'll help me, right? The prison captain still looked at Hanja with hopeful eyes. Hanja ignored him outright, turned around and left, even as the prison captain kept shouting after him. Hanja returned to his office, where a considerable stack of official documents awaited his review. In fact, the warden had plenty of official documents to deal with every day, some issued from higher authorities, others to be submitted by subordinates. However, Hanja was wholly preoccupied with preventing prison breaks, so naturally he slacked off as much as possible, scribbling just a few words to get by. Even if the higher-ups had objections, it would take time for them to accumulate enough complaints. By the time any disciplinary action was decided, Hanja would have long finished the game and left. Still, before approving any official documents, Hanja called in his secretary, Maggie. Maggie, go tell the nurse in the infirmary she doesn't need to come to work anymore, Hanja instructed. Ah, why is that? No reason, just deliver the message. But what should I say if she asks me why? She won't ask you. She knows very well herself, Hanja said. Okay. Secretary Maggie nodded and left. Watching the secretary depart, Hanja thought of another matter. The prison captain was currently hospitalized with serious injuries and wouldn't be discharged for several months. This left his prison short on supervisory guards. Hanja couldn't really care less about whether the prison had a captain or not, but losing a competent enforcer did make things slightly inconvenient for him. No, he needed to promote a guard as acting captain. So that very evening, Hanja summoned all the guards. He'd initially planned to pick one at random, but most guards were rather portly, some even got winded just from walking. Having such a captain tailing him daily would mean Hanja constantly having to look after the man instead. Absolutely unacceptable. Hanja still needed to choose carefully. Among the prison guards, there was a burly black man, tall and stocky, though not quite as formidable as the original prison captain, he was still a decent choice. Plus, this guy looked a bit like that basketball player, LeBron James. Hanja had always been bad at distinguishing black people's faces, so finding someone he could recognize at a glance was definitely a plus. So Hanja made him the acting squad leader. Hanja also asked him his name. He said his name was Shah LeBron, but Hanja didn't remember it. Forget it, I'll just call you James from now on. Alright. Then, Hanja first gave Captain James a warning. The previous team leader broke the rules by smuggling contraband to inmates and almost caused a major disaster. So I'm giving you a heads up, don't even think of doing the same. Just hang in there for these next 3 months, got it? Got it. If any of the prison guards do the same, have them stop immediately. Nothing is to be smuggled in for these 3 months, just these 3. After that, you can bring in whatever you like, I won't interfere. Understood? Got it. Alright then, remember, just these 3 months, just hold off for 3 months and you'll be fine. Hanja spoke while flashing 3 fingers at him. Understood, Captain James replied loudly. For some time after that, the prison remained unexpectedly calm to Hanja's surprise. There were no more escape attempts, nor were any more contraband items discovered. Hanja didn't know whether it was because the former prison warden was hospitalized, or because his instructions to Captain James had taken effect, or some other reason. In any case, everything was calm. But whether this calm was good or bad, Hanja couldn't say. On the 18th day after the game started, Captain James came to the office to report something to Hanja. Warden, there's a prisoner in Area A who claims he wants to report someone in his cell block planning an escape. Hanja immediately bolted upright from his seat. Isn't this great news? At present, he'd found fewer than 10 of those 30 people, and none of the 4 with special skills had been located yet. This is a free gift delivered right to our doorstep. This informant definitely deserves a generous reward later. Which escaping prisoner was reported? Let's go verify immediately, Coldwise said excitedly. He didn't say. The prisoner claimed he doesn't trust us, only the warden. He insists on speaking to you in person, Captain James replied. How troublesome. Perhaps they wanted to discuss the reward with you in person. Fine, take me there. Hanja could only say. Soon, Hanja, Captain James, and a few guards arrived at the corridor of Block A. Which cell? Hanja asked. A 036. Captain James pointed to the one beside them and replied. Hanja stared at cell 036, feeling a strange sense of familiarity with it. Captain James walked up to the door and knocked with his baton. A036, wake up, the warden's here. Yet there was no response from the cell. What's going on? The prison guards exchanged uneasy glances. A036, Captain James shouted through the observation window. There was still no response from inside. Hanja had no choice but to walk up to the observation window himself and peer inside. He saw a prisoner curled up on the bed, motionless. A 036, this is the warden. Didn't you want to see me? Hanja shouted inside. The prisoner on the bed remained motionless. Hanja immediately sensed something was wrong. The prisoner had barely finished saying he knew about the escaped convicts before he went still on the bed. Don't tell me he was silenced. Open the door. Taking a step back, Hanja turned to Captain James. James took out the keys and unlocked the door. The moment the door opened, Hanja remembered. Wasn't this A036 the guy who had begged him for help with the review last time? Although Hanja had later instructed people to keep a close eye on this guy, nothing unusual had happened since. Still, it's better to be cautious. Hanja had just remembered when the door swung open. Almost the instant the door opened, a figure instantly rushed out, darting past Captain James. Watch out! Captain James shouted. Hanja hadn't anticipated someone bursting out at all and barely had time to react before the figure shot toward him like an arrow. The charging figure's hand shot straight toward Hanja's throat, though what weapon they held remained unclear. Several prison guards still stood meters away, far too distant to intervene in these fleeting moments. Hanja seemed destined to have his throat slit by this sudden assailant. The next instant, with a swift motion, Hanja seized the attacker's wrist and wrenched it downward with brutal force. Hanja followed through with a heavy elbow strike to the man's back, then put his full weight into a crushing downward press. With one swift motion, Hanja pinned the man flat against the ground, rendering him completely immobile. A seamless flow of movement subdued him in an instant. Only then did Hanja finally get a proper look at the face of the man who'd come charging out. That's the same bearded fellow from last time. Chapter 16, You Must Be Joking. At this moment, the nearby prison guards were completely stunned. "Warden, this is truly remarkable," Captain James couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Who would have thought Warden Hanja could be so skilled? The bearded man was overpowered the moment he charged out. Actually, it's not that Hanja was born talented. Mainly because combat training comprised a significant portion of Hanja's coursework. After years of martial arts training, his skills naturally became formidable. Hanja silently shook his head. Because if it had been the previous prison warden, Hanja wouldn't even have needed to lift a finger. The bearded man would have been instantly taken down the moment he charged forward. But now, Captain James just stood there dumbfounded, at most managing to shout a weak watch out. The difference in their capabilities was still too vast. Then, under the eager gazes of numerous prison guards, Hanja grabbed the bearded man on the ground and lifted him up. "What were you trying to do just now?" Hanja stared coldly into the bearded man's eyes as he asked. The bearded man responded with a seemingly warm smile. I was just so excited to see you that I couldn't help but run over to shake your hand." "You wanted to shake hands just now?" Hanja glanced sideways at the bearded man's hands. His hands were wisely held open, indeed empty and weapon-free. Could it really be a handshake? "You were clearly aiming for the neck just now, so why shake hands with it now? Customs of another world? Who would believe it?" But he really didn't have any weapons, and at worst there were only suspicions of something being off. Better to question him about the prison break. If he's lying, then there's definitely a problem. Straight to the isolation chamber he goes. With that thought, Hanja released his grip on the bearded man. "About that thing you mentioned earlier, tell me the details," Hanja said. "Come in and have a chat, just between us." The bearded man smiled at Hanja. "All right." Hanja immediately agreed. After all, informing on others isn't something to be advertised. If word got out, the snitch wouldn't last long in prison. But before that, Hanja needed some safety measures. "Put them on him." Hanja looked at Captain James. "What?" Captain James didn't understand Hanja's meaning. Hanja realized again that the man before him was no longer the prison captain from before. Hanja had to explain clearly, "Put him in shackles." "Got it." Captain James suddenly understood and immediately fetched the handcuffs and shackles to secure the bearded man. Only then did Hanja follow him into the cell. However, Hanja issued an order not to close the door. This way, if anything happened, the guards could rush in immediately to assist Hanja. "Speak." Hanja sat down on the prison cell bed. The bearded man didn't hesitate at all, leaning in closer and whispering. "Warden, you said you'd help me apply for a case review earlier. I'm grateful to you." "Got it. So I'll just tell you straight, inmate A039 diagonally across from me has been sawing something for days now, must be planning an escape." "Are you sure you heard it right?" "Positive." The bearded man nodded firmly at Hanja. "Alright, I'll go check now." "Don't!" The bearded man quickly stopped Hanja. "What? You just left my place and went straight to check with him, then everyone would know it was me who snitched. How am I supposed to survive in prison after that?" "I see." Hanja nodded. "Don't worry, if what you say is true, I'll personally give you a reward when the opportunity arises." "It's alright, Warden. I don't need any reward. Just remember to apply for a retrial on my behalf." The bearded man looked at Hanja with eager anticipation. Hanja nodded perfunctorily and stepped out of the cell. Although he didn't trust the bearded man, Hanja had no reason not to verify a freely given clue about a prison escape. However, to protect the informant, Hanja didn't immediately go to cell A039 to verify. His choice was to have the staff in area secretly prioritize surveillance on cell A039. The next afternoon, Hanja led nearly 10 prison guards to directly begin inspecting all cells in Block A. Superficially, it was a routine inspection, but in reality, the focus was on cell A039, the others were merely for show. However, Hanja wanted to prevent A039 from destroying any evidence or similar actions. He pretended to randomly select a cell and began a rapid search starting from A035. He skimmed through the first few cells quickly until reaching the key one, A039. A039 was a tall, skinny white man. After searching thoroughly, Hanja indeed found small scratches on every single iron bar of the window. Upon closer inspection, Hanja realized that every iron bar had been sawn halfway through. The escape attempt of prisoner A039 was now undeniable proof of guilt. Hanja immediately ordered the guards to take the dismayed prisoner A039 to the solitary confinement cell. He would be interrogated later. When Hanja left Block A, he leaned in and whispered a few words to Captain James. A036, that bearded fellow has done a great service. Make sure to bring him decent food every day. I won't have our hero eating slop." "Wait, every day?" Captain James froze. "Yes, every day. Remember to check his room every day. That guy's not right. Keep an eye on him for me." "Oh, got it." Captain James nodded repeatedly. "Also, that guy always wants to shake hands. There's probably something wrong with the handshake. If he tries to shake your hand, just ignore him." "Understood." Captain James nodded earnestly. Afterward, Hanja personally went to interrogate the white man in the confinement cell, codenamed as 039. The The moment this kid stepped into the solitary confinement cell and everything went dark before his eyes, he immediately caved, obediently answering every question Hanjo asked. This guy had accidentally discovered a loose section of the barbed wire atop the prison wall during recreational time. He secretly pried it off, fashioned it into a crude saw blade, and then spent every day sawing at the bars in his cell. As for how he managed to evade the cameras in each cell, it was surprisingly simple. He spent every day in his cell putting on a show of doing shuttle runs for exercise, running from one end of the cell to the other, taking advantage of the brief moment when he was in the camera's blind spot to saw a few more times. Then came a few more sawing sessions during showers or bathroom breaks. After hearing this white man's confession, Hanjo immediately issued orders to several staff members in Block A via the intercom phone. From today onward, shuttle runs are banned in Block A. After confining A039 to the solitary cell, Hanjo also recorded A039's name in his personal notebook. Is this an escape artist or a novice? Let's consider them a novice for now, the method was too ordinary. But regardless, catching another one is always good news. Hanjo felt a wave of relief. He walked out of the solitary confinement area in Zone C. With plenty of time to spare, Hanjo casually inspected the corridors of the prison block. A staff member from Block A happened to meet Hanjo head-on and greeted him casually. Warden, didn't you say you were going to change into your work uniform? How come you're back in a dress shirt? Hanjo just smiled. When did I ever say anything about changing into prison clothes? Are you seeing things in the surveillance footage? The staff member waved a hand dismissively, smiling at Hanjo. Come on, stop joking, just now you were still wearing prison garb, angrily complaining about how uncomfortable it is and saying it was prisoner abuse. How could I be mistaken? The staff member spoke casually as the two brushed past each other. Wait. Hanjo turned directly and grabbed the staff member by the shoulders. Say that again, what exactly did I just do? Explain it to me in detail. The staff member was also taken aback. You just were wearing a prisoner's uniform, said you tried it on, and then complained it was unexpectedly uncomfortable, even threatened to write a letter to the higher-ups about it. Hanjo's face changed drastically. Are you sure it was me who just told you all this? The staff member was completely bewildered. It was definitely you. At such close distance, how could I possibly mistake you for someone else? Oh no. Hanjo's heart instantly beat faster. And then, what did I say to you after that? Hanjo quickly asked. Then you said you wanted to try on the staff uniforms, and asked me where they were kept. What happened next? Hanjo pressed urgently. Seeing Hanjo's expression, the staff member seemed to guess something very bad had happened. Hesitantly, he said. Then, I said it was in the laundry room. You said you rarely go there and couldn't remember where it was, so you asked me to show you, so I pointed it out. Hearing this, Hanjo immediately released the staff member and desperately ran toward the laundry room. Damn it! Serious trouble. Chapter 17, Someone copied my face. When Hanjo barged into the laundry room in a frantic rush, no one was inside. Hanjo rushed out again in a hurry. At that moment, another worker happened to push a cart back in. Warden, why did you change back into your shirt? Don't like how the uniform feels, the staff member casually joked. Did you just see me wearing the uniform somewhere? Hanjo hurriedly asked. Ha, what do you mean? I don't follow. Naturally, this staff member couldn't understand. Just tell me honestly where you saw me go just now, Hanjo said sharply. Oh, I understand what you mean. In that case, I didn't see you just now. The staff member quickly turned to leave. Hanjo grew impatient and grabbed the staff member by the arm, staring at him and demanding. That's not what I fucking meant. I'm asking you, where was the last place you saw me in my work uniform? Just tell me the truth. Weren't you heading towards the main gate? Then tell me, where did you actually go? See, wasn't that simple? Hanjo released the staff member and sprinted straight for the prison block gates, leaving the bewildered staff member standing alone in complete confusion. As he charged towards the main gate, the prison guard at the entrance was plunged into deep existential doubt. Warden, how come you're leaving one by one like this? One after another? Yeah, didn't you just walk out carrying a stack of stuff? I was the one who opened the door for you. Do you have a clone army or something? The prison guard joked lightly. Where did that clone of me go? Hanjo stared sternly at the prison guard by the door. Just towards the main gate. He didn't go to the harbor? No, the harbor's on the other side. Alright, I'll make a call. Hanjo picked up the closed-circuit phone nearby. Clearly, that Hanjo had tried to leave through the main gate. By now it might be too late to chase after him, someone would have to intercept him halfway. Hanjo called the watchtower. Hey, watchtower, can you hear me? This is the prison warden. Warden, what's the sudden call about? The guard on the other end of the line was stunned. After all, the warden almost never called the watchtower. Let me ask you, has anyone in workers' clothes left through the prison gate before or now? No. Wait, there's one right now. Looks like he's about to leave, talking to the guard about something. That's it. Now shoot that guy dead. Shoot him? Yes. I'm not joking. Shoot now. That guy is a prisoner in disguise. Don't let him escape no matter what. Hanja hung up the phone. The prison guard on duty beside him froze in shock. "Warden, who are you shooting? It can't really be your clone, can it?" Hanja shot him a glance. "Damn right, open the door quick." As Hanja stepped out of the cell block, gunfire immediately rang out from the distant prison gates. But when Hanja sprinted to the main entrance, he found neither the expected corpses nor bloodstains. Even the guard in the sentry booth had vanished. What on earth was happening? Hanja could only dash toward the watchtower. Up in the watchtower, two guards were already arguing. One was an armed tower guard, the other an unarmed regular prison guard. "What's going on?" Hanja shouted. The armed tower guard spoke first. "Warden, you finally arrived. It was you who called and told me to fire, right?" Another ordinary prison guard immediately slapped him. "Damn it, still talking nonsense. Did the warden call you to shoot himself?" "The warden was just outside my guard post asking me to open the gate. When did he make any call?" After saying this, the ordinary guard turned to Hanja. "Right, warden?" "Yes, it was me who ordered him to shoot," Hanja replied. "Ha, now that makes sense." "Couldn't understand what nonsense you were spouting about the warden leaving the tower guard with the gun mocked. But I told you to shoot that bastard dead. Where is he now?" Hanja roared at the armed tower guard. The armed guard gave an awkward chuckle. "Warden, don't rush. By regulations, our first shot has to be a warning shot. Otherwise, higher-ups would remove me without even consulting you." Hanja directly grabbed the armed guard's collar. "Where's that guy now?" "He's hugging the wall and running. It's a blind spot. I can't get a clear shot." The guard in the watchtower replied nervously, still clutching his rifle. The nearby guard was also bewildered. "Warden, wasn't it almost you that he nearly hit?" Hanja didn't have time to explain to him, just shouted at the armed guard in the watchtower. "Just tell me directly, after you fired the shot, where did the guy who looked like me go?" "He probably went towards the administrative building." Hanja had no choice but to dash toward the administration building again. What kind of prison marathon is this? By the time Hanja ran down the watchtower, many prison guards had already arrived, including Captain James. They had heard the earlier gunshots. "Warden, someone fired a shot. Are you okay?" Captain James asked with concern. "Perfect timing. Have your men search the office area immediately. Anyone wearing prison staff uniforms, arrest them on sight. Remember, even if it's me wearing one, take me down too." Hanja quickly issued the order. In the office area, very few people wore prison staff uniforms. Most were in plainclothes or police uniforms, so Hanja dared to give such an order. "I see. Was there a prison break?" "Pretty much. Go catch them. Grab any naked men you see too." Watching over a dozen prison guards enter the warehouse and office building, Hanja still didn't feel the slightest ease. Clearly, given the current situation, Hanja understood completely. There was indeed an unknown prisoner who took on Hanja's appearance and was moving around inside the prison. With just Hanja's face, he could basically command all the prison guards. Troublesome. No. Based solely on Hanja's earlier order, the guards might not necessarily act when they saw that guy. He'd have to follow the guards team and immediately order them to shoot on sight, striking first. Otherwise, with two Hanjas mixed together, the guards wouldn't know who to listen to. At that thought, Hanja hurriedly ran a few steps and trotted into the office building. The office building was actually quite large, and with a dozen prison guards searching together, there weren't many per floor. On the first floor corridor, Hanja only saw two prison guards inspecting room by room not far away. Soon, a black prison guard ran over from ahead to report to Hanja. "Warden, we found one wearing work clothes. To be honest, he looks quite like you. Where is he? Bring him over." "He's currently pinned under a collapsed shelf, with rebar piercing his arm. We might need to call the fire department." "Finally found this bastard. He fell down all by himself." "Idiot." Hanja felt a wave of relief. No need to bother the fire department. "Take me there, we'll just shoot him dead." "Are we really going to do this?" "Got it." Hanja nodded. Since this guy could transform into him, the threat was too great. He had to be killed to eliminate future trouble. So, Hanja followed the black sheriff into a warehouse. "As soon as I entered, I saw the metal shelves had indeed toppled over. A person in work clothes stood amidst several fallen metal racks, moaning in pain. Wait, something seemed off. There was no blood on the ground. Weren't his arms supposed to be blasted through by the steel bars?" Hanja frowned deeply. Thud. Hanja felt like he'd taken a heavy blow to the back. Then the entire man Hans fell flat on the ground. The excruciating pain and dizziness instantly drained Hans of all his strength. Oh no, Hans came to realize. This black correctional officer was actually a prisoner wearing an officer's uniform. It's that guy's accomplice. Who would have thought there'd be an accomplice here? Truth be told, you can't blame Hanja. In his eyes, all black guys look alike, so even when one was wearing a prison guard uniform, he couldn't tell if he belonged to his own facility. Seeing Hanja knocked down by his blow, the black prison guard behind him snickered quietly. He shut the door soundlessly and reached to lock it. The man in overalls also stood up from between the shelves. He did indeed have Hanja's face, with a twisted smile on it. He grinned at Hanja and said, "Warden, there's acid here to wash off a corpse's face. Once I dispose of you, I'll be the only warden left, free to leave whenever I please." So this guy didn't choose to flee, but instead schemed to directly eliminate the real Hanja. How treacherous. For the first time, Hanja found his own smile could be so nauseating. The black prison guard behind him didn't waste words, he simply raised his iron rod and smashed it heavily down on Hanja lying on the ground. Chapter 18. Let's play slowly in a month. Hanja swiftly sidestepped to dodge the incoming staff blow. As he tried to seize the moment to stand up, the next strike was already upon him. The staff smashed directly into Hanja's chest. The excruciating pain made Hanja feel like even breathing had become difficult. He collapsed again, his vision blurring. "Looks like I'll soon be the genuine warden, ha ha ha." The man opposite mocked him, his voice eerily identical to Hanja's. The black prison guard also laughed, picking up the iron rod again. Hanja could no longer move. This strike would likely land on Hanja's head. Everything was about to end. Hanja could still hear the disgusting laughter of himself ringing in his ears. Bang! The black prison guard trembled violently, dropping the iron rod in his hand. Then he collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his chest. Hanjo on the ground also raised his hand. Then he brandished his revolver at the himself standing opposite. "Sorry about that, but this warden here's got anti-counterfeit measures." That's right, as a prison warden, Hanja naturally carried a sidearm. Since it was a gun, Hanja naturally adhered to the principle of not leaving home without it, carrying it every moment without fail, and this time was no exception. The black prison guard collapsed in a pool of blood, while Hanja struggled forcefully to his feet. Hanja immediately aimed the gun at the himself standing opposite. That bastard was going to die today. To Hanja's surprise, the person opposite had long since raised their hands in surrender, and their face had transformed from Hanja's features to the bearded visage of a 036. It really was that bearded guy after all. No wonder he was desperately trying to shake Hanja's hand, his ability must be transforming into someone's appearance upon contact. But watching this guy raise his hands in surrender made Hanja burst out laughing. "Don't you think that expecting me to spare you just because you surrender is a bit insulting to my intelligence, considering how extremely dangerous you are?" Hanja mocked. Indeed, if Hanja were to let the other party go just because they surrendered, leaving behind such a huge threat, then Hanja would truly be an idiot. "Whether you want to or not, you can't shoot. You should have a prompt box, take a look at it." The bearded man smiled at Hanja. Hanja was taken aback. Then he realized that, unbeknownst to him, a prompt box had appeared floating beside him. "Warning! The opponent has terminated all skills, halted the escape attempt, and assumed a surrender posture. The system has determined this as a state of surrender. The opponent cannot use any skills today, cannot attempt another escape, and cannot pose any threatening actions toward you. As a component of the judicial department, you are now prohibited from shooting the opponent to death. Doing so would be considered a foul and result in game over. You may only shoot to kill when the opponent initiates their next escape attempt. Stop the prison break, no shooting if they surrender?" Hanja was dumbfounded. But soon, Hanja understood. Since he was playing the role of the warden, he naturally had to follow judicial protocols. It's just a shame to let such a dangerous guy slip away, this is going to cause a lot of trouble later. At that moment, the bearded man across from him laughed again. "Warden, if I'm not mistaken, the only way you can punish me now is by throwing me in solitary confinement, right?" "So," Hanja replied coldly. "But I remember there's a Justice Department document stating solitary confinement shouldn't exceed one continuous month, with mandatory 7-day intervals between sessions, right? So, let's wait until I'm out of solitary after a month, and then we'll take our time playing together." Ha 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 ha. The bearded man laughed triumphantly. Hanja unconsciously tightened his grip on the gun as he listened. This guy is really getting out of control. Is there really nothing I can do to stop him? Lingja also smiled at him. "You know what? While I can't shoot you dead, there's no rule saying I can't wound you. If I put a bullet through your leg, how much longer could you keep playing with me?" Hanja lowered his gun slightly, aiming it at the bearded man's leg. The bearded man's face instantly changed. "Hey, you!" Bang! Hanja fired. The bearded man convulsed in response, but this shot hit the ground. It didn't hit the bearded man's leg, but it scared him bad enough. Because in the split second before firing, Hanja realized something. After being shot, such a severe gunshot wound would likely force this bearded man to be transferred to the hospital. With this guy's abilities, escaping from the hospital would be much easier than escaping from prison. Hanja couldn't afford to cause himself trouble. Hanja had considered firing 2 shots to directly incapacitate this guy, making him spend the remaining 2 months bedridden in the hospital. But firing 1 shot could be justified as restraining a violent prisoner, while 2 shots would clearly be seen as torture. It would most likely be deemed severe prisoner abuse. This was another foul play that could very well directly cost them the game. Hanja couldn't take the risk. So after careful consideration, Hanja's only viable choice was to fire a warning shot to frighten this guy. Vent some anger. After firing that shot, Hanja gave the bearded man a look that said everything was under control. Even if I gave you 2 good legs, you still wouldn't stand a chance against me. The words were full of mockery, yet they delivered genuine psychological pressure to the bearded man. The bearded man immediately fell silent, his expression turning slightly solemn. By the time he finished speaking, other prison guards from the building had already arrived to investigate. They quickly broke open the door and saw Hanja and the bearded man. And of course, the corpse of the black man in a police uniform. "Warden, are you alright? We just heard gunshots," the prison guards hastily asked. "It's fine, I fired the shots. The matter's been dealt with," Hanja replied. "Alright, good to hear everything's resolved. Take that guy to solitary confinement first." Hanja pointed at the bearded man and issued an order to the prison guards. The prison guards escorted the bearded man away. The identity of the black man in the police uniform was quickly verified. He was indeed an inmate number A068. With one prisoner dead, Hanja now had to put some thought into how to fabricate the report for his superiors. Can't really write that a prisoner somehow turned into the warden's doppelganger and even found himself an accomplice, can we? In the end, Hanja had to fabricate a story about inmate A068 attempting to scale the barbed wire fence during yard time and trying to snatch a guard's gun, a ridiculously suicidal move. It looks utterly reckless, like lighting a lighter next to a fuel tank just to check how much petrol is left. Even Hanja himself could barely stomach how absurd it was. But this was the best he could manage. As for the bearded man, this ultra-dangerous individual, Hanja naturally took stringent precautions. He went to the isolation cells and first instructed all guards there to maintain strict surveillance over cell A036 where the bearded inmate was held. Additionally, Hanja made supplemental orders. This A036 is a master of disguise, so no matter who you see in confinement cell A036, don't pay any attention, not even if you see the warden himself inside. The guard at the confinement cell frowned, looking half convinced, half doubting. No, looking completely unconvinced. This plastic surgery master is simply unbelievable, though it is truly true. Hanja lightly patted the wardens on the shoulders and said, "You don't have to believe what I'm saying now, but when what I predict actually happens, just follow my instructions." The prison guards finally nodded in agreement. After locking up the bearded man, Hanja still couldn't relax. Among the 4 unknown prisoners, the first one they'd found was already this dangerous. What about the other 3 then? They haven't been found yet, and there's no telling how many dangerous things they've already done in the shadows. This isn't good. Hanja was deeply worried, but there seemed to be nothing he could do at the moment. Chapter 19, The Great Face Change. In fear and trepidation, a month of Hanja's time passed by. During this month, Hanja caught 2 more escapees. The escape method remained digging tunnels, though this time they dug in the laundry room during their work shifts there. The washing machines could mask the noise of digging, and the machines could conceal the tunnel openings. Actually quite clever. But the dust from digging holes was really too much. Freshly washed clothes were getting covered in grime, and people slowly caught on. Hanja locked each of them in solitary confinement, shaking his head outside the iron door of the isolation cell. "Did you both enroll in the rats training class? Day after day, it's just digging holes and tearing down walls. A whole month has passed, and you still haven't come up with anything new." That's right. About a month ago, Hanja allocated the prison's meager funds and even supplemented it with some of his own salary to purchase an ultrasonic device. When the ultrasound scanned the prison walls, any hollow spaces were immediately visible on the screen. These prisoners really weren't coming up with anything new, they just kept digging tunnels, essentially walking right into Hanja's line of fire. So, these 2 were already the 4th group Hanja had caught in the past month. But the other 3, unknown prisoners, still haven't shown themselves for the entire month. Hanja had no idea what they were scheming that could keep them inactive for so long. It's not the thief that's feared, but the thief's longing gaze. This left Hanja perpetually on edge, terrified of encountering another emergency as difficult to handle as the duplicate who had run rampant through the prison. But nothing happened at all. It made Hanja feel extremely distressed. During this month, some of the escapees in the confinement cells had reached the 1-month detention limit. According to the Ministry of Justice's documents, they had to be released from the confinement cells. Actually, returning the escaped prisoners to regular cells wasn't much of an issue. Hanja assigned several prison guards to keep strict watch and shifts. When the mandatory 7-day interval expired, Hanja locked them back in solitary confinement again. But the number of solitary cells and supervising guards was ultimately limited. There are some suspected escapees, like the one who previously set traps on his butt. Hanja was completely returned to the regular cell after being confined for a full month, making room for prisoners who actually attempted to escape. But these are actually minor issues. The biggest problem is the only discovered, unknown prisoner, so far, the bearded man who can transform to look like Hanja. His month-long confinement period expires today, and he must be released from solitary. However, given his dangerous nature, placing him in a standard prison cell could easily lead to major trouble. Even the strictly controlled zona cells have scheduled yard time when prisoners must go to the prison yard for outdoor activities. With crowds gathering during yard time and chaotic situations likely, the probability of incidents occurring would significantly increase. What to do? Hanja had no better solution but to assign more prison guards to keep watch. It was time for the bearded man to come out of solitary confinement. Hanja personally escorted him with several armed prison guards in tow.
You actually stayed in the detention room for a whole month without causing trouble?
Hanja looked at the disheveled man with a thick beard who was being escorted out, noticing his weary appearance. I said we'd continue playing this game again in a month, and I meant it. The bearded man stared at Hanja with bloodshot eyes, a teasing smile playing on his lips. A new round begins, watch your step, the bearded man said, his words dripping with provocation. Then, the bearded man said no more, simply allowing the guards to escort him back to cell 036. After that, he just sat on his prison bed, expressionless. Though his expression remained unchanged, his face kept shifting continuously. One moment it was Hanja's face, the next it was Captain James, and then the face of that prisoner in guard uniform whom Hanja had killed.
Is this a protest or a show-off?
Hanja ignored him. After all, in a prison cell, you can hop around as much as you want to turn into Marilyn Monroe for all anyone cares. Then, Hanja specially assigned an additional staff position to the surveillance room of Block A. This position is rotated among 4 people.
The job responsibilities are also straightforward.
It involves monitoring cell 036 where the bearded inmate is held around the clock, keeping constant watch. If the bearded inmate in his 036 leaves the camera's view, the staff member must immediately verify his presence in the cell. Hanja also gave the same instructions to those monitoring a 036 beard as he did to the confinement room guards. Prisoner A036 is a master of disguise and could take on anyone's appearance. So, no matter who appears in a 036 cell, even if it's the warden, don't rush inside. Just keep watching closely. Naturally, the staff found this hard to believe. Nevertheless, Hanja repeated his stance, you don't have to believe me, but if what I've described happens, just follow my orders.
As for the most challenging recreation period, Hanja had also made preparations.
According to what the staff had said earlier, this guy was still wearing prison uniform when he first transformed into Hanja's appearance, and it wasn't until he found the laundry room that he changed out of the prison clothes. This analysis shows that this guy couldn't conjure clothes even if he changed his appearance. Within a short time he would still be wearing prisoner uniform number A036.
So as long as he wasn't given a chance to change clothes, keeping him under surveillance would actually be quite easy.
So Hanja arranged for 2 prison guards to take the bearded prisoner to the square for some fresh air and then bring him back. Their task was to keep a close watch on the bearded man the entire time, and no matter what form he took, they were simply to report to Hanja and lock him back in his cell. If they couldn't find bearded prisoner A036 or couldn't determine who he had transformed into, the 2 guards would immediately lock down the prison block, prohibit anyone from leaving, and notify Hanja until they identified who bearded prisoner A036 had become. Other than that, Hanja would come to inspect Block A whenever he had time, checking whether the bearded man was in his cell or not. Though tiring, Hanja only needed to endure this for 7 days. After 7 days, he could send this dangerous fellow back to the solitary confinement cell and relax for another month. This guy truly wasn't behaving himself. On the first day of outdoor time, the bearded man wore Hanja's face the entire time, startling both the surveillance officers and prison guards, because even his voice was identical to Warden Hanja's. Had Hanja not given prior notice, the guards might have really let this guy out of the prison block.
But what would inmates think upon seeing their warden wearing prisoners' clothes?
They were frightened at first too, but later understood the situation. They started ganging up on the bearded man.
What prisoner could resist the chance to beat up the warden, even if it was fake? So the bearded man learned his lesson and stopped transforming into Warden Hanja. He began turning into various inmates from Block A instead. Some prisoners burst into laughter when they see their second self. Others get angry and give the bearded fellow a beating, usually aiming for the face. But the bearded man's shapeshifting ability probably covers up facial injuries too. He's often beaten yet never shows any marks. Even when taking punches, this guy never seems to tire of the game. Every day, he would transform into another prisoner's appearance and put on an imitation show. Then, if luck wasn't on his side, he'd get beaten up again. Even after getting beaten, he kept transforming. When Hanja heard about these incidents, he was somewhat surprised as well. What's the point of this guy doing this? A masochist? Hanja sensed something might be wrong, but couldn't figure out what exactly. There was no other way, he'd just have to keep coming back repeatedly, personally keeping an eye on everything himself. Sometimes Hanja even thought, what a damn awesome ability, if only he could have this kind of power too. Chapter 20, The Prey in Plain Sight. The 5th day since the bearded man left the detention room. Still uneasy, Hanja first went to inspect the monitoring room in Zone A. There were only 2 staff members in the monitoring room this time. The other one might have gone to the restroom.
But the most important monitor responsible for keeping an eye on a 036, the bearded man, was at his post, so Hanja didn't ask further. Hanja first glanced at his 036 camera feed. On the screen, only a person could be seen lying sideways on the bed, facing the wall and asleep. Hanja turned to the monitoring officer specifically assigned to a 036 and asked, "What's the deal with that a 036 guy now?" "Everything's normal, they're taking their afternoon nap after returning from the yard." The monitor responded earnestly. "Does he still have the face of another inmate from Area A?" Hanja asked casually. "Yes, today he was wearing a 088's face, and got beaten up when people recognized him," the monitor replied. Hanja stared at the screen, muttering to himself. What exactly is he after? Surely it can't just be because he's a masochist? No idea, the monitor shook his head. But today was unusual, he fought back. Before this, he always took the beatings. Did he fight back? Yeah, the two of them were grappling, then straight up stripped to the waist and went at it. But he still couldn't win. Guards had to step in and save him in the end, the surveillance officer remarked casually. Wait, Hanjo immediately interrupted the officer. He just heard what sounded like a very troubling phrase. What's wrong? Are you saying they were fighting bare-chested? Yes. How did the clothes disappear? Well, in the heat of the moment, I just tore it off myself. Did you take it off yourself? Yeah, the monitor nodded. Hanja instantly took a deep breath. Who's fighting him? Which cell's footage is that? Hanja asked urgently. It's prisoner A088, right here. The monitor pointed at a nearby screen. But when the monitor looked at the screen, he froze as well. The cell in the footage was empty. Where's A088? What's going on? Hanja said nervously. Another monitor spoke up. Warden, don't be nervous. There was no response from this cell earlier, but Anderson has already gone to check. As he said this, the monitor pointed at the empty chair in front of the adjacent surveillance monitor. Someone's already gone to check? When did he leave? Hanja quickly followed up. Hey, seems like it's been a while. Why hasn't the issue been resolved yet? The monitoring officer scratched his head. Call the prison guards. Go check A088 immediately. Hanja abruptly stood up from his chair. Soon, several guards on duty rushed over and ran toward A088 with Hanja. In front of cell A088, Hanja peered inside through the observation window. No one was there. However, the toilet was positioned behind a low wall, making its interior impossible to see. Open the door, Hanja immediately commanded. The prison guard promptly opened the door. The crowd rushed behind the low wall of the toilet. What they saw was a blood-soaked man wearing nothing but underwear. The surveillance officer recognized him. It was Anderson. But he was already lifeless. Hanja had already figured out what had happened. The bearded guy realized he was under strict surveillance, so everything he had done these past few days was misdirection. Subject A036, the bearded one, had started by randomly impersonating various Area A inmates for several days straight to make the staff grow accustomed to it. Then some prisoners beat him, and he endured it, letting the staff grow accustomed to seeing him get beaten. By today, he had transformed into the image of prisoner A088, and neither the staff nor Hanja found it surprising. Next, he and prisoner A088 pretended to get into an argument, wrestling with each other, and the guards didn't react with surprise either. The two then escalated the act, stripping off their shirts and brawling bare-chested as if truly enraged. After a brief scuffle, the prison guards came over to separate the two men. The bearded inmate A036 took the opportunity to pick up A088's clothes and put them on. Just like that, the two quietly completed their identity swap, and A036 successfully evaded the staff's close surveillance. Next, prisoner A088 pretended to be the bearded A036, taking his usual afternoon nap on the bed. Meanwhile, A036 hid in A088's cell within the blind spot of surveillance, feigning disappearance to lure Anson, the guard responsible for monitoring cell A088, to come inspect. Then, by some means, they tricked Anderson into opening the door. Hanja speculated there were only two ways, either hiding behind the toilet's low wall and playing dead, forcing Anderson to come in and check, or changing their appearance to mimic another staff member who had been knocked out and stripped of their clothes, also compelling Anderson to investigate. But in any case, the current situation is that A036, the bearded man, killed Anderson and escaped from the cell. He'll most likely take on Anson's appearance again. Where is he now? Most likely out, but we should still check the surveillance to confirm. Go check the hallway cameras now. Go check them immediately. Realizing what had happened, Hanja desperately shouted. The group rushed back to the monitoring room and checked the corridor surveillance footage. Normally, no one kept an eye on these surveillance feeds. Sure enough, the footage showed Anderson, clad in work uniform, swaggering out of cell A088 about 10 minutes earlier, then strutting out through the rear door of Block A without a care in the world. He left, not forgetting to flip off the camera on his way out. Sure enough, he'd already slipped out the back door. Not good. Hurry and find him. Hanja didn't hesitate for a moment. Grabbing 2 prison guards and a surveillance officer, he rushed out through the back door of the prison block. Outside the building, Hanja ran straight into a prison guard. The prison guard was a white man, whom Hanja somewhat knew. He was mainly in charge of patrols. Hanja was about to ask something when the prison guard spoke first. The prison guard glanced at Hanja's empty hands and immediately grew flustered. "Warden, where's my gun? Please don't joke around, give it back to me quick. I'll be held responsible if it's missing." "Your gun?" Hanja was taken aback. "Yeah, Warden, didn't you just take my gun to use?" "Where is it now?" the guard said. "I took your gun?" Hanja's expression changed. "That's right, you said it was urgent. What kind of gun is it?" Hanja's voice grew even lower. "That automatic rifle." "Warden, how could you forget right after taking it?" the prison guard said. "Automatic rifle." Hanja froze inwardly at the sound of that word. "Do you remember where I went just now?" Hanja asked urgently. The prison guard shook his head. "No, sir. You told me to check the front area, so I didn't notice where you went." Hanja's face turned deathly pale, and cold sweat nearly broke out on his forehead. The bearded man got his hands on a gun, and now he'd surely want to take me out. "So here's the situation. The bearded man has assumed my appearance, conned his way into getting an assault rifle, and is now hiding somewhere in this prison, waiting for his chance to kill me and become the sole warden here. And I don't even know where he is. He's in the shadows, while Hanja is exposed in the open." Hanja had become the prey, a quarry in extreme peril. At this thought, Hanja felt as though a noose were tightening around his neck, suffocating him. Chapter 21, The Hunter in the Shadows. What should we do now? Rush off to search for him like a headless fly? This is too stupid. Probably that guy is even wearing someone else's face right now, just waiting for Hanja to show up so he can take the shot. No. The first lesson Hanja learned at school was to never wait helplessly for death. Even if this guy's ability is overwhelming, we've got to come up with a plan. Where is he most likely to be right now? In which corner is he observing? Searching for Hanja? No. This might be relatively simple for him, but it's too inefficient. If he goes out and asks any random person, he should easily find out that Hanja, the warden, just went to Block A. So, if he knew what Hanja was doing in cell Block A, what would he do? He would return. And he would certainly return wearing someone else's face. Because this way, Hanja wouldn't recognize him at first glance, while he could quickly identify Hanja's face. Yes. Warden? What's wrong with you? The gun-losing prison guard waved his hand in front of Hanja's face. Oh, nothing. Hanja snapped back to reality. Then tell me where you put my gun, the gun-losing prison guard said with a miserable expression. Don't rush, wait a moment. Hanja walked along the outer wall of the prison building, making a small half-circle before reaching the direction of the main prison gate. He slightly leaned his head out to take a look. Just as expected, the door had just been opened when several armed prison guards entered. Apart from the black guy who made Hanja struggle with face blindness, he more or less knew the others. They were mainly the prison guards responsible for patrolling the outside. Generally speaking, they wouldn't come inside this prison block without Hanja's orders. The fact that several of them came armed now definitely indicates something's wrong. A 036, the bearded one, probably used Hanja's face to issue them commands, then seized the opportunity to blend into their group. A 036 is very likely among them right now. But Hanja couldn't tell which of these people was the imposter either. There was simply no way to strike first. Misidentifying and killing the wrong person would count as a foul for Hanja. What to do? Hanja glanced at the 2 prison guards and a surveillance officer walking alongside them, who still completely didn't understand the situation. Hey, you 4, do something for me. If you do it well, I'll give you a 50% raise, Hanja said. Go ahead. The guards and the monitor looked at Hanja. Go back to your block now, wander around until the end of your shift. If anyone asks if you've seen the warden, say he went to inspect B block. Got it? Got it. The men nodded. Remember, even if I ask you again, you answer the same way. Got it. And you swap clothes with me. Hanja pointed at the nearby prison guard. This guard was still wearing his prison officer's cap. With the prison guard's hat, Hanja could hide his face by pulling the brim low. This would prevent getting instantly headshot by Old Beard if he were still lurking outside when Hanja stepped out. Sure. The prison guard started removing his uniform. But halfway through, he suddenly stopped. That can't be right, Warden. Why do we suddenly need to change clothes? You're not actually the disguise master pretending to be you right now, are you? The prison guard looked at Hanja. Hanja froze for a moment. Earlier, Hanja had only given such instructions to a small group of guards responsible for overseeing Block B and the solitary confinement cells. So some prison guards were aware of the existence of the bearded man, the master of disguise. However, most guards just coasted through their shifts, bringing their bodies to work but not their brains, their only daily thought probably being when they could clock out. Add to that how preposterous the whole master of disguise thing sounded, so the majority of guards basically never took it seriously. But now, suddenly, this guard's IQ seemed to have gone online. This trick of the heart came at such an inconvenient time.
Hanja almost wanted to laugh.
Your bonus this month will increase by another 50%, Hanja said coldly.
Understood, Warden. You must be telling the truth.
The prison guard quickly took off his uniform and handed it to Hanja.
A bonus increase? If that wasn't the real Warden's order, it might as well have been.
Hanja accepted the clothes and gave his own discarded garments to the guard, though he kept the holster strapped to his body. These were his lifeline tools, so naturally he made absolutely sure they never left his side.
Don't go to the prison block wearing those clothes, stay in the office area instead.
Watching the prison guard put on his own shirt, Hanja said.
Got it.
The guard was a hefty man, though he'd put on the shirt, he could barely fasten the buttons. The rest of you, head back to the block now, and remember what I told you, Hanja added as he dressed.
Several people nodded and entered the prison building through the back door. Hanja also changed into his uniform.
The police uniform was noticeably too big on Hanja, making his movements somewhat awkward. The cap was even a full size too large, but this worked to his advantage, as pulling it low could obscure most of his face. He touched his waist, confirming the gun was still there. Hans felt slightly more at ease, adjusted his hat lower, and left the prison area through the emergency exit door at the staff access of the rear perimeter wall.
This was a coded entry door, ordinarily unused except in emergencies. Perhaps it could offer Hans some convenience. What should I do next? Hanja pondered.
In this entire prison, and among all the new people he encounters later, anyone could be the bearded man. Hanja remained in grave danger.
Captain James was sent out on an errand by Hanja today and should be back soon. He's probably the only person Hanja can be certain is trustworthy right now. Should we wait for his return and figure things out after seeing him?
Hanja walked toward the prison gates.
Is there any other way?
At this very moment, Cell Block A. Several armed prison guards walked through the gates of Cell Block A. The on-duty guard froze at the sight of these armed officers.
Brothers, what's going on here?
The armed guard leading the group immediately replied, no idea. The warden called us here.
Where is he now?
The duty officer shook his head. The warden was here just now, but we don't know where he went.
Maybe he's talking to someone inside. Alright, let's go in and find him.
Several armed prison guards entered Block A. The leading guard was somewhat different from the others. He surveyed the surroundings with extreme caution, gripping his gun tightly. The guards patrolled all 3 floors of Block A but couldn't locate the warden. At that moment, a surveillance technician in work clothes happened to enter through the back door.
Hey bro, have you seen the warden? The lead prison guard asked.
The surveillance officer startled immediately at this. Oh, the warden? He just went to inspect Block B, the surveillance officer replied.
Thank you.
The armed prison guard in charge immediately turned on his heel and headed toward Block B. Then, several prison guards arrived at the adjacent B block. A casual inquiry revealed that the guards at the entrance claimed the warden hadn't visited B block at all today.
One of the armed guards immediately grew impatient and challenged the lead guard. You said the warden urgently summoned us, so where is he now?
The leading prison guard waved his hand.
I don't know either.
This guy clearly called to give me instructions, but now he's hiding himself. This warden is really something, pulling our leg like this, another guard said angrily.
Forget it, let's keep looking.
The lead prison guard spoke, then led the team to search 2 more rounds. They even checked the solitary confinement cells, but still found no trace of the warden.
The guards returned to the prison block entrance and questioned the officers on duty.
The answer remained the same. They saw the warden enter the prison building, yet no one witnessed him leaving.
If he hadn't left, then how come he was nowhere to be found in the entire prison block?
Several armed guards grew increasingly impatient. The lead armed guard was also growing anxious. Clenching his teeth, his gun hand had become slick with sweat.
Warden, are you hiding in some little room in the prison zone weeping? Then keep hiding. There'll be more for you to cry about later. I'm done playing with you.
The lead prison guard muttered to himself, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
A few minutes later, carrying his assault rifle, the head guard walked calmly to the prison parking lot.
The management office beside the parking lot had its door unlocked. The administrator must have slipped away somewhere to loaf around.
Or maybe there isn't an administrator at all. The prison guard opened the door, and there on the windowsill lay a car key. Perfect timing. The guard picked up the car key and walked into the parking lot. He pressed the electronic key, and the lights of a jeep flickered to life.
The prison guard opened the car door, placed the automatic rifle on the passenger seat, and got in the car. The smug smile on his face was impossible to hide now.
Idiot, keep playing your little hide-and-seek game. I'm about to win.
He muttered to himself as he started the engine. That's right, he had become the bearded prison guard. He searched several rounds for Hanja throughout the entire prison block but couldn't find him, so he simply gave up and decided to leave directly. At that moment, he suddenly felt something cold pressing against the back of his head.
He immediately looked into the rearview mirror.
In the rearview mirror, Hanja sat in the back seat, pressing the muzzle of a revolver against the back of his head.
I win, ha!
Hanja flipped off the rearview mirror with the exact same middle finger gesture the bearded man had given to the surveillance camera earlier.
I'll bet on.
The prison guard frantically raised both hands, but his hand had barely lifted when Hanja's gun fired first.
Chapter 22, The Final Day. After the gunshot, Hanja lowered his weapon.
By now, the prison guard before him had reverted to his bearded appearance, devoid of any signs of life. Hanja checked again to make sure the guy was really dead.
Finally settled.
Hanja felt an unprecedented sense of relief since arriving in this world.
That's right. As he left the prison area, he was already thinking of countermeasures.
The enemy lurks in darkness while we remain exposed. Fixating on playing hide-and-seek with the bearded man through sheer endurance would be an unwise last resort. Hanja could only try to see things from the other's perspective. Indeed, the bearded man held a gun, could shapeshift into anyone, and operated from an unknown location, virtually holding all the winning cards for now.
But what would happen if the bearded man couldn't find Hanja?
Yes, as long as Hanja remains unfound, for the bearded man, Hanja might as well be lurking in the shadows.
Hanja is afraid, but so is he. And as time passes, his fear will only grow.
He'll start worrying that Hanja has some grand scheme, fearing that Hanja might suddenly appear from nowhere to execute him. So, he would start looking for other ways to resolve the situation before him. He was the unknown prisoner, and his objective wasn't to kill Hanja in the first place, it was to escape the prison grounds. Therefore, he was bound to abandon his pursuit of Hanja and instead choose to flee the prison as quickly as possible.
How would he escape? There are only two ways to escape from prison.
By water, through the port.
By land, across the bridge.
The port is at the back of the island, requiring a detour to reach.
Moreover, water routes have fatal drawbacks.
Boats are slow and must detour halfway around the island before heading toward shore, taking so much time that problems are highly likely to arise. Besides, the boat itself is suspicious. At this time, if a police boat suddenly leaves the prison, Hanja would naturally know he's aboard. At that time Hanja gave the order to open fire on his ship. Once in the middle of the ocean, he would have absolutely nowhere to escape.
He was afraid too, so he definitely wouldn't choose to travel by water.
He would opt for the quick and convenient land route, fleeing this prison as fast as possible. He had already suffered once going by land, so there was no way he'd try leaving on foot this time. He would definitely find a car to drive, because once behind the wheel, he could escape the prison area within minutes. Hanja wouldn't even be able to chase him down. So, since Hanja knew he'd come for a vehicle, all he had to do was wait for his arrival. Hanja had a revolver, while that guy was armed with a rifle. They definitely couldn't engage in a long-range shootout. It had to be a one-shot kill. The security office had spare keys for all the police vehicles. Hanja hid them all in the office cabinet, then placed his own car's spare key by the entrance. Having never been to the security office before, he naturally wouldn't realize Hanja had taken all the keys away. When entering the security office, he would only feel delighted at finding a car key left behind. When he got into Hanja's car, everything was already set in stone.
Hanja wasn't like those villainous talkers on TV.
Having learned from past mistakes, this time he gave no quarter, shooting the man dead without even offering the option to surrender.
The dangerous element had finally been eliminated.
Hanja let out a long sigh and leaned back against the seat. The gunshots attracted nearby prison guards. Captain James, who had just entered the prison gate, also approached the car.
Click.
The car door opened.
Hands on your head and slowly step out of the car.
Captain James shouted at the vehicle, aiming his pistol.
It's me,
Hanja said impatiently while looking at the gun barrel.
Oh, Warden. Captain James lowered his gun.
Hanja nodded at him, but when he saw the corpse in the front seat, he immediately raised his gun again.
You killed the prison guard? You're not the warden, you must be a 036, the one who can shapeshift. Hands on your head, or I'll shoot. Captain James shouted at Hanja.
This startled Hanja so much that he immediately raised his hands, terrified that Captain James might fire.
After surviving countless dangers, dying at the hands of his own people would be the cruelest joke.
That one over there is a 036, Hanja gestured toward the corpse in the front row and said.
Ha!
Captain James slightly pushed aside the corpse in police uniform in front of him to take a look.
So it really is a 036. Are you really the warden? Yeah, Hanja nodded.
Hold on, if you can disguise yourself, could this corpse be your prison guard in disguise? Captain James raised his gun again.
Enough already, did you do what I asked you to? Hanja said impatiently. Oh, if you'd said that earlier, I would have known you were the real warden.
The person's already been invited and is waiting in the reception room of the office building. Captain James' face immediately broke into a smile. Hanja pursed his lips and got out of the car.
Warden, please don't be too angry.
I was just being cautious, Captain James apologized.
I'm not angry. Now go do one more thing for me.
Go ahead, I said. Hanja glanced sideways at the blood-stained driver's cabin. Get this car washed for me. But remember, only the driver's cabin needs cleaning.
Sure,
Oh, and have a 088 thrown into solitary confinement later. That bastard conspired with a 036 and nearly got me killed. Make sure to give them both a good slap across the face for me. After that, Hanja continued to live in fear every day. Over the next month or so, Hanja managed to track down another 10 escaped convicts. He figured he'd probably caught all the skilled escape artists by now, because the new ones he apprehended were basically rookies at escaping prison. It was painfully obvious how green they were. Among these escaped convicts, several remained incorrigibly rebellious and continued tunneling attempts. They were easily detected by Hanja's ultrasonic detectors and effortlessly captured, tantamount to willingly delivering themselves to capture. Two inmates, perhaps having watched The Shawshank Redemption one too many times, mistakenly believed the sewage pipes would lead them to the ocean. They seized an opportunity within the prison to smash open a sewage pipe and desperately crawl through it. Well, they eventually reached the septic tank. It wasn't until prison guards arrived for duty and heard cries for help coming from a manhole cover that the two were finally rescued. There's another one, and Hanja couldn't tell whether he was a master or a novice, because he actually succeeded in escaping from prison. But his success wasn't entirely successful. His method was to squeeze into the prison's garbage disposal pipe while working. This pipe was quite special, with its exit positioned high above ground, several meters up. Normally, the exit remained closed, only opening when garbage trucks arrived. This fellow was transported through the pipe and then dropped straight into the garbage truck. It wasn't until the truck reached the waste disposal plant and began unloading that workers finally noticed him. At this point, they had already left the prison grounds. However, the system didn't count it as a successful escape. The reason was simple. The prison's garbage truck was a professional-grade vehicle that would immediately compress any waste it received. Thus, the person was crushed inside the garbage truck, turning into escapee.zip. When the garbage truck was unloading, workers discovered large amounts of blood flowing out and only then found his body, compressed into a neat rectangular shape. So, does a corpse successfully escaping count as a successful prison break? Judging by the system's response, the system didn't count it as a success. After all, if the person is already dead, how can it be considered a successful escape? However, his path remained well concealed, and the prison authorities never discovered it before his death. If an unknown prisoner possessed the ability to withstand the compression of a garbage truck, this might have been an excellent escape route. Hanja also feared that such a person might truly exist. So the very next day, he ordered the garbage chute to be sealed shut with concrete. There's only a few days left anyway, so just stop throwing out the trash and pile it up on the wasteland east of Prison Island. And so, the 3-month period was coming to an end, unexpectedly arriving at the final day. Hanja looked at his notebook, where he had already recorded the identification numbers of 27 inmates confirmed as escapees. This meant there were still 3 individuals Hanja hadn't discovered yet, and these 3 individuals happened to be the remaining 3 special ability, unknown prisoners. Hanja couldn't understand why these 3 could remain so composed, showing no signs of movement even on this final day. However, since these 3 had taken no action over the past 3 months, they would definitely act during this last remaining day. Hanja suspected these 3 might have secretly formed an alliance, preparing to operate as a team. This was the last day, and those escapees in the detention cells probably wouldn't just sit back and wait for their fate. They were bound to stir up some trouble. Hanja had to take action. He summoned all the prison guards on leave and promised each of them 15 times their usual overtime pay. That's right, after all, any amount promised was just an empty check anyway. Because after tomorrow's game ends, Hanja will vanish from existence. If you've got what it takes, come claim it in the real world. Normally, to allow for rest rotations, the number of guards on duty at the prison only slightly exceeds half of the total prison guard force at any given moment. But today, lured by Hanja's extravagant bounty, every single guard at Caged Island Prison has reported for duty. This has elevated the prison's defensive strength to its highest level in 3 months. In the confinement cell, Hansa dispatched several more guards to tighten security. Then Hansa issued firearms to all the prison guards, authorizing them to shoot immediately in case of any emergencies. All the prison lights had also been repaired the previous day under Hansa's orders. By nightfall, every available light would be turned on to ensure the prison remained as bright as day. Today would be the decisive moment determining the game's victor. Come on, let me, Hanja, see what kind of tricks you can pull off on the final day. Chapter 23, The Prisoners Are Coming For Me? Amid Hanja's worries, the last day passed uneventfully during daylight hours. Hanja glanced at the countdown in the notification box. 5 hours remaining until the game ends. Hold on for the final 5 hours. The last rays of twilight vanished over the sea, and every light in the prison flickered on. Hanja instructed Maggie to take the staff and distribute coffee to all the guards. No one could afford to doze off during these last few hours. Hanja sipped the expensive coffee specially provided by the warden, standing in his office overlooking the entire prison. Still so peaceful. Only 5 hours left. Aren't you going to make your move yet? Then it looks like I'm about to win. Hanja's office also had a closed-circuit telephone installed. Any unusual activity in the prison would prompt the officers to call Hanju immediately, facilitating his centralized command in handling situations. At 7:03 p.m., Hanju's phone rang. Hanju immediately answered the phone. It was the prison guard on duty in Block B. "Warden, the inmates in Block B are getting restless. They've been shouting insults at each other through their cells for hours. What should we do? Drag two out and beat them. Make sure they shut up." Hanju responded immediately. At this moment, the entire prison ward suddenly erupted in shouting. Someone must have provoked it. Why stir up trouble? Whoever did this must be trying to use the cover of the commotion to do something. Since we're using the cover of insults, we'd better shut those people up quickly. Understood. The prison guard hung up. Hanju continued staring out the window. A moment later, a loud explosion reached Hanju's ears. Flames burst from the side building of the prison block. That was the cafeteria. Those three unknown inmates finally made their move. But starting with bombing the prison, that's downright savage. Hanju immediately picked up the phone and called the nearest closed-circuit telephone in the cafeteria. Moments later, someone answered on the other end. "Hello, what's going on in the cafeteria?" Hanju asked. "Warden, it seems the gas pipeline exploded, but I'm not entirely clear on the specifics either," came the reply. "Hurry up and see what's going on." "Alright, Warden, I'll take a look." Just as the person on the phone finished speaking, another explosion rang out in the cafeteria. This explosion was slightly less powerful than the previous one, but he was getting closer to the main prison building. Under the glare of the prison searchlights, Hanju saw massive plumes of black smoke rising. The call on the other end was also severed. Moments later, Hanju's other phone began to ring. This time it was Captain James calling. The background noise was very chaotic. "Warden, I'm currently in the prison block building. There's already a lot of smoke spreading inside." Cough, cough. Captain James coughed. "Don't panic yet. I've already sent someone to check." Hanju reassured him. Cough, cough. "Warden, we have a big problem now." "What?" "Don't worry about the prisoner riot first. They can't do anything inside their cells." "No, according to the Ministry of Justice regulations, severe fire and accidents are now threatening the prison building. We must evacuate the prisoners outdoors immediately," James said over the phone. Hearing these words, Hanju felt as if he had plunged into an ice cellar once again. Yes, the Ministry of Justice's document indeed stipulates this regulation. According to regulations, in the event of severe fires or accidents threatening inmate areas, the prison must organize an evacuation within the specified time, essentially within 5 minutes. Prisoners absolutely cannot be left locked in their cells to perish. Failure to release them past the deadline without resolving the threat means breaking the rules and failing the game. An explosion of this magnitude was naturally impossible for Hanju to resolve within mere minutes. Thus, Hanju had no choice but to organize an evacuation, moving the prisoners to the plaza outside the prison building. But Hanju understood all too well what it meant to release hundreds of prisoners all at once. At that moment, Hanju fully grasped the true intent behind this explosion. Let them go, it's exactly what they want. Hanju had no other choice. He sighed softly. "I understand. I'll notify the broadcasting room to have the prison guards organize an evacuation." Hanju hung up the phone with a heavy heart, then dialed the broadcasting room instead. In the prison block at this moment, inmates were desperately banging on their cell doors, simultaneously hurling continuous curses. "We're all suffocating to death. Is this prison trying to kill us off? Where's the warden? Listen up. If I burn to death here, I'll haunt that bastard forever." The guards on duty were also overwhelmed by the smoke, shaking their heads repeatedly. "Without organizing an evacuation now, are they trying to kill us too? Yeah, what's the warden doing right now?" Just then, the prison's loudspeakers finally crackled to life. "Attention all officers, due to an emergency incident, immediately organize prisoner evacuation to the outdoor shelter square and maintain order. Use firearms at will if necessary." The prison guards breathed a sigh of relief. Prison guards from each block pressed the unified electric door opening buttons, and all cell doors swung open. In the corridor of the isolation unit, the guards also unlocked the solitary confinement cells. Yet the guards still gripped their shotguns and shouted commands. "If you don't want to eat lead, everyone line up orderly and exit the cell block. Line up your mother's ass." No sooner had the prison guard finished speaking than an inmate burst out from the solitary confinement cell nearby, punching him squarely in the face and knocking him down instantly. Another guard immediately raised his gun to fire, only to be tackled by yet another prisoner. The two guards at the door immediately opened fire, one bullet striking the charging prisoner in the back. "Everyone put your hands behind your heads," the guard shouted. Several prisoners didn't hesitate at all and charged straight forward. The guards fired again, but their guns were forced down by the charging prisoners, and the shot went into the ground. More prisoners rushed forward. Soon, all 4 armed guards in the solitary confinement room were dealt with by this group of prisoners. Several prisoners picked up their shotguns, cruel smirks twisting their lips. they burst out of the confinement area and reached the passage entrance of the prison building. The guards outside the passage were still fully focused on organizing the evacuation of prisoners from Block B, completely unaware of the armed inmates behind them. The armed prisoners didn't hesitate, they fired a shot at the guard's back, sending him sprawling. The nearby prisoners who had just escaped from Block B froze in shock. A prisoner rushed forward, picked up the fallen prison guard's gun, raised it high, and laughed loudly. "Brothers, grab your guns and follow me to fight our way out." The inmates in Block B hesitated slightly. "That's exactly what we were thinking too." Several prisoners carrying guns emerged from the exit of Zone A on the other side. They were laughing wildly. That's right, every inmate in Zone C's solitary confinement had been captured by Hanja for attempting to escape. Naturally, they wouldn't hesitate to riot when given the chance. Zone A was also filled with hardened criminals guilty of murder and arson, with nothing left to lose. Given an opportunity, they'd revolt without a second thought. The prisoners in Zone B, seeing that those in Zones A and C had already rebelled, no longer hesitated. They followed suit and charged toward the main gate of the prison building. Meanwhile, Hanjo in the office was consumed with anxiety. After he ordered the evacuation, gunshots rang out from all corners of the prison building. The more gunfire there was, the more chaotic the situation became. Soon, Hanja's phone rang again. It was Captain James again. "Warden, I'm at the main gate of the prison block now. The situation inside the building is completely out of control. Many prisoners have seized firearms." Clenching his teeth, Hanja responded. "Then order all the guards to retreat immediately, withdraw outside the prison block, and hand it over to them." "All right. You hold your positions outside the prison block. Remember, if any inmate tries to break out, open fire immediately, shoot to kill without exception." "Understood. But, we're outnumbered, and they're armed too. I'm not sure how long we can hold. Just hold for a while. Reinforcements are on their way." "Understood." Hanja put down the phone and watched as over 20 prison guards indeed came running out of the distant prison gate. Compared to the vast prison area, these 20-odd guards looked pitifully few. The police force was still severely understaffed. No sooner had the guards rushed out than several inmates followed, sprinting behind them. The prison guards immediately opened fire, and several inmates who had firearms quickly returned fire. Several inmates were instantly shot dead. Although 2 guards also fell, no inmates dared to rush out through the main gate in the short term, temporarily stabilizing the situation. Just in case, Hanja made another call to have several guards inspect the staff exit on the side of the prison. After finishing the call, Hanja took a deep breath. He had already called for backup not long ago. Now, all he needed to do was hold out a little longer until the SWAT team arrived, and the problem would be solved. At that moment, Hanja heard another violent explosion. This time, the flames at the prison perimeter were noticeably less intense compared to the previous 2 occurrences. Yet they were more than enough to blast through the walls. Shards of barbed wire from the prison fence scattered violently through the air. Hanja clenched his fists tightly. Damn! Another explosion? And this time it blasted through the wall. Is someone's ability to become a bomb man? Chapter 24, The Final Insurance. As soon as the wall was breached, numerous prisoners immediately came pouring out. They scattered like startled sheep, fleeing swiftly in all directions. There were only 80 prison guards in total, with 20 stationed at various gates and watchtowers. Originally, there were over 40 inside the prison blocks, but now those who fled are all blocking the prison block entrances. Hanja had fewer than 10 men left under his command and could only order them to seal off the exits. There was only one order: shoot any inmate seen outside the prison blocks on sight. The prisoner had escaped the cell block, but there was still a concrete outer wall beyond the prison grounds. Hanja still had other guards to contend with. At this moment, Hanja suddenly remembered something. The system had stated that in this prison, exactly 30 people would ever harbor the intention to escape and actually attempt it. Now there are so many people running out, far exceeding the 30 who plan to escape. Wouldn't this make the system contradict itself? According to the Han philosophy case study, the neon smiley would never do anything that contradicts itself. Therefore, whenever a situation arises that violates the rules, the neon smiley would control those NPC projections to forcibly steer the situation back into compliance with the rules, even if upon closer inspection it might not seem entirely reasonable. So, they definitely wouldn't escape, right? Then what are they doing? Hanja looked out the window again. Sure enough, Hanja dashed out of the prison block. Though scattering immediately, most quickly converged toward one particular direction. Office building. They're all coming for me. Hanja gasped in shock. The next second, a gunshot rang out from somewhere below, and the glass in Hanja's neighboring room shattered instantly. They're really coming. Can we stop them? Hanja looked outside again and was shocked to discover that the prison guards he just sent out had fled after firing just 2 shots at the sight of prisoners swarming over the hills like locusts. Turning his gaze further, he noticed the guards originally stationed at the prison gate had also vanished without a trace. Probably seeing the sudden rush of prisoners from the side, they wisely hid when things looked bad.
Damn, with a monthly salary of just a few $100, why risk your life, right? So Hanja's office building likely only has those 2 prison guards left at the entrance. Those 2 would probably run at the sight of enemies too. No, I need to hide too. Hanja took a box of revolver bullets from the drawer, tucked it away, and left the office. The 2 guards at the door and Maggie still didn't fully understand what was happening. "Warden, what should we do now?" one of the guards asked. "What should we do? You're asking me?" The 2 guards were momentarily speechless. "If you're asking me, my answer is run fast." Hanja turned and strode off. After a brief moment of stunned pause, the 2 guards and Maggie quickly followed behind. Hanja and the others climbed out through a side window of the office building and hid behind some bushes, waiting to assess the situation. Many prisoners had already flooded into the office building, but they didn't spot Hanja. Hanja breathed a sigh of relief. Right then, another deafening explosion echoed from the direction of the prison block. Hanja immediately looked over. Amid the dust raised by a distant explosion, a massive gap had appeared in the concrete outer wall. If the outer wall was blown open, someone must be trying to escape from there. But in his current situation, Hanja no longer had the capacity to stop them. First, find a safe place to take cover. Are the reinforcements coming by bicycle? Why aren't they here yet? Hanja grew restless and prepared to move from behind the bushes toward the prison gates. At this moment, perhaps due to the overly bright prison lights, a burly black inmate in prison garb noticed Hanja beside the bushes. He charged out wielding a wooden plank. "Warden, ever since you arrived, this prison hasn't known peace. You turned my damn cake into mush. Today you won't live to see another day." Bang! While the prison guards behind him were still panicking, Hanja had already fired a shot that ended the prisoner's life. Hanja nervously glanced around. Fortunately, gunshots were everywhere, and the noises from the adjacent office building were even louder. No one paid any further attention to Hanja's side. Hanja and his companions quickly dashed toward the entrance. After running a few steps, he heard a peculiar noise coming from the sky. Hanja looked up and saw 2 police helicopters not far away in the sky, their searchlights shining directly into the prison area. Finally, backup had arrived. By the time Hanja reached the entrance, the police riot vehicles had already pulled up. "Where's the person in charge here? Give him a call." A SWAT officer stepped out of the riot control vehicle, clearly the team leader by the look of him. Hanja quickly stepped forward to respond. "That's me, I'm the warden here. What's the exact situation right now?" "The prisoners have rioted, seized many guards' guns, and are probably smashing my desk inside right now." "Are you sure they have guns? Does that mean we can open fire at will?" "Positive. Can't you hear the gunfire inside?" "Just wait and see." The SWAT team leader turned and walked back toward the vehicle. Hanja suddenly remembered something crucial and hurriedly shouted, "Wait, there's one more important thing." Prisoners blasted open the northwest perimeter wall of the prison. Many must be escaping through there. Dispatch officers to intercept them immediately, or it'll be too late. "Got it." The SWAT team leader waved dismissively. Several riot control vehicles entered the prison gates. They were followed by a few police cars. These special forces were well equipped, highly trained, and numerous, capable of quickly bringing the situation under control. However, they arrived a little too late. Hanja glanced at the huge hole in the distant outer wall, his heart turning cold. By now, surely many of those 30 people had already escaped through that hole. Once they fled the prison through there, the areas to search for them would be far too vast. Even if most could be found, letting even one escape would mean defeat for Hanja. 10 years of life or an eye. Do something. Hanja turned to look at the 2 prison guards who had just run out with him. They were still exhilarated from seeing the SWAT team's riot control vehicle. "You two, grab your guns and come with me to handle something." Hanja gave a brief instruction. Then, Hanja hurried back to the parking lot under the office building with 2 prison guards in tow. Most prisoners immediately wilted at the sight of heavily armed guards clad in bulletproof vests, so the SWAT team made swift progress. By then, the prison guards had already cleared the perimeter of the office building and were advancing toward the cell blocks. The helicopter had already reached the gap in the outer wall, and the gunner aboard immediately opened fire upon spotting escaping prisoners. The Coast Guard arrived as well, deploying their speedboats to comb the waters around Prison Island, ensuring no prisoner could swim ashore safely even if they breached the outer wall. Hanja also took action, boarding his police jeep with 2 guards and speeding across the bridge beyond the prison gates. He was laying one final safeguard for himself. Chapter 25. An end that doesn't feel like one. At 8:37 a.m., the special police had completely taken control of the situation inside the prison, and order had been initially restored. The Coast Guard also found several prisoners in the water who hadn't swum very far. Their orange prison uniforms stood out starkly in the sea, instantly visible with just a sweep of light. Hanja used the vehicle's intercom to direct operations, instructing someone to contact Captain James and then have him organize corrections officers to search along the opposite shore. Gather as many personnel as possible. Make sure to capture any prisoners who might have swum to the opposite shore by chance. Prison patrol vehicles were mobilized,
crossing the bridge and driving along the Riverside Road on the opposite bank to conduct the search. The city police department also deployed a significant number of officers to assist with the operation. For a moment, Hanja looked around and saw police lights flashing in many places along the coastal highway. The faint barks of police dogs could still be heard. The K9 units had been deployed too, but with the body of water between them, it wasn't very effective. This was the final major manhunt. But the opposite shoreline was very long, with far too many possible landing spots. Even with over a dozen police cars patrolling, their efforts seemed utterly inadequate. Hanja held no hope in them. Soon after, Hanja sat in the dark wooden hut, silently locking eyes with the two other prison guards. All three men tightened their grips on their guns. Crunch! Amid the continuous sound of ocean waves, Hanja heard a distinctly unusual noise. Coming, Hanja whispered. Two prison guards immediately pushed open the wooden door to the hut. On the beach several meters away, two men in orange prison uniforms instantly panicked. Only two people? Hanja widened his eyes. Take one alive, Hanja shouted. The prison guard, poised to open fire, hastily lowered his rifle upon hearing Hanja's command. Two prisoners were still hit by the bullets and collapsed onto the sand, motionless. The guard kept his gun raised. Hanja looked around, but there was no one else visible on the lonely beach under the moonlight. I surrender. The prisoner lying on the left slowly raised his hands, then weakly let them fall. A surrender notification from the opponent popped up beside Hanja again. This surrender was effective. He couldn't escape again today, nor could he pose any further threat to Hanja. With 3 hours remaining in the game, he essentially admitted defeat to save his life. The prison guards came forward to handcuff him, though it was already unnecessary. The injury examination revealed he'd been shot in the upper thigh, not immediately life-threatening. Go check on the other one, Hanja ordered the prison guard beside him. The prison guard complied. Warden, the one on the right took a bullet to the chest. He's dead. The prison guard checked and replied. Dead. Then there's only this one left on the left. Hey, want to chat for a bit? Hanja called out to him. Sure, since I've already lost technically. Might as well chat while waiting for the game to end rather than just sitting around. Hanja glanced at the dead prisoner nearby and said, he was also an unknown prisoner, right? Which one of you was the bomber? Bomber man? Oh, him. The prisoner on the left lay on the beach and replied. Where's your other companion? Hanja asked the question he was most eager to know right now. Just the two of us left. Really? Right, just us two. Seems there's still one person you haven't found yet. Getting anxious, Warden? The prisoner's tone dripped with schadenfreude. The last missing prisoner isn't here. Hanja plopped down onto the seat. Warden. The two prison guards beside him immediately moved to support him when they saw his reaction. Hanja waved his hand dismissively, signaling he didn't need assistance. Hanja's mind was growing increasingly chaotic. There was still one last unknown prisoner. Hanja still didn't know who he was or what his abilities might be. Only 3 hours remained. Would this guy really give up on escaping and do nothing for these 3 months? Impossible. So, he must still be somewhere unknown to Hanja, continuing his prison break plan. But where exactly could he be now? Hanja had not the slightest clue. He truly couldn't think of any other possibility. Could he possibly be among those just apprehended by the Coast Guard? Or had he already been gunned down by police or special forces? No. That kind of thinking was far too optimistic. The unknown prisoner possesses special abilities and shouldn't be lumped in with ordinary weaklings. Where on earth could he be right now? If he's held back this long without making a move, could it be because there's some special opportunity on the final day that he can exploit? What kind of opportunity could it possibly be? What difference would today make anyway? Hanja racked his brains desperately. Warden, why so quiet? The fallen prisoner spoke up. Don't feel like talking. Warden, since you've finished questioning me, let me ask you something now. Not now. Don't be like that. Maybe I know who the last unknown prisoner is. Do you know? Then who is he? What are his abilities? Hanja immediately stood up. Don't rush, answer my question first. We'll take turns, fair enough, right? Alright, ask quickly. How on earth did you know we'd come ashore here? The opposite bank stretches for miles. Because of the ocean currents. Ocean currents? Yes, I previously invited local marine experts to inquire about the ocean currents near the prison. They told me that if a person swims directly toward the opposite shore, the current would inevitably bring them to this beach no matter what. A prisoner who escapes from prison will surely focus on getting away as quickly as possible, naturally swimming desperately toward the opposite shore, utterly oblivious to where the current might be carrying them. So, I'm certain that if anyone were to escape by swimming, they would definitely come ashore on this beach. And this stretch of beach had nothing but barren sand, so half a month ago I built a wooden shack here using old planks, with plastic sheets buried beneath the surrounding sand. As long as any fugitive comes ashore on this beach, the vast emptiness around will make this shack the only shelter available. The uneasiness will drive them to approach the shack and hide nearby to assess the situation. I see. I originally set this up as an extra precaution, never thought I'd actually end up using it, Hanja continued. The fallen prisoner immediately let out a light sigh. Ah, what a shame, our plan was going so smoothly, yet we still carelessly walked right into your trap. I concede defeat. Hanja shook his head with a smile. There's no such thing as accidental negligence. Without consulting experts, it's practically impossible for prisoners to know about ocean currents, whereas Hanja, on the other side, holds the warden's position and can freely invite local specialists as he pleases. This counts as one of the warden's advantages, and Hanja simply made full use of it. Alright, now that I've answered your questions, tell me, who is this fourth unknown prisoner? Hanja pressed urgently. To be honest, I actually don't know, the fallen prisoner shook his head. Are you messing with me? Cold Wisdom grew furious and stepped forward, ready to punch this guy a couple of times. It's just that I really want to know how you managed to block us, the fallen prisoner said, gazing at the moon in the sky. Hanja wanted to grab this guy and give him a beating, but when moonlight revealed the fallen prisoner's face, Hanja froze. Despite being a black man, his face looked strangely familiar. Wasn't this the same guy who'd hidden a trap in his butt during Hanja's last patrol? That butt trap had left too deep an impression, so strong that Hanja could recognize his face despite the notorious difficulty of distinguishing black facial features. So this guy was also, unknown prisoner. Why is it you? Hanja said. Yes, Warden. Actually, we've interacted before, but you didn't recognize me as the unknown prisoner. Then what's your ability? I'm too embarrassed to say it. Just watch your own post-match analysis. Still too embarrassed to talk about it? Hanja curled his lips in displeasure. With only 3 hours left, Hanja genuinely couldn't figure out where that last guy might be hiding. Let's try our luck by looking around everywhere. Hanja had no choice but to do just that. He turned his head and walked towards the jeep parked on the road behind him. The two prison guards standing nearby had been utterly confused by Hanja and the other man's conversation for quite some time. Hanja suddenly turned around to leave, and they seemed to snap out of a daze before hurriedly following behind him. Warden, what were you talking about for so long? One of the prison guards asked. Nothing important. Don't worry about it. Just come with me to continue patrolling the shoreline. Afterwards, Hanja frantically drove back and forth along the coastal highway, searching desperately. Several pairs of eyes in the car remained fixed on the shoreline. They even crossed paths with other police cars along the way. But they found nothing. Time slowly approached the end of the game. Some of the patrol cars had already stopped searching along the shore, and Hanja's anxiety grew increasingly unbearable. The fourth unknown prisoner, where on earth are you? The game's about to end. Aren't you coming out yet? Are you waiting until the last few minutes when I let my guard down to show up? Hanja grew more fearful the longer he thought about it. He patrolled a few more rounds. Only a few minutes remained. Still, there was no sign of the fourth person. Hanja stared at the countdown on the panel, growing increasingly anxious. 20 seconds remaining. He had to cross the coastal highway now or he'd run out of time. Hanja looked both ways. There were only a few passing cars on the nearby highway, not a single pedestrian in sight. 5 seconds remaining. 3, 2, 1. Hanja suddenly found himself back in that room again, facing a line of text on the screen. You have won the game. You can now review the game from each player's perspective to analyze the gameplay. You can also proceed directly to the reward calculation phase. Hanja stared at the words game victory, still finding it a little hard to believe. Did this last person really not make a single move throughout the entire game, following every rule until the very end? Was his skill level so poor that he couldn't do anything? Or did something unexpected happen to him midway that forced an early exit? Hanja was extremely curious and immediately clicked on Review. Chapter 26 Review, Samples 1-2. Here, reviewing doesn't mean watching recordings. Under the glow of neon smiles, Hanja could automatically grasp what these people had done in the game, as if he had experienced it all himself. Moreover, to a certain extent, it could even reveal that person's intentions at the time. It's quite magical. Hanja had no idea how it worked either. But since Neon Smile can bestow so many equally miraculous skills, with some even possessing mind-reading abilities, achieving this level of proficiency would naturally be a piece of cake. The review contains 4 samples, each corresponding to 4 unknown prisoners. Numbers 2 and 3 are grouped together, indicating that these two individuals essentially collaborated as a team. No need to guess. Hanja knew that number 2 and number 3 were the two people captured on the shore. In Lungja's mind, their faces began to appear. Judging by the face, sample 1 is none other than subject A036, the bearded man. Hanja had pretty much figured out the bearded man's process and planned to quickly check his abilities before moving on. However, he could only see abilities that had been used in the game. Those unused remained unknown to him. A line of text appeared in Hanja's mind. Subject 1, skills used in this session include, Honey, you feel a bit different to me today. You can transform into the appearance of any man you've touched, with your voice changing accordingly. Setting aside how strange this skill name looks for now, turns out, this guy's skill activates upon contact, not just through handshakes as Hanja had initially assumed. The moment he broke out of the cell and was subdued by Hanja, the contact had already been completed. That's why he could freely transform into Hanja's appearance. So that's how it is. Additionally, this skill has no rating, proving it was an initial ability formed at the very beginning, not something acquired later through in-game draws. This guy's luck is incredible. With such formidable shapeshifting abilities, this person must hold considerable status in reality. They likely belong to the upper echelons of society, circles Hanja could never access. Yet even someone like this ultimately fell here. No one escapes the judgment of the Neon Smile game. Next, samples 2 and 3 appeared together. Those must be the two who ultimately escaped to the opposite shore. Looking at the photo, number 2 seems unfamiliar. Probably the guy Jahan shot dead by the beach only caught half a glimpse of him from start to finish. Number 3, though, would be recognizable to Jahan. That's the one who set a trap in his ass, surrendered at the last moment, and talked Jahan's ear off. First, look at number 2. The abilities used in this round are Assembly Line Master, C-grade skill. You can manufacture various parts without using tools. Judging solely from the skill description, Hanja didn't think the skill deserved a C rating. It's just saving you from carrying a tool. How could that rate as high as C? Besides, doesn't his ability include bomb-related skills? Hanja continued reading further down. Here's another skill. You stole the air I need to breathe. Pay up. You can steal bank balances from people around you, and the money can be directly withdrawn. However, you can only target the same person once every 3 months, and the stolen amount cannot exceed 30% of their total balance. Holy shit, what an overpowered skill. Hanja wants it too. Then walk around the wealthy man every 3 months. How splendid. Third round, the skills deployed in this game are Living a Life Worse Than Shit, D-Class. Your rectum contains a 3-meter tall, 120 square meter storage space, with entrance dimensions unrestricted by your anatomical structure. No fear of hemorrhoids, F-Class. No matter what's inside your rectum, you'll never feel any pain. I am his closest kin and sworn brother, after all. Others will never betray you, unless they're bought off by someone else, and it must be for more than the usual price. That many? Hanja looked down to review the replay. First, from Subject 2's perspective. Number 2 was born in Zone B, designated as number 1092, without a roommate. At first, he inspected every corner of the cell, attempting to find any weaknesses in its structure. During outdoor exercise, number 2 also surveyed his surroundings, trying to spot vulnerabilities in the prison's defense system. He seemed to have found something, yet Hanja couldn't be certain. Even reviewing the memory yielded no clear answers. This was the limitation of memory review. You can understand the subject's intentions, but never access their deeper psychological processes. Next, number 2 began searching for materials, preparing to use his ability to craft escape tools. However, to create metal tools, he needed metal materials. His ability could only fuse components together. It seemed he'd have to dismantle the prison's iron bars first before fusion. Number 2 found himself at a complete loss. At this moment, he heard other prisoners gossiping how the prison captain could secretly bring things in from outside for inmates. Word was, with enough money, he could even arrange to get women for you. So prisoner number 2 quietly sought out the captain and whispered a list of small metal objects he wanted smuggled in. The prison captain curled his lips dismissively. What you're asking for is a bit against the rules. The price would be very high. Can you afford it? Number 2 nodded. I can afford it. Of course I can afford it. Then he activated the skill. You're stealing the air I need to breathe. Pay up. Withdrawing 10,000 from the prison warden's bank balance. When the 10,000 was placed in the prison warden's hands, his eyes immediately lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. Great, great, no problem. I'll get you in as soon as possible. Realizing this, Hanja almost felt like laughing. Paying the prison captain with his own money. A bit unscrupulous. Later, the prison captain indeed procured what number 2 had requested, secretly passing it through the cell bars during his inspection. In the dead of night, number 2 retrieved these small metal objects from beneath the bed. What followed left Hanja utterly astonished. His ability, Assembly Line Master, required no tools for manufacturing. Even a furnace counted as a tool. The small metal object floated in front of him, soon glowing red in midair as it melted, fused together, and took the shape he desired. In no time, the head of a pickaxe was completed. Watching this, Hanja suddenly felt this skill wasn't undeserving of a C-rank rating after all. This wasn't just useful, it was incredibly useful. But it seems smoke cannot be avoided. The smelting fumes drifted next door. The prisoner next door started knocking on the wall. Hey, what on earth are you burning over there? Who the hell cares if I'm plucking chicken feathers? Cellmate number 2 cursed in response. The inmate next door was momentarily speechless, only managing to retort after a long pause. Fine, have at it then. Give it some nice permed waves. After the smelting was done, number 2 hid the pickaxe head underneath his bunk.
The next day during outdoor time, Subject 2 wandered casually around the square. A black inmate approached him. Hanja recognized this person, it was Subject 3. At this point, Subject 2 and Subject 3 weren't yet acquainted. This must have been their first meeting. Black number 3 leaned closer and whispered to number 2. Bro, I know you've been planning an escape recently. Number 2 shook his head. I don't know what you're talking about. It doesn't make sense to me.
Number 2 remained wary and chose to play dumb directly.
Black number 3 laughed. Brother, quit pretending. You went out of your way to buy those things from the prison captain. If you're not planning an escape, are you opening a convenience store?
I still don't understand.
Number 2 shook his head.
Black man number 3 smirked at number 2 again. Buddy, keeping your pickaxe under the bed isn't safe, you know.
Number 2 was stunned. Don't worry, brother. You're one of the unknown prisoners, too, right? Same here.
So I took the liberty of storing your pickaxe for you.
Black man number 3 gently bumped number 2's shoulder. What do you want? Number 2 asked the black man, number 3. You can make tools, right?
But with the cell being so small, before you even manage to escape, they'd definitely find your tools. That's none of your concern, number 2 replied coldly. Come on, buddy, my ability happens to be hiding things.
Why don't we work together? Cooperate? Then let me see what you can do. Alright, buddy, come with me to the bathroom, I'll show you. Black guy number 3 patted number 2 on the shoulder. Chapter 27, Review, Specimens 2-3.
When black guy number 3 brought number 2 to the public restroom and pulled out a pickaxe head from his backside,
number 2 frowned the whole time.
Your ability is seriously disgusting, number 2 frowned.
Black number 3 wagged his finger.
Listen to you, bro, disgusting, but damn effective. Hide it up your ass, and you can carry it anywhere, anytime.
Even if they strip search you, they won't find it. Absolute masterpiece of a trick. How much can your ass hold? The interior space is 120 square meters, 3 meters high, enough for parking even. Can you fit a car in there?
This opening isn't limited by my own exit restrictions, but a car still won't fit, though, squeezing in something bigger is no problem.
Alright, let's work together then. Number 2 and black inmate 3 shook hands.
During another yard time, the two began planning their prison escape.
Did you have any original plan? Asked black inmate 3.
My idea was to dig through the wall behind the toilet and find something to cover it with, replied number 2.
Isn't that too risky? Black number 3 shook his head. What else can we do then? Bro, think about it.
The warden above us is also a player.
We don't even know what abilities he might have yet.
So, if we're unlucky enough to get exposed, that guy will be guarding us like a hawk afterwards. And if he has any overpowered abilities, we'll definitely lose any chance of escaping again.
Then, what's your plan? Aren't there 28 other escapees besides us? Let them take the lead and test the warden's capabilities first. How do we make them take the lead? Can't you fabricate tools?
Just make some tools and provide them to those people.
What kind of lousy idea is this? If they get caught, they'll definitely rat us out. We might as well dig the tunnel ourselves.
Don't worry, I've got another ability up my sleeve.
What?
It's called, I'm his beloved kin and sworn brother, which forces others not to betray me unless they're offered more money.
Doesn't that mean they'll sell you out the moment more money's involved?
Don't worry, when they catch an escaped prisoner, they'll definitely torture them first. At that point, thanks to my ability, the prisoner won't utter a single word.
Then what happened? And then? Then you think someone beaten half to death who still won't talk, would suddenly spill everything for money? Of course not. Number 2 replied. Well, there you go, chuckled black man number 3. Oh, number 2 suddenly understood. Then how do we find the others? Leave that to me.
Realizing this, Hanja finally understood why neither the prison captain nor he himself had gotten any confessions from the prisoners during previous interrogations. They never had a chance to speak in the first place.
So that's the trick. If I had made an offer back then, maybe someone would have spoken up.
I really thought I could bribe prisoners with just a fancy meal. How clever of me.
Quite ridiculous.
Though to be honest, even if given another chance, I probably still wouldn't have figured this out. Hanja smiled bitterly and shook his head. Later, black prisoner number 3 did indeed find several inmates attempting to escape. Number 2 made the tools, which black prisoner number 3 then provided to them. Black prisoner number 3 even spread propaganda among Zone B prisoners, claiming they offered tools for free, while simultaneously warning them not to tell the guards. Because of black inmate 3's ability, not a single prisoner confessed to the guards. More and more prisoners started coming to them. Number 2 and black inmate 3 became figures like arms dealers in Zone B.
Soon enough, someone was actually caught attempting to escape. The prison has also intensified its search efforts. During exercise time, cellmate 2 asked black cellmate 3,
"Hey, the prison searches are getting stricter lately.
Are we really okay?"
Black cellmate 3 patted his own rear end.
"Of course it's fine. With my ass on the line, you can rest easy.
We'll just observe for a few more days, gather enough intel, and then make our move."
Agreed. Number 2 nodded. Afterwards, came the grand inspection led personally by Warden Hanja. The prisoners stood at their cell doors, waiting for the search to commence. Black number 3 initially remained composed, but when he saw the prison guards sweeping through the cells with metal detectors, he began to panic. A metal detector pointed at your rear end, and the truth would be instantly revealed. In his moment of panic, Warden Hanja immediately noticed. Warden Hanja immediately searched his cell but found nothing. They frisked black prisoner number 3 but still came up empty-handed. Finally, Hanja swept a metal detector over black prisoner number 3's rear. Beep beep beep. Hanja asked a few questions, but black man number 3 couldn't find the words to respond right away, so he simply chose not to answer. Thus, Warden Hanja handed over prisoner black number 3 to the prison captain. The prison captain dragged prisoner black number 3 to the public toilet, brandishing his baton impatiently. Make it quick, shit it out yourself. I don't want to dig through your rotten ass. Being ordered to do it himself gave prisoner black number 3 an opportunity. He pulled out from his backside the spoon that looked least like an escape tool, the one originally meant to be given to number 2 for smelting. Good kid, hiding a spoon to dig a tunnel and escape, huh? Didn't mind it poking your ass, did you? The prison captain laughed. Black inmate number 3 quickly denied it. Sir, I swear hiding this spoon wasn't for escaping. The prison captain wasn't buying it. You take me for a fool? What else could this spoon be for besides digging? No, I was afraid there might be perverts in prison, so I preemptively stuffed a spoon up my ass as a defense mechanism. If any pervert tries to force their way in, they'd naturally get stabbed by the spoon handle. The prison captain paused, nodded, and said, makes some sense, but I don't believe it. So the prison captain started beating up prisoner Black 3. Prisoner Black 3 held firm, no matter how hard they beat him. He refused to change his story. Finally, the prison captain reported to Hanja, who then ordered that black inmate number 3 be locked in solitary confinement. Black inmate number 3 spent a dazed period cut off from the outside world in the isolation cell. This separation between number 2 and black inmate number 3 also caused their escape plan to be temporarily shelved. During black inmate number 3's confinement, Hanja also began noticing something suspicious about the prison captain. At this time, the prison warden was still brooding over why, despite having taken so much money recently, his bank balance hadn't increased at all when he checked it. He blamed it on his gambling-addicted wife, accusing her of stealing his money to gamble. The two of them fought about it every day. Hearing this, Hanja found it odd. How could the prison warden's lack of significant income still trigger his skill? But Hanja quickly figured it out. His blessing of the god of envy triggers based on monthly income. Money given by others should count as income. As for the fact that it was actually his own money coming full circle, that counts as expenditure and has nothing to do with income. Money that passes through the entry point 3 times counts as 3 transactions, no matter where it goes after entering the account. Keep reading to find out more. Later, black man number 3 served his full month and was released. When black man number 3 and number 2 reconvened to discuss, number 3 learned the power dynamics inside the prison had shifted. The warden had been replaced by a black man. The warden also gave orders that for these 3 months, no one was allowed to smuggle goods into the prison. The source of materials was gone. Black number 3 grew anxious. Then why don't we ask the nurse in the infirmary? That guy's into that stuff, probably could bring us some things for money. Number 2 shook his head. That nurse was also fired by the warden. Black man 3 froze. Number 2 shook his head. The warden seems to know everything. He's cut off all our supply channels. Then does that mean we're exposed too? Black man 3 sounded panicked. Probably not yet, replied number 2. Then, I've still got some left in my ass, is it enough? This warden isn't simple, he's difficult to deal with, so we won't use those anymore. I have a new plan, number 2 said. What? We'll go to the prison laundry or some other place to get some chemical ingredients. Chemical ingredients? Yes, this time I'll create a tool that truly shakes the heavens and earth. Chapter 28, Review, Key Sample Number 4. After that, Hanja pretty much knew everything that followed. Number 2 and black inmate 3 desperately scrambled to gather chemical materials, but the prison's supplies were severely limited. They struck on the last day, and the reason was simple. Because the day before last, the prison conducts regular deep cleaning, during which a large amount of cleaning agents and oxidizers are brought in. They made explosives from these materials, but it's still not enough. Helpless, number 2 could only decide to amplify the impact by using the canteen's gas supply. Number 2 had rigged up a simple timing device. During the day, he hid the explosives in a corner of the cafeteria near the gas pipeline, waiting for them to detonate at night. That night, the explosion was massive, its violent tremors quickly threatening the main building. As expected, Warden Hanja was forced to evacuate the prisoners. And, just as anticipated, the prisoners rioted. The second black inmate, number 3, took advantage of the chaos to blast open 2 walls and rushed into the seawater. Several other prisoners followed and ran out as well. However, what set number 3 apart was that he had long prepared the final tools he would need. These were two plastic basins painted black. This basin can provide buoyancy in water, significantly reducing the physical exertion required for swimming. When the police search the sea, the two can hide beneath the basin, avoiding law enforcement's line of sight. After all, a black basin on the night sea is extremely inconspicuous. Later, the Coast Guard's speedboat arrived and captured nearly all the escaped prisoners in the water. The two of them managed to evade the police by hiding in separate barrels. What happened next was all too clear to Hanja. After overcoming countless dangers, they finally made it ashore. And then, Hanja immediately took out one of them without hesitation. The debrief concluded. Hanja's first impression after learning everything was that it felt like he'd just watched an adventure film. Except it was a tragic ending where the protagonist failed and he'd ended up being the ultimate villain. Alright then. After all, it was a competitive game, there had to be winners and losers. I was more skilled, really, and won the game, so there's no reason to blame myself. Next came the review of the fourth sample, which Hanja had been looking forward to. Hanja still had no idea what this guy had been doing for 3 months and why he ultimately didn't take action. A new line of text appeared in Hanja's mind. Sample number 4 displayed the following abilities in this round. Should I play alone? You can learn the target's inner plans. Muscle-bound, grade E. Your physical strength is stronger than the average person's, and if you happen to be mentally disabled, your physical strength can increase dramatically. Know the target's inner plans? Isn't this just a simplified version of mind reading? Hanja tensed up. Such a powerful guy, why hasn't he shown himself in the end? Hanja officially began to understand. Number 4 also belonged to Block B. Not long after number 4 entered the prison, just by walking around the yard during exercise time, he had already uncovered every prisoner's hidden plans. Through the contents of these plans, number 4 immediately knew who was one of those 30 escapees. What he intended to do was simple: find an escape plan that would succeed, then follow it out. Which plan succeeds depends on one crucial factor. That factor is Warden Hanja. If any prisoner's escape plan arouses Warden Hanja's awareness and precautions, it is doomed to fail. Only if Hanja remains unprepared should the plan's feasibility be considered. During Hanja's rounds, he became aware of Hanja's initial plan. Hanja's original plan had 2 objectives. A tactical search for contraband using the strategy of letting the enemy off guard, while tampering with pipes and vents that could be exploited for prison breaks. Coincidentally, prisoner number 4 discovered that several inmates in the same block were planning an escape solely through ventilation ducts and pipes. Number 4 did nothing, merely watching these people become laughingstocks in silence. Later, as expected, these people were captured one after another by Hanja. Number 4 still didn't take any action, because he also knew what number 2 and the black man number 3 were planning. The plan to provide tools for other prisoners, letting them take the lead first. Like prisoner 2 and the black prisoner 3, prisoner 4 also watched coldly as the other inmates' escape attempts repeatedly failed, all to gather more information for his own escape plan. Later, when the black prisoner 3 was caught and his plan was forced to halt, prisoner 4 had no choice but to shift his focus elsewhere. However, since no one else had a feasible plan ready, number 4 was growing somewhat anxious. After black 3 was released from solitary confinement, he and number 2 devised another new plan. The scheme involved creating chaos with explosives to seize an opportunity for a prison break. Number 4 found this plan quite appealing. Because this plan would cause major chaos in the prison area, it would make it much easier for him to seize the opportunity to escape. So, number 4 formulated his own prison break plan based on the schemes of number 2 and the black inmate number 3. The contents of the plan were: wait until number 2 and the black number 3 detonate the explosion, when the prison wall gets blown open. At this moment, the 4th person could follow and slip out of the prison area first, but wouldn't join them in risking escape by water. Instead, he would head for the prison patrol car, using his skill, physically gifted, to effortlessly cling to the underside. Once the 2nd and 3rd prisoners escaped beyond the outer walls, the prison guards would surely organize a pursuit. The prison patrol cars would inevitably be dispatched to search along the coastline. At that time, the police car would take number 4 out of the prison without attracting anyone's attention. Once they crossed the bridge, number 4 could easily find an opportunity to get off the car, just a short walk to escape the prison area. The underside of the car was extremely well concealed. After all, nobody would think to check there in such circumstances. Compared to the insane plan of number 2 and number 3's black teammates swimming several kilometers in the sea, number 4's scheme was far more reliable. Number 4 truly carried it out this way. However, much to number 4's surprise, the progress of numbers 2 and 3 black inmates manufacturing explosives was excruciatingly slow. This forced him to temporarily abandon numbers 2 and 3, shifting his focus to considering other prisoners' escape plans instead. Yet these escape plans basically all involved tunneling through walls, methods completely countered by the ultrasonic monitoring system Hanja had implemented.
There was only one halfway decent plan involving crawling through a garbage chute, since Warden Hanja seemed completely unprepared for it. But after learning that Guy ended up getting compacted in a garbage truck later on, Prisoner 4 had no choice but to abandon the idea. And so, the final day arrived. Prisoner 4 resolved to execute his own plan. The final hours. The explosives detonated, causing chaos in the prison block as Black Number 2 and Number 3's plan proceeded smoothly. However, even Number 4 hadn't anticipated such utter chaos. Both sides immediately opened fire on each other. After escaping through the breached prison wall with the rushing crowd, Number 4 took advantage of the confusion and fled to the parking lot. Number 4 saw the police jeep. Earlier during exercise time, Number 4 had seen prison jeeps coming and going through the main gate. He had made a point of studying them closely. These vehicles had high chassis with ample ground clearance. The most crucial part is the protective crossbar beneath the carriage, perfect for gripping onto. It could be said that if he hadn't seen the jeep, he wouldn't have thought of such an unusual plan of clinging beneath the vehicle. He immediately ducked beneath the jeep. The jeep had plenty of spots to grab onto underneath, so Number 4 casually seized one and waited quietly for the police cars to set off. After a while, the prison guards finally mobilized. Police vehicles all around started moving. Number 4 waited patiently. Soon, someone approached the jeep he was hiding in. It was Warden Hanja, accompanied by 2 prison guards. As expected, they hurriedly got into the vehicle, completely unaware that someone was still hiding beneath it. Only then did Number 4 realize that this car was actually Warden Hanja's personal vehicle. Crouched under the chassis, Number 4 watched as the jeep carried him past the prison gates, across the prison bridge, and onto the coastal highway. Number 4's face grew increasingly excited. Soon, the jeep parked by the side of the highway. Warden Hanju and the 2 prison guards got out of the vehicle, though their purpose remained unclear. At that moment, just over 10 meters to Number 4's right, lay the boundary of the coastal highway, and also the perimeter of the prison grounds. Run over there, and the game is completely won. Number 4 almost burst out laughing. Warden, oh Warden, didn't expect this, did you? In the end, it's you who personally escorted me out of prison, ha ha ha. Then, Number 4 first lowered his foot, placing it gently on the ground to make sure the sound wouldn't attract Warden Hanju and the prison guards back. Then came the hands. Hands. Hand. Number 4 loosened his grip, only to find his hand still firmly stuck to the crossbar underneath the vehicle. What's happening? Number 4 could only yank with all his might, yet both hands remained completely immobile. What the hell is going on? Number 4 squinted under the streetlight outside, examining the crossbar. Only now did he notice that much of the undercarriage was smeared with some special adhesive. He'd initially thought the underside was just too dark to see properly, mistaking it for ordinary dirt clinging to the chassis. God damn it. What kind of lunatic coats a fucking car's undercarriage with superglue? Number 4 couldn't help but curse. But no matter how much he swore, he couldn't free his hands from the crossbar. Those hands seemed to have grown roots into the metal bar itself. He kept cursing, for what felt like an eternity, but it was of no avail. Thus, in despair, Number 4 faced the final countdown, welcoming the game's end. Debriefing concluded. Hanja froze in stunned silence. Damn! The person he'd been searching for had been right beneath his car this whole time. A sentiment of indescribable complexity washed over Hanja's heart. The glue beneath the car had been applied by Hanja himself. At that time, after Hanja finished applying glue in the ventilation ducts, he looked at the remaining half bucket of glue in his hand and felt it shouldn't go to waste, so he started looking for another place to apply it. He noticed the high clearance under his car and thought someone could hide there, so he casually painted it over. This was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. Hanja later almost forgot about it and only recalled during this retrospective review. It was never part of Hanja's plan. That must be why Number 4 never realized there was glue under the car from start to finish. He could only know the plan, spontaneous ideas remained beyond his grasp. In short, that's how Hanja won. This kind of victory left even Hanja feeling somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 29, Welcome back. Review complete. Next comes the reward settlement. First up is a minor randomized standard reward draw. The rewards are varied in nature. They might include curing physical ailments, enhancing certain bodily functions, selectively erasing unpleasant memories, or offering material rewards like cash. Sometimes it's still a bit strange. In short, there's a wide variety of all kinds. Moreover, after shaking out 3 options, participants can choose one among them, allowing everyone to pick based on their own needs. After a series of flashy animations, Hanja was presented with 3 choices before him. 1. Increase lifespan by 3 years. 2. Your greatest enemy acquires kidney deficiency. 3. Acquire skill enhancement, minor, once. The first option, 3 years of lifespan, was neither too long nor too short. But for Hanja, lifespan was probably the least useful reward of all. In this world where people are basically forced to participate in games at regular intervals, the most likely outcome is either dying in the game or being killed by its punishments. To live to old age is a faint hope, so longevity is of little use. However, while increasing lifespan may not be useful, the impact of deducting lifespan is quite significant, because the method of deducting lifespan directly causes aging by the corresponding number of years. For example, if 10 years of lifespan were deducted in this game, Hanju would instantly age by 10 years, making him nearly 30 years old. 1 decade of lifespan might not have a huge impact, but if multiple inmates escaped, Hanju would quickly turn into an old man. Physical aging naturally comes with a sharp decline in physical fitness. This way, Hanju probably won't survive the next game. That's why Hanju didn't dare relax until the very last second of the game. The first option was pretty much useless. The second one was even worse. Making enemies suffer from kidney deficiency. Hanju doesn't really have any enemies left now. If you ask whether those who defeated Hanjo in earlier games count as enemies, he actually bears no grudge against them. After all, the rules were set like this, and they had no other choice. This option harms others without benefiting oneself, completely unnecessary. Moreover, even if Hanjo had sworn enemies with blood-deep hatred, kidney deficiency is too insignificant to hurt. Blindness, paralysis, terminal illness, even impotence, any of these would be more effective than that. It's completely a joke option. So the only choice Hanjo can make is the third one. Acquired, skill enhancement, minor, once. Hanju was familiar with this from school. It was a relatively common reward that could be stored. Most people waited until they drew a powerful skill before enhancing it, refining the skill to perfection. However, this was only a minor enhancement, so its effect was limited. Still, something was better than nothing. I'll choose this one. The reward selection is complete. Now it's time to retain skills. Hanju's previous skills were deleted by the system due to game failure, leaving only the 3 skills drawn at the start of this round. Thunder King, E-grade, provides abundant free high-definition movie sources, potentially useful for killing time when bored. However, it now seems it could also be used to binge-watch documentaries and quickly gain knowledge across various fields in the game. The essence of 502, E-grade, any glue handled by Hanju sticks especially firmly, currently proving highly effective for trapping people, making it a decent trap skill. The E-grade rating feels somewhat underestimated for this skill's utility. Gift of the God of Jealousy, Grade D, Hanju's attack power increases significantly against those who earn more per month or are more handsome than him. All 3 skills are useful. It's hard to choose. The first skill was immediately rejected by Hanju because it had no combat capability whatsoever. Currently, Hanju lacks the ability to protect himself. If he chooses the first skill, the next time he encounters a game requiring combat, it would basically be a death sentence. He can only choose between the second and third skills. The second skill's usage condition requires glue, which is quite stringent, and it only immobilizes hands, making it unstable. The third skill comes with a peculiar dilemma since the uglier and poorer Hanju becomes, the more likely this skill is to trigger. And triggering this skill could enhance Hanju's combat abilities. In this world where skills determine social status, improving combat abilities would bring certain prestige and income, making it harder for Hanju to stay poor. But if Hanju isn't poor, the skill becomes harder to trigger. A rather peculiar cycle. Hanju thought it over and ultimately decided to keep the third skill. Because he had known loneliness, he desired a skill that could pull him up whenever he felt desolate, as a kind of insurance for his life. Selection complete. Only the neon smiley face logo remained on the screen. The transmission back to the real world began. It was still the same classroom as before. At this moment, the real world was in daylight, and the entire class was still attending their case analysis lecture. Hanju suddenly appeared, and all the classmates immediately turned their gaze toward him. After the initial shock, the teacher in class remembered something and asked Hanju beside him, "Did you win?" Hanju nodded. "Won." The whole class erupted in cheers upon hearing this, as if they were the ones who had won. This was the empathy shared between classmates. "So what skill have you brought back this time?" the teacher asked. Hanju answered truthfully in simple terms. The teacher listened, paused for a moment, then nodded. "Not bad. You may return to your seat for class now." After class ended, a group of teachers immediately pulled Hanju to the office, crowding around him with endless questions. After all, a live case study, especially first-hand information, is still very valuable to the school. Hanju also truthfully told them. However, there was disagreement among the teachers about which skill would ultimately be the best choice. Some felt that, Jealous God's Blessing, as an easily activated enhancement skill, was quite decent, and Hanju hadn't made a wrong choice. However, some teachers disagree. Because Hanju, as an ordinary person, even after triggering the gift of the God of Jealousy, only becomes an enhanced ordinary individual, his combat power merely improved. In such cases, when facing someone with overwhelmingly powerful combat skills, he would still be completely suppressed or even instantly defeated. Glue, on the other hand, has the advantage of being unexpected. For opponents with strong combat skills but weaker physical resilience, its restraining effect is notably more effective. Finally, it was Teacher Chin, who taught skill studies, who voiced the opinion everyone agreed with. The gift of the jealous god is actually the better skill. Although its current effects are limited, in the long run, if Hanja ever draws any combat skills in the future, this skill would amplify and strengthen them. It's like a 2 to 3-fold multiplier. Hanja's current combat power is 1. Multiplying it by 2 only makes it 2, that's not much of an improvement. But when Hanja's combat power reaches 10 or even 100 in the future, multiplying it by 2 again will make a significant difference. Hanja completely agrees with this perspective. But before that can happen, Hanja still needs to survive enough games to get to that point. The conversation with the teachers lasted until evening before they finally let Hanja go. Yawning, Hanja left through the school gate, heading back to his dormitory. Just as he stepped out of campus, Hanja ran into Professor Chin again, who taught skill studies. He was still driving that classic vintage car. Skill studies is one of the most important subjects in school, typically teaching students how to utilize their own skills, counter others' skills, and cleverly employ newly acquired abilities. The teacher in charge of this course, Mr. Chin, was an old man in his 60s, but his approach to teaching technical skills was far from rigid. On the contrary, it was quite flexible. His skillful application of numerous techniques was so ingenious that it couldn't help but draw admiring sighs from Hanja. Thus, Hanja still held immense respect for this teacher. At that very moment, the teacher pulled over beside Hanja. The car window rolled down as Teacher Chin leaned out. "Hanja, hop in. I'll give you a ride." Hanja shook his head. "Thank you, Professor, but I live in the student dormitory on campus. It's just a short walk." "So what are your plans these days?" Professor Chin asked, driving slowly alongside Hanja. "What else could I do?" Hanja sounded a bit puzzled. "Neon Smile gave me 6 months off this time, so I'll just attend classes when I should and take odd jobs when I need to." "Do you really plan to do that?" "Of course. My meager skills aren't enough to make big money without lifting a finger, so I'll have to make do with odd jobs to get by for now." Hanja nodded. "I wasn't talking about the odd jobs." "What's that?" "Then let me tell you something. Would you like to hear it?" "Sure thing." Hanja agreed without hesitation. "Then let's talk in the car, it's more convenient." Teacher Chin patted the passenger seat. Hanja took the passenger seat. "Go ahead, teacher," Hanja said. "Actually, it's just a suggestion for you," Teacher Chin said while looking ahead. "Go ahead," I said. "My suggestion is rest for these next few days. Then once you've recovered, don't take odd jobs anymore. Just open your panel to apply and start the next game session directly." Teacher Chin looked at Hanja and said earnestly. Chapter 30, Foreseeable. Hanja froze for a moment. Basically, everyone wants as much rest time as possible. After all, participating in the game means risking their lives. "I don't understand," Hanja voiced directly. "You don't understand either?" "No, I don't." "Then let me ask you a question. You can take your time to think before answering." "Go ahead," I said. "Can you perceive any trends in class mobility in today's society?" Professor Chin posed the question. This was a particularly unusual question, one Hanja had never heard before, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. But after some thought, he tentatively offered an answer. Class mobility seems quite frequent now. People from lower classes can turn their lives around if they draw a powerful skill, while those in upper society might become ordinary folks after losing a few games. On the contrary, Teacher Chin shook her head. Hanja was instantly bewildered. The Neon Smile game does involve an element of luck, but ultimately, it's still a competitive game. Players with stronger skills tend to win more often compared to those with weaker abilities. The winner of the game receives skills as a reward. The stronger you are, the easier it is to obtain more skills. With more skills acquired, you become even stronger. Thus, the strong gain increasingly more skills, grow progressively mightier, find it easier to win games, and consequently become ever more powerful. The losers of the game not only fail to acquire new skills but may also lose their original ones, and in the end, even their lives might be forfeited. Over time, the strong will inevitably grow stronger while the weak grow weaker, leading to rigid class stratification. This is entirely predictable. Teacher Chin continued with utmost seriousness. Hanja followed Teacher Chin's train of thought, also pondering deeply. Currently, the game genres in Neon Smile are completely randomized. The game type may not match the participants' existing skills. It's quite common for combat specialists to lose when entering non-combat games. Thus, this randomness has significantly delayed the predicted class stratification. But given enough time, class solidification will still become increasingly apparent. Teacher Chin added. Hanja didn't speak anymore, continuing to listen attentively. Beyond that, there's another fatal trend, the devaluation of skills. Skills can even depreciate in value? Yes, in the beginning,
everyone only had one skill. If your ability surpassed someone else's, you became stronger than them, gained higher social status, and found it easier to win in games too. Here's the most straightforward example. At the very beginning, if your skill is the strongest among all human skills, surpassing everyone else's. When everyone possesses only one skill, being the strongest skill means you are humanity's ultimate powerhouse. But as the game progressed, one person kept winning continuously, gaining more and more abilities, growing stronger and stronger. One day, though each of his skills was weaker than your strongest one, his multifaceted combination of abilities made him surpass you. Your skills haven't changed at all. Taken individually, they remain the most powerful single abilities in all of humanity, yet in reality, you've already become the second strongest human. If this continues, with more people possessing multiple skills emerging, your rank among all of humanity will gradually drop to third, fourth. Later, you'll discover that even when you haven't changed at all and still possess humankind's most powerful skill, you've somehow fallen to the bottom of the human rankings. This is skill depreciation. Your abilities remain unchanged, yet they appear increasingly weaker as others progress forward. Hearing this, Hanja had already fallen deep into thought. After all I've said, there are essentially two major trends. For you, they might represent two separate things, goals and the means to achieve them. You should probably strive to become part of society's upper class before social stratification solidifies, so you can ensure you're less likely to lose when participating in the game of life and survive when the time comes. The skills you currently possess actually belong to society's lower strata. There are only two ways to rise to the upper echelon. One relies on luck, perhaps the next skill you draw will be S rank, catapulting your life to new heights. The other is through relentless effort. While others rest after narrowly winning one game, still shaken from the experience, you barely take a break before diving straight into the next match. While others play 2 or 3 games a year, you can play 12 games annually, winning through sheer volume of skills, overtaking them on the curve, and making others' skills depreciate rapidly compared to yours. As he finished speaking, Teacher Chin patted Hanja's shoulder. Hanja finally fully understood what Teacher Chin meant. Teacher Chin, I get it. You're telling me to take advantage while others haven't caught on yet, to desperately participate in games and strengthen myself, right? The latter half is correct, but the first half might not be quite appropriate. Many people foresaw this, including many high-ranking officials at the school. Then why didn't they teach us about this in class? Hanja asked in surprise. The reason is simple, this game is also a death game. Participants have a high chance of dying. Encouraging others to join the game is essentially killing them. The school can't do that. So, what I'm giving you is just advice, whether to take control of your own fate by participating in more games, or to follow the crowd and only join the mandatory sessions, pinning your hopes on luck. The choice is ultimately yours, said Teacher Chin. Hanja listened and nodded, but still couldn't resist asking one more question. Then, teacher, if even the school wouldn't do this, why are you telling me all this? Teacher Chin paused, then gave Hanja a serious look. Because judging from your performance in this game, you're even more outstanding than I thought. So, if you take the path I suggested, your chances of success would be greater than any other student, including those in the top classes. Me? Outstanding? Hanja scratched his head. Outstanding? Perhaps his former self had some merit, but with this current skill set, Hanja frankly didn't believe he deserved to be called outstanding. Your excellence doesn't lie in your skills, but in your way of thinking. That's something I don't see in other students. Way of thinking? Yes, the way you applied several skills in this assignment showed real creativity. You outperformed many of my top students. Really? Truly, the honors class students are merely skilled, not clear-headed. Take that Thunder King for example. Some honors students might only know how to use it to watch adult films for 3 days straight. Teacher Chin chuckled. Hanja joined in the laughter. Understood, teacher. I'll seriously consider your words. Good luck. On the way home, Hanja kept thinking about what Teacher Chin had said. Although his words made sense, participating in too many games would inevitably lead to a high mortality rate. Hanja had already lost once, he still needed to think carefully about this. As he passed the bus stop just as a bus was pulling in, Hanja spotted a man covered in metallic spikes pushing his way onto the bus. People nearby scurried away as if fleeing a contagion, the space around him instantly becoming an exclusive zone. Despite the crowd waiting to board, everyone made way for him. Passengers already on the bus even scrambled off to avoid him. He stepped onto the bus with equal ease. This skill is truly a godsend for squeezing onto crowded buses. Get out! Just as this hedgehog man boarded, another passenger, a cast-iron tin man, appeared and promptly knocked him back off. The crowd at the stop burst into cheers. Hanja also smiled and shook his head. The only thing that could counter one skill was always another skill. Across the street was the student dormitory where Hanja lived. It was a 13-story apartment building provided by the university. The environment was average, but the accommodation fee was very cheap. Most of the residents here were ordinary students from the university. Top students wouldn't live in this place. Because top students possess excellent skills and can earn substantial money in society,
they live in upscale residences and can't possibly take a fancy to this dump.
Hanja took the old elevator up to the 7th floor where his room was located. Most female students in the school were unwilling to ride this elevator.
Mainly because a male student at the school had once unlocked a skill. Elevator romance. If you and a woman get trapped together in an elevator, you can make her fall in love with you.
This skill actually has quite strict conditions to pull off.
But because that guy's looks really weren't up to par, and that old elevator was prone to malfunctions, most girls didn't dare take the elevator, they were afraid of running into him. However, that guy was actually quite decent. Later, for everyone's sake, he stopped taking the elevator altogether.
It's a pity there still aren't many girls taking the elevator. How lamentable.
Hanja walks home through the corridor. Though the hallway is old, all the lights are working, quite a rare find in these aged apartment buildings. Hanja and the class monitor were neighbors separated only by a single wall, so Hanja always had to pass by the class monitor's room whenever he went home. Today, Hanja didn't see the class monitor in the classroom. He figured they must be holed up in their room, working on that formula of theirs.
Hanja knocked on the class monitor's door, only to find it wasn't locked, it was slightly ajar. Without hesitation, Hanja simply walked right in.
Sure enough, the class monitor was sitting at his desk, his back to the door, engrossed in studying that formula of his. "Monitor, I'm back," Hanja announced. The squad leader looked up with a smile and said, "You were gone for a full 3 months this time.
What was the game about?"
"A competitive mode, playing as a warden preventing prisoner escapes."
"Doesn't sound bad. Did you win?"
"Of course I won. My prison was as secure as Fort Knox."
"That's good. I won this game too. You've been participating recently too?"
Hanja was slightly surprised. "Of course I have, it's been months." When rest time was over, the neon smile forcibly sent me in.
"What was your game?"
"I'm also in the adversarial category, with the theme of beast taming."
"Beast taming?"
"Right, the challenge is to pair me and another guy each with a different beast in confinement. Whoever tames their beast first, or if the opponent dies first, wins."
"What is your beast?" "Damn, a tiger versus a giant crocodile."
"Holy shit,
you can actually tame a tiger? That's insane."
"Not exactly, it all depends on the opponent."
"Depends on the opponent?"
"It seems the opponent knows a bit about crocodiles, aware that they have an incredibly strong bite force but very weak jaw-opening strength.
Rumor has it even an old man could hold a crocodile's mouth shut and prevent it from opening. So is this just a myth?"
"It's actually true. After he clamped the crocodile's jaws shut, it really couldn't open its mouth."
"And then what? Even like this you could win? After that?"
"While alligator's bite force was indeed weakened, the strength in its neck wasn't diminished at all. The alligator just shook its head violently to break free from his grip, then opened its mouth and bit down.
That's how I won." Chapter 31, Shinraner.
The two laughed for a while before Hanja spoke up.
Then, class rep, what skill did you bring back this time?
The class rep shook his head.
"My new skill is called Magical Catgirl.
It can turn a maid wearing cat ears into a cat."
"Holy shit, you must be living the dream." Hanja was brimming with envy. "Hang on, turning maidens into cats?"
The moment realization struck, Hanja's envy came to an abrupt halt.
"Right, the order isn't wrong.
It's about turning the maid with cat ears into an actual cat."
Sigh.
The class monitor let out a soft sigh. "Then your skill seems a bit weak, huh?"
"Yeah, it doesn't really seem useful at all."
"Then why did you still choose to keep this one?
The others are even worse than this?"
"Because I misread it too. I just skimmed through it, who would have thought it was inverted?"
"What about you? What skill did you bring back?"
"Massively increased damage against people with higher monthly income than me and those who are better looking than me," Hanja replied.
"Yours doesn't sound too bad, at least better than mine. I honestly hope it doesn't trigger."
After exchanging a few more words, the class monitor suddenly remembered something. "By the way, surviving the game these past 3 months wasn't actually my greatest joy.
This here is what made me happiest."
The class monitor pointed toward his desk as he spoke. Hanja looked at the desk, where there was a homemade scroll resembling a roll of toilet paper. He recognized this item. It was the paper the class monitor used to write his formula. Because the formula was so incredibly complex that ordinary paper couldn't contain it, he had specially prepared this long sheet and fashioned it into a simple scroll for daily study.
"What's wrong with your formula?" he asked.
"Look at this data." The class president flipped through the scroll, then pointed to a number in the formula, a massive 23-digit figure, longer even than Hanja's phone number.
"And here's this."
Next, the class president indicated another number nearby, significantly smaller but still stretching close to 10 digits.
"What's wrong with these numbers?" Hanja was completely baffled.
"These two figures represent the moon's mass and diameter," the class leader explained.
Hanja still didn't understand.
The class monitor hastily continued explaining.
"That's to say, this formula of mine is related to the moon. Then it's very likely the key to the neon smiling face mystery."
The class monitor spoke, their eyes seemingly brimming with light. Hearing this, Hanja first furrowed his brows, then interrupted the monitor.
This doesn't seem right, class monitor? What's wrong? After you discovered this formula, didn't you immediately show it to many mathematicians and physicists? That's correct. Then, how could so many experts fail to recognize basic data like the moon's mass and diameter? Oh, so that's what you're wondering about. The class monitor smiled. You've actually been gone for 3 months, so there are many things you don't know yet. Ha! These datasets were only recently disclosed by the International Astronomical Center. They're different from the normal moon data we used to have. Do you realize what this implies? The class monitor looked at Hanja. But before Hanja could speak, the monitor answered first. This means the neon smile was never just a simple projection on the moon. It's a new moon, a new celestial body hiding far too many secrets. Hearing this, Hanja also grew curious. Shouldn't we send someone up to check? That's inevitable. The International Astronomical Center reportedly already has plans to launch a new lunar orbiter, followed by a moon landing mission. But you know how it is, everyone's preoccupied dealing with the game situation, so progress might be slower than expected. Got it. Hanja understood he might not live long enough to see the mystery unraveled. Tap tap. As the two were conversing, light footsteps echoed from the hallway. The footsteps stopped outside Hanja's neighboring door, followed by a knock. Someone's looking for you, the class monitor said, glancing at Hanja. Let me take a look. Just as Hanja was about to step out, those footsteps reached his door again. A girl appeared at the door of the room, dressed in a black mini-skirt and a crisp white blouse, her slender legs accentuated an alluring, almost supernatural figure. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, appearing as smooth as a gentle breeze. Her face was concealed behind a full fox mask adorned with floral patterns, adding an air of captivating charm. Most men would probably be eager to uncover her mask to see what lies beneath. But Hanja knew that beneath that mask hid a terrifying face. She was Shinraner, the school's former belle. Yes, former belle. She once had a face so perfect, so beautiful that anyone who saw it could never forget. Walking through the school would make other students stop and stare. With such looks, it was natural she had suitors as numerous as hairs on an ox. Every day, the classmates on duty would first help her discard the love letters she received. Later, the school thought it wasteful to throw them away and instead repurposed the letters as toilet paper, available in both men's and women's restrooms. Though because they were too stiff, not many people used them. Hanju would always pull out a few sheets to look at for amusement whenever he got bored in the bathroom. This actually counted as one of his most frequent interactions with her in the past. Normally at school, Hanju would immediately steer clear whenever he spotted her from a distance. One reason is that she and Hanja were in different classes and barely knew each other. He only knew of her because she was too famous. The other, and most crucial reason, was because of her skill. Her skill was a charm-type ability, though Hanja wasn't entirely clear about the specifics. In any case, she seemed capable of controlling people who saw her face. Although she wouldn't use it on classmates, Hanja still avoided contact with her, just to be safe. Hanja didn't want to leave his fate in someone else's hands. Later, she went through the game. Hanja wasn't sure if it was once or twice. She had lost. She lost her beauty and her voice. Her face became hideous and frightening, her voice turned hoarse and unpleasant, and even her charm skills vanished. As for how terrifying it was exactly, Hanja didn't know, but afterward, she started wearing a mask. The once universally adored goddess suddenly became a pariah. Many began avoiding her, with former suitors keeping an even greater distance. Such is the fickleness of human nature, it's perfectly normal. Yet for her, the fall from grace was truly too abrupt. Later, she made a very reasonable yet not entirely correct decision. She ended herself. That day, Hanju was about to go to the dorm rooftop to hang laundry. The moment he opened the door, he saw her jump. With lightning reflexes, Hanja grabbed hold of her. She was very light, and Hanja pulled her up with little effort. "What are you doing?" She was furious at that moment, her hoarse voice even more raspy, sounding almost like a growl. "If you weren't testing some awakened flying ability, then I believe I was stopping you from jumping off the building," Hanja replied. "Who asked you to stop me? Don't flatter yourself." "Damn, I don't want to stop anyone either. But someone jumped off a building near where I live. That's seriously bad luck. I've got to try to prevent it. Then I'll go to another building." "No, why on earth do they have to commit suicide? Do you know what I've been through? With the state I'm in now, what's the point of living? It's just ruining your looks. My whole family is dead but I'm still carrying on bravely," Hanja said. These words left Shinraner utterly speechless. "Am I right?" Hanja added. "That may be true, but you still have a handsome face. I don't even have a face fit to be seen anymore. Damn it, what good is being handsome? In this neon smile game, the female participants won't go easy on me because of my good looks, and the male players might even yell, 'Damn it, how can he be so handsome? Beat the shit out of that pretty boy. It'll just backfire.'" Shinraner fell into a double silence. "Besides, not having a face right now isn't the end of the world. Since you're planning to kill yourself anyway, why not take more risks and play a few more rounds to win your appearance back? In times like these, nothing lasts forever," Hanja said. After a moment of contemplation, Shinraner nodded. You're right. Truth spoken is well spoken. Live well. I just overturned the basin trying to save you, now I'm going back down to rewash the clothes. Goodbye. What the heck? Shinraner couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Hanja still remembers this moment vividly. Ordinary girls laugh with a sound like Poochie, but because Shinraner had a hoarse and unpleasant voice, her laughter sounded like a donkey snorting in winter. Yes, exactly like a donkey, even a horse's sound would be more pleasant than this. It was quite distinctive in any case. Once philosopher Han heard it, he couldn't forget it. From that moment on, she truly gave up on suicide, and Hanja could say they genuinely got to know each other. Afterward, following the school's rules, she was transferred from the elite top class to the average class, becoming classmates with class monitor Hanja. However, she hadn't been there for more than a few days when Hanja entered the game, and after that, they had no further interaction. What could she possibly want from him now? Hanja felt somewhat bewildered. Chapter 32, The Blessing of Lady Luck. Who are you looking for? Hanja said, looking at Shinraner. I heard you were back, so I thought I'd drop by to see you. Didn't expect the class monitor to be here too, Shinraner said. Hanja and the class monitor exchanged a glance. Of course the squad leader would be in his own room, how could it be otherwise? Perhaps, would you like to sit down first? The class monitor said, pointing to a nearby chair. Shinraner nodded and took a seat. Then came silence among the three of them. This made Hanja feel a bit uncomfortable, so he had no choice but to initiate conversation to break the silence. Since I've been gone for so long, you must have entered the game too, right? Yes. Shinraner nodded. Did you win? Victory. Then, tell us about the process. Let's share some experience between classmates, Hanja said. Yeah, let's hear it, the class monitor chimed in. In this world, the games others participate in will always be a topic that interests everyone. A single-player game, the otherworldly culinary god competition, Shinraner replied. Another world? The judging panel consists of elves, orcs, goblins, and whatnot, and the ingredients are all sorts of unusual, never-before-seen ingredients in a cooking competition, Shinraner replied. Oh, got it. Shinraner responded with a faint then fell silent again. That's it? Hanja asked tentatively. Got it. Come on, give us the details, Hanja continued. I looked through the competition's ingredient database. Most were ingredients that don't exist in the real world, completely unfamiliar to me. After searching for a long time, I finally found some recognizable ordinary materials, but even those were missing many common spices. You won with just ordinary materials and incomplete spices? How ridiculously skilled at cooking are you? Hanja exclaimed in amazement. It's not that my cooking skills are exceptional, but that I carefully studied the theme of the cooking competition. Can we skip the suspense? Just say it all at once, Hanja said. Alright, Shinraner nodded. Their theme was, distinctive cuisine that preserves the original flavor of the ingredients. So I found an ingredient I'm familiar with that naturally has a unique taste, large intestine, and decided to make braised intestines in brown sauce. Considering the requirement was to preserve the original flavor of the food, I deliberately left a portion intact while cleaning the intestines. Left a portion intact. Hanja and the class monitor naturally understood what he was referring to. Hearing this, both couldn't help but frown simultaneously. After I finished and submitted it, the judges tasted it and indeed couldn't stop praising. That's how I won. Shinraner continued. Praising non-stop? The class monitor froze. How could anyone praise food like that? Hanja also sounded doubtful. Because the chief judge was a dog-headed human, Shinraner replied. Oh, that makes perfect sense. Hanja and the class monitor nodded vigorously. Shinraner nodded in agreement. So what skills did you bring back with you? Hanja asked. Lady Luck's card, I can bless others, making the skill level they draw next more rare, and ensuring the following two skills are related, Shinraner replied. Hanja and the class monitor widened their eyes. This had to be a top-tier support skill. If it could make the drawn skill level rarer, then drawing what would have been a D level would now result in at least a C level or higher. This is a direct improvement. Additionally, there's a less obvious but equally useful effect. It ensures the next two skills will definitely be related. Many skills may seem weak when considered individually, but when combined, they become god-tier abilities. For example, two famously paired skills in Hanja's skillology textbook include cilantro is delicious. Everyone must eat it. F-class, you can force someone to eat 20 grams of fresh cilantro. Cilantro deserves to die. D-class, you can cause someone who has just eaten cilantro to die. Individually, these two abilities aren't particularly strong, but if combined, they essentially become unstoppable. God or Buddha, whoever stands in the way will be slain. Moreover, even if two related abilities don't perfectly synergize to create a divine skill, they still likely signify an enhancement in one specific area, which is far better than two unrelated skills that are all over the place. Then find someone with the ability to alter appearances, and exchange a blessing in return. Wouldn't that restore your original looks? Hanja said with a grin. Yeah, Shinraner nodded in agreement. Your skill is incredibly powerful. Are there any usage restrictions? The class monitor asked.
Well, it has a very long cooldown period, though I can't say exactly how long, and each person can only benefit from it once. Even with a cooldown, it's still a strong skill.
That's gotta be B rank, right? The class monitor said. Shinraner neither confirmed nor denied it. Well then, Hanja, do you want to give it a try first? Shinraner looked at Hanja. Me? You're going to bless me?
Hanja found it hard to believe.
Shinraner nodded. Exactly. You saved my life once, and now I'm giving you a blessing in return. I'm getting the better deal here. Hanja nodded. Alright then, go ahead with your blessing.
Shinraner placed her hand on Hanja's forehead. They were a pair of slender, warm hands.
Done, Shinraner said. That's it? Hanja didn't feel any different.
You should notice the difference next time you enter the game to draw skills.
Well, thanks then. You're welcome. I've got things to do, so goodbye, meh. Shinraner laughed again, still sounding like a donkey's bray.
Then she waved at class leader Hanja and gracefully exited the room. Watching Shinraner disappear beyond the doorway, the class leader whispered into Hanja's ear.
You're going to have it easy in the future.
Maybe, but we shouldn't be too optimistic.
It's just a level up, possibly from F rank to E rank, Hanja said.
I wasn't talking about skills, I meant Shinraner.
Ha!
Before she lost the game, everyone avoided her like the plague. But now she has the skill, it's only a matter of time before her looks are restored. You'll probably have yourself a campus belle girlfriend soon, becoming the personal master of this queen bee. Hanja shook his head. Don't count your chickens before they're hatched. She just came to repay a favor. The class monitor shook his head. Trust me, she's been in our class for 3 months, and I've never seen her talk as much as she did today.
You still go to school? Don't you spend every day at home working on your formulas? Just kidding. Do you think so little of me as a class monitor? I at least show up to clock in 1 day a week. Chapter 33 New Game, Deadly Vacation.
After Shinraner left, Hanja casually chatted with the class monitor for a while longer. Hanja mentioned that he might voluntarily participate in the game ahead of schedule. The class monitor said he understood, but he himself would definitely not do such a thing.
Hanja thought this was perfectly normal.
Currently, the class monitor was solely focused on that formula of his and showed no interest whatsoever in new skills.
Hanja didn't say anything more.
Back in my own room, I wiped away the dust that had accumulated over 3 months, then slept a peaceful night, the first sound sleep I'd had in all that time.
The next day, Hanja received his 3-month school stipend.
This subsidy varies by class rank. The elite classes get quite a generous amount, while Hanja's class, all style and no substance, only receives enough each month to cover meager grocery expenses, so Hanja still had to frequently go out for part-time jobs before. But during these 3 months, Hanja wasn't in the real world. Food and drink were covered by the in-game prison system, so he could save all 3 months' allowances as living expenses for the following month. Hanja began his rest period. Every day, apart from attending classes as usual, he spent time reading popular science books.
An extra bit of knowledge might save your life one more time. However, to Hanja's surprise, Shinraner never showed up at all. Upon asking, he learned she had entered the game. This surprised Hanja. She could have easily swapped appearances with someone in reality before entering the game. Could it be that the cooldown period was longer than her current rest time? Hanja didn't know either. 2 weeks later, after much deliberation, Hanja decided to follow Teacher Chin's advice.
In these impoverished circumstances, merely surviving would be a miserable existence. It would be better to take a risk and challenge himself. Before leaving, Hanja covered his furniture with plastic sheets to prevent dust from accumulating during what might be another long absence.
Hanja informed the class monitor.
This way, the school would know Hanja had entered the game. There was no farewell ceremony this time. It felt as casual as going downstairs to buy groceries.
Hanja directly summoned the interface, entered the game, and vanished from the real world. It was still the same room. A neon smiley face appeared on the screen, illuminating the room along with it.
Next came the extraction of game content. First was, this game's combat intensity. Seeing these words, Hanja was momentarily stunned.
What about the game genre? How did this step just skip ahead?
But no matter how strange Hanja found it, the entries on the screen continued mechanically displaying one by one.
Current game combat intensity, extremely high. Extremely high? Hanja frowned. Sigh. Combat games are still unavoidable. Here are the game content prompts. Survive. Survive? Survival game perhaps. It's quite common.
Next, what Hanja eagerly anticipated were those numbers on the screen.
3-1-2.
For this mission, 3 skills can be drawn, with the option to replace one of them. Upon mission completion, 2 can be retained.
Keeping 2, not bad at all.
Again, choosing 1 card out of 10 skill cards. Hanja remembered that for this draw, he had Shinraner's blessing effect. The skill level he draws should be pretty decent.
Hanja felt a surge of excitement. If he could draw an A-rank skill, Forget about returning to the elite class. Even becoming the school principal wouldn't raise any eyebrows.
If you draw an S rank, you'd become mayor immediately, get promoted to provincial governor after a few years, and by then, walking sideways simply wouldn't be impressive enough. You'd have to spiral 720 degrees, shuffling left and right, soaring to the heavens and plunging into the earth while tumbling forward.
Hanja casually clicked on one. The letter C. Holy shit. C rank. Though C rank is considered relatively rare, this still gave Hanja, who had just been mentally choreographing his walking movements, an overwhelming sense of anticlimax. Whatever. C rank is fine. Maybe it's even one of the stronger variations within C rank. Hanja clicked to flip open the skill card. Interdimensional lottery machine, Class C.
You can transform any electronic device with a screen into your personal lottery machine, where you can pay corresponding costs to draw various prizes. The cost varies depending on the original device.
Note, this skill has no cooldown for the first 3 uses, followed by a lengthy cooldown period that varies depending on the world. This, a raffle?
It sounds decent, but Hanja still doesn't know what the rewards or costs are, making it hard to judge the skill's strength.
At least it's a C-grade skill though, so it probably won't be completely useless. Next, this time, with Shinraner's blessing, it should still be related to his first skill.
It would be best to have a divine skill like guaranteed jackpot wins every lottery draw. Hanja once again selected a card from the new set of 10.
Skill rank, E. Pig butchering scam, rank E. You may choose a gambling activity you haven't participated in and activate this skill.
Your first few draws are free, with each subsequent draw costing triple the previous amount. The number of free attempts varies depending on the type of gambling. Hanja carefully read through this skill's description. The first few attempts are free, then the cost permanently triples thereafter.
Doesn't this mean he could get free rewards initially? Then simply stop drawing when the charges begin. Wonderful.
This ability can be used on places where you don't intend to spend much time drawing, but I'm not sure if this ability just now counts as different types on different machines, or if all the draws of this ability count as one type.
If it's the latter, then for the first ability, it would truly be purely a negative trait.
After all, a first skill like this C-tier ability is something Hanja would likely keep using long-term. Getting it for free a few times now would be too good a deal if the price increased later with prolonged use.
Next.
This time, there were no blessings from Shinraner. It all depended on Hanja's luck alone.
A card is flipped. Rank D. Hanja's luck was passable.
Scammer's shield, grade D. You can erect a shield in front of you at any time. The specifications of this shield can be determined by you within limits, with each new shield replacing the previous one.
However, this shield offers no defensive effects whatsoever. It's purely visible. Any attack will pass right through it.
At first, Hanja was privately delighted upon reading the first half of the skill description, thinking he'd drawn a decent defensive ability. But when he reached the latter part, he just stared in utter disbelief.
Is it just completely for scaring people then? Hanja pouted.
Then came the skill swapping phase. Hanja got another chance to change his skills.
Hanja looked at these 3 skills in his possession.
Actually, they were all decent. Swindler's shield might be slightly off the mark, but it's still acceptable. He decided to switch to a new skill, fearing he might roll another F-rank nightmare like, if I don't enter hell, who will, again. Afterwards comes the task description. Hanja waited, only for the screen to go black, plunging his surroundings into darkness. The next instant, cold illumination flooded Hanja's surroundings. Sofa, floor, wallpaper. It looked rather luxurious, resembling a reception room. Hanja was quite puzzled. Why had the screen jumped directly without any mission description this time? This was something that had never happened in all the cases he'd studied.
Was it a system error?
Just as Hanja was thinking this, a large information box popped up before him.
The game, Do or Die Vacation, is about to begin. Chapter 34 Resort, Game Rules. The game, Do or Die Vacation, is about to begin. Game type, competitive. Game difficulty, 6. Background description. Misty Mountain is an internationally renowned resort where the peaks are typically shrouded in a light mist. Combined with the region's unique vegetation, it creates a distinctive local charm. Adding to this, the hospitable and kind-hearted local villagers have made it a popular destination, attracting numerous tourists in a short time. But for some reason, the outskirts of this once harmonious resort are now shrouded in thick fog, making the entire atmosphere feel somewhat eerie. Game rules. A total of 100 players are participating in this game, with an estimated duration of approximately 10 days. Divided into 2 factions, hunters and fugitives, each consisting of 50 players. The hunters' objective is to eliminate as many fugitives as possible, while the fugitives' goal is to survive until the end of the game. The hunter receives the following additional skills for this round: firearms mastery, combat expertise, enhanced recovery, and speed boost. They can enter the fog surrounding the resort and are allowed to choose any weapon from the armory before the game starts, giving them an absolute combat advantage.
The hunter must wear a black tactical vest and can see the red triangular markers above the opposing team's heads. These markers are not visible through walls. Fugitive can fight back, can ask villagers for help, but cannot enter the fog. Additionally, there are 3 undercover agents in each faction who are essentially from the opposing camp. The mission of the hunter undercover is to protect the fugitives and kill the hunters, while the task of the fugitive undercover is to protect the hunters as much as possible and kill the fugitives. Undercover agents have no knowledge of each other's identities. Important rules. 1. All villagers wear green clothing and stand on the side of fugitives. No task participant may kill villagers or wear green clothing, otherwise it will be considered a violation. 2. When this game concludes, fully heal all victorious players, excluding those who achieved victory but have already died. 3. At regular intervals, the locations of remaining fugitives will be revealed, and this revelation will persist for a duration. Game victory conditions. Fugitives survive until the game ends. The hunter achieve a kill count within the top 20 of your faction when the game time expires, or eliminate all escapees. The top 3 killers receive additional rewards. Violations will result in game failure. All language barriers have been removed. You may freely communicate with players from any country. Good luck! After reading all the rules in one go, Hanja realized it was basically a very common survival game. He had studied plenty of this genre in his case analysis classes, dozens if not over a dozen examples. But this time felt slightly different to him. Because this particular survival game featured the mole rule, something Hanja had almost never encountered before. 3 out of 50 people aren't many, but it still feels quite troublesome. The task information box disappeared, replaced by a new prompt box. Remaining preparation time, approximately 6 hours. Time until game ends, approximately 10 days later. Total remaining players, 100. 6 hours of hiding time, that's quite generous. But what's with this remaining player count nonsense? Shouldn't it display the remaining numbers of escapees and pursuers separately? Displaying just the remaining player count is completely useless. Hanja realized that this time the system actually teleported them first before displaying the mission details, making him suspect the system might be slightly unstable. Better observe the situation first. Hanja pushed open the door and stepped outside. Bright light, accompanied by a rush of damp air. Outside, a crowd had already gathered, chattering away in lively discussion. None of them were wearing tactical vests or green uniforms, they must all be fugitives. Hanja glanced around. This area resembled the entrance of a park, flanked by 2-story buildings on either side, with a bronze sign above the gate bearing the words Misty Mountain. Clearly, this was the entrance to Misty Mountain Resort. There was indeed a mist here, but it was so faint that the outlines of the distant mountains were still clearly visible. Hanja turned to look back. Behind them lay a road, but the mist thickened abruptly in that direction. Beyond a stretch of several dozen meters, the road disappeared entirely from view. Only the outskirts of the resort have fog, that's right. At that moment, another man in pure green security uniform walked out from the neighboring house. This must be the villager mentioned in the rules. He was even wearing a green hat, such a bold look. The man stood on a platform beside the gate, grabbed a megaphone from the nearby table, and began shouting, "Everyone, stay calm. Let me say a few words." The crowd immediately fell silent. "I'm the security guard for this resort. If you need anything or have any questions about the resort, you can come find me in the room next door later," the security guard in the green cap announced. "Also, there's a resort map booklet in the room next to me. You can each take one, no need to rush, we've got plenty of copies." After shouting all that, the green-hatted security guard stepped off the platform and went inside. Then the people nearby immediately began pushing into the adjacent room. However, there were only 50 fugitives present in total. There wouldn't be much of a crowd no matter how packed it got. Soon there were hardly any people left in that room. Hanja chose this moment to enter. As he stepped inside, Hanja happened to overhear a conversation between 2 people who were just leaving. "Damn it, said we could ask him if we had questions, but when it came to anything about the game, he was clueless. These NPC projections are all like this. Forget it, forget it. Let's find a spot to hole up and observe the situation first." Apparently, these villagers couldn't provide any help explaining the game rules. Hanja walked into the room, where a security guard in a green uniform sat behind the desk. "Over here on this table," the guard pointed to a stack of atlases on the adjacent table. Hanja picked one up and flipped through it. The resort on the map looked quite large, even somewhat complex. Hanja was about to leave, but then turned back to ask the security guard, "Got any weapons?" The guard shook his head. "We only had 2 pepper sprays, and they were both taken just now." "All right." Disappointed, Hanja walked out of the room. At that moment, a man's voice could be heard shouting loudly from outside, almost yelling in anger. "Did you know there are 3 traitors among us? Teaming up is just asking for death. Everyone should go their separate ways, being alone is the safest. Are you stupid, or are you actually the traitor trying to set me up?" Glancing toward the source of the voice, Hanja saw a burly man in a tank top cursing at a thin, frail man beside him.
After cursing, the burly man turned and shouted at the crowd. Remember this, all of you. There are 3 imposters among us, so trust no one, don't form teams, just go alone. Anyone who wants to team up with you is definitely an imposter trying to sabotage you. At the burly man's shout, the crowd instantly turned suspicious gazes toward the skinny man. Clearly, in everyone's eyes, this frail man already looked very much like an imposter. Almost immediately, several people from another group had already entered the park gate and left separately on their own. And more people are doing the same. Hanja saw what was happening and knew it wouldn't end well. If the fleeing group really listened to this brute and split up, they'd be absolute fools. Just as Hanja was about to speak, a young man's voice rang out from the crowd first. Hey, that's not right, is it? It was a bespectacled young man wearing a pristine white suit that fit him perfectly. He appeared only a few years older than Hanja, yet his face carried a cold indifference that Hanja lacked. Oh, and what brilliant insight does this little mole have to offer? The burly man turned his head, casting a chilly glance at the white-suited youth. Everyone immediately shifted their gaze toward the young man in white. Since there's a mole among us, we should team up even more, and in larger groups, said the young man in the white suit. How do you figure that? The burly man asked, his gaze growing colder as he looked at the white-suited youth. Because when someone walks alone, they're easy prey for the mole's ambush. But when others are present, that's when the mole dares not strike. The white-suited young man deliberately slowed his speech. Chapter 35 Teammates, Water Source Excavation. The crowd erupted in uproar. The burly man scoffed. Look at what you're saying. If everyone just spreads out and keeps their distance from each other, wouldn't that make it harder for the mole to strike? The mole is hard to deal with. But what about the pursuers? Having several pursuers with speed boosts and combat enhancements chasing just one of you, wouldn't that be easy? Your location is revealed at regular intervals anyway, the young man in the white suit argued vehemently. It's just bad luck that you're being hunted down. If you had good luck, wouldn't you have been able to hide until the game ended? The burly man added. The youth in the white suit sneered coldly. Let me remind you, the game spans a full 10 days. If you keep getting picked off one by one, the number of fugitives will only dwindle. By the last 2 days, imagine 50 hunters chasing just a handful of fugitives. Even if you're still alive by then, do you really think you can defy fate? The burly man tried to stay calm. Following your plan, if we form several teams, wouldn't we just make it easier for them to wipe us all out at once? Don't you get it? If we just keep fleeing, we'll all be wiped out eventually. Though it appears to be a hunting game, it's actually a battle between uneven sides. Our most effective strategy is obviously to act in small teams. After the young man in the white suit finished speaking, the crowd grew even more restless. This brother makes sense. You're the one telling everyone to scatter, sounds like you're the traitor. A male voice from the crowd accused the burly man. Yes, split up and run, that's 50 sheep. What's your scheme? Another accusation. The crowd grew increasingly hostile toward the burly man. Immediately deflated, the burly man waved his hands repeatedly. I just wasn't thinking comprehensively, but I'm really not the mole. Believe me. Now, those who want to should form their own teams. If you're confident in your abilities, you can go it alone, the young man in the white suit shouted. Team up with me. Let's go together. Pick me. The people around immediately crowded toward the man in the white suit. However, Hanja noticed that only about a dozen people moved closer, while another dozen remained completely unmoved. It seemed that aside from those who didn't use their brains at all, there were still quite a few cautious individuals who wouldn't easily trust others. Yes, that fugitive clearly still had tricks up his sleeve. Sorry, but I don't need too many teammates, so I'll have to ask you to quietly tell me your skills, that way it'll be easier for me to choose. The young man in the white suit bowed slightly to the people around him. Remember, don't shout it out, there's still a spy among us. The crowd immediately began leaning in toward the white-suited man, whispering in his ear, including that towering man from earlier. At first, Hanja was somewhat interested in teaming up with the young man in the white suit. After all, in critical moments, having a teammate with decent intelligence is quite important. But he straightforwardly asked about skills, which made Hanja quite unable to trust him. Hanja abandoned this plan and instead went to seek teammates elsewhere. As Hanja was looking around, a young man in his 20s dressed in a black trench coat slipped through the crowd and approached him directly. "Wanna team up?" he asked Hanja directly. Hanja was taken aback. There were several people between him and the young man in black trench coat earlier, yet he bypassed them all to approach Hanja specifically. This guy's definitely targeting me. Why? Is there anything about me that stands out in this crowd? Maybe I'm a bit handsome, but not that much, right? Something's off here. Hanja instantly became wary. Perhaps it was some mole with their own little schemes. Why specifically choose me? Hanja asked. No reason, just randomly picked. The black trench-coated youth said calmly. Then why not choose those next to you? I don't think we'd get along. I know, you're afraid I might be the mole, right? Just a little. Then you can't really choose, can you? Because anyone could be the mole. Are you just not going to team up at all? The young man in the black coat chuckled. This statement makes a very valid point. Out of 50 people, there are only 3 imposters. Proportionally speaking, this ratio isn't particularly high. If you randomly pair up with someone, the chance of them being an imposter is nearly 3 in 49. But causing the fugitives to hesitate, doubt, and suspect each other due to 3 potential imposters might result in even greater losses. Seeing Hanja somewhat wavering, the young man in the black trenchcoat pressed on. If you don't trust just me, we can gather more people to form a team. At least 7 members together, that way, even if all 3 imposters are in our group, the innocents will still hold an absolute majority. Hanja nodded and asked, how many people have you gathered so far? Just you for now, but we can get whoever else you need in no time. Ha! Hanja didn't quite understand. The young man in the black trenchcoat smiled at Hanja, then raised his right hand. His right hand was still wearing a black gauntlet. The next instant, the black trenchcoat figure stepped back several paces, retreating to a small empty patch of ground. Then his right hand clenched into a fist and smashed heavily onto the ground. The ground within several meters instantly cracked into a spiderweb pattern. The fissures rapidly extended to the large gate behind him. The 3 bronze characters reading Misty Mountain were shaken clean off their mounting. All eyes instantly focused on the young man in the black trenchcoat. Anyone coming with me? The youth in the black trenchcoat straightened up and called out to the crowd. Me. Those who originally surrounded the young man in the white suit, having not been chosen, now shifted their attention towards the young man in the black trenchcoat. A few of the onlookers also stepped forward. It seemed that in some people's eyes, the actions of the young man in the white suit made him appear more like a spy trying to win trust. The young man in the black trenchcoat, on the other hand, seemed somewhat more normal. The young man in the black trenchcoat glanced at the gathering crowd around him. Then he pulled out 2 girls who looked particularly busty. You too, the young man in the black trenchcoat said nonchalantly. Hanja widened his eyes. Turns out this young man in the black trenchcoat shared the same refined taste as himself. Hanja's doubts instantly diminished a little more. The 2 girls were also delighted when they saw they'd been chosen. Seizing the opportunity, Hanja promptly changed his tune. Damn, I was starting to suspect you were the mole, but judging by your teammate choices, you've gotta be one of the good guys. Let's stick together then. Sure. The young man in the black trenchcoat nodded at Hanja. Let me pick a few more. What happened next came as a bit of a surprise to Hanja. Because as he spoke, the young man in the black trenchcoat selected 3 more men from the crowd around them. A skinny man wearing overalls, looking somewhat shifty in demeanor. The other was a fat man dressed in the standard middle-aged man's outfit of shirt and slacks, with a comparatively friendly expression. There was also a young man, wearing a t-shirt with dyed hair, extremely fair skin, and wearing earrings. Our team has enough people already. The others should form separate teams. The young man in the black trenchcoat smiled at the crowd. The remaining people around dispersed in disappointment. Hanja looked at the few individuals chosen by the young man in the black trenchcoat, utterly failing to comprehend his selection. At first, Hanja thought he had encountered a lecherous fellow who only picked women, but he chose 4 other men again. Hanja subconsciously felt that the black trenchcoat youth had selected them from the people who followed from behind. These individuals might be relatively more independent thinkers, less prone to herd mentality. Yet in reality, 2 of them were the very people who had rushed to cluster around the white-suited man earlier, eager to join his team. So far, none of these people share any common traits, myself included. What on earth was this guy's selection criteria? Does he actually know what skills others possess? Or was it really just random selection? Hanja pondered. At this moment, both girls bowed slightly as well, and one directly began introducing herself. Hello everyone, I'm Fongran. Hold on. The young man in the black trenchcoat interrupted the girl named Fongran. There are too many people here. There must be a mole among the crowd, and our conversation might be overheard. Let's walk further in to talk. Everyone nodded in agreement. The 7 of them fell silent and strode straight through the gate. Beyond the gate stretched a tree-lined avenue, and those who had entered earlier could no longer be seen. The young man in the black trenchcoat led the group along the road for a while, then veered into a quiet grove of trees. Let's continue with the introductions. We can't just keep calling each other that guy and that girl, said the young man in the trenchcoat. Right, we just had Fonglan. Now it's time for the next person, said the chubby man. It's not Fonglan, it's Fongran. Maple Leaf Phone, Dairan, corrected the girl named Fongran. It's hard to remember all 7 of our names at once. Why don't we introduce ourselves with our skills and use those skill names to address each other? Easier to remember, suggested another girl. Sure, everyone nodded in agreement. Hanja also nodded along. This was actually a common practice in many team-based games anyway. Then I'll go first. I have 4 skills. The girl continued. Namely, Sword Swallowing Queen. Anything I put in my mouth won't hurt or injure me even if it reaches my throat. Red Expansion. I can transform Pepsi into Coca-Cola. Water Source Excavation. Whenever I scratch any surface, a stream of drinkable water gushes out, meaning I can provide drinking water for everyone. Chapter 36, Skills Best Left Unspoken. 2 of these skills sounded rather Hanja frowned, but seeing no reaction from the others, Hanja could only maintain a composed expression. Are there any more versatile skills? The frail young man beside him spoke up. The girl nodded quickly. Yes. My fourth skill is Disney Runaway Princess. I can randomly summon princes, knights, queens, or hunters from Disney fairy tales as a princess, and they'll treat me like royalty too. Sounds decent. Can you give us a demo? The skinny young man asked. Sure. The girl closed her eyes and activated the skill. A knight clad in armor appeared by her side, holding a standard longsword and shield. He looked exactly like one of those generic knights straight out of Disney. Your Highness. The knight then knelt on one knee before the girl who had summoned him. He looks handsome, but I wonder how strong he is. Can we see him show off his skills? The man with earrings said. The girl nodded and turned to give the knight a command. Show everyone your combat prowess. As you command. The knight stood up, gripping his longsword tightly before executing a horizontal slash at a nearby tree. The blade's swing generated a gust of wind pressure that nearly forced Hanja's eyes shut. When the wind pressure subsided, all the trees before the knight had been cleanly severed at their trunks. The forest instantly gained a small clearing. That /S pretty damn impressive. Everyone immediately started clapping. Hanja was also kind of shocked. Aren't /T Disney knights just supposed to dance along when the main characters sing? How is this one so strong? This is no Disney knight, the enhancements are way too extreme. This has to be some overpowered knight straight out of a Western fantasy power fantasy novel. After finishing his performance, the knight quietly returned to the girl's side. Through the slit in his full-face helmet, Hanja could see a pair of wary eyes. That's the extent of my abilities, the girl said with a bow to the crowd. Strong. The skinny young man nodded repeatedly. Does this skill have a cooldown? The fat man asked. Yes, according to the description, summoned creatures can only last for 30 minutes, followed by a 4-hour cooldown. Though not suited for prolonged combat, their combat effectiveness is decent enough. The overweight man nodded in approval. The girl nodded at the knight beside her. Well, if your skills are mainly about providing drinking water and playing the princess, then maybe we should just call you Water Princess, the chubby man continued. Water Princess? To be honest, Hanja had only one feeling when he heard this title. It's a bit unpleasant to hear. But the girl didn't seem to mind and nodded directly at the chubby man. This nickname is easy to remember. Let's go with this one. Since she accepted it herself, Hanja saw no need to say anything more. Water Princess? This name is indeed easy to remember. Next, I'll speak, said the thin young man in overalls standing next to Water Princess. I have a skill called, Do Transformers Dream of Dodge Rams? Every skill I draw is related to cars, so all of my skills are automobile-based. Buy your damn insurance, no matter how I crash, it's always the other driver's fault. Extreme Car Whisperer, I can fix any car with just a touch, no tools or spare parts needed. Wait, what's the cooldown for this repair skill? The guy with the ear piercing cut in. 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes? Yes, you can use it again in 5 minutes. Damn, this skill is actually pretty powerful, the guy with earrings exclaimed in surprise. Yeah, with this you could open a car repair shop in the real world and fix every vehicle in the city, couldn't you? The overweight man chimed in. The skinny young man shook his head. Nope, this skill drains stamina too. Basically I can't hold on after just a few repairs. Alright, the fat man said. So, since you can fix cars without materials, could you turn a screw into an Audi? Hanja suddenly spoke up. Everyone else fell silent instantly. No, I'd still need the main body of the car for that. The thin young man shook his head and replied. Do you have any other skills? The chubby man asked. 2 more. The first is called, Indian Truck, any vehicle I'm in can accommodate 10 times its normal capacity. The second is, Car Upgrade, I can upgrade a base model car to the highest trim level of the same model. 10 times the capacity? So even a motorcycle could function like a passenger bus, the man with earrings said incredulously. Sort of. That car upgrade, does that mean we can modify the car freely? Hanja asked. Not exactly. You can only upgrade to the existing packages offered by the manufacturer, like adding a central touchscreen, side airbags, or high-fidelity audio systems. Honestly, it's not very useful in this context, the skinny young man replied helplessly. Alright then, Hanja sounded disappointed. Then your title is easy, just call you the auto mechanic, the chubby man said. Okay, the frail young man nodded. Introductions done, next. To the right of the skinny youth called auto mechanic sat the young man with earrings. He also spoke up readily. The skills I can actually boast about are just 3. 1. My personal life BGM. When I'm doing something, corresponding background music plays around me, though it can be manually turned off. Play music? The crowd was stunned. That's how it is. After the ear-ringed young man finished speaking, a melodious violin tune emanated from his body, sounding as if played right before our very ears. Now that we're in a more relaxed setting, we can play something light and easy. When the atmosphere gets tense, we can switch to some intense rock or something like that. Such a useless skill.
Hanja secretly curled his lips in disdain. Not bad at all, it helps regulate emotions, said the girl named Fongran from earlier. Then the young man with earrings turned off the music and continued speaking. I have 2 more skills, anti-tank throwing knife, my thrown knives cause massive explosions upon hitting enemies. Wakanda Forge, I can craft cold weapons using chips and circuit boards, attacks with these weapons never miss.
Then wouldn't you be nearly invincible if you made throwing knives from circuit boards? Hanja exclaimed in shock.
That should be the case, the young man with the earring nodded.
Everyone gasped in astonishment.
A deity was actually in our midst. Especially Princess Water, even the way she looked at the young man with earrings changed. Then shall we call you Little Throwing Dagger, young lad? The chubby man suggested. Just call me Flying Knife, it's simpler, the earring-wearing youth said casually.
Got it, several people agreed in unison.
After Flying Knife, it was the turn of the youth in the black trench coat.
Emo-san, sang as in the vast sea.
The young man in the black trench coat began by stating his name. The group waited for him to continue for a while, but he remained silent.
Wait, that's it? What about your abilities? The overweight man asked.
I only said introduce yourself. I never asked you to disclose your skills. You volunteered that information yourselves, what does that have to do with me?
Mo-san replied.
The burly man was momentarily at a loss for words. The few people who had previously reported their skills were utterly dumbfounded. Besides, don't forget there might still be a mole among us. If you're in such a hurry to reveal your own secrets for the journey ahead, don't count on me to see you off.
Emo-san added one more sentence, as cool as ever.
The tone wasn't cold, but the entire sentence carried an icy undertone.
This left Hanja feeling somewhat depressed. Weren't you just being friendly earlier? Why the sudden chill? The plump man nodded. Emo-san is right, we probably shouldn't reveal our skills too soon. I'll just share my name, you can call me Pang Tao.
That won't do. Fadao got rather worked up, moving right up to Matsun's face. Why should we register while you guys don't?
If we're registering, then everyone registers. Did anyone say fugitives can't kill other fugitives?
Matsun said coldly, extending his palm outward. A gale force even stronger than the night's previous one burst forth. The dozen trees before his palm were instantly swept away.
An even larger clearing appeared. The knight immediately shielded the water princess behind him.
Seeing the even larger clearing before him, the flying dagger man's face instantly broke into a smile.
Forget it, my skills don't have any fatal weaknesses anyway. No harm in saying them out loud.
Exactly, we're all teammates here, part of the same team.
Let's talk things out properly and not let disagreements ruin the harmony. Fat Tao nearby quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Emo-san didn't speak, merely withdrawing his palm as he turned his gaze toward Hanja.
Hanja, Han as in cold, J as in philosophy. That was all Hanja said about his own name.
Chapter 37, The Prize Machine. Hanja had no intention of revealing his abilities,
partly because he still hadn't figured out his first 2 random draw skills, and partly because his third skill was pure bluff, revealing it would give the game away.
A brief silence.
The way they looked at each other had subtly changed. Fat Tao changed the subject.
So where should we go now? Any good suggestions? Everyone flipped open their maps. Hanja glanced at the atlas. The resort actually had 2 peaks, one tall and one short.
The shorter one had more attractions and entertainment options, clustered closer together.
Let's head to the commercial street first, Hanja suggested. There are more shops and supplies there.
At the very least, we should stock up there first.
After all, this game lasts 10 days, we can't go without food and water.
Fat Tao nodded repeatedly. Right, anyway we still have 6 hours.
Let's restock first and then decide where to go.
The others also expressed agreement.
But the shopping street is quite far. The map shows there's a sightseeing station ahead, let's take a shuttle from there, Fat Tao continued. No one raised any objections. The team set off.
After walking a few hundred meters along the tree-lined path, the group indeed spotted a small wooden cabin.
More than a dozen sightseeing vehicles were parked in the clearing behind it.
Hanja had initially thought these vehicles might prove useful later, but the moment he saw them, he abandoned the idea.
This sightseeing vehicle is essentially an electric cart with just a chassis, a few seats, and a canopy.
It doesn't even have doors, at best, it's just meant for short-distance transport.
If you try to escape with this thing, you'd basically be a sitting duck.
Inside the cabin sat another staff member wearing a green uniform. As soon as Fat Tao asked him, he pulled out the car keys.
Take it whenever you need, no need to return it.
There are charging stations everywhere, just swap the battery when it runs out, the staff member said cheerfully.
The group expressed their gratitude briefly and boarded a sightseeing vehicle. The vehicle was so new that even its red paint was freshly applied. Hansa accidentally touched it and ended up with his whole left hand stained red.
The vehicle had 8 seats, but the knight's armor was too heavy and bulky, making it difficult for him to sit comfortably. The water princess simply cancelled the knight's summoning skill, causing the knight to vanish from sight in front of everyone. Then, with the auto mechanic driving, the sightseeing vehicle rolled along the road toward the commercial street at the foot of the low hill. The scenery along the way was genuinely pleasant, misty mountains and fields of a kind Hanja had only ever seen on computer wallpapers before. Throughout the journey, Flying Knife Brother directly activated his skill in the back seat, playing piano music aloud. The two girls chatted in the front seats, discussing zodiac signs Hanja didn't quite understand. It really started to feel like a vacation. About 10 minutes later, we arrived at the commercial street. It was a cluster of low houses at the foot of the mountain, looking more like a small town than a street. At the entrance stood a ceremonial archway, where the mechanic stopped the car to take it all in. An old man stood beneath the archway at the entrance, sporting a goatee and dressed in antique-looking green attire, smiling warmly at the crowd. "Everyone, I'm the village head of this resort. Is there anything you need help with? Do you have food and drinks?" Pang Tao inquired. "Of course we do. Our resort serves many specialty dishes," the village head nodded. "I mean something we can take with us." "Well, of course there is. There are shops inside. Your honored guests, take whatever catches your eye," the village chief replied, still nodding with a beaming smile. "Take whatever you want." These three words warmed Hanja's heart just hearing them. The auto mechanic nodded as well, driving the car through the memorial archway. "Thank you, Grandpa," the two girls in the car called out gratefully to the old man. The cobblestone pavement was lined with old-fashioned shops on either side, but it was quite deserted. Apart from shop assistants dressed in green standing at the entrances of various stores, only a few villagers were walking on the street. There were quite a few shops, souvenir stores, mountaineering gear shops, restaurants, supermarkets. The group first went to the mountaineering gear shop, where each of them picked up a backpack to carry supplies. The shop assistant at the mountaineering gear store didn't accept payment either, simply letting them take what they needed. Hanja directly picked out the relatively lightweight model from the selection of hiking backpacks. Supplies were necessary, but they couldn't hinder mobility too much. Next, Hanja noticed the cashier's computer on the counter. Hanja wanted to borrow this computer and use his skills to modify it into a lottery machine to test its effectiveness. But before Hanja could speak, the knife thrower spoke to the clerk first. "Let me borrow this computer," the knife thrower said. Of course, the clerk readily agreed. "Thanks." Then the knife thrower directly picked up the computer's entire case. Then, he slammed it hard onto the ground. Thud! With a dull thump, the computer case shattered into pieces. Hanja and the others were startled as well. Then Brother Flying Knife rummaged directly through the wreckage of the computer case for the circuit board. This kid really has no manners. Hanja turned to glance at the shop assistant again. The assistant was initially shocked but soon resumed a polite smile. He looked utterly indifferent. They're really going all out to support the fugitives. With that, Hanja went straight to the neighboring shop to look for a machine with a screen. Next door was a small general store. When Hanja entered, an old man in green clothes was minding the shop. "Uncle, why don't you step outside for some fresh air?" Hanja said directly. "Got it," the shopkeeper said, grabbing his fan and heading right out. Hanja then began rummaging through the shop's items, searching for any machine with a screen. In terms of skills, different modified lottery machines have varying costs for drawing, with the first 3 attempts being cooldown free. So Hanja decided to find 3 devices, and modify them all at once to see exactly what the price differences would be. Hanja quickly found 3 machines with screens. One was the cash register on the counter, one was an old-style mobile phone in the drawer, and one was the wall-mounted TV. Hanja first modified the cash register. The cash register that was originally displaying the price immediately changed its message. "Hello, would you like to participate in a lottery draw now? Each lottery draw costs 1 million yuan in this world's currency." "A million? This world? Is this the currency of the resort world?" Hanja pulled out the cash register drawer and examined the money inside. The highest denomination was 200, featuring a scenic view of the commercial district where Hanja currently was. On the reverse side was a portrait of the former village chief, posing with a cheerful peace sign. There's another line of text above. "Misty Mountain Bank. That's so bizarre." Hanja briefly scanned all the money in the cash register. It didn't add up to more than 10,000. This million feels like it wouldn't even be enough to scrape together the entire resort. Looks like we'll have to use Hanja's self-drawn ability for those first few free attempts after all. But before that, Hanja first checked the costs on the other machines. Hanja picked up the old-fashioned phone from the counter drawer again. The style of this phone is outrageously outdated, just a large rectangle with a few plastic buttons, plus a black and white pixelated screen that only lights up thanks to a backlight. This doesn't even count as a mobile phone, it should be called a portable telephone. Hanja activated his ability. The same text appeared on the portable telephone's screen. However, the cost of each lottery draw wasn't money anymore. Cost per lottery draw, you move 1,000 kilometers. Move 1,000 kilometers? Just talking about mobility, it should be possible to take a vehicle. But traveling 1,000 kilometers by car is just outrageous. Driving 1,000 kilometers on the expressway might still be manageable, but in this little resort, how many laps would 1,000 kilometers take? By the time we finished circling around, our pursuers could have killed us several times over. Hanja put down his mobile phone and glanced at the wall-mounted TV nearby. The cash register modification requires a money lottery, while the mobile phone modification forces you to move around like an idiot just to enter a draw. What about the TV then? Perform a show to enter the lottery? Probably not. That would be too cheap. Judging by the nature of the first two machines, this one shouldn't be that simple. It's probably about performing a show. At least 10,000 viewers must see the performance to enter the lottery. Thinking this, Hanja activated his modification skill on the television. But the next moment, Hanja saw a pop-up window appear to his right. Can't use this. Your skill is still on cooldown. Cannot be used. Hanja was stunned. Wasn't it supposed to have 3 free cooldowns? How come it stops working after just 2 uses? False advertising, huh? Chapter 38, The Affair-Catching Robot. While lost in thought, Hanja suddenly realized something. 3 cooldown free uses. First skill use, no cooldown. Second skill use, no cooldown. Third skill use, no cooldown on the third time. Fourth skill use, enters cooldown. Calculating this, it should mean being able to use skills 4 times. How come it entered cooldown after just 2 uses? Where did the other 2 go? Hanja pondered for a long time but still couldn't come up with an explanation. Could someone really steal skill charges? Hanja only felt a chill run down his spine. If that's the case, then this ability is truly overpowered. And this person is close by. Could there be a mole in the team right now? Hanja instinctively glanced towards the door. At this moment, the 2 girls in the group were still enthusiastically picking out souvenirs in the gift shop across the street. You couldn't tell just by looking. Overthinking wouldn't help, so Hanja returned to his 2 prize machines. Use the skill, Pig Butchering Scam? Hanja still couldn't determine whether the skill-modified slot machines in his Pig Butchering Scam ability counted as different lotteries or the same type of lottery within the skill's mechanics. If they were considered the same type, after a few free attempts, the cost for subsequent spins across all machines would permanently triple, a price Hanja absolutely couldn't afford to pay. Yet if he didn't use the ability, he couldn't even afford the cost of a single spin in the first place. Damn it, might as well use it. If they really counted as the same lottery type, wouldn't the tripling penalty disappear when the Pig Butchering Scam skill was lost after the game ended anyway? Good. Bug spotted. Thinking of this, Hanja first activated the skill, Pig Slaughtering Scheme, on the cash register. Sure enough, the lottery price displayed on the cash register turned to free. Hanja pressed enter and directly started the lottery. Congratulations, you've won a prize. The cash register drawer snapped shut then popped back open. Released along with it were a roll of grayish-white material wrapped in plastic and a slip of paper. Hanja took the grayish-white object from its plastic wrapping and unfolded it. It turned out to be something resembling a camouflage hiking backpack. A stupid backpack as a giveaway prize? Hanja was deeply disappointed. He picked up the paper beside it and examined it. Then I realized this paper was an instruction manual. Level 3 backpack. This backpack can store items equivalent to multiple regular backpacks in volume, without increasing the weight. However, when you crouch in grass while wearing this backpack, you'll become conspicuously noticeable against your will. This explains. Are there any items with special effects? Hanja tried taking several bottles of water from the nearby shelf and placed them in his backpack. Then he lifted the backpack again. It felt as light as an empty backpack. Hanja opened the backpack again to check. He found the water bottles had sunk deep inside, requiring him to stretch his arm forcefully to reach them. Only then did Hanja realize the backpack's interior space was vastly larger than its actual size. Its black lining had obscured this detail when he initially placed the water inside. What kind of dimensional space backpack is this? A divine artifact. If everything pulled out is this kind of divine artifact, then Hanja's ability is truly god tier. Can I crawl inside to hide? Hanja gestured to demonstrate. No. The backpack opening was too small, fitting an arm was already the limit. Whatever. Might as well use it as a super backpack then. Hanja didn't hold back, stuffing all the food and drinks from the shelves into his backpack. It felt like enough provisions to last him a month. Hanja glanced at his packed bag, though it was only half full. Yes, strong. Better leave some space for other things. Hanja turned his head to look at the lottery machine he'd modified from the cash register. Only then did Hanja realize that even when folded, his backpack was noticeably larger than the cash register's drawer opening. How did it even come out? Actually, that kind of makes sense. After all, if backpacks can have dimensional storage, isn't it normal for a lottery machine to have a dimensional exit? The next lottery draw still showed as free. Hanja continued pressing enter. This time, 2 pieces of paper flew out, one large and rolled up, the other small and floating. The larger one appears to be something like a newspaper, though it has no words. The smaller one is indeed an instruction manual. Grapevine newspaper. Shake to activate. This newspaper periodically generates news from the current world, prioritizing local news.
though there may be suspicions of exaggerated reporting. News? Hanja opened the newspaper, only to find it completely blank. He then shook the paper slightly, and sure enough, lines of text and a photograph appeared. Hanja glanced at the photo. It was a scene he recognized. The photo showed exactly the scene when he had entered the resort. The security guard dressed in green clothes and hat stood on the central platform, explaining resort matters to the crowd below. Hansa even spotted the retreating figure of the white-suited young man from earlier in the photo. This was exactly what he had just experienced. It really could display the most recent news images, but glancing at the adjacent headline, Hanju immediately whitened his eyes, turning grief into motivation. Resort security guard cheated on by wife becomes motivational speaker for cuckold victims support group. What kind of headline is this? Hanja continued reading the article's details. It's probably similar to the title. It tells the story of how this security guard was cheated on, then founded a support group for victims of infidelity, attracting a large number of members. As the chief lecturer, he wears a green hat as his emblem, offering daily encouragement to fellow victims of infidelity. Damn. Wait, I've become a member of this support group for cheating victims? What kind of nonsense is this? Hanja finally understood what the manual meant by potential exaggeration in reporting. This isn't exaggeration, it's outright sensationalist fabrication. Shameless media. This kind of utterly unreliable newspaper serves no purpose whatsoever. It seems that in this lottery, you might draw something very useful or something completely useless. It's partly a matter of luck. Hanju instinctively wanted to toss it away, but then another thought crossed his mind. The newspaper report is fake, but the generated photos are real. Why not just look at the photos then? From how this newspaper operates, it can periodically generate visuals of events happening in this resort. This might be an important source of information. Might come in handy, better keep it. Hans tucked the newspaper into his backpack. Next prize draw. This time, what popped out was something resembling a TV remote control along with an instruction manual. The mysterious remote control. This remote control is compatible with any television. When Sadako takes control of the television connected to this remote, she will be forced to emerge butt first. This is so bizarre. Hanja couldn't immediately think of any other uses for this remote control. Same as before, put it away. Next. This time, a piece of paper flew straight out. On it were 4 large characters. Thanks for your patronage. There's actually such a thing as a blank prize. Hanja tossed it away without a second thought. You're welcome, I didn't spend any money either. Next one. This time, it was a small black box that flew out. Hanja glanced at the instruction manual. Adultery catching robot. Press the button on the box to summon a robot that can drive for you. This way, you can have the robot pretend to drive away while you double back and return home unnoticed. Next were the specific instructions for using the robot, which Hanja gave just a brief glance. This thing is ridiculously useful. But apparently, it can drive for me? Next. This time what emerged was a pair of chopsticks, utterly ordinary in appearance. Special chopsticks for bathroom use. You can take these chopsticks with you to the bathroom. Others will think you're just going to wash them instead of doing your business. Perfect for relieving your embarrassment. Wait a minute? Hanja understood this function, but still felt somewhat confused. What confused him wasn't the function itself, but why such a strange function existed in the first place. Moreover, and most importantly, after reading the instructions, Hanja realized, isn't this just a pair of ordinary chopsticks? Never mind. Next item. This time, what fell out was a dagger. It looked somewhat familiar, like something from a game. Checking the instruction manual revealed it was indeed from a game. Lightning dagger. This dagger slightly increases your movement speed and attack speed. Unique passive electric arc. When attacking with this dagger, there's a 30% chance to play an electric sound effect. What? Electric sounds? Hanja was dumbfounded. It looks like a weapon, but actually it's a speaker. Although, the slight movement and attack speed boost from the front half is somewhat useful. Install it properly. Next. This time nothing came out. The screen displayed only a prompt. Raffle requires 4 million points, your balance is insufficient. It seemed the free attempts were gone, and the price had skyrocketed by 300%. Hanja immediately activated his pig butchering scam skill on the nearby lottery machine modified from a mobile phone. Then let's look at the price of the lottery machine modified from a mobile phone. Yes, free. Different machines count as different types, not interchangeable. Hanja was overjoyed. Got to do a few more free draws. Hanja immediately started the free lottery. This mobile phone lottery machine dispenses prizes that pop out from the phone's back cover. The first thing that popped out was an empty thank you for your patronage slip. Off to a bad start. Next. This time, what popped out was a small wooden pendant with a relief carving of an open book. Check the instruction manual. Focused concentration talisman. Still troubled by beautiful women asking you out as soon as you start studying? Now with this talisman, bid farewell to distractions. Carry this talisman with you when you're focused on a task. If any beautiful woman dares disturb you again, the talisman will forcibly intercept her interruption. Let you concentrate on your studies. Becoming a pillar of the nation is just around the corner. Holy shit? Hanja didn't quite know how to react. Are there really people in real life who detest beauty and solely focus on studying and working? Perhaps there is, but Hanja is not. He wished gorgeous, busty women would ask him out every day. This amulet was of no use to Hanja, but at least it's a special effect item, might as well keep it for now. Put it in the bag. Next were a few odd little trinkets and some empty prizes. The trinkets have some special effects, but they seem more for entertainment than practical use. Hanja continued to pull. This time, what came out was something resembling a can, with 2 dogs painted on it. It felt heavy in his hand. What was that about? Surely it couldn't be dog food, could it? Hanja glanced at the manual. When he finished reading the manual, he was profoundly shocked by the item. According to the manual, this item could only be used once, but the effect was tremendously powerful. Hanja could guarantee that there were pursuers after him, and as long as he used this thing, he could immediately save his life for a while. A life-saving artifact. This description is not an exaggeration at all. Chapter 39, I didn't even show my head. Hanja silently placed the life-saving artifact into his backpack. When I wanted to draw again, the free attempts had already been used up. What a pity. Hanja looked at the things he had drawn. Although many were inexplicable, some seemed quite useful. The probability of getting good items from this lottery was actually acceptable, especially since everything was drawn for free. Great. It's practically a divine skill. Hanja was quite satisfied. By the time Hanja finished packing and came out, everyone else was already waiting. Nearly everyone was carrying mountaineering backpacks, with the 2 girls' packs being noticeably smaller. As for Emo-san, he simply carried a single shoulder bag that looked like it couldn't hold much at all. Will the stuff in your bag be enough to eat? Fat Tao asked with concern as he eyed Emo-san's small bag. It's enough. I don't eat much, Emo-san replied mildly. Don't even think about mooching off us, we don't have enough for ourselves, Brother Flying Knife said. Never. Emo-san once again uttered just 2 simple words before averting his gaze elsewhere. So, where should we go next? Pang Tao asked. Wouldn't the densely wooded area with complex terrain be better? It'd be harder for them to track us, suggested Fengran, the female companion. Sounds good, Pang Tao nodded in agreement. No. Swiftblade waved his hands in refusal. The dense forest makes it hard for me to lock onto enemies. Then where do you suggest? Fengran asked. It'd be best to find an elevated spot with open surroundings where enemies can be spotted from afar. My throwing knives will grill them all to perfection. The knife thrower spoke with unshakable confidence. Hanja immediately voiced his agreement. I also think taking the initiative from an open vantage point is the better strategy. Hanja's backpack, due to its side effects, would stand out glaringly in the underbrush, so he had no intention of venturing into the woods either. Then shall we find higher ground? Fat Tao said, turning his gaze to Emo-san beside him. Brother Emo, do you have any suggestions? No. Emo-san didn't even turn his head, as if none of this concerned him. Does anyone else have a different opinion? Pang Tao asked the others again. The others also shook their heads one after another. So everyone unanimously decided to choose the nearest high ground. This high ground was actually very easy to pick. The only elevated areas nearby were mountains and buildings, and the mountain views weren't particularly open, so they decided to choose a taller building instead. The most suitable building was immediately noticeable to everyone. It was the Misty Mountain Hotel behind the commercial street, over a dozen floors tall, standing significantly higher than all other structures. When the group arrived to investigate the hotel, they discovered it had several additional advantages. First of all, aside from the 4-story restaurant on the street, all surrounding buildings are single-story. The view from this building is exceptionally open, facing the main road behind the commercial street. Secondly, the interior space of this building is quite spacious, making it easy to move around. There's also an alley behind the building, and an external emergency staircase. If things go south, you can quickly escape through the back alley. Most importantly, the bed is very comfortable. This beats hiding in the woods like a wild man. Everyone picked a room on the 5th floor. The reasoning was that higher floors made quick evacuation difficult, while lower floors lacked a broad field of vision. The sightseeing vehicle was parked in the alley below, with a hotel van also waiting at the entrance. The group obtained the keys from the hotel manager. When necessary, they could drive the van to escape. After enjoying a complimentary feast at the hotel, everyone settled down to rest and recharge. More than 4 hours later, the group gathered together, standing ready and vigilant. A moment later, a notification pop-up appeared before everyone's eyes. Preparation time has ended. The pursuer has officially entered. First position reveal has begun. Initial reveal duration reduced. Remaining reveal time for this round, 19 minutes 59 seconds.
Then, Hanja saw a red beam of light emanating from above his head and those of others. This beam seemed unimpeded by walls, piercing directly through the ceiling above and extending upward.
Hanja looked out the window.
In the distance, he could also see many red beams of light. The light beams remained completely unaffected by the mist, clearly visible even from a great distance. These marked the locations of other fugitives.
Hanja studied them carefully.
The nearest cluster of 4 intense lights shone from the woods midway up the slope of the low hill behind them. 3 beams of light hovered in the misty lake between the mountains, seemingly taking refuge on the small island at the lake's center. Several more concentrated lights rested on the peaks of the high mountains. The mountaintops clearly remained a popular hiding spot.
Then came scattered beams of light at various scenic spots. Hot springs, hedge mazes, mist-shrouded stone bridges all illuminated by beams of light.
There are also numerous scattered solitary beams of light, likely emanating from individual wanderers. There's another beam of light moving toward the cable car, probably someone riding it. As the young man in the white suit had pointed out, given these display conditions, it was nearly impossible to remain hidden in one place without being found.
It still comes down to fighting.
Hanja, Flying Knife Brother, and the mechanic were hiding by a hotel room window. The other 4 positioned themselves in rooms on different sides to ensure enemies could be spotted immediately from any direction. Truth be told, Flying Knife Brother carried the team in combat, the others were just observers at best. As soon as they're spotted, let Flying Knife Brother blow them up. If any enemies manage to close in, have Emote Song and Water Princess deal with them.
The tense countdown passed in a flash.
The beam of light above everyone flickered, then vanished. Now, the pursuers don't know the group's location.
The pursuers still haven't shown up.
Indeed, a mere 20-minute display time wasn't nearly enough for the pursuers to make it here.
Plan B begins.
Everyone quickly descended to the ground floor, moving from the rooftop of the bungalow to the adjacent restaurant. Now, without any visible signs of their presence, even if pursuers came chasing after them, they would at most track them to the original Misty Mountain Hotel building, making it difficult to detect where the group was hiding. Once the pursuers arrived, Throwing Knife Brother could strike suddenly, catching the enemy completely off guard. Hanja, the maintenance worker, and Throwing Knife Brother took cover on the balcony of a private dining room on the restaurant's 4th floor. Hanja slightly stood up, just peeking his head out a little bit as he observed the situation outside.
Sure enough, not far away, a golf cart came driving over from the commercial street.
This type of vehicle was even simpler than a sightseeing car, small, only big enough for 2 people, with space in the back typically just for a few golf bags.
2 men in black tactical vests and sunglasses were seated in it.
The pursuers. The car quickly stopped on the outer road. 2 men stepped out, scanning their surroundings before turning their gaze toward the towering heights of the Misty Mountain Grand Hotel before them. Hanjo immediately spotted the guns in their hands. One carried a sniper rifle, the other an automatic rifle.
Hanjo immediately pulled his head back completely, ensuring he couldn't be seen from across the way. They're right in the middle of the main road downstairs.
2 of them, riding a golf cart. Hanjo urgently whispered to Brother Flying Knife.
Brother Flying Knife snorted coldly. Fools, too arrogant to even take cover.
Watch me turn them all into minced meat with one flying knife. As he spoke, Flying Knife Brother picked up a throwing knife made from a circuit board.
Bang!
The moment Flying Knife Brother lifted the knife, a gunshot rang out.
Dust instantly billowed everywhere, obscuring Hanja's vision of his surroundings. The dust also made Hanja cough uncontrollably.
The next second, Hanja looked carefully, his eyes widening in shock. A large hole had appeared in the side wall of the balcony before him. Beside him, Flying Knife Brother already had a bloody hole in his head, collapsed on the ground, completely lifeless.
Hanja plopped down onto the floor, utterly stunned.
He was quite certain he hadn't exposed himself beyond the wall at any point.
Holy shit! Did they shoot through the wall directly without hesitation? How did they know we were here? Is it some kind of X-ray vision?
At this very moment, one of the 2 men wearing sunglasses downstairs slowly lowered his sniper rifle.
So that's it? Done just like that?
The man holding the assault rifle chuckled.
He's down, all right.
But I can't shake the feeling that the other side was looking down on me. The sniper shook his head.
I felt it too.
The man with the assault rifle nodded.
But tell me, do you think these idiots really hadn't noticed the tags showing above their heads? Probably not. They're idiots after all. Maybe I should just take them all out.
The man with the sniper rifle raised his gun and aimed at that same balcony. In the man's eyes, 2 red inverted triangle symbols were floating in the air above the low wall of that balcony at this moment. These were precisely the marks above Hanja and the auto mechanics' heads.
Chapter 40, Serving You Like a Princess.
Hanja glanced at the auto mechanic beside him. The man had literally turned into a quivering mess from fright.
How did they know? The mechanic trembled as he spoke.
Hanja, on the contrary, grew increasingly calm. Hanja glanced at the low balcony wall beside him and immediately realized none of their 3 heads had been exposed.
But the rules stated that every hunter would see an inverted triangle mark above each fugitive's head. Their group must have had their marks exposed. How utterly stupid. Get down now. Hanja crouched down while whispering urgently. The mechanic quickly followed suit. The next moment, dust flew up again. Another hole appeared in the low wall beside the mechanic. But since the mechanic stayed low enough, this shot missed its mark. Go! Hanja immediately ducked into the inner room. Turning his head, he saw the mechanic hadn't followed him inside. Looking back, the guy was still sprawled on the balcony floor, his eyes vacant. Clearly, the bullet grazing the back of his head had scared him half to death. Hanja had no choice but to risk going back to the balcony and dragging the guy into the inner room. Just as he pulled him inside, another bullet hole appeared on the balcony floor right where the mechanic had been sitting moments earlier. The others had already heard the noise and rushed over. Brother Hanja, what's going on over there? Pang Tao asked with concern. 2 armed pursuers came down below. Flying Knife Brother was shot in the head, Hanja replied. The crowd's expressions instantly changed. Flying Dagger was the team's only known long-range combatant at present, and now he's just been outright killed. With the enemy's combat prowess being this terrifying, what are the rest supposed to do? Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Mo-tsung. Judging by the abilities he displayed, he seemed like another formidable individual. He appeared to be the strongest among those who remained. Mo-tsung wore an expression of complete indifference, not even bothering to say a word. Mo-tsung, how about you reveal what exactly your skill is to everyone? It'll make it easier for us to strategize. Pang Tao forced a smile as he suggested. No comment, Mo-tsung uttered flatly, just 4 words. The pursuers have already reached the building. Do you really need to keep secrets now? Princess Shui's tone carried a hint of anger. I won't tell you anything. At worst, bring out your knight and see if he can force me to speak. Mo-tsung spoke, a hint of mockery appearing on his face. You are really not a man. Princess Water could only hurl these words bitterly. Got it. Mo-tsung gave a casual nod, then turned to look at Fat Tao. Did all of you really say it? The expressions on the others' faces instantly turned uncomfortable, yet they couldn't do anything about Mo-tsung. I'll speak, Hanja said. He didn't want to disclose his skill, partly because revealing it would be pointless, and partly because doing so might expose his weakness. But now, with the team visibly falling apart, Hanja had no choice but to briefly mention his own skills. Then, Hanja casually described his abilities. Though he tried his best to keep the descriptions vague, they sounded so useless that no one felt inclined to ask further. After his explanation, the group was left with the impression that his prize machine could only dispense mundane items like toilet paper, and that the deceiver's shield was merely some kind of frontal shield. He didn't even mention the skill, gift of the jealous god, nor did Hanja say much about the things in the backpack. After all, there was only one life-saving artifact inside. If there had been 2, Hanja could have taken one out for everyone to use. But there is only one. This means Hanja must never let anyone know unless absolutely necessary, otherwise it would be equivalent to handing his life over to someone else. Now that Hanja has spoken, it's the other 2's turn. Fat Tao looked troubled. I have no combat skills, so there's no point in telling you. Better not ask. Fongran also nodded in agreement. Me too. The 2 still refused to speak. This immediately made Hanja suspect they had something to hide, including Mo-tsung, that made 3 stubbornly tight-lipped characters unwilling to reveal their skills. What exactly are they scheming? Surely there can't be 3 traitors all in our own team? Hanja frowned. Don't worry everyone, leave it to me. My knight should be able to handle them, Princess Water reassured the group. We're counting on you then, Pang Tao said excitedly, clasping Princess Water's hands. At this moment, a waiter dressed in green rushed into the private room in a panic. Everyone, those 2 men with guns are already coming upstairs. You'd better leave quickly. Everyone's expressions changed. From where? Pang Tao immediately asked. The main staircase of the hotel, the waiter replied. They really dare to come up? I'll ambush them right at the door. Princess Shui said resolutely, immediately following the waiter's guidance to the entrance of the main staircase. Everyone hastily followed. Sure enough, the sound of boots was already echoing in the stairwell, growing steadily closer. However, they seemed cautious as well, their footsteps deliberately slow. Princess Water wanted to peek down the stairs, prompting Cold Wisdom to quickly warn. Be careful, the pursuers can see the red markers above our heads. Even if you think you're hidden, your marker might already be sticking out. The Water Princess listened, nodded, and didn't lean forward again. Instead, she activated her summoning skill. A figure appeared before the crowd. This time, it was no longer an armored knight, but a woman in a deep purple robe, wearing a crown, with heavy eyeshadow. Her right hand still carried a gleaming round mirror. The crowd was taken aback. Is this supposed to be the queen? Indeed, the Water Princess's ability might also summon the queen, king, and prince. The queen's appearance looked very familiar to Hanja, but he couldn't immediately recall where he'd seen it before. But between the queen and the knight, who is stronger? Can this queen handle the 2 pursuers coming after her? The crowd couldn't be certain either.
Then, the woman who looked like a queen scanned her surroundings before her gaze settled on the water princess. Her face instantly lit up with joy. "Your Highness the Princess, Her Majesty the Queen has finally found you." Her voice was exceedingly gentle, which made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Princess Shui urgently asked, "There will be 2 people coming up soon, can you help us eliminate them?" "No problem," the queen-like woman nodded with a smile. "Thank you," Water Princess expressed her gratitude repeatedly. "But before that, let's have something to eat first." A dark red apple appeared floating above the queen-like woman's right hand. That was... Hanja immediately realized why this queen looked so familiar. "Wait!" Hanja shouted. But it was already too late. The woman resembling the queen flashed in front of the water princess and forcefully shoved an apple into her mouth. "Feed me!" The force with which the apple was shoved was so immense that it immediately knocked the water princess to the ground. Cold Sage rushed forward to intervene, but the queen-like woman swiftly dodged and reappeared behind the group. All that remained on her face was a grin of pure satisfaction. "This time it's a cyanide-laced apple. A single bite will kill you instantly. Even if you met a prince with a suction machine for a mouth, no amount of kissing would save you." The queen-like woman sneered coldly. Hanja turned to check on the water princess again. She lay on the ground, her eyes wide open. The crimson apple had completely filled her mouth, nearly tearing the corners of her lips. She had already stopped breathing. Everything happened too quickly. The others hadn't even realized what was happening. Hanja finally understood. This queen before him was the stepmother from Snow White. The water princess's ability was to summon people who served her as a princess. So naturally, this queen would try to kill her as Snow White. But Hanja could do nothing at all. Cyanide poisoning, hopelessly beyond saving. At this moment, the queen-like woman turned her head contentedly to gaze at the mirror in her right hand. "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all?" The mirror displayed the image of a woman. "Your Majesty the Queen, the most beautiful woman in the world is currently hiding at the summit of Misty Mountain. How dare she claim to be the most beautiful woman again?" The woman resembling a queen flew into a rage. "Though her facial beauty can't compare to yours, she has terrifyingly huge 70G breasts." "Ah!" The queen let out a piercing scream. "I'll kill her right now." The queen vanished instantly, leaving everyone completely dumbfounded. Moments later, they all looked at each other in stunned silence. "What should we do next? Maybe Brother Motsong should take action," Fat Tao said, turning to look at Motsong. But when Fat Tao looked at the spot where Motsong had been standing, he froze again. Motsong had already vanished without a trace at some point. "Where's Motsong?" Fat Tao scanned the surroundings. Still no sight of Motsong. "What do we do without Motsong?" Pang Tao asked dumbfounded. "What else can we do?" "Run for your life," Hanja said, already making his way toward another staircase. The few fighters who could hold their own were either dead or had fled. If Hanja didn't run now, it would truly be too late. Although Hanja possessed the gift of the god of jealousy, which, if triggered, might give him an absolute advantage in close combat. But after all, the opponents were 2 heavily armed professional soldiers, who also had plenty of specialized combat skills. Beyond 7 paces, a gun is fast. Within 7 paces, a gun is both fast and accurate. Hanja's skills were nowhere near those of a legendary anti-Japanese hero, giving him absolutely no chance of victory against 2 modern firearms. Running, that was the best strategy. 2 men carrying guns cautiously made their way upstairs, each step taken with extreme care. Just as they reached the 3rd floor, a woman's scream erupted from the 4th floor. What's going on up there?" the man with the sniper rifle asked suspiciously. "Yeah, we haven't even gotten there yet. What are they screaming about?" The man with the assault rifle also sounded puzzled. "Could it be that someone from our line of work has already gone up? Possibly. Let's wait a little longer and listen for any movement upstairs." The 2 waited on the 3rd floor for a while, but no further sounds came from above. They had no choice but to slowly make their way up again. Pushing open the door, the 2 men were stunned. A young woman lay on the ground with a dark red apple in her mouth. Upon checking, they found the woman was already dead. What's going on here? She couldn't have choked to death on that whole apple, could she? The man holding the sniper rifle muttered in bewilderment. "I don't know, I can't think of an explanation either." The 2 armed men stared at the corpse on the ground, lost in thought. Chapter 41, Off-Road Center. By this time, Hanja and the others had already escaped to the 1st floor via the staircase on the opposite side. The next step was indeed a problem. Fighting was absolutely out of the question. Hanja wasn't brave enough to engage in hand-to-hand combat with 2 gun barrels aimed at him. Driving away was risky too. The moment the engine started, even a fool would know someone was trying to escape by car. With the pursuers armed and in pursuit, Hanja and the others might not stand a chance. Fleeing on foot was even more perilous. If spotted, there would be no way to escape at all. By comparison, there seems to be a more reliable option. Since the time displaying the fugitive's location has now passed, Hanju and the others simply need to hide somewhere and avoid the enemy's sightlines. So Hanja proposed they temporarily take shelter in the 1st floor kitchen. The others were all flustered. At this point, they'd follow whatever Hanja suggested, and they quickly agreed. However, if the enemy conducted a carpet search, it would still be quite dangerous for Hanja and his companions. So Hanja took out the small black box he had drawn earlier. This was the adultery-catching robot, and Hanja felt this was its only possible use now. Hanja dashed out the first floor door and arrived at the prep truck. Press the small black button on the box, and the adultery-busting robot's case instantly opens. An inflatable dummy rapidly expands into shape. The thing's outfit perfectly mimics Hanja's casual wear, while the original box transforms into a briefcase tucked under its arm. Only its face remains a simplistic smiley, utterly goofy-looking. The people nearby were all dumbfounded. "What is this? It looks a bit," Keed said curiously. "It's a decoy robot," Hanja replied briefly, stuffing the inflatable dummy into the driver's seat of the cargo truck. The inflatable dummy instantly started moving on its own, placing its two fingerless round inflatable hands on the steering wheel. Starting the car, the engine noise wasn't particularly loud. Hanja, worried those upstairs might not hear, even honked the horn twice. "Safe travels," Hanja added before closing the car door. The cheating-catching robot, through the window, gave Hanja a silly smile and nodded before driving the truck away. Hanja shouted for everyone to take cover in the back kitchen of the restaurant on the first floor, where they found a cabinet and hid behind it. The group kept their heads low to make sure the symbols on their foreheads wouldn't be exposed. A chef in green clothes chopping vegetables nearby witnessed the entire scene. But after a glance at them, he pretended nothing had happened and continued chopping. Indeed, very cooperative. Moments later, two men carrying guns came rushing down from upstairs in frantic haste. "God damn it! Get in the car and chase them!" The man with the rifle shouted as he dashed toward the golf cart. The two men actually chased after them in a golf cart. Not long after they drove off, gunshots were soon heard, likely from those two firing while in pursuit. The gunfire gradually faded into the distance until it could no longer be heard. They must have gone far. "Let's go, we need to change locations now." Hanja emerged from the kitchen. The flustered group hurriedly followed. Hanja led everyone along a forest path behind the restaurant, practically sprinting away. After running quite a distance, they spotted some stone tables and benches by the roadside and finally chose to sit and rest. Apart from Hanja, everyone else was carrying heavy loads and naturally needed a rest. While sitting down to rest, including Hanja, everyone's mood was somewhat low, even despondent. There was sorrow from losing two teammates in such a short time, but even more so, it was pessimistic imaginings about the future. Just two hunters had been enough to send everyone fleeing in panic. What should we do next? Hanja couldn't stand the oppressive atmosphere any longer. He rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a can of relaxing spray, giving everyone a quick spritz. Relaxing spray. This spray instantly lightens the mood of anyone it's sprayed on. This thing has a simple effect, but among the interesting little gadgets Hanja drew, it's one of the more practical ones. The others finally relaxed their furrowed brows. "What is this?" My mood instantly improved after spraying it. Fongran asked curiously. "Easygoing spray. A quick spritz lifts your spirits," Hanja replied. "Is this your ability?" Fongran asked. "Right, isn't my ability drawing lots? Sometimes I get some interesting things," Hanja replied. "So that decoy robot that could drive earlier was also?" Pang Tao inquired. "Yes," Hanja nodded. "Then do you have any other fun things?" Fongran grew interested. "Yes, but they might not be that fun." "Then show us a few," Fongran said, his face full of anticipation. "It is." Hanja rummaged through his bag and finally pulled out a small clip. "This is the anti-gravity skirt pin. Just stand up and fasten it to your hemline for it to take effect," Hanja explained. "Let me have a go." Fongran took the clip from Hanja's hands. Then she playfully fastened the clasp at the hem of her short skirt. "Anti-gravity? So if I fasten this, even standing upside down won't cause a wardrobe malfunction? That's actually pretty handy." "Quite the opposite," Hanja replied. "Ha?" Fongran didn't quite grasp what Hanja meant, but the anti-gravity skirt fastener had already been clipped onto her shorts. Whoosh! Her skirt flew up instantly. "Fastened like this, even standing normally will cause a wardrobe malfunction," Hanja calmly added as explanation. "Are you insane?" Fongran hastily removed the anti-gravity skirt clasp, allowing the hem to slowly descend. The nearby mechanic and Pang Tao finally managed to avert their gazes elsewhere. "You asked if I had anything fun to show, so I brought it out. I didn't tell you to fasten it," Hanja said with an air of innocence. Fine, you win." Fongran slammed the anti-gravity skirt clasp back onto the stone table. "Is there anything else?" Fatty Tao changed the subject and asked. "That's all there is to it," Hanja replied offhandedly. The rest of the stuff, Hanja found rather uninteresting. Explaining their uses would be too much trouble. The group was mildly disappointed, but no one said anything more. Then Pang Tao pulled out an atlas. "How about we decide where to spend the night? It'll be dark soon." "Yes, this is currently a very important issue.
Everyone grew serious again, looking together at the resort map on the table. Night was falling, and with no means of transportation, venturing to distant places was essentially out of the question. They would have to choose a spot nearby. How about we just spend the night in the woods? It's dark anyway, and hiding in the forest would make us harder to spot, the mechanic suggested. Hanja shook his head. Don't forget, they can see markers above our heads. Even in the dark, we'd stick out in the wilderness. We better find somewhere with cover. You're right, the mechanic nodded. Hanja, you're the one who got us out, we'll follow your lead. You pick a spot, Pang Tao said directly, turning to Hanja. Yes, I'll follow your lead too. Feng Ran nodded in agreement. Then, I think this spot would be better. Hanja pointed at the off-road center on the map. Besides buildings, there must be off-road vehicles here too. With an off-road vehicle, even if there's another location revealing event tonight, we can keep moving by driving it, making it harder for our opponents to chase us. Hanja's words indeed made perfect sense. Everyone immediately agreed unanimously. The off-road center truly wasn't far away. Without delay, the group set off. As evening fell, the group finally made their way through the forest and arrived at the off-road center. By this point, there were essentially no more woods around, just open wilderness specially designated for off-road driving. There weren't many structures here either, just a 2-story operations building and a few spectator stands. The staff at the entrance remained quite accommodating, immediately directing everyone to pick their vehicles from the lot and handing out the corresponding keys for whatever they chose. Everyone went to pick out cars again. When the auto mechanic saw the off-road vehicles parked in the adjacent lot, he immediately shouted, "All the off-road vehicles at this center are actually Hummers. This is way too luxurious." He excitedly rushed forward to touch them. Hanja and his 2 companions remained relatively calm. After all, unlike the car mechanic, they weren't automobile enthusiasts and didn't really care about how expensive the car was. However, since the mechanic knew about cars, they left the selection entirely up to him. Night fell. After a whole afternoon of running around, everyone was pretty much exhausted. After a hurried dinner, everyone settled on the sofas at the off-road center to rest. Of course, to prevent any nighttime ambushes, someone had to stand guard. Though there were still 2 staff members at the off-road center who offered various forms of support, no one dared to completely entrust their fate to these 2 NPC projections. Thus, they took turns keeping watch. The auto mechanic volunteered to take the first watch, the reason being he hadn't had enough hands-on time with those Humvees yet, so everyone just let him be. Hanja lay on the sofa, yet found sleep somewhat elusive. Just what kind of day had it been, really? In theory, flying daggers throwing knives should have been formidable, but he'd barely raised them before getting shot in the head. The Water Princess's summoning technique looked promising too, but she accidentally summoned the evil queen from Snow White and ended up shipping herself off like Snow White. Sigh. Can I get a reliable teammate for once? Hanja glanced again at the remaining player count in the notification box. 86. 14 had died. But this number holds no meaning, because it only shows the total count, without displaying the specific values of fugitives and hunters. All Hanja can do is guess how many fugitives and hunters remain, so Hanja couldn't be bothered to look anymore. Hanja once again remembered his own newspaper. He took it out to see if there had been any updates. Sure enough, there was new content. This time, the photo showed several figures in tactical vests holding guns on a ship. Clearly, these were the pursuers. The boat was heading toward a small island in the distance, presumably to kill those hiding on the lake's central isle. The headline beside it remained utterly absurd. Couple pledges joint suicide by drowning, wife backs out last minute, husband survives and leads retaliation party. Good grief, what began as a straightforward fight has turned into some urban family drama. You can't trust this title at all. Hanja looked at the photo again. The photo was taken during the day, but it's nighttime now. This newspaper must be at least 3 hours old. I wonder how they're doing over at the island in the lake. Forget it. I'm going to sleep. Hanja closed his eyes, straining to fall asleep. Even with his eyes closed, Hanja still saw a prompt box appear before him the very next second. Warning, the locations of all fugitives will be revealed in 30 minutes. This reveal will last approximately 30 minutes. Chapter 42, is high-end configuration high-fidelity audio? Everyone instantly sat up from their respective sofas. Did you all see that? Feng Ran asked. We saw it. This isn't even letting people sleep. Pang Tao said gloomily. The mechanic also came rushing in anxiously. What should we do? The mechanic asked as soon as he entered. Everyone turned their gaze to Hanja, waiting for him to speak. After a moment of thought, Hanja said, my suggestion is to wait half an hour, then get on the vehicle and relocate. Staying mobile will make us harder to track. Hanja's approach still sounded reliable. Everyone nodded in agreement. So the mechanic selected the best performing Hummer off-road vehicle, and they all got in and waited. This was a vehicle the resort specifically used for off-roading. Most of the easily damaged parts had been stripped away, resulting in a bare-bones interior where even the seats felt uncomfortably hard.
But none of that mattered now. In their current situation, vehicle features meant nothing, only performance could save their lives. Hanja looked out the car window at the nighttime resort. Though the streetlights were all lit, it didn't seem particularly dark. By the roadside stood a guard booth, surrounded by wide, open roads. Hanju instructed the mechanic to pull the car up beside the booth. With such broad roads all around, they could quickly spot any enemies approaching from a distance. Moreover, the nearby guard booth could temporarily serve as makeshift cover, helping shield the off-road vehicle from bullets. 30 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Red beams of light erupted from every person, piercing through the mist as they shot straight into the sky. Hanja turned to look out the window. The nearest beam was a solitary one, standing on the hillside not far away. The other light beams were much farther away, on the other side of the low hills. "Let's wait a few more minutes before moving. After all, it'll take time for them to get here too," said Hanja. Everyone nodded vigorously. Hanja's words seemed to have become inviolable dogma in their eyes. 3 minutes later, the mechanic started the car and drove onto the main road. "Drive along the road for a while, then go cross-country. Don't let the other side guess our route," Hanja reminded. Sure, no problem," the mechanic readily agreed. "After all, it's my first time driving a Hummer, gotta take it off-road for sure." The car moved forward along the road for a stretch when suddenly there was a flash in the rearview mirror. The glaring light made the mechanic keep covering his eyes. Hanja turned to look and saw a jeep appearing in the distance behind them. The jeep was following their off-road vehicle, just a few dozen meters behind. Its pitch-black windshield revealed nothing of what lay inside. "These bastards, coming here and blinding us with their high beams," the mechanic cursed. Thud! No sooner had he spoken than the rear windshield of their off-road vehicle shattered outright, while the front windshield cracked into a spiderweb pattern. Shards flew everywhere. Instinctively, everyone ducked down in unison. The shots came from behind. Then, several more shots rang out from the rear. The bullets whizzed past everyone's scalps. Hanja could even feel the gusts of wind stirred by the passing bullets. More bullets tore through the car. It struck the side pillar, sending sparks flying in a shower of metallic collisions. The bullets struck the adjacent seat, emitting eerie bang-bang noises accompanied by flying fragments of seat foam. The sound of bullets colliding felt like an electric drill boring into Hanja's eardrums. The rearview mirror was shot off. Everyone desperately flattened themselves against the ground. It was like taking shelter behind a cardboard box in a torrential downpour. Each person was in extreme danger. At any moment, a bullet could pierce through their body, ending everything. The bullets continued to whistle past, showing no signs of stopping. Suddenly, Hanja felt the car violently shake. Then the vehicle began swerving rapidly toward the roadside. Hanja immediately realized what had happened. A bullet had struck and burst a tire, throwing the car off balance. "Can we make it?" yelled Hanja. "Still got it under control." The mechanic jerked the steering wheel while slamming the brakes, causing the front of the car to violently swing around. The car came to a stop. But now, the entire front of the vehicle had turned 180 degrees, facing the direction from which it had come. The Jeep moved to the left front of the group. Hanjo and the others' car suddenly stopped, and the Jeep following closely behind was caught off guard, hastily braking, but it was a bit too late. The Jeep still rushed past the group, partially out of control, swerving to the right rear of the group and ending up in the middle of the road. At that very moment, the mechanic activated his car repair skills and abruptly accelerated. The shattered glass returned to its original state, and the slightly bent pillar straightened itself again. The bullets that had been fired clattered to the ground. The off-road vehicle swiftly picked up speed, trying to shake them off. Inside the Jeep, the two pursuers watched in confusion as a brand new Hummer sped away into the distance. "Did your shots actually hit earlier, or was I seeing things?" the driver asked while making a U-turn. "They did hit. Didn't you see how I blew out their tires?" said the man in the passenger seat. "Then how did they make that turn like nothing happened? I didn't even see their windows crack." "I don't know either." "Shut up. I'm gonna try again, damn it. Let's see what's really going on here." The person in the passenger seat began reloading the magazine. The driver accelerated again, chasing after the off-road vehicle that had pulled ahead by a considerable distance. Hanja's off-road vehicle hadn't gone far down the road. The rearview mirror flashed again with blinding light. The high-beam Jeep reappeared behind them. Another round of gunfire erupted from the Jeep. The windshield of Hanja's off-road vehicle shattered once again. The wind rushed in directly, making it hard for everyone to keep their eyes open. This time the gunfire was even more intense. The rear door was penetrated within seconds. Numerous bullets struck the seats. Crouching down could no longer provide cover from the bullets. Everyone was crouching on the vehicle's floor. Had it not been for many parts being removed and the seats simplified for extra space, the floor would have been too cramped to fit them all. While lying flat didn't bother others, it posed real difficulty for the mechanic trying to drive. Fortunately, a large hole soon appeared through the dashboard, allowing the mechanic to peer forward and steer through it. Meanwhile, in the Jeep following behind,
The gunman riding shotgun once again fell into bewildered hesitation.
I clearly aimed right where people were sitting when I fired. How come none of them died?
Are you even capable of this?
I'm sure I hit them. I even blasted the back door to pieces. Maybe they welded steel plates inside the seats. The person in the passenger seat kept explaining while never stopping the barrage of fire from their gun. Meanwhile, on Hanja's side, everyone noticed that the car's speed was gradually slowing down, likely because some parts had been damaged by the gunfire.
The mechanic's repair skill was still on cooldown.
At this rate, even if the guns on the other side don't hit anyone, the vehicle will soon be disabled by the gunfire. If the vehicle stops, so will their lives. What should we do? Any other ideas? The mechanic asked anxiously.
We're thinking about it, Pang Tao hastily replied, but instinctively glanced at Hanja. What can be done?
Hanja strained to think through the turbulence of air stirred by bullets grazing the carriage and the deafening noise of their impacts. Now, it seems the only life-saving artifact can be used. Hanja reached out to grab the backpack beside him.
Please don't let the backpack get hit by bullets and ruined. It's not damaged. Intact.
The bag itself didn't take up much space, so Hanja could lie prone on the ground with room left to place the bag next to him. At that moment, Hanja suddenly remembered.
This was a Hummer.
Hanja hurriedly called out to the mechanic.
Mechanic, can your car upgrades reach the factory's original configuration options?
Yeah, what about it?
The mechanic said without looking up. So can you upgrade this car to the premium edition? Hanja asked. Technically yes, but what's the point? Adding a hi-fi stereo to play funeral dirges for us? The mechanic responded strangely. I remember, the high-end Hummers had machine guns on top, right?
Hanja crouched on the floor and said earnestly. Yes, Humvees are common military jeeps.
Oh, now that you mention it, I think I've seen that kind on TV before. Then give it a try now, Hanja said.
Got it, I'll upgrade to the top configuration and give it a try.
The mechanic activated his skill.
Hanja instantly felt the surroundings grow quiet, with not even a whisper of wind. Hanja looked up to see the car windows had reappeared around him.
The subsequent bullets hit the windows again, producing only loud impacts without causing any damage to the glass.
They've turned into bulletproof glass just like that. Hanja raised his head to look at the roof. Sure enough, a circular hatch had appeared above. Fat Tao and Fengran, who didn't understand what was happening, slowly raised their heads and looked around in confusion. Even more confused were the two pursuers in the jeep behind. Watching the off-road vehicle change from red to military camouflage, the two men were utterly bewildered.
Holy shit, since when do cars change color? The pursuer in the driver's seat exclaimed in disbelief.
The bullets suddenly stopped working too. What kind of weird move is the opponent pulling? The pursuer in the co-pilot seat also muttered in confusion. On the other side, Hanja tried lifting the undercarriage hatch and indeed caught a glimpse of the machine gun. There really was a machine gun mounted on the roof.
So there really is a machine gun.
Hanja felt a surge of excitement.
Take out these bastards behind us.
Hanja reached out to grab the machine gun, ready to operate it and fight back.
Wait,
brother Hanja, the mechanic called out to him.
Chapter 43 A Cold Night.
What's up? Hanja halted as he was about to crawl out of the hatch. Brother Hanja, I haven't had much experience firing guns.
Could you let me take this shooting opportunity?
I really want to have a go, the mechanic pleaded with eager eyes.
Hanja didn't think twice and agreed immediately.
Alright, remember to go out only when the enemy's fire stops. That's probably when they're reloading, so it's safer. Firing a gun wasn't exactly a glamorous job to begin with, and there was always the risk of getting a bullet to the head from the other side.
Let him have it if he wanted it. Alright. So the mechanic and Hanja switched seats. The jeep behind was getting closer now.
While the jeep's driver was still trying to make out what the extra object on the roof of Hanja's off-road vehicle was, the mechanic had already leaned out. The heavy machine gun swung around abruptly. The two men in the jeep instantly realized what it was.
A burst of intense gunfire and the clanging of metal. Some spent casings even fell inside the compartment. Got them. The mechanic ducked back into the compartment.
Coldwise glanced at the rearview mirror. The pursuing vehicle behind them had been brutally deformed by the machine gun barrage. Like a crumpled soda can, drained of vitality, it slowly coasted to a stop by the roadside. Hanja didn't drive forward but instead slowly reversed the car, observing the situation through the window. The car pulled up beside the jeep, and Hanja looked through the window.
The two people in the cabin were no longer recognizable as human. The bullet content is 90%. If they survive this, they might never lack iron again, or is it copper?
Fengran saw it too and instinctively covered her eyes.
Check if their guns are still functional, Hanja reminded them. Okay. Fat Tao opened the car door and went out to inspect.
Then he rummaged through the wreckage of the car and finally found two badly deformed guns. The barrels were bent all the way back to the stocks, clearly completely unusable. Still, they appeared to be long guns, similar to rifles or sniper rifles. Most likely it's those two from before. Fate has a way of bringing enemies together.
Fat Tao tossed his gun onto the ground.
Guess they came to avenge Dagger and the Water Princess, the mechanic said, rubbing his hands together. Both men felt a surge of excitement, but Hanja still had his concerns. Get in the car first, we're still within the location tracking window. Hanja reminded him, glancing at the time display, just a few minutes left. Let's drive around a few more times. Once Fatty Tao got in the car, Hanja continued driving down the road. Looking around, the solitary beam of light seemed to have drawn nearer. Is that lone fugitive approaching us? Forget it. Never mind, maybe it's a mole. Hanjo accelerated, putting distance between himself and that distant beam of light. The remaining minutes ticked away, yet no second team of pursuers arrived. Hanja also breathed a sigh of relief. For safety's sake, Hanja turned onto a dirt road and drove forward for a while until he spotted a small wooden cabin before stopping the car. Everyone got out of the car and carefully inspected the cabin. The cabin was locked, and there was no movement inside. They broke the lock and barged right in. Inside, it was empty and not very spacious, but fortunately, it had all the essentials: water, electricity, a bedroom, and a living room. It was probably some sort of themed hotel room. This place would be perfect for spending the night. After a quick check of the room, they turned off the lights since there were no other lights around. Keeping them on here would stand out conspicuously in the dark. There were 3 rooms, plus a living room. When it was Pang Tao's turn to stand guard, the living room would be his, while the others each got a room. Hanja's room was at the back of the wooden cabin. Outside the window stretched a downward-sloping wilderness. The moonlight pierced through the thin mist, leaving visibility fairly clear. To the far left stood a grove of trees, while to the far right swirled the dense fog surrounding the resort. The rolling fog gave Hanja the unsettling impression it was slowly creeping toward him. Compounded by the overwhelming emptiness of the wilderness, an unshakable sense of unease gripped him. He didn't want to look any longer and was about to leave the window when he suddenly froze as if electrocuted. Because at the boundary between the distant wilderness and the thick fog, he spotted a human figure. It appeared to be a woman, standing motionless on the open plain. When Hanja hurriedly took out his binoculars for a clearer view, the figure's location had already been swallowed by the shifting fog. Hanja refused to give up, continuing to observe through his binoculars. The thick fog was shifting, and soon the mist at that spot dissipated. A withered tree was revealed. The trunk's peculiar shape made it appear like a standing woman when viewed through binoculars, an illusion easily missed by the naked eye. I must have misread it. Yet Hanja still felt a profound unease. This unease kept him from climbing into bed to sleep. Night winds swept across the wilderness, brushing past the wooden cabin with whispering sighs. Knock knock. A sudden knock sounded at the door, piercing the dead silence of the night. Hanja's nerves instantly tensed up. He stepped out of the room and saw Pang Tao wielding a fire axe, slowly approaching the entrance. The others had emerged too. Fat Tao gestured for silence to the others and quietly hid by the door. No one made a sound. There was no movement outside the door, only the dead silence of night. Knock knock. 2 more knocks sounded at the door. The group grew even more tense. Hanja also drew his dagger. Listen, the people inside are runaways, right? So am I. How about we team up? A familiar voice came from outside the door. Hanja immediately recognized whose voice it was. Fat Tao opened the door directly, impatience evident in his tone. You? The person at the door glanced at Fat Tao, his face also filled with surprise. So it's you guys. The figure in the doorway was wearing that familiar black trench coat. It was none other than Mo Song, who had mysteriously disappeared earlier. I'm surprised you're still alive, Mo Song said with a smile as he walked into the room. Where the hell have you been all this time? The mechanic snapped. Me? Obviously I ran away. You idiots got yourselves killed by the very things you summoned. What else was I supposed to do but leave? Mo Song casually settled onto the sofa, his voice dripping with mockery. Hanja wasn't particularly angered. He simply pressed on with his questions. How did you find your way here? Obviously followed the light beam. Then when the beam disappeared, I saw you turning onto this road from a distance and followed along, Mo Song said. That solitary beam of light was you? Hanja asked. Who else? I originally thought those beams of light were other escapees, never imagined it'd still be you guys. What a coincidence. Mo Song stretched lazily. Your actions are just like that traitor's. We don't trust you, you'd better leave. Pang Tao snorted angrily. Come on, it's the middle of the night, and there aren't any houses around. At least let me wait till dawn before I go. Mo Song put on a shameless act. If you won't leave, then we will, Hanja said. Ha, why should we be the ones to leave? The mechanic was taken aback. Mo Song could track us here, which means the pursuers around could too. What are we waiting for if we don't move? Hanja said. No, you're overthinking it. Mo Song waved his hand dismissively. I took a leisurely stroll here. If there really were pursuers, they'd have caught up faster than me, not slower. That did make a lot of sense. Then, did you come from the wilderness outside? Hanja ventured to ask. Hanja still felt he hadn't made a mistake. Perhaps the person standing there was Mo Song.
What are you talking about? Didn't I say I chased after you from the road? Emo-san looked at Hanju as if he were an idiot.
The others also turned their gaze toward Hanja,
because the question sounded stupid.
Hanja could only tell the truth that he seemed to have seen a figure standing in the wilderness outside, possibly a woman, though it might have been a mistake and just a withered tree.
Everyone tensed up again, because if there really was someone out there, it was likely a pursuer.
Emo-san didn't take it seriously at all. You must have seen wrongly. I have detection skills, whether there's anyone around. I know perfectly well.
Unless, what unless, everyone asked. Unless what you're seeing isn't a person, Emo-san said calmly.
In short, I have detection skills.
Keeping me here helps you too, Makong said.
You've got detection skills, can't you just stay in the woods by yourself?
Why do you insist on sticking with us? Fong-ran asked again. Even I get careless sometimes.
I don't want to stay on high alert 24/7, unable to sleep properly.
Is that answer satisfactory enough for you? Emo-san replied. Fong-ran fell silent at once.
Whatever excuses you make, we still can't trust you. You'd better leave.
Pang Tao waved the axe in his hand. Emo-san's expression darkened slightly. In the next instant, his figure blurred as he appeared right before Fatty Tao. Before Fatty Tao could even react, Emo-san's hand was already crushing his throat, pinning him against the wall. The 300-pound body was effortlessly restrained by Mo-song.
Take a look. If I were the traitor, I'd simply finish you off directly. There'd be no need for this act, Mo-song said nonchalantly. Fat Tao was pinned against the wall, his massive frame hanging precariously by just a few cervical vertebrae.
His life could end within mere breaths.
All right, we believe you. Put him down first, the others hastily intervened.
Emo-san gently set Fatty Tao down and walked contentedly into a room.
I'll sleep in this one today.
Thanks, everyone.
This was Fong-ran's room.
Fong-ran was furious, but there was truly nothing he could do about Emo-san. Hanja could only say to Fong-ran, I'm not sleepy yet, you can take my room first.
Thank you.
Fong-ran nodded.
So Pang Tao continued keeping watch while Hanja slept on the nearby sofa, though he wasn't really able to fall asleep either.
Gradually, Hanja drifted into a half-awake, half-dreaming state.
He only remembered later that Pang Tao and Fong-ran had switched shifts. Not long after, it was Fong-ran who slept on the opposite sofa while Hanja got up to keep watch. The night was somewhat chilly. Hanja remained seated on the sofa, pondering Emo-san's intentions. At this point, it was clear this guy definitely wasn't the mole, yet his behavior didn't resemble a typical fugitive either. Just what kind of situation was this guy really in? Could it really be as he claimed, simply disliking deadweight teammates like Water Princess? Hanja's mind wandered for 2 hours before he glanced at the clock on the wall. 4:15.
Time's up. The next watch shift should go to Emo-san. But it's better not to provoke conflict with this guy. Let the mechanic take the post.
Hanja slowly pushed open the mechanic's door.
The auto mechanic was sleeping with his back to the door.
Hanja stepped forward and gently shook the mechanic, preparing to wake him. But as soon as Hanja shook him, he sensed something was wrong.
The mechanic showed no reaction at all. Hanja quickly turned him over to check. The mechanic's eyes were half open, still showing no reaction. He was already dead. Chapter 44, Collapse of Trust. There's a traitor among us. Hanja instantly had this thought. Hanja knew very well that he might now be in danger too.
Next, he must shout to let everyone know. Only then would the traitor stop in time. Hanja rushed out of the bedroom and immediately banged on the doors of the 2 rooms.
The auto mechanic is dead. Fong-ran immediately sat up from the sofa. Fatty Tao also came out immediately.
The 2 of them hurried into the bedroom to check the situation and came running back in a panic.
Then, it was Emo-san who emerged, yawning. What's going on? Why so worked up? The mechanic is dead. There's a traitor among us.
Hanja shouted in warning. Everyone immediately exchanged glances, their eyes instantly brimming with distrust.
Hanja carefully studied the people in the room. If he were the traitor, Hanja would surely know. So the traitor must be among the other 3.
Fong-ran's face showed fear, while Pang Tao's wore deep concern.
Emo-song remained remarkably composed, as if this had nothing to do with him.
But as he said, if he were the traitor, he could simply kill everyone outright, there'd be no need for sneaking around.
That left only Fong-ran and Pang Tao. Which one of them is the mole? Hanja pondered.
Both of them have refused to reveal their skills so far, they're both highly suspicious.
Surely not. Could they both be moles? Hanja only felt a chill run down his spine.
Both Pang Tao and Fong-ran regarded each other with deep suspicion. Pang Tao immediately picked up the fire axe again, eyeing Hanju and the other 2 with wariness.
After hesitating briefly, he turned toward Emo-san and demanded sharply.
Ever since you showed up, the mechanic ended up dead.
If you're not the mole, how do you explain that?
Emo-san glanced at Fatty Tao, then lightly raised his hand without another word. Fat Tao's fire axe flew straight out of his hand and embedded itself in the wooden cabin wall.
Are you an idiot? Do I even need to explain? Emo-san said irritably.
Fatty Tao immediately lost his nerve, then he turned his gaze to Hanja.
Hanja, it couldn't be you, could it? That's right, you were the first one to touch the corpse, Fengran said, looking at Hanja. Seeing their gazes fixed on him, Hanja was momentarily stunned. Yes, I do have some suspicion myself, but, if I were really the mole, why would I have gone all out to help you escape from those pursuers before this? Hanja said earnestly. Indeed, Hanja had made significant contributions to the group's ability to escape 2 waves of pursuers and reach this place safely. Fat Tao immediately thought of this point as well. He nodded, then turned to look at Fengran with ice-cold eyes. Though fear flickered in Fengran's gaze, she kept her eyes fixed on Pang Tao, gritting her teeth as she said, "Don't act like you're completely innocent. How do we know you're not the traitor? You still want to throw mud at me," Fat Tao said, his eyes glaring with anger. "Although I don't know exactly how you helped everyone else escape, couldn't it be that you, as the traitor, were worried the other hunters would steal your prey, that's why you helped everyone?" Emo Song remarked casually. The moment these words fell, Fat Tao and Fengran looked at Hanja with changed expressions. Hanja was once again under suspicion. "We shouldn't speculate wildly, maybe we can find some proof," Hanja could only say. Fat Tao and Fengran froze in surprise. "Follow me first." With those words, Hanja entered the auto mechanics room. The 3 of them followed in. Cold Wisdom glanced at the mechanic's corpse and said solemnly, "Look at the body, cold, stiff, with visible rigor mortis. He's been dead for at least several hours." Everyone nodded in agreement. Even without recognizing the specific signs of rigor mortis, just the corpse's cold temperature alone confirmed Cold Wisdom was right. The body had clearly been dead for quite some time. "It was before Motsung came when I was alone in the room. At that time, the mechanic wasn't dead yet. After that, I spent most of the night in the living room, with someone else always present. So, there's no way I could be the killer." The crowd nodded in agreement once more. "Then it must be you." Both Pang Tao and Fengran pointed at each other simultaneously. "You damned traitor are still slandering me, I'll definitely kill you this time." Fat Tao grew increasingly furious, directly grabbing the axe from the wall to hack at Fengran. "Hanja, believe me, he's the real traitor." Fengran dodged Fat Tao's axe by circling around the sofa. "Stop, put that axe down." Hanja blocked Pang Tao. "Brother Hanja, why are you stopping me? I'm going to chop this traitor to death to avenge our mechanic brother," Pang Tao said urgently. "I can't be sure you're not the traitor either, so neither of you should make a move. I'm afraid the real traitor might take the chance to kill my own people," Hanja replied. "But, you've got to believe me," Pang Tao's tone softened immediately. "Tell me your skill, and I'll believe you," Hanja said. "Well, my skill is pretty useless, no need for you to know." Fat Tao shook his head. Even at this point, he still refused to say. Hanja was genuinely starting to suspect he was the mole. Hanja turned to look at Fengran again. She was also shaking her head repeatedly. "If he won't tell, then neither will I." She wasn't willing to talk either. Why though? What exactly are these skills that the 2 of them absolutely refuse to disclose? Are both of them actually moles? Hanja was frustrated. Beside him, Emo Song maintained his detached, spectator-like attitude. "It looks like we won't find the mole. It's him." Pang Tao and Fengran once again pointed at each other. "Wait a minute, Hanja, I genuinely didn't realize you could estimate time of death?" Emo Song looked at Hanja. Hanja nodded. In neon-lit puzzle games, deduction types are quite common, so estimating time of death is basic knowledge taught in schools. But I only attended 2 classes, so I only know the basics. "Then can you tell how the mechanic died?" Motsong chuckled. Hanja froze for a moment, then shook his head. "No obvious external injuries or strangulation marks. Even a professional would probably need an autopsy to determine it, let alone a half-baked amateur like me. Could it also have been poisoned? Maybe so. Poison could have been administered in advance. Honestly, there's no way to be certain who the mole is." Emo Song smiled at Hanja. True enough. Hanja could only nod. He had actually been aware of this loophole all along, but it was the only excuse he could think of at the moment. To clear himself of suspicion, Hanja had no choice but to say this. After all, Hanja knew full well that he wasn't the mole. He had to do everything possible to prove his innocence. Only then could he steer everyone toward eliminating the real mole from the right direction. This Ink Song really has no regard for face. While everyone remained wary of each other, Ink Sang spoke up again. "Mutual suspicion isn't doing anyone any favors. But I've got a solution here, would you all care to listen?" "Go ahead," Fat Tao said. "Let's all consider each other as teammates for the time being. If any imposter dares to kill again, I'll execute the remaining 2 that way. The imposter will definitely die too," Motsung said. The crowd was taken aback. "How about this? With me taking out this insurance, the mole won't dare make a move anymore. Anyway, our ultimate goal is just to survive until the game ends. If there's a mole, so be it, as long as they don't act." Motsong smiled. Everyone nodded in agreement. That's indeed a great idea. As long as the mole is rendered incapable of acting, it's essentially as if there isn't a mole at all. At this point, the looks the 3 exchanged finally softened.
The night watch continues their watch, those sleeping continue to sleep, Motsung tossed out before heading straight into the room, leaving the rest in the living room. None of the three could sleep, so they just sat on the sofa, watching each other until dawn. The clock on the wall showed 7 when daylight finally broke. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and began eating breakfast. Hanja stepped out of the wooden cabin to get some fresh air. But with just a casual glance, Hanja quickly noticed the difference. The thick fog from last night has now rolled within a dozen meters, almost within arm's reach. The once vast wilderness had been swallowed up by thick fog, leaving only a small portion visible. The thick fog was constantly shifting. Chapter 45, one more glance, and it'll explode. Hanja shared this discovery with everyone. Obviously, this isn't good news. The rules stated that the pursuers could enter the thick fog. What about the fugitive? Naturally, they can't enter the thick fog. But Hanja isn't quite sure what exactly prevents them. Perhaps entering would mean certain death, or perhaps they simply can't get through at all. But no one wants to test it either. Now that the fog is gradually expanding, it means the fugitive's range of movement will only shrink further. By the 10th day, how much room for maneuver would remain? Hanja had a plan too. He took down the clock from the cabin wall, then snapped 2 branches from a nearby tree. He walked forward and planted the first branch into the ground near the edge of the dense fog. Then, using my own height as a reference, I estimated a position about 5 meters away and stuck the second branch into the ground. Start timing when the thick fog engulfs the first branch, and stop when it swallows the second one. This way, I could calculate the approximate spreading speed of the fog. By referring to the scale on the map, I could then estimate how far the fog would reach by the end of the 10th day. Hanju was astonished by the answer he had calculated. By the 10th day, the entire map would be engulfed in mist. Even accounting for margins of error, by the final 10th day, at most only a space equivalent to one scenic spot might remain. This meant the fugitive would ultimately have nowhere left to flee. They'd have no choice but to face the pursuer in one final battle. This is way too hard. Hanja thought about it. This conclusion was based on the assumption that the fog spread evenly toward the center at a constant speed. But reality might not be that simple. It's still too early to draw any conclusions. But in the end, the operational scope would inevitably be quite limited. This much Hanja could confirm. Hanja shared the calculation results with everyone. They were equally worried, yet no immediate solutions came to mind. All they could do was let time pass and take things one step at a time. The group's initial plan was to wait inside the wooden cabin, but Hanja stopped them. Staying too close to the dense fog is dangerous because the pursuers could quietly approach from within the mist and attack us. Everyone agreed. So the group moved by vehicle to a smaller road junction further inland. Hanja stopped the car, his brow furrowed tightly. "Not good," he said. "What's wrong?" Fengran and Pang Tao immediately asked with concern. "In theory, all we have to do is hide in one spot until our location is displayed, then keep moving. That's the safest way, right?" Hanja said. "Yeah," Fengran nodded. "But now there's a very serious constraint." "What?" "Fuel." Hanja pointed at the fuel gauge. "After the upgrades, this vehicle has become very heavy and now consumes gasoline like crazy. We're almost out. How much longer can we last?" Pang Tao asked. If we drive like maniacs like yesterday, probably not much longer," Hanja estimated, glancing at the fuel gauge. "Can we go to the gas station? I see there are a few in the scenic area." Fengran in the passenger seat took out the atlas and said. "I had the same thought, but the further we go, the smaller the area becomes, and it should be harder for us to get fuel," Hanja said. "Understood, then why don't we just gather enough fuel for 10 days as early as we can?" Pang Tao said. "Yes, this should be the least risky option right now. However, there might be opponents at the gas station, so refueling also comes with risks." Hanja reminded them again. "Risks or not, every choice we make is an adventure anyway." Emo Song, who had remained silent in the back seat, finally spoke up. "That makes perfect sense. Then go ahead." Hanja took out the atlas and took a look. The nearest gas station was near the commercial street. There might be people there right now. After all, even pursuers might need supplies. But the next gas station would require crossing half the map. Making the long journey would be riskier, and the car's fuel is running low anyway. Still have to go to the commercial street. Have to go back again. Hanja got on the main road and sped toward the commercial street. Not long after setting off, Hanja spotted a familiar truck parked by the roadside. The car was riddled with bullet holes, the engine still smoking. "Isn't this the same truck that was used as bait before?" Hanja couldn't help but pull his car over to take a closer look. The car door was open. The adultery-catching robot lay slumped over the steering wheel, already deflated, with a bullet hole in its head. How pitiful. Hanja shook his head and was about to turn away. The cheating bot actually moved. It slowly raised its deformed and atrophied arm, giving Hanja a thumbs up. "Seems there was still a metal skeleton inside. Caught the cheating bastard yet, sir?" Its deflated head turned, that foolish grinning face staring at Hanja. This scene left Hanja with mixed emotions, and a touch of sadness.
but the robot still seemed operational. Hanja got out of the car, leaned into the truck compartment, found the briefcase box, and pressed the button. The cheating-catching robot swiftly contracted, soon shrinking back into a small black box. It looks so pitiful, murmured Fong ran from the car as she watched the scene. Kind of, yeah. Hanja let out a faint sigh and stuffed the box into his backpack. Just as Hanja was about to get in the car, the prompt box appeared before him again. Warning, locations of all fugitives will be revealed in 30 minutes. This display will last approximately 30 minutes. The next wave is coming. Hanja immediately got in the car. What should we do now? Pang Tao quickly asked. Indeed, what should they do? Should they keep moving with the remaining fuel to survive this chase? Or should they hurry to the gas station while they still have half an hour left to collect more fuel? What do you guys think? Hanja turned his head and asked Pang Tao. I think we should refuel now while we can. Even if we lose track of our position later, there's no guarantee we'll shake off the pursuers, might have to keep running a long way. If we run out of gas then, it's game over, said Fatty Tao. That makes perfect sense, I thought the same way too. Let's go fill up the gas now. Hanja nodded and took a deep breath. He stomped on the gas pedal to accelerate. Now was the time to race against the clock. Soon, thanks to Hanja's full-speed driving, the car arrived at the commercial street. The main road was empty, with hardly any people in sight, just a few drifting plastic bags caught in the wind. At the gas station, 2 attendants were still on duty. Wow, your ride is seriously cool, shouted the green uniformed attendant, waving at them. From last night till now, did anyone in a black tactical vest come through? Hanja immediately asked. Yes, there have been several groups that came. The gas station attendant said casually. This offhand reply made everyone nervous. Where are they now? Fatty Tao pressed urgently. They've all left one after another, the last few have been gone for a while now, the gas station attendant said. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Enough talk, hurry up and refuel, Hanja urged. Alright, your vehicle is so large, should I fill it up with gasoline or diesel? The attendant asked. Everyone turned to look, leaving Hanja utterly dumbfounded. Right, does this car run on gasoline or diesel? The auto mechanic who knew about cars wasn't here, he had no idea about this vehicle. I don't know, Hanja shook his head and replied. It's okay if you don't know, I'll just sniff and find out. The gas attendant spoke while walking to the fuel tank opening. Why is there no smell? Is it a new car? The gas attendant shook his head. Will it actually work? Hanja turned to the gas station attendant and urged impatiently. It'll work, let me draw some out for you to see, then you'll know. Hurry up. The fuel attendant went to get the oil suction pipe again. This back and forth wasted time, and soon the display timer was up. Pillars of light appeared above Hanja and the others. Can't you see it? Hanja urged anxiously. I see now, yours is diesel. I'll fill it up with diesel right away. How much do you want? Fill it up, and give me a few extra barrels to take away. Hanja quickly added. No problem. The gas station attendant readily agreed. Hanja was still burning with anxiety. His current location was exposed to all his pursuers, and staying even a second longer was a risk. At last, the diesel tank was filled. Hanja immediately started the car and drove away from the gas station. At the intersection approaching the gas station, Hanja eased off the accelerator slightly. He glanced around the crossroads, the area offered relatively clear visibility, scanning for any approaching figures. Thump thump thump. Just then, a ball came rolling over the low wall beside the gas station, landing not far from Hanja's car window. The ball was only the size of a child's rubber ball and was transparent. But upon closer inspection, something could be seen moving inside it. It was a shadowy figure and a black dot in motion, looking like a person playing basketball. What the hell? Hanja was utterly bewildered. The next second, the transparent sphere shattered, triggering a massive explosion in an instant. A towering inferno erupted. The violent shockwave instantly swept past Hanja's vehicle. Further away, 2 figures clad in black tactical vests and sunglasses took cover behind a wall corner, bracing against the explosive blast. These were 2 pursuers Hanja had never seen before. One was a bald, chubby man, while the other was slimmer, sporting a parted hairstyle. That powerful? What skill is that? The chubby, bald pursuer exclaimed. This skill of mine is called one more glance and boom. I can throw out a ball, and if anyone looks at it twice or stares for longer than 2 seconds, it instantly explodes, the one with the parted hair said, puffing out his chest. Then you'd be helpless if no one looked at it. Don't worry, unless the opponent knows my abilities, no one can resist watching when they see a ball playing a video. The ponytailed pursuer laughed. Chapter 46, Ultimate Move, Absolute Reflection Shield. In the explosive shockwave, Hanja's car was directly overturned, lying sideways by the roadside. After a dizzying whirl, Hanja felt his neck was about to snap. But as a military-grade armored vehicle, the chassis blocked the blast shockwave completely, leaving Hanja with no serious injuries. Just pain, that's all. Everyone okay? Hanja looked at the other 3. The other 3 were also grimacing, but they appeared to be holding up fairly well. Nothing serious, just a bit shaken up, Fongran replied. What the hell exploded? Pang Tao in the back seat asked. Not sure exactly what it was. Looked like some transparent sphere rolled toward us, with images inside. But there are definitely pursuers around, be careful. Hanja released his seatbelt, braced himself to avoid falling onto Fongran's lap in the passenger seat below, and then opened the car door. At the center of the explosion was a massive crater. The surrounding low walls had been blasted to pieces, windows in nearby buildings were shattered, and even the streetlights stood twisted and fallen. Where was the attacker? Hanja recalled that the sphere seemed to have rolled over from a distant corner. Hanja immediately looked towards a distant corner of the wall. Sure enough, a hand reached out from behind the wall and threw another transparent sphere. The sphere rolled straight towards Hanja once again. Though the sphere was rolling, the dynamic images inside remained unaffected, appearing perfectly clear. This time, the image inside the ball was of a voluptuous, sexy woman taking off her lingerie. It was an extremely visually striking scene. The complete view of the woman's ample curves was about to be revealed. The transparent ball exploded once again. Hanja was prepared this time and immediately ducked back into the car. The transparent sphere was also farther away this time, resulting in a much smaller explosion impact, but it still affected the group. The car shook violently, and Hanja couldn't hold on, tumbling out. It crashed directly into Fingran's chest. Fortunately, there was a Type D cushion, otherwise, Hanja's head hitting the car would have either cracked or left him dizzy for a while. What are you doing? Fongran cried out in pain from Hanja's collision. It was an accident, Hanja explained. Confirmed, there are pursuers outside with an ability to throw transparent explosive spheres. They've already launched 2 shots. Then our cars flipped. Should we abandon it and go? Fat Tao slightly opened the car door and leaned his head out while saying, going through the top hatch would be safer. Hanja reminded. Boom. Before Hanja could finish speaking, there was another explosion outside. The blast wave slammed directly into Pang Tao's partly open car door. With a loud bang, the door was forcefully shut, sending another violent shudder through the vehicle. I just saw the transparent explosive sphere Hanja mentioned. There were moving images inside it, Fat Tao said, staring terrified at the car door. What kind of images? Fongran remained curious. I saw a woman taking off her skirt, Fat Tao admitted. Listen to yourself, someone bombs you and gives you special perks as a bonus? How considerate, Emotsong, who'd been silent until now, mocked. Never mind who took off the skirt, let's go first. This car won't hold up much longer. Hanja directly opened the hatch on the adjacent car roof. After a quick glance, he confirmed there were no enemies in the direction the hatch was facing. The hatch was a bit small, and Hanja struggled to squeeze out with his backpack on. He had no choice but to first toss his backpack out the hatch, then jump out himself, and finally sling the pack back on. Hanja's backpack barely had any weight to begin with, so carrying it wouldn't hinder his escape. Besides, it contained his life-saving secret weapon. Of course he had to take it with him. Just as Hanja had shouldered his pack, Emotsong had already emerged. Next came Fongran. Fatty Tao struggled a bit, but the others managed to pull him out. Hanja looked around. A narrow path lay ahead, with a street corner diagonally to the left. Without hesitation, Hanja plunged straight into the turning at the street corner. Everyone quickly followed suit, squeezing into the corner. Hanja leaned against the corner wall, slightly peeking his head out to assess the situation near the off-road vehicle. Still, no enemies were visible, just a transparent ball rolling directly toward Hanja's position. The bombs are coming again, get inside and take cover. Without even glancing at the images on the sphere, Hanja immediately turned and pushed everyone toward the small bar next to them. Once inside the shop, everyone immediately dropped to the floor, waiting for the bombs outside to explode. But moments later, there wasn't the slightest commotion outside. Did it misfire? The group raised their heads. Meanwhile, outside, the 2 pursuers were also sweating bullets. Why didn't it explode? Asked the slightly heavier pursuer. They didn't see it, that's all. Is your image not very interesting? I've even posted images with black stockings this time. How much more interesting can it get? Said the guy with the center-parted hair. After waiting for what felt like an eternity with no explosion, Hanja could only get up first. Using the solid wall beside the door as cover, he cautiously peered out through the shop's shattered display window to assess the situation. Hanja searched around. The clear sphere had already rolled to the street corner opposite him. This was Hanja's second glance at the sphere. The transparent ball exploded instantly. Hanja instinctively raised his hands to shield his head. The shockwave blasted into the shop, sending debris flying everywhere. Cold Sage's head instantly buzzed with a droning sound, his hearing nearly vanishing in an instant. After a brief daze, Cold Sage struggled to get up from the ground. His head still felt heavy and muddled. His face stung sharply, probably cut by broken glass. Hanja. Pang Tao grabbed Hanja's shoulders and shook him while shouting, "Are you okay?" Still alive, Hanja replied with a deep exhale. On the other side, Fongran's face was also twisted with anxiety. That guy Motsong suddenly disappeared again. We should run too. Run? Run. The bomb's blast radius is unexpectedly large. Right now our only option is to get as far away as possible. Yeah, run, Hanja shouted. Feng ran and Pang Tao bolted for the exit without hesitation.
Hanja stumbled out of the shop after a few unsteady steps. Just as he was about to flee down the street, Hanja stopped abruptly, because he saw a man wearing a tactical vest with a middle-parted hairstyle already standing at the intersection where they had come from. A wide grin spread across the man's face. A new transparent sphere appeared in his hand. However, this sphere was considerably smaller than before. Presumably he was afraid of hurting himself. But even if the sphere's power was diminished, at such close range and without any cover, Hanja was still doomed to die. There was no escape. Making a split-second decision, Hanja immediately raised his hands before him, forming the gesture for casting some skill. At the same time, Hanja shouted with a voice that nearly tore his throat. Divine Secret Art, Shield of Absolute Reflection. A massive golden translucent shield appeared several meters in front of Hanja. The guard with the center-parted hair paled noticeably, hesitating to throw the transparent orb he had prepared. Feng Ran and Pang Tao, who had run over a dozen meters away, turned their heads at Hanja's shout only to see an actual shield materializing before him. The shield was enormous, occupying nearly half the width of the street. Its entire surface shimmered with brilliant flashes, creating a truly spectacular sight. Hanja, this shield of yours is way cooler than I imagined, Fatty Tao exclaimed in amazement.
This is the absolute reflection shield. Any attack from an enemy will be reflected right back at them, even bullets. Attacking this shield is basically suicide.
Hanja replied to Fatty Tao, wearing a smug and even somewhat arrogantly triumphant smile.
Dummy, why did you blurt out the skill effect? If you'd kept quiet, you could have tricked them into attacking the shield and committing suicide.
Maple Dye stomped her foot in frustration.
Oh wow, now that I've said it, would they still hit this shield?
Cold Philosopher smacked his forehead, looking utterly regretful. Looking again at the parted hair assassin across the way, his expression had indeed turned grave. Hanja's act was working, the other side was intimidated. Not letting the moment slip, Hanja pressed his advantage and taunted the parted hair man.
Come on, brother, don't dawdle. Hit me with your bomb right now. Let's see if you can stomach your own fireworks.
Hanja's shout was full of confidence. Hanja also used his mind to make the shield rotate slightly but rapidly.
This was Hanja's way of signaling to his opponent not to think about bypassing the shield.
The shield could rotate, blocking attacks from any direction. The parted-haired pursuer grew increasingly unnerved. But just moments later, the middle-parted man across from him suddenly looked relieved.
Stop pretending, there's no way any defensive skill could be that strong. You might fool others, but not me. Take my bomb like a good boy.
A new transparent sphere materialized in his hand.
This transparent sphere sent Hanja's heart plunging to rock bottom. Damn, my opponent isn't an idiot. Failed to bluff them. What should we do now? No, can't let myself be intimidated. Am I bluffing him, or is he bluffing me?
Hanja immediately made a scornful expression.
Then go ahead and try it. I'd look down on you if you don't. As he spoke, Hanja confidently took 2 steps forward and even tilted his face closer. He was utterly brazen and unafraid.
This completely shattered the middle-parted man's psychological defenses.
He stopped talking and didn't dare throw another transparent orb.
His eyes remained fixed on the semi-transparent shield in front of Hanja. He was filled with unwillingness, yet could only sigh in frustration at the towering shield. Seeing that he had completely intimidated his opponent, Hanja still couldn't feel at ease. Instead, he sensed he was in a predicament he couldn't retreat from. The bluff had worked, but, and then what? The other side may not be attacking, but they won't let me run freely either.
I can run, but they can follow.
With this stalemate, the chance of Hanja being exposed only grows infinitely.
What to do? If only I had an offensive skill right now.
Hanja looked back at Feng Ran and Pang Tao. Both of them had been completely won over by Hanja's ultimate defense technique, their eyes brimming with fervent admiration.
With a despairing expression, Hanja pleaded, do either of you have any attack skills? If you do, now's the time to use them, stop holding back. I wish I could help, but I really don't have any.
Feng Ran lowered her head, her voice trembling with helplessness.
Hanja could only look at Pang Tao again. Me?
Pang Tao took a deep breath, then lifted both feet off the ground and floated into the air. Hanja and Feng Ran watched with widening eyes.
Oh my god, you're finally going to use your ability, Feng Ran exclaimed excitedly.
What's your ability?
Turning into a superhero? Hanja asked with equal enthusiasm.
Seeing the excited looks in Feng Ran and Hanja's eyes, Pang Tao's face also fell in despair.
But this isn't my ability. I can't move at all right now. Chapter 47, The Deathbed Gift. What kind of ability is this? Fat Tao shouted while struggling desperately.
His arms and legs could only wiggle slightly within very limited range, that was all he could manage. His body remained as if nailed in midair.
What's going on?
Hanja desperately tried to comprehend.
Seems your shields can't block crowd control skills. A cold chuckle came from somewhere behind them.
Hanju and Feng Ran immediately turned to look, only to see a bald, heavy-set man standing at the entrance of a clothing store not far behind them. His face was twisted in a cold smirk, and he too was clad in a black tactical vest. Control skill? Is this his control ability? Hanja frowned as he stared at the fat bald man. It was at this moment that Hanja suddenly noticed the beam of light on Pang Tao had disappeared. The display time had ended. Opportunity. Let's hide first. Hanjo immediately whispered a single word to Feng Ran before turning and diving into the small tavern they'd used as shelter earlier. Since the opponent's skill mechanics remained unclear, the best strategy was to quickly withdraw beyond their field of vision. The dimly lit tavern, already poorly illuminated by design, plunged into complete darkness when the remaining lights were shattered by explosions. Moreover, their enemies still firmly believed they were facing a reflective shield, making them terrified to toss explosives inside. This was precisely what Hanja offered as temporary shelter. Hanja, I. Just as Hanja stepped through the shop door, he heard Feng Ran call out from behind him. Hanja rolled behind the bar counter in one swift motion before turning to look through the shop window. Sure enough, Feng Ran also slowly levitated into the air, just like Pang Tao. She looked at Hanja, her eyes already filled with tears and despair. Pang Tao was still struggling desperately, but with little effect. Only, Hanja could hear the sound of fabric tearing coming from him. Hanja desperately observed. What kind of ability is this? Remote confinement? Then isn't this ability ridiculously overpowered? If that's really the case, Hanja probably has no chance at all. Outside the shop, the bald, burly man slowly walked to a spot not far from directly opposite the bar. Disappeared real fast, muttered the bald man, eyeing the darkened storefront with irritation. Relax, I checked earlier. This place only has one entrance, he's not getting away, said the man with the center-parted hair, stepping forward with a grin. Then we'll deal with these two at the door first. The bald, chubby man looked at Keed floating by the entrance, his face twisting into a lecherous grin. He slowly approached Keed. Inside the bar, Shinizo was burning with anxiety. The bald man's skill was nearly insurmountable for someone like him. The only chance seemed to be waiting for him to enter and then launching a sneak attack for a lethal strike. But for Hanja, who wasn't a professional assassin, this was truly quite difficult. Perhaps, disfiguring himself to trigger Jealousy God's blessing and increase his odds of winning? Should he really do this? Still using the lifesaver? Hanja! Fat Tao outside the door suddenly called out. What's wrong? Hanju immediately leaned against the bar counter, waiting for Fat Tao's next words. Hanja, I know you can hear me, Fatty Tao continued shouting. Mostly, I just want to tell you how I'm feeling right now. Feeling? Hanja continued to listen. Outside, Fat Tao continued. It doesn't feel like I'm flying now, but rather like someone's lifting me by my clothes, and the clothes are pulling me up. This feeling becomes especially obvious when I move abruptly. Clothes? Hanju immediately recalled the moment when Pang Tao was suspended in midair, accompanied by the sound of tearing fabric. Seems like there's a faint clue here. Thud. Before Hanja could fully process his thoughts, Pang Tao had already belly-flopped heavily onto the ground. The surrounding liquor cabinets all shook violently. Next to him, Feng Ran trembled with fright. You talk too much, you fat bastard, the bald, heavy-set man snarled viciously. Then, Pang Tao began floating again, this time much higher than before. It might have been 3 or 4 stories high, so high that Hanja couldn't see it from behind the bar counter. By now, Fat Tao's face was covered in blood and dust, his mind already unclear. Don't! Feng Ran, floating in the air nearby, cried out. Thud! A louder thud than before. Then, Pang Tao's body rose into the air once more. Hanja could still see the arrogant grin on the bald fat man's face outside the door, even though he couldn't see Hanja hiding in the shadows. I can't take it anymore. This guy's skills. Hanja didn't know if the life-saving artifact could interrupt him, but there's no choice but to try. Hanja opened his backpack. Hey, still breathing? The bald, heavy-set man outside the door looked at the barely conscious Pang Tao with feigned surprise. Oh, that won't do. The next second, a tremendous crash exploded from the right side of Hanja's bar counter. A massive object had smashed straight through. The wooden counter shattered into pieces. Debris scattered. Hanja managed to shield his head just in time. When Hanja lowered his arms, he was met with Pang Tao's mangled, bloodied body. Hanja tentatively reached out to check for breathing. They're gone. Fatty Tao was thus smashed to death. Sigh. At this point, Cold Philosopher had few measures left at his disposal. Though he had some inkling of his opponent's skill, he couldn't be entirely certain. Gambling with his life-preserving artifact seemed the safest course of action. Hanja peeked his head slightly to look outside the shop. The bald, overweight man opposite remained motionless. He maintained his leering grin while staring at Feng Ran, yet he made no move at all. Striking a pose here? Hanja was still puzzled when a voice suddenly rang in his ear. It was Pang Tao's voice. Hanja! Fat Tao? Hanja exclaimed in surprise as he looked to the side. Fat Tao's corpse was still lying there, unmoved. Stop searching, Hanja. I'm already dead, the voice of Fat Tao by his ear grew increasingly mournful. Ha, then this is my skill, grade C legacy bequest. After I die, I can choose to speak with someone from the same world, but I only have 2 minutes, so I'll make it quick. Go ahead. Hanjo understood and nodded solemnly. This skill isn't just about communication, there's something even more important, skill transfer. I've given you one chance to draw a skill, and this draw is guaranteed to be grade C or higher. Ha, that's right. Once our call ends, you'll automatically enter the skill drawing phase. Shortly after, the time stop effect will also disappear. Thank you, Hanja nodded. It turned out that time had been paused due to Fat Tao's ability. What I most want to tell you is that I'm really not the mole. My time is nearly up, please believe me. I believe in you. Hanja nodded again, more convinced than ever before. Wish you'd draw a divine skill that could change our situation. Survive for both of us. Pantao finished speaking, then fell silent. Pantao? Ha? What happened? There should still be some time left? I don't know what to say. I never really thought about what my last word should be. Sigh, I'm such a loser. Don't you have any final arrangements to make? Family? Friends maybe? If I can get back, I'll handle it for you. Ah, right, I do remember one thing. Then spit it out quickly. In the final dozen seconds, Pang Tao quickly finished explaining his final affairs to Hanja, mostly concerning matters about his family. Afterwards, silence fell upon Hanja's ears. It was only then that Hanja understood why Pang Tao had always been reluctant to reveal his skill. The C-grade skill he could bestow after death was something most ordinary people could scarcely dream of obtaining. Simply possessing a C-grade skill could vastly improve one's social standing, guaranteeing basic necessities like food and clothing at the very least. This is a temptation many find hard to resist. Yet for Fat Tao himself, it offers no benefit whatsoever, because his ability only takes effect upon death, much like meat from a pig or fur from a fox. When teammates learn of his ability, their envy over its C-grade power would be perfectly natural, just basic human nature. After encountering some danger, teammates would most likely not genuinely help Pang Tao. They would only wish for Pang Tao to die, so that the C-rank skill could be released. But before that happens, teammates would hypocritically compete to put on a show, pretending to wholeheartedly assist Pang Tao in order to deceive his emotions and make him willingly hand over the skill to them. No one would want to be surrounded by fake allies who pretend to help on the surface but secretly wish for their demise. If they were to encounter even more cold-blooded teammates, who would threaten Fatty Tao's family to force him to hand over his skills after death, only to kill him themselves and seize the C-grade skill. Therefore, letting others know about Pang Tao's unique ability would bring nothing but harm and no benefit at all. The safest choice is to stay completely silent. He simply made the choice that best ensured his own survival. Hanja pondered this as 10 glowing cards materialized before him. Disinterested, Hanja randomly drew one. It was a C-grade skill. Why does this young master resemble a rough sketch? You can freely alter someone else's face, but it must retain normally arranged facial features. This ability, if not for the latter restriction, it would definitely be rated A grade or above, because altering others' faces could mean removing their nose, mouth, or eyes, causing suffocation, blindness, and the like. Too bad such a condition exists. This ability instantly seemed much weaker. Hanja couldn't even think of any uses beyond combining it with Jealousy God's gift. Moreover, the target had to be someone else. It couldn't be used on oneself for cosmetic alterations. So, could this new skill help Hanja overcome his current predicament? What clever applications might it have? What could the opponent's skill mechanism be? Can we counter it with new skills? Seems impossible either way. Right then, the bald fat man outside the door regained movement. Time began flowing again. No time for Hanja to think. As Hanja picked up the life-saving artifact, ready to throw it out the door. At that moment, he saw Feng Ran's face, pallid as death. She hovered in midair, her clothes not draped downward with gravity but unnaturally tilted upward. This phenomenon is particularly noticeable in the chest area. Hanja immediately recalled Fat Tao's unfinished words when he was being controlled. He said it felt like the clothes were lifting him up, and the bald guy opposite immediately grew anxious and silenced Fat Tao. This proves the opponent's vulnerability lies precisely here. Before, Hanja was merely speculating, but now he was utterly certain. That's right, the opponent's ability was most likely the power to control clothing. Oh, then I just won't wear clothes at all. Hanja slapped his thigh in realization. Chapter 48 Blockbuster Level Action Sequence. Outside the shop at this moment, the bald, heavy-set man was slowly manipulating the clothes off Feng Ran's body. His face brimmed with excitement, thoroughly savoring this process. Maple Dye had already shut her eyes in utter despair, unable to bear the sight of that sleazy bald fat man's face. Hey, inside there, if you don't come out now, you'll miss all the fun. The bald fat man roared with laughter as he shouted toward the bar where Cold Sage was hiding. Silence hung heavy inside the bar. Undeterred by the lack of response, the bald fat man continued working on his twisted masterpiece. After removing Fingran's coat, he wasn't in a hurry to take off her shirt but immediately moved on to removing her skirt instead. The guy with the center part watched the show with great interest. The bald, chubby man licked his lips expectantly, but then his expression changed abruptly. "You even wore safety shorts? That's just foul play," the bald, chubby man fumed. Fongran didn't respond, still closing his eyes as if he had given up on everything. At that moment, a white figure came rushing out of the bar. It was Hanja. Hanja, completely naked. Holy shit. The guy with the middle-parted hair and the bald, chubby man could hardly believe their eyes when they saw the scene. Ah! Fongran had just heard the commotion and opened her eyes, only to immediately shut them again when she saw a naked man. "Looks like he figured out your ability," the middle-parted haired guy said, glancing at the bald, chubby man. The bald, chubby man didn't answer the middle-parted hair guy but instead stared blankly at Hanja inside. "What an ugly tattoo." Tattoo? Hanja, who had just run out, was completely baffled upon hearing this. Then he lowered his head and glanced down. At this glance, Hanja was also startled. It was too dark in the tavern earlier, he hadn't noticed. Now he saw that his body was covered in large red characters, though he had no idea when they'd been written. What kind of situation was this? Who wrote them? When was this written? Hanja's mind was in utter chaos. But given the current situation, he didn't dwell on it too much, instead turning around and desperately fleeing down the street. A golden translucent shield still appeared behind his back. The shield of absolute reflection. Damn it, that bastard's getting away. The middle-parted man panicked and moved to chase. "Don't bother." The bald, heavy-set man stopped him. "This idiot thinks being naked makes him untouchable. How naive." He watched Hanja's bare back recede into the distance and let out a chilling chuckle. Snap snap. A dozen garments of various styles suddenly flew out from several clothing stores on the street. After hovering briefly in the middle of the road, they swiftly began soaring toward Hanja. "With my army of clothes, he won't get away. This'll just add to the amusement." The bald, chubby man continued laughing as he watched Hanja's retreating figure. At this moment, Hanja, who was running with his head down, also heard the whistling sound of something cutting through the air from behind. He turned around and saw numerous garments swiftly flying toward him. This move too? Hanja immediately sensed danger. These things could fly, and Hanja's two legs were no match for their speed. No, if we let them trap us and become immobile, we'd be done for. Hanja didn't hesitate, ducking sideways behind a pickup truck parked by the roadside. Then he hurled with all his might the object he'd been clutching in his hand toward the bald, fat man and the middle-parted hair guy. It was a can. It was Hanja's life-saving treasure. The can landed on the ground not far in front of the bald man and the chubby man, exploding instantly. Two dogs appeared where the can had fallen, one black and one white. Summoned beasts? The bald, chubby man and the middle-parted man immediately grew vigilant. The middle-parted man also summoned a small transparent sphere in his hand, ready for action. To their surprise, the two dogs didn't even glance at the two men. As soon as they were summoned, they began staring at each other, then bared their teeth aggressively. Then something unexpected happened to the bald fat man and the middle-parted hair guy. One of the two dogs suddenly pounced on the other. The two dogs immediately began biting and tearing at each other. A chaotic flurry of barks ensued. Your own summoned beasts are fighting each other first? What idiots, ahahaha. The bald, chubby man pointed at the two dogs fighting and laughed uproariously. Exactly. Look, they're about to bite each other's tails off. What kind of stupid summoning magic is this? The middle-parted guy joined in the laughter. After that, the two simply sat on the ground, laughing as they watched the dogs fight. All the clothes fell to the ground, including Fongran. But after Fongran fell, he didn't hurry to escape either. Instead, he sat down and watched the dogs fight with amusement. Not far away, Hanja hid behind a car, watching these fools fall for the trap. A life-saving treasure indeed, it really worked. That's right, this was exactly what Hanja drew at the time. Top-grade blockbuster can. Throw this can, and it will summon two dogs to fight. Anyone nearby who sees it will be forcibly compelled to stop and watch the spectacle. Yes, you heard it right, just one glance, and you'll be irresistibly immobilized. But preventing it is actually quite simple, just avoid looking by averting your gaze. In fact, when Hanja threw it out, he could have told Fongran to close her eyes, sparing her from harm. However, in that split second, Hanja thought of two things. First, if he yelled to close their eyes, the enemy might also receive the warning and follow suit, rendering his life-saving device useless. The second point was even more crucial. It had previously been determined that the mole was either Fongran or Pang Tao. Now, Pang Tao claimed before his death that he wasn't the mole, which meant he truly wasn't, because he had no reason left to deceive Hanja. That left only Fongran as the mole. In that case, Hanja had no reason to save her, it would be better if she died. So, when Hanja dropped her, he didn't make a sound. Now is the perfect chance to escape. Hanja turned and fled immediately. But after running just a few steps, Hanja stopped again. He could run for now, But what about the 8 days that would follow? These two guys in the mole phone ran are so dangerous, they'll remain a huge threat in the future.
Might as well take this opportunity to eliminate them now.
Yes. Hanju emerged from behind the car, picked up a piece of broken glass from the roadside, and approached the bald fat man and the center-parted man. The loud snarling barks of the two fighting dogs masked his movements perfectly. Hanju could navigate purely by sound without glancing their way. However, Hanju had never used the scan before. Afraid of making too much noise and waking the two from their immersive viewing experience, he cautiously crept closer to them. Soon, Hanju was close enough, but the two pursuers were still engrossed in watching the dogs fight. Hanju immediately activated his skill. Why does this young master look like a rough sketch, giving each of them a face so handsome it could trigger his skill, just as an extra precaution? Just as Hanju was about to strike, the middle-parted haired man suddenly stood up.
Did the skill fail?
Hanju startled. Then he noticed the middle-parted hairstyle guy still staring at the two fighting dogs while slowly retreating step by step.
Hanju's nerves instantly tensed. Had these guys actually noticed me? Yet since I couldn't look away, my eyes remained fixed on the dogfight. Were they already prepared to counterattack? Would taking action myself be falling right into their trap? Not good.
Hanju immediately stopped and fixed his gaze on the middle-parted hair guy. The middle-parted guy's gaze remained fixed on the fighting dogs. Yet he slowly began to crouch down, his left hand reaching toward the ground.
What was he doing? What should I pick up? Weapons? Hanju looked over.
On the ground by the center-parted hairstyle man's left hand was a bag of popcorn that had fallen from the store window display. The center-parted man actually picked up the popcorn. Then he opened the popcorn packaging and began slowly stuffing pieces into his mouth. His eyes remained fixed on the two dogs fighting the entire time.
Completely engrossed, Hanju instantly let out a sigh of relief.
What the hell? So we're supposed to watch while eating?
Hanju raised his knife, ready to strike again. Smack! At that very moment, Fong ran behind the two pursuers suddenly convulsed as if electrocuted and collapsed to the ground. Hanju tensed up.
A hole appeared where her heart should be, bleeding profusely.
She'd been shot. Then, Hanju heard the distant crack of a gunshot.
The bullet had traveled much faster than sound. At a certain distance, it was clearly a case of the bullet arriving before the sound of the gunshot.
Someone else was taking potshots from afar.
Hanju immediately turned to look in the direction of the sound.
Sure enough, on the roof of the distant Misty Mountain Hotel building, there was an out-of-place metallic glint.
The obvious glare of a gun's scope. Hanju made a swift decision and sprinted across the street to the low building opposite, positioning himself where the rooftop observer couldn't spot him. Only when he was certain the gun couldn't reach him did Hanju finally dare to exhale slightly.
Meanwhile, the two pursuers beside them remained unmoved, still watching the two dogs fight. How brilliant, even gunshots can't wake them. Hanju took a deep breath. A sniper this precise, yet so inept at concealing himself?
Oh, Hanju immediately realized it must be another pursuer. Though the system had temporarily granted him firearms mastery and a sniper rifle, his lack of actual sniping experience meant he didn't know how to hide the glare from his scope.
Hanju spotted it in an instant.
Then what was that shot he just fired? Yes, even if Keed was the mole, in the hunter's eyes he should still appear as a fugitive.
This is kill stealing. Chapter 49 Crimson Handwriting.
After a brief fight, the white dog lay motionless on the ground, having been bitten. The black dog wagged its tail and began circling around the white dog. The previously thrown canister suddenly sprayed confetti toward the black dog with a celebratory sound effect, marking it as the victor. Then, both dogs vanished. The bald, chubby man and the center-parted guy reluctantly stood up, still wanting more.
To be more accurate, it was like waking from a deep dream. Damn it, what the hell's wrong with me?
I inexplicably watched two dogs fight for half the day, the bald fat guy cursed angrily.
Me too, that was downright weird.
The man with the center-parted hair spoke up, but upon seeing the bald, chubby man, he froze instantly. The bald, chubby man also noticed the one with the center-parted hair and froze in place as well. The two locked eyes for what felt like an eternity. Wu Yen group, the bald, chubby man gasped in shock.
Lu Dahua?
The middle-parted man exclaimed in shock. Both men were astonished. The bald, chubby man quickly grabbed the middle-parted man's clothes to keep him afloat. Meanwhile, the middle-parted man summoned a transparent orb in his hand. Only after recognizing familiar moves from their opponents did the two confirm they were teammates, subsequently withdrawing their attacks. How did you turn into Wu Yanzu, Andy Lau? Both exclaimed simultaneously.
Really? So I've actually become Andy Lau?
The bald, chubby man looked at the center-parted hairstyle guy's face and deduced his own face must have transformed into a celebrity's too. He touched his own face, brimming with excitement.
I guess so.
It's my first time seeing a bald Lu Dahua who weighs over 200 pounds. The middle-parted man shook his head. And his aura is off too, feels like he's played too many R-rated films.
You're full of shit.
The bald fatty roared, instantly manipulating the middle-parted man's clothes to levitate him again. Cut it out, the middle-parted man shouted hastily. What about our prey? Right. The bald, hefty man suddenly remembered the matter at hand and immediately let go of the comb-over-haired man, scanning the spot where Fongran had originally been. Fongran wasn't there. Searching again, they instead spotted Fongran lying on the ground 10 meters away from the original spot. At this moment, Fongran had already fallen to the ground, a dark, bloody hole visible in her chest. Damn it, how did she die? The bald, heavy-set man grew even angrier. By the way, I remember hearing gunshots when we were watching the dogfight, the middle-parted hair guy recalled. So what are you implying? Think about it, who else would kill a runaway besides us? Must be rival bounty hunters snatching our mark, said the middle-parted hair man. Damn it, so that naked guy, could he also? Most likely got killed too. That's just fucking outrageous, daring to poach right under my nose. So maybe they gave us these handsome faces as an apology. Oh, so that's how I ended up with this Ludehuaish face. The bald, chubby man nodded. Well, I guess that's acceptable somehow. I'll find a mirror and take a proper look. The bald, chubby man started looking around for a mirror. Of course you can accept it, you've got that fat guy's head, but without a head count, I can't accept this. The middle-parted man cursed. No worries. Next time our positions show up, I'll help you kill a few more. The bald, chubby man patted his chest reassuringly. Alright. For now, let's head out together and go admire our handsome faces properly. Ha ha ha. The bald, chubby man happily prepared to leave. The man with the center-parted hair was also about to go, but as he casually glanced around, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Hey, this woman is already dead. Why is there still a red mark on her head? Probably because she just died. It'll disappear soon. Why don't you take advantage while she's still warm? Fuck off. Inside a closed shoe store, Hanja hid in the bathroom, staring at his own body in the mirror. Both on his chest and back, large red characters were written. To Hanja's astonishment, when viewed through the mirror, these red characters all appeared upside down. In this situation, if Hanja were to lower his head directly, the words would appear right side up. It looks as though the writer had written them from Hanja's head-level perspective. This seems to indicate these words were written by Hanja himself. But how could that be possible? Does Hanja really not know whether he himself wrote those characters or not? A new possibility occurred to Hanja. Perhaps someone with special abilities wrote these characters for him, deliberately shaping them this way so Hanja could read them more easily. Hanja had no choice but to begin deciphering what exactly these characters said. The handwriting begins in the lower left abdomen, where two characters are written. It was these two characters that sent shivers down Hanja's spine, because those two characters spelled Hanja. How did the writer know his name was Hanja? Hanja reminisced. In this world, there should only be 6 people who knew Hanja's name, those who were with him. But now, most of them are already dead. Only Emotsong remains alive. Was the one who wrote this, Motsong? Or does someone have the ability to know their own name? Hanja didn't rush to a conclusion and continued to scrutinize further. The words weren't many and were written in order, so Hanja could read them directly. Hanja, trust me, I'm here to help you. Whatever you do, don't kill the cat. Hanja reached this part and found himself utterly confused. Don't kill the cat? Where exactly would there be a cat in this place? You'd have to have something to kill first. But whoever left the message wouldn't go out of their way to write something meaningless. Perhaps, this cat is referring to something else? What could it be referring to? Hanja couldn't figure it out immediately. Continuing his search, Hanja discovered another character following behind him. It was the character Go. The entire sentence had now become, Hanja, trust me, I'm here to help you. Whatever you do, don't kill the cat. Go. And then there was nothing after Go. Go? Go where? Hanja continued searching downward and found a string of numbers near his lower back. 1878-8748. These numbers were deliberately enclosed in parentheses, with a dash in between them and a purposely placed period at the end. What does that mean? Was there any other information? Hanja searched his body again. Apart from these words, there was only a red thread, stretching from the first character Han all the way to the palm of his left hand. Then there was Hanja's palm that had been stained red by fresh paint on the sightseeing bus earlier. After washing his hands once, the red had faded until it was now completely invisible. No other information remained. Go. It should be followed by a place, or an action. It must be related to this string of numbers. Could they be coordinates? Coordinates? But Hanja had come streaking, running naked, without bringing any maps. Are there any maps here? Hanja turned to look and, sure enough, on the shelf by the shop entrance were stacks of atlases identical to the one he had gotten previously. After all, this is a resort, so there are brochures with maps everywhere. Opening it to take a look. The layout in the map booklet didn't have grid coordinates. Hanja could only find a measuring tape and pen at the counter. Using the measuring tape, he divided the map into 10 equal sections vertically and horizontally, identified the approximate grid where the coordinates would be, and then subdivided further.
Soon, Hanja had nearly pinpointed the locations corresponding to the two coordinates. One was an entertainment and lodging area at the base of the taller mountain in the resort, while the other was a forested zone halfway up the slope of the shorter mountain. Both covered extensive areas. With such vast spaces, even if they agreed to meet, how likely were they to actually run into each other? Hanja wrote the entire sentence on paper and carefully examined it again. Hanja, trust me, I'm here to help you. Whatever you do, don't kill the cat. Go to 1878-8748. The deliberate period after the numbers likely indicates the true end of the message. This must be its complete final form. It contained one inexplicable warning and two mysterious sets of coordinates. No, if the punctuation was intentionally written, then the hyphen between the two coordinates must also have its meaning? In English, a hyphen typically serves as a line break connector, used when a word spans two lines. Normally, two coordinates wouldn't be connected by a hyphen either. Could it be that these four numbers together represent a single location? Hanju immediately divided the 1878 area vertically and horizontally into 10 equal parts each. Because the map was somewhat small, Hanja could only find a point, 90-50, within this area that roughly approximated the coordinates, 87-48, adjusting slightly by intuition. Only two unknown houses remained within this coordinate area. However, due to the limited precision of the floor plan, Hanja couldn't determine exactly which house it was. This is the place. The one who wrote those words wants to go there himself. Chapter 50 Death. Shall we go? Hanja began to ponder. First of all, the likelihood that the person who left the message was a pursuer was extremely slim. It was far more probable they were on Hanja's side. Because if they were a pursuer, they could have just killed Hanja outright given the chance. Why go through the trouble of leaving such an obscure message? Pointless complications. Even if they intended to lure Hanja somewhere to kill him, wouldn't it have been better to make the message more obvious? Moreover, the wording of it, if it were a trap, wouldn't need to be so cryptic, so convoluted that even Hanja still couldn't fully grasp every nuance. What exactly does he mean by cat? Hanja couldn't think of anything at the moment. Moreover, the other party also knew Hanja's name. So Hanja had already deduced earlier that this person was very likely Emotsang. Hanja had already analyzed Emotsang before. With his abilities, he could have wiped out the entire squad. There was absolutely no need for him to put on an act with Hanja and the others. But since he never made a move, he definitely wasn't the mole. He must be on Hanja's side, just prone to fleeing at the last moment. As for why Emotsang left this message, perhaps there were difficulties he couldn't explain. If you have any doubts, go to those coordinates, find him, and everything will become clear. Hanja studied the map. Unfortunately, these coordinates were on the other side of the resort, still quite far from Hanja's current location. Hanja would likely need to put in some effort to reach that place. Preparation was still necessary. Hanja opened the panel in the upper right corner and glanced at it casually. Remaining participants, 63. But the exact number of escapees and hunters remains unknown. Whatever. Hanja found a pair of well-fitting sneakers at the shoe store, then put on some ill-fitting clothes just to manage. Then he hid in the shop's back room and began waiting. He was waiting for the two hunters to leave the area. Hanja dashed out naked. His backpack was still in the bar where he'd been hiding earlier. Inside lay not just his supplies, but also those possibly useful special items of his. Of course, his clothes were in there too, which was actually quite important. That outfit was Hanja's usual casual wear, a custom-made gaming uniform from his school, durable, resilient, comfortable year-round, and never restricting his movements. That's right. Every time you enter the game, everyone simply wears the clothes they had on when they entered. However, the system typically clears everything from pockets, hidden layers, and the like, leaving only the clothing itself. This is precisely why Hanja could still wear acrylic fiber clothing inside the game previously. Only under certain special circumstances would the system change a participant's clothes upon entering the game. Some require participants to wear special outfits tailored to the game setting. Take a crime-themed game, for instance, those playing cops would immediately be handed police uniforms. Another scenario is to prevent participants from making a big fuss about their clothing. Hanja had previously heard reports of someone experimenting with wearing a bulletproof vest into the game, only to have the system immediately replace it with ordinary clothing upon entry. Yes, special effect clothing like bulletproof vests would most likely be intercepted by the system. However, the acrylic clothing didn't achieve the level of special effects, so Cold Sage could still wear it in the previous game. But in any case, his own clothes were far better than what Cold Sage was currently wearing. This outfit was too small and tight. If Cold Sage had to run later, it might even burst open. As for those two pursuers, Cold Sage couldn't predict when they'd leave either. Maybe won't leave after all. Hanja had no choice but to wait a while longer to be safe. He simply took a nap on the single bed in the inner room. Being alone, he didn't dare sleep deeply, remaining half awake to listen for any movement outside. I don't know how long it passed before Hanja woke up. Looking at the sky, it was already quite late. It felt like 6 o'clock in the evening. but glancing at the clock on the counter table, it was actually only 4 in the afternoon. Is it already dark at 4 o'clock? Or is the watch not accurate? Weird. Hanja left the shoe store and walked for a while before finding the street he had been on earlier. The shell of that previous tin can is still here. To Hanja's surprise, the spot where Fongran had fallen was now completely empty. Where's Fongran's body? How did it disappear? Could it be that she didn't die? Impossible, she was hit right in the heart. There's no way she could have survived. Then why is the body gone? Surely someone couldn't have collected the corpse? Right, maybe the villagers took her body away. Hanja didn't dwell on it further, stepping back into the same small tavern from before. Fat Tao's mangled corpse still lay there, a horrifying sight to behold. If the villagers were handling burials, why had no one dealt with Fat Tao's body? This puzzled Hanja greatly, but no answers came to mind. You gave me your skills, so I owe you my thanks. I'll give you a proper burial, though I'm not sure if it means anything in the game. Hanja looked at Pang Tao's corpse and muttered to himself. He then turned to search for his backpack and clothes. Thankfully, everything was still there. Nothing was missing from the backpack either. It looks like those two people didn't even come in to search. That tabloid newspaper was still there too. What would be printed on it now? Hanja grew a bit curious, so he pulled out the newspaper, unfolding it. With just one glance, Hanja immediately closed it. Sure enough, this time it was about himself in the newspaper. Yet, Hanja still couldn't resist opening it again for another look. The photo was precisely that of him fleeing naked, and then checking the headline. A man runs naked in the street to protest discrimination against those suffering from erectile dysfunction. What the hell is this nonsense? Are they outright spreading slander now? Hanja angrily stuffed the newspaper back into his backpack. Then, Hanja changed back into his own clothes. Then he planned to fetch some fuel from the Humvee to give Fatty Tao a simple cremation. Skirting around the explosion crater on the ground and turning the street corner, Hanja saw the overturned Humvee from earlier. But the next second, Hanja immediately ducked back, because he saw a person wearing a tactical vest lying over the Humvee's roof hatch, sticking their butt up, doing who knows what, probably rummaging through the car. The pursuer. And this slightly overweight figure instantly reminded Hanja of that bald, heavyset man from earlier. Why hasn't he left yet? Then I'm gone. Hanja was about to bolt, but cautiously peeked once more to locate the center-parted hairstyle pursuer. There was no sign of the center-parted man. Meanwhile, the fat pursuer remained motionless, sprawled over the Humvee's roof hatch. Something's not right. What's this guy up to? Hanja looked around, then turned his gaze back again. That person still wasn't moving. Could it be? Hanja had a hunch. Summoning his courage, Hanja moved closer. The figure still showed no signs of movement. Now less hesitant, Hanja directly drew his dagger and approached swiftly. If he misjudged and the man had his back turned, it would still be a good opportunity to take him out. When Hanja approached, the man remained in the same position. Hanja confirmed one thing. He grabbed the back of the man's vest and yanked hard. The man simply lay down on the ground. It was Zhang Liuda's slashed face. Yes, it was that bald, fat man, the very same face Hanja had previously given him to trigger, the gift of the god of jealousy. But he had been dead for quite some time. He had such powerful skills. How did he die so suddenly? Hanja was very puzzled. How did he die? Hanja examined the corpse. Hanja couldn't find any visible wounds. It's just plain dead. Chapter 51. The person within reach. An intense sense of unease made Hanja want to leave this place quickly. He glanced inside the Hummer. The bag dyed with maple leaves inside had already been rummaged through, its contents scattered all over the car. Hanja found 2 barrels of gasoline among several diesel drums. These were what Hanja had previously asked the gas station attendant for, just in case. Now they would still come in handy. After all, with Hanja's current circumstances, diesel fuel simply wouldn't ignite. They hastily cremated Pang Tao's body, and by then, darkness had already fallen. Night came faster than Hanja had anticipated. Just to be sure, Hanja even stopped by a shop to check the time. It's almost 5 o'clock. By 5 p.m., it's already dark outside. Then, all the streetlights along the commercial district automatically lit up. Yet the entire block was eerily quiet, not a soul in sight. It seems after the explosion, not a single green-clad villager could be seen here anymore. They probably all ran away to avoid the danger. Fine by me, at least it's quieter this way. Hanja still remembered there should be another location revealed tonight. This time, it might be truly difficult for Hanja to make it through. Hanja needed a car, something that could keep him moving while maintaining his real-world position. Hanja took a quick look back at his old Hummer first. If the bulletproof Hummer could still run, that would undoubtedly be the best choice. However, when reaching the undercarriage, Hanja discovered that the bulletproof steel plating had been blown to pieces, and many of the protective components shielding the chassis inside were already broken. This car couldn't be driven anymore. They'd have to find another vehicle. Although they didn't have the keys, Hanja had learned some car theft skills back in school.
After all, cars are important items in many games, so car theft is a fairly significant skill to learn. Though this only applies to older key-start vehicles, more advanced electronically activated cars are beyond reach for now. Fortunately, all the trucks in this neighborhood were of the old-fashioned variety. Hansa started up a refrigerated truck. After confirming it was operational, he slipped into the second floor of a nearby cafe to wait for the designated time indicated on the positioning display. To Hanja's surprise, he waited for a long time but didn't see any prompt indicating the imminent revealing of locations. Glancing at the wall clock, it was already approaching midnight. Clearly, this location displaying segment was randomized rather than scheduled at fixed times. Hanja looked out the window. At this moment, thin fog rose again on the street outside. The glow of the street lamps grew somewhat surreal in the mist, appearing as a hazy white expanse. Apart from the street lamps, all the windows of the buildings were pitch black. Even the towering structure of the Fog Mountain Grand Hotel in the distance had completely vanished into the darkness. Deathly still. Hanja felt increasingly uneasy watching this scene. Just as he was about to leave the window, Hanja suddenly shuddered, because he saw, standing at the second-floor window of the shop diagonally across, a woman dressed in white. Bathed in the glow of the nearby streetlight, her silhouette appeared particularly distinct. Holy shit! Instinctively, Hanja crouched down to hide beneath the windowsill. What's that? A villager? Impossible, she's not wearing green clothes. A pursuer? No way, she's not wearing a black tactical vest. Is he a fugitive? Quite possibly, must be a fugitive. Damn it, a fugitive creeping around like some female ghost. What a lunatic. Hanja peeked out again to look. The white-clad woman had vanished, leaving only the dark, gaping window that now resembled a monstrous maw in the deathly silent mist. Where had she gone? Had she spotted him hiding as well? Or perhaps for some other reason? Hanja was deep in thought. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Is it possible that the woman across from him might be Fongran? After all, he still hadn't seen her body. Impossible. Hanja immediately dismissed the thought in his heart. Setting aside whether Fongran was truly dead or not, Hanja had become quite familiar with her. If this woman were Fongran, he would have recognized her at a glance. That was indeed a complete stranger. She must be another fugitive. Hanja was thinking this when suddenly a prompt box popped up before him. Attention! The locations of all escapees will be revealed in 15 minutes. This display will last approximately 20 minutes. A 15-minute preparation time? A 20-minute display? It's no longer 30 minutes anymore. The timing isn't necessarily certain. Let's get ready to board and start relocating. Hanja shouldered his backpack. At this moment, Hanja felt a bit curious since their positions would be revealed soon. What plans did that woman opposite him have in mind? If there was some special trick, perhaps Hanja could learn a move or two by observing. So Hanja returned to the window once more, cautiously peeking just the tip of his head out to watch the shop across the way. The shop remained completely still, with no sign of the woman emerging. Was she planning to hide in that shop for the entire 15-minute location displaying period? Hanja felt a wave of disappointment. He had initially thought that woman might have some brilliant measures up her sleeve, but Hanja wasn't in a hurry to leave yet. After all, the location display hadn't started, perhaps she would make her move once it began. After a quiet wait, 15 minutes passed. The display location began. A red beam of light shot straight from Hanja into the sky. To Hanja's surprise, the shop across the street remained completely dark, with no beams of light emerging. Where is she? Could she have silently come to my side already? Hanja hurriedly ran downstairs and stood on the street, looking back. Not a single beam of light shone from the row of houses behind him. Looking around, the nearest beam of light was on the hillside beyond the low mountain, far in the distance. The entire commercial street had only Hanja's solitary beam of light, standing alone in the midnight haze. There wasn't a second person in sight. Never had been. Hanja was dumbfounded. Something's wrong with this place. Very wrong. Go! Go! Hanja immediately jumped into the refrigerated truck and started the engine. Driving out of the commercial district, Hanja already felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 52, The Actress. Hanja quickly left the commercial street and circled around the forest path a few times. Fortunately, no pursuers appeared during the time when the location was displayed. Perhaps it was because the duration was relatively short this time, or because Hanja appeared as just a single beam of light, making him a lower value target. In any case, Hanja managed to get through this situation safely. Hanja started the car again and slowly moved away from the area. He didn't even dare to turn on the headlights, basically driving in complete darkness. Parking the car behind the woods, Hanja decided to spend the night inside the vehicle. The night wind swept through the trees, creating a rustling sound unlike any wind Hanja had heard before. This particular wind sounded eerily like a woman's weeping. It left Hanja feeling an unbearable chill so intense it made sleep impossible. He didn't fall asleep until well past midnight. When he woke up, the sky was still dim with dawn. It seemed to be only around 4 or 5 in the morning.
Hanja glanced at the car radio's clock and immediately sat bolt upright. It was 7:30 in the morning. 7:30?
He distinctly remembered two things. First, he had checked with the clock in the shop before setting off, and that clock was accurate. Second, dawn had broken at 7 o'clock yesterday.
Why was it still this dim twilight sky at 7:30 today?
Hanja initially thought it was due to heavy fog, but upon closer inspection, the mist remained just as thin. It was simply that the sun hadn't risen yet.
What's going on? Does this world have inconsistent sunrise times? Stranger and stranger things keep happening.
But Hanja didn't think too much about it, just started the car and prepared to head towards those coordinates first. However, before leaving, he decided to take one more look at that newspaper to see if there was any updated content.
Having more information is always a good thing. Perhaps he might spot the enemy's location and Hanja could avoid them in advance.
Hanja took out the newspaper and looked at the photo.
The newspaper had already been updated.
This time, the photo looked a bit, no, it was particularly eerie.
The photo showed a forest at night.
Under the moonlight stood many long-haired women in white dresses.
They were loosely gathered in a circle, all gazing at its center.
At the circle's center stood a delivery truck bearing the logo Misty Fresh on its side, featuring a cartoon lobster.
Wait a second?
Hanja jumped out of the vehicle immediately and took a look at the body of his refrigerated truck.
The car body bears 4 characters. Fog chilled fresh.
Just like in the photo, there was also a cartoon lobster grinning at him.
This picture, wasn't that his own car?
The picture in the newspaper showed exactly what had happened around him while he was asleep last night.
God damn it. Hanja immediately looked around.
There was only an empty forest around him, with no sign of the women from the photo. But Hanja instantly jumped back into the car. Even though there were no women around him now, his mind remained completely blank, and his heart felt like it was about to leap out of his chest.
He quickly grabbed the relaxation spray and gave himself a quick spritz.
Only then did his mood begin to settle somewhat. Putting down the spray, Hanja's heart was still full of turmoil.
No. This game feels very wrong. Isn't this supposed to be a battle royale? Why is there something like a female ghost? And why aren't they attacking? They're just circling and watching. Perverts? Like toads crawling on my feet, not biting me, just grossing me out? What the hell is going on?
Hanja glanced at the newspaper headline again.
Lobster prices may skyrocket. Countless citizens stop cars to rush by them.
The headline is, as always, completely meaningless.
Never mind, let's leave this place first. Lindsay Hands doesn't want to stay in this forest for one more second.
Hanja drove the refrigerated truck, heading toward those coordinates. However, to evade his pursuers, he chose to take a remote and less traveled route. A conjecture arose in Hanja's mind.
All these strange incidents might be precisely why Emotesong had asked him to go there. But Hanja couldn't currently deduce the exact reason behind these strange occurrences. Emotesong might genuinely know.
It's better to go sooner rather than later, so Hanja could at least have some peace of mind. Not long after the car entered the highway, the sun rose, illuminating the surroundings.
Hanja checked his watch deliberately. The sunrise was exactly at 8 o'clock. It was indeed an hour later than yesterday. It seems the sunset last evening was also earlier than the day before, around 5 p.m. Has the sunset come an hour earlier too? If this continues tomorrow, we'd lose 2 hours each day, and by the 7th day wouldn't daylight disappear completely? Hanja found this increasingly bizarre the more he thought about it.
Just as his mind was in turmoil, a notification box suddenly appeared before Hanja's eyes again.
Warning, all escapees' locations will be revealed in 15 minutes. Duration, approximately 30 minutes. Another location reveal. This time it came at dawn. One damn thing after another.
Hanja was finding it hard to breathe. Hanja pulled the car over to the roadside. He stuck to his previous tactic, waiting until the location display began before swiftly moving again to make it harder for the pursuers to strike. After 15 agonizing minutes of waiting, a beam of light appeared over Hanja. He immediately started the car and sped away. After driving around the highway for over 10 minutes, there was still no movement. This time it seemed they would make it through safely. Hanja let out a slight sigh of relief. CRRK. At that moment, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air outside. Before Hanja could react, a tree trunk suddenly came flying at him. Trapped inside the vehicle, Hanja had nowhere to escape. He could only crouch down with all his strength. Thud! The trunk smashed straight into the driver's cabin, sending glass shards flying. The refrigerated truck also lost control and crashed into a large tree nearby. Click! Hanja kicked open the deformed car door and staggered out, clutching his head.
Oh, quite the handsome young man, what a shame.
A woman's voice came from behind.
Hanja looked over.
Standing not far behind was a woman with a stunning figure, dressed in a black leather outfit and high heels, wearing a cat-themed half-face mask, and holding a long vine whip. What chilled Hanja's heart was that this woman also wore a black tactical vest over her leather jacket, though a slim-fit version.
Still a pursuer. Hanja didn't panic too much, simply saying coolly, "Did you time travel here from some B-movie in that getup?"
Since there's no escaping this, we can't afford to lose momentum. The woman in the cat mask froze for a split second before sneering. You've got some nerve, haven't you? With that, the cat-masked woman flicked her whip with a sharp motion. The whip lashed directly toward Hanja. Hanja quickly ducked his head. The whip narrowly missed him, veering off course and striking a large tree beside him. Glancing at the whip now tangled around the tree, Hanja felt slightly relieved. This accuracy is fairly mediocre. Might as well use a gun. But the cat-masked woman still sneered contemptuously. Then with a forceful yank, she uprooted the entire tree and hurled it straight toward Hanja. Hanja desperately tumbled aside just in time to narrowly avoid the falling tree. The tree crashed beside him, its shockwave nearly knocking him off his feet. His heart still racing, Hanja stared at the fallen tree so thick it would take 2 people to encircle its trunk, hardly trusting what he saw. Even the legendary Lu Zhishan would weep at such strength. That's too much, dude. Keep going, handsome boy, here comes the second one. The woman with the half-face cat mask smiled at Hanja before wielding her whip again, this time lashing it around another tree. Hanja immediately turned and desperately dashed into the woods. Goodbye for now. Next time I'll definitely buy a membership for your video. Hanja shouted while running. If he was going to run, he might as well say something bold. Hanja knew full well that the dense trees in the forest would likely hinder the effectiveness of the long whip, making the woods seem like his only chance. The moment Hanja dashed into the forest, a large tree came crashing down right behind him. 2 trees shielded Hanja from this one, but the gusts of wind still nearly knocked him off his feet. It's still somewhat effective. A glimmer of hope reignited in Hanja's heart. If he desperately plunged into the forest, maybe he could truly escape this adult film star lookalike celebrity. But the cat-masked woman behind him gently shook her head. Little cutie, naively optimistic aren't we? Her whip lashed out once more. This time, its target wasn't the tree, but Hanja's waist. The tip of the whip flew straight toward Hanja. Truth be told, for her, dragging Hanja back by tying him up would have been an incredibly simple matter. The whip moved with frightening speed. Hanja had barely registered the whistle of air behind him when the lash arrived. There was no time to dodge. The whip curled around Hanja's waist in an instant. Snap! Hanja suddenly emitted a golden light, sending the whip flying away. The woman with the cat mask felt an instant pang of pain in the tiger's mouth of her right hand. What just happened? The woman with the cat mask was stunned. What just happened? Hanja was even more stunned than her. What trick did you use? The woman wearing a cat mask glared at Hanja from afar and shouted. No idea. Maybe it's just my righteous aura. Hanja didn't elaborate and immediately started running again. Whatever the reason was, he could figure it out slowly once he escaped safely. The whip came again. Crack! The moment before the whip could touch Hanja, it was violently knocked away in advance. The woman wearing a cat mask was utterly stunned. Hanja was also somewhat stunned. Was there anything that could take a couple of lashes for him? Hanja began desperately racking his brain about his belongings. He immediately thought of one item in his backpack. Focus charm. Tired of being distracted by beautiful women asking you out every time you try to study? With this charm, bid farewell to interruptions forever. Wear this charm, and whenever a beautiful woman tries to disturb you while you're focusing on a task, the charm will forcefully block her interference. Stay devoted to your studies. Becoming a pillar of society is just around the corner. Damn! Hanja understood. The woman across from him was deemed a beautiful woman. I was focusing on escaping for my life when she disturbed me with her whip, triggering my protective talisman, which forcefully stopped her. Oh, then dealing with her would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Then why was I still running? Hanja halted his steps and turned to stare at the woman opposite him. A mischievous grin spread across Hanja's face. His intense gaze immediately unsettled the woman. Chapter 53, Cat? Hanja started running at full speed toward the woman with the cat mask. The woman with the cat mask panicked a little and immediately lashed out at Hanja with her whip. The whip struck Hanja but was deflected once again by the golden light. Hanja was completely focused on running. Stay away! The woman in the cat mask was utterly panicked, staggering backward repeatedly. I'm coming over right now. Hanja rushed straight up to the woman. Then he threw a punch directly at her. As his fist swung, Hanja simultaneously activated his skill against the woman. The gift of the god of jealousy. The trigger condition is being handsomer than oneself. Women can't be described with the adjective handsome. So, at the moment of throwing the punch, Hanja changed her face beneath the mask into that of Wu Yinzu. Wu Yinzu again? After all, in those mere milliseconds, Hanja couldn't think of any other male celebrity handsomer than himself. The woman reacted swiftly, raising her arms to shield her face. It seemed like Hanja's punch had been blocked, but it wasn't blocked at all. The woman was still sent flying backward, landing on the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Hanja prepared to press forward and deliver another round of strikes. But Hanja was afraid the woman might counterattack midway. Since his current face was now a masculine one, the protective charm probably wouldn't trigger. Then, when Hanju attacks her, give her Yenzu's face to trigger, Jealousy God's Blessing, increasing Hanja's damage output. When she counterattacks Hanja, give her a Beautiful Woman's face to trigger, Focused Mind Talisman, nullifying her attack. This is next level strategizing. But whose face is the beauty's modeled after? Hanja couldn't immediately recall any female celebrity with a flawlessly perfect face. Whatever. Hanja simply gave her the face of an anime female character. He chased after her again. The woman's head transformed into a 2D animated caricature, yet it wore a hyper-realistic mask, looking like a crudely pasted texture. The dissonance was jarring. At that moment, the woman fiercely lashed out with her whip in retaliation. The strike landed on Hanja's face, only to be deflected by a golden glow, utterly ineffective. The whip then lashed toward the large tree beside them. It seemed she realized direct attacks on Hanja were ineffective, so perhaps smashing him with a tree might work. Hanja couldn't be certain whether this would actually work either, so he decided not to risk giving her the opportunity. Without hesitation, Hanja charged straight at the woman, instantly transforming her face back into that of Wu Yan's teammate. Another punch struck her body. She was instantly knocked to the ground heavily by Hanja. Hanja swiftly drew his lightning dagger and plunged it straight toward the woman's throat. Die! Hanja would never go soft just because he was facing a beautiful woman. Hanja still remembered the very first lesson he attended at school. It was a course titled, Introduction to Combat. The instructor was a burly man with prominent knife scars on his face and arms. There were probably even more beneath his clothes. For this class, he first distributed small boxes to everyone, each lined with soft straw inside. Then he brought in another large box. Opening it revealed many kittens, puppies, and bunnies all cuddled together sleeping, quite an adorable sight. Several girls in the class immediately squealed with excitement upon seeing them. Each of you can pick one animal you like from the box, said their burly instructor teacher Zhuang. At that time, Hanja had just arrived at this school and had little exposure to games. One could say he knew nothing at all. He randomly chose a little white kitten. The kitten was pure white, with tiny pink paws. When Hanja picked it up, it merely glanced at him before rolling over and continuing to sleep in the palms of his hands. Hanja placed it into his own box and helped arrange the hay for it. Isn't it cute? Asked the teacher, looking at the group. Everyone nodded in agreement. Okay, now each of you take one of these things. The teacher handed out something to everyone. Hanja only realized when he held it, it was a gleaming surgical knife. Now, use the surgical knives in your hands to kill the small animal you just received. Other methods of killing are also acceptable. The crowd was taken aback. At that moment, Hanja looked at the kitten in front of him. Being suddenly asked to kill it, he really couldn't bring himself to do it. Teacher, why? A girl immediately stood up and protested. Why? Just pretend they're your enemies in a life or death game, just kill them, the teacher said, looking at everyone. Hanja almost understood. He took a deep breath and slowly picked up the scalpel. Another girl immediately threw her scalpel down. Teacher, I really can't do it. This is too cruel. I can't bring myself to do it, so let me help you out. The teacher snapped their fingers. The cat in Hanja's box suddenly stood up. Its two eyes abruptly turned lifeless, and patches of fur across its face began to split open. These ulcerations sprouted eyes, one after another. Soon, the entire cat's head became covered with eyes, resembling a lotus seed pod. What in the world is this thing? Hanju instinctively thrust the scalpel with all his might towards the cat's head. Blood spilled. The cat lay completely still after that. Yet the dread lingered. Quickly, Hanja covered its head with dry straw. Hanja then turned to look at the others. The entire hall was filled with chaos and screams. The small animals in everyone's boxes had all turned into little monsters. Most people acted quickly, though a few girls, terrified to tears, still swung their scalpels wildly and stabbed the little monsters to death in a frenzy. One girl fainted on the spot, and her rabbit, covered in eyeballs, jumped out of the box, about to pounce on the male student beside her. With just a flying dagger, the teacher took down that frenzied rabbit. The chaos finally subsided. While everyone was still shaken, the teacher began speaking calmly. In a life or death game, you may encounter all kinds of opponents. Some may appear completely harmless. They might be a pitiful and helpless old man, a father longing for his daughter, a sexy and alluring woman, a kind and helpful gentleman. But just like these small creatures, no matter how pitiful, cute, or harmless they may appear, because they are opponents, enemies, they will always pose a lethal threat to you. So in the game of life and death, when facing enemies, cast aside your mercy and hesitation, thrust decisively toward your enemy and save your own life. As he spoke, the teacher flung the scalpel in his hand. A puppy with 8 legs and surgical knives sticking out of its body had just stood up from the box when the teacher blasted its head off with a single strike. That's right. In other types of games, Hanju would spare lives if he could. But this was a life or death combat game, and Hanju wouldn't hesitate just because the opponent had a great chest, though it was indeed impressive. Just as the dagger's tip was about to pierce the woman's throat, Hanju's peripheral vision caught sight of her kitten mask. Wait a minute. A cat?
Hanju immediately altered the dagger's trajectory. The blade plunged heavily into the ground beside the woman's neck. Mud splashed up. The lightning dagger also triggered its effect, producing bursts of electronic bass notes. Hanju chose to spare her life, not out of mercy, because at the last moment, he remembered those words on his body. I remembered that warning, don't kill the cat. This woman happened to be wearing a cat mask too. Could that cat be referring to this woman? Hanju wasn't sure, but apart from this woman, he hadn't encountered anything else related to a cat. Better to believe something exists than to believe it doesn't. Hanju still decided to spare her life. Hanju put away his knife and stood up. The woman also sat up. You won't kill me? I only kill opponents. You're too weak to be considered my rival, so scram. Hanju said casually. The excuse might not be particularly convincing, but damn if it didn't sound cool. You, the woman in the cat mask was instantly at a loss for words. Do you know my name? Hanju pressed again. Because he was now somewhat suspicious that this woman might be the one who left the message. If she knew his name was Hanju, it would prove she was indeed the author of those written words. Who could know that? It's not written on your face. The woman shook her head. Clearly, she wasn't. Forget it then. Hanju's unanswered questions remained. He still needed to go to those coordinates to find the person who left the message. I don't know. Forget it then. Goodbye. Hanju took a few steps back, ready to leave. Wait a minute. What's the matter? Hanju sounded slightly impatient. You didn't kill me, is it because I have big breasts? Afraid of wasting them? The woman smiled at Hanju. This time, Hanju was left speechless. Since you spared my life, and I'm someone who repays kindness, tell me your address. If we both make it out alive, Big Sister will let you have a go. The woman flashed Hanju another smile. Chapter 54 Destination. Sleep? Though it's truly immense. But Hanju wasn't the least bit interested in such distractions. Right now, survival itself hung in the balance. Better not entertain thoughts of sleeping outside. How about something more practical? If you really want to thank me, get me a new car, Hanju said, pointing to the wrecked truck behind him. The woman wearing the cat mask glanced at Hanju, her eyes filled with disbelief. She opened her mouth to say something, but held back in the end. Then she turned her head and pointed to a patch of woods behind her. My motorcycle is over there, you can take it. Her tone carried a hint of resignation. Hanju looked and, sure enough, there was a motorcycle parked there, a heavy-duty one at that. Thank you. Hanju politely said thank you, without any further delay, and rode off on his motorcycle. The woman with the cat mask watched Hanju's retreating figure, even feeling somewhat disappointed. It's the first time I've met a man who's completely uninterested in the face beneath my mask. Has my charm really declined? She gave a bitter smile, retrieving the small cosmetic mirror from her waist and opening it to take a look. Her eyes instantly widened in shock. Wu Yanzu. The location timestamp indicated that time had already passed. Hanju was riding his motorcycle on the road, heading toward the target coordinates. As he neared the coordinates, Hanju pulled over briefly by the roadside, and took out the newspaper. No matter how outrageous the headlines were, this thing always provided some useful intel. Regular checks were still necessary. Perhaps something useful would come into view. Unfolding the newspaper, the photo this time no longer featured Hanju, but someone in the picture was familiar to Hanju. It was that young man in the white suit who'd been standing at the resort entrance earlier. In the photo, a young man in a white suit stood with several individuals wearing black tactical vests, the whole group chatting and laughing together. Weren't these the very pursuers? How could this man in white, supposedly the fugitive, be mingling with them like this? Hanju glanced again at the headline. After years of fighting, the white Robists and black Robists have finally reached a ceasefire agreement. It holds little reference value, but Hanju quickly understood. If he could blend in with the assassins, wasn't it certain that he was the mole? So he really was one of the moles after all. Even though it's unclear how this guy managed to make the assassins trust him, since his identity as a mole has been confirmed, Hanju would have to avoid him if they crossed paths, especially with so many assassins surrounding him. Where are they now? Hanju examined the background in the photo and noticed a single character carved on the artificial rock formation behind. What? Hot Springs? Hanju immediately pulled out a map to check. The Hot Springs Pavilion was right in front of him. Damn, isn't this like running headfirst into the enemy's main force? No, gotta take a detour. Hanju had no choice but to go around. Taking an alternate route past the hot spring facility, he finally reached the mid-mountain scenic lodging area. At the entrance guard booth, there were indeed staff members dressed in green uniforms. He did nothing, just stared blankly ahead. Have you seen anyone in a black tactical vest come by? Hanju asked at the window. The staff member gave no response, still gazing vacantly into space. Hey, are you okay? Hanju tapped on the glass. The staff member slowly turned their head, still saying nothing, just staring straight at Hanju. The stare sent a chill down Hanju's spine. Go ahead with your work. Hanju simply walked away.
In a corner, he unfolded the map he had previously marked himself. These two coordinate-marked houses were located in the southwest corner of this area. Hanja carefully moved forward. The entire southwest corner consisted of small villas for tourist accommodation, interspersed with some recreational activity rooms for visitors. Hanja arrived in front of the two houses standing close together. One was a two-story villa, the other a single-story bungalow. Which one? Hanja first moved closer to examine the villa. The tables and chairs inside were neatly arranged, with few people in sight. Hanja wanted to push the door open, but noticed it had a special anti-theft lock. Hanja did know a thing or two about picking locks, but only simple old-fashioned ones. This kind of lock was truly beyond his abilities. The only way in would be to break the glass or... Hanja glanced at the accommodation area management office not far behind him. It was a small hut, with a counter immediately visible upon entering. A female staff member with a ponytail stood behind the counter, also staring blankly ahead. Even when Hanja entered, she showed no reaction at all. Hey! Hanja waved his hand in front of her face. Still no response, except for a blink of her eyes, just enough to confirm she was alive. Why does everything feel so lifeless? Hanja felt something wasn't right. Better observe the situation for a while, and run immediately if things take a bad turn. Such was Hanja's plan. Could you give me the keys to those two houses back there? Hanja pointed behind him and said. The female staff member showed no reaction. Hanja had to repeat himself louder. Only then did the female staff slowly turn her head to look at the key rack beside her. Still expressionless. Hanja grew increasingly uncomfortable. He quickly retrieved the corresponding key from the shelf and left the management office immediately. What's going on? The staff who were originally so warm and friendly, why are they all acting so strangely now? Hanja couldn't help but associate this with those women in white. A cold sweat broke out on his skin. There must be some secret Hanja wasn't aware of. No, he had to quickly find the person who had summoned him here. Hanja dashed to the villa and quickly opened the door. The house was completely silent. Everything was neatly arranged, with even the appliances covered by white dust cloths. It looked utterly deserted. Hey, it's Hanja, anybody home? Hanja shouted towards the house. Then he listened carefully. The house remained completely silent. No one here? Wrong room? Hanja had no choice but to call out again. If you don't come out now, I'm leaving. The room remained deathly quiet. Hanja took a deep breath, pulled out his dagger, and silently ascended the stairs. His, why does this young master look so much like a rough sketch, was ready at hand. The moment someone emerged, he could swiftly remodel his opponent's face into that of Wu Yanzu's. As long as the gift of the jealous god was activated, Hanja basically wouldn't lose out in hand-to-hand combat. What Hanja truly feared was enemies firing from a distance, though in such cramped quarters, he wasn't overly concerned about that possibility. The second floor has several rooms. The doors are all open, revealing neatly arranged white beds inside. The bedding is also folded. The wardrobe is empty, with just a few hangers. There isn't a soul here. It must be in the bungalow next door then. Hanja went downstairs and arrived in front of the adjacent bungalow. The exterior of this bungalow was clad in wooden paneling, appearing quite refined actually. But the house wasn't large, it felt like there could be at most 2 rooms inside. The windows were small and set high up, so Hanja couldn't see inside. Hanja could only press his ear against the door to listen for any movement within. It was completely quiet as well. Is there no one here? Hanja opened the door with his key. The interior was rather dim, so Hanja immediately switched on the wall light. A meticulously decorated room came into view. The floor was carpeted, the walls paneled with solid wood, and a mounted elk head specimen hung above. There was an old-fashioned fireplace in the center, but of course, the most eye-catching features were the several bookcases lining both sides of the walls beside it, filled with hardcover books. This place seemed to be some kind of reading room, but there wasn't a soul in sight. Hanja walked further inside to take a look. Behind a bookshelf was the inner room, but the inner room turned out to be just a toilet spanning a few square meters. There was no one else. Hanja clutched his head, his face twisted in agony. Could it be his deduction was wrong? This coordinate is actually 2 coordinates, not just 1? Or maybe it wasn't coordinates at all? Hanja was thinking about stepping out, but halted in his tracks. Because, on the wall above the doorframe, he saw a line of words written in the same red pigment that covered Hanja's body. Hanja, find the book you've read. Chapter 55, Encrypted Message. After reading these words on the wall, Hanja immediately felt as if he were dreaming. If you said the opponent knew his name, Hanja might still believe it. After all, Mo-sang knew, or perhaps some skills could reveal others' names. But if we're talking about knowing even which books others have read, that's simply beyond belief. Hanja truly couldn't believe it. Yet Hanja still searched through the bookshelf. He wanted to see what kind of trick this person might pull. There were many books on the shelf, most of which seemed to be foreign titles. However, due to the nature of this game eliminating language barriers, they were all forcibly converted into characters Hanja could recognize. Thus, most of the book titles appeared unfamiliar. Nevertheless, Hanja quickly found one titled The Alluring Widow of the Countryside. This one he had read before. The prompt behind him asked Hanja to find the books he had read. Could there be more than one? Hanja continued searching further down. New made-up story. Read this one too. What else? Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji Quan, this martial arts novel, Hanja had also read. Hanja searched through a few bookshelves and found these 3 books he had read before. There was also one book Hanja wasn't sure whether to count or not, titled Wow, My Fiancé Turns Out to Be an Empress. Hanja had only read the first half of this book. When he reached the part where the empress was actually a man cross-dressing as a woman, he tore the book apart. He couldn't quite consider it finished, so Hanja wasn't sure if this one counted. Yet Hanja still took down all 4 books. They didn't seem particularly special upon glancing. A wave of disappointment washed over Hanja. I told you, how could anyone possibly know what books others have read? Hanja thought to himself as he casually opened The Enchanting Widow of the Countryside. Click! A folded note slipped out and fell to the ground. Hanja's heart sank with a thud. That person knew. He truly knew what books he had read. How could this be? How could this be? How could this be? Hanja quickly picked up the note and opened it. The note was sizable, with many words written upon it. Hanja glanced down at a series of perfectly ordinary numbered questions. For example, which class are you in? What's the 3rd digit of your house number? How many classmates do you have? Hanja couldn't understand what was the point of writing these questions. Turning it over, there were more peculiar phrases. 1. Choose the book you didn't finish reading, page 11, line 42, the 6th character. 2. Page 23, line 7, first character. It was something like this. Hanja was starting to understand. This must be a cipher. Since the person leaving the note knows which books I've read, they must also know which one I haven't finished. The unfinished book must be this one. Wow, my fiancé turns out to be the Empress. Hanja flipped open the book and turned to page 11 as instructed by the first sentence, searching for line 42. That's not right. Page 11 was just the chapter title page with a brief introduction. There wasn't even a 42nd line. Did they guess the wrong book? Then it's all over. Searching through every book on this shelf one by one would take until the next century. Hanja looked again at the clue on the slip of paper. 1. Select the book you haven't finished reading, page 11, line 42, the 6th character. This page number is in parentheses. That might not refer to an actual page number, but rather corresponds to the question numbered with Arabic numerals earlier. Hanja looked back and found the 11th question. What are the first 2 digits of your dorm number? Hanja lives in room 717. That would be 71. Hanja continued reading the 42nd question. The 3rd character in the name of the school beauty queen who transferred to your class. Ha! The school beauty queen's name? Are you referring to Shinraner? The 3rd character in her name isn't a number either, is it? Heir? 2? Possibly. Hanja continued reading. The answer to the 6th question is 7. Then the answer to that first statement becomes quite obvious. Page 71, line 2, character 7. Hanja realized that these questions were layers of multi-level encryption concerning the same content. Moreover, this encryption seemed decipherable only by Hanja himself. Hanja quickly turned the page. The 7th character is yes. Hanja frowned. After all that effort, all I got was a single yes. Looking down, there are also questions marked with the uppercase numerals 1 2. There's one more layer of encryption. Hanja was starting to feel overwhelmed by the sheer amount of work. Hanja couldn't understand why this person had gone to such lengths to create such a complex encryption. What was he so afraid of others discovering? But Hanja had no choice. He simply had to grit his teeth and continue deciphering. As Hanja progressed with the translation, he grew increasingly horrified. Because the person who left this message understood Hanja far too well. There were many things Hanja had scarcely mentioned to anyone, yet this person knew them all. What in the world is going on? Hanja even began to entertain a thought he couldn't bring himself to believe. I don't know how long I've been translating, but Hanja finally reached question 1. Hanja was stuck, because this question asks, which middle school are you attending? This question seemed normal, but Hanja simply couldn't answer it. Because his school wasn't any numbered middle school at all, its full name was Dongchuan Municipal Rules Academy. As the name suggests, it specialized in teaching all the rules of the Neon Smile game. What numbered school could there possibly be? Could this person have made a mistake? Hanja could only set it aside for now, since with a single-digit answer, he might eventually be able to guess it through trial and error. The second question was, what is your homeroom teacher's surname? What was the surname? The surname is Jia. Hansol continued translating further until he finally reached the last few sentences at the very end of the note. These sentences were formed through a combination of Arabic numerals, Chinese numerals, and capitalized Chinese numbers. This must be the message that person wanted to convey to them. Hanja substituted the previously calculated content. Unable to solve problem 1's answer, Hanja had no choice but to skip it for now. The first line consequently became Hanja. Currently, 1 belongs to Jia. Jia. It's a homophone for fake, isn't it? That means the current E is fake. Then, what's fake? Hanja looked back at problem number 1. Which middle school do you attend? On the surface, it seemed to be asking about the school's name. Hanja's school was called Dongchuan City Rule School. That is to say, rules? Hanja carried this word inside. It became Hanja. The rules are fake. I've finally understood it this time. The rules are fake? What rules? What are the game rules? Hanja quickly continued translating downwards. Soon, all the words were translated. Hanja. The rules are fake. This is cooperation, not confrontation. Killing the cat means you'll die within an hour too. Team up with others and survive until the 10th day. Don't trust the villagers. Beware of those things. Beware of the fog. You know who I am. The final sentence, completely unencrypted. It was written directly on paper. You know who I am. Hanja plopped down onto the floor, utterly stunned. This sentence was meant to tell Hanja that he could guess who left the message. Then it wouldn't be a stranger. And there was only one person who could understand Hanja so thoroughly that Hanja could deduce their identity. That person was Hanja himself. Chapter 56, Those Things. Now, everything makes sense. The one who left this message was Hanja himself. That's why he knew so much about Hanja himself. Hanja almost wanted to laugh. I'm such an idiot. Looking closely at these handwritten words on the paper, aren't they exactly my own handwriting? I should have realized this long ago. But because Hanja distinctly remembered never writing these words, he never considered that possibility. But then, where did this other Hanja come from? Is it the future me? The past me who then lost my memory? Or is it the alternate universe me? Hanja had no idea either. After all, with so many bizarre skills out there, anything is possible. At this point, even if someone told Ninja that there's a ninja from the M78 Nebula who married Ultraman's mother as his wife, he wouldn't find it completely unbelievable. Any clues about this Hanja? Hanja thought for a moment. He immediately recalled that very strange incident shortly after entering the game. It was his skill, interdimensional lottery machine. It was stated when drawing skills that the first 3 times had no cooldown, meaning 4 draws could be made right from the start. But later, Hanja discovered he could only draw twice, with the other 2 inexplicably missing. Hanja initially suspected someone else had stolen those 2 draws by using his skill. Now it seems there's an even greater possibility. That is, Hanja himself used these 2 skills. Yes, it was used by the previous Hanja. But something happened, now Hanja has no memory of it, which is why he doesn't know about this. In that case, leaving these messages must have been Hanja from the past, trying to leave crucial reminders for his future self. This information is truly important. Hanja looked back at those messages. Since they were written by his past self, they should be easy to understand. Because he couldn't possibly write about things he didn't know. Still starting from the first sentence. Hanja, the rules are fake. This is cooperation, not confrontation. Kill the cat and you'll die yourself an hour later. There are 2 ambiguous points here. One is the rules, the other being the cat that's been troubling Hanja all along. Hanja pondered. Currently, the rules he was aware of were either the game rules of this challenge or some unspoken conventions of the Neon Smiley game. If this refers to the game rules being fake, then it connects with the later statement, this is cooperation, not confrontation. Very reasonable. Then it must mean the current game rules are fake. So it was all fake? No wonder this game felt so off. Next, it's the word cat. Earlier, Hanja thought this cat referred to that woman wearing a cat mask and holding a whip. But if Hanja had left this note for himself, given how well he knows himself, he wouldn't have left such an ambiguous word. If it really referred to that woman, he would have written Catwoman instead of cat. Then it must be something else. Since he left it himself, this cat must be something Hanja knew about. In Hanja's life, cats actually didn't play many roles. He had never kept a cat, nor did he often see cats around. If he really had to think about cats, the first thing Hanja would recall was the class representative's stupid skill of transforming beautiful girls into cats. Could cat possibly refer to the class representative or her foolish skill? Hanja shook his head. The class monitor didn't even come to this game, so what could it have to do with him? Hanja thought again. If there was any connection to the cat, it must have been that combat fundamentals class at the start of the semester. The teacher had given everyone a box, instructing them to treat the small animals inside as opponents in a life or death game. Hanja got the cat. Yes, very likely it was this. The cat symbolizes the opponent. Then doesn't Hanja's opponent in this game refer to the hunter? From this, Hanja deciphered the meaning of the latter half of the first sentence. Kill the hunter, and you will die 1 hour later too. Could this be true? Is this what he was trying to tell himself? Hanja looked at the first half of the sentence. This is cooperation,
not confrontation, which perfectly matched this meaning. So the pursuers and fugitives were actually teammates, just blinded by fake rules? And as punishment for killing teammates, the killer would also die an hour later? Hanja began to recall. How many people had killed their opponents so far? One was the mechanic who had previously used the Humvee's machine gun to gun down 2 pursuers. An hour later, right when everyone was taking a break. So he died silently alone in the room. And then there was the bald fat man who had killed Fat Tao. After Hanja killed Fat Tao and returned to the previous location, he soon saw the latter's corpse nearby. The center-parted haired guy who didn't actually kill anyone remained alive, hence there was no corpse. This way, everything matched up. Hanja suddenly understood everything. Wait, that doesn't add up. Princess Water might have technically committed suicide. But what about the assassins who killed Flying Knife Brother? How could they still be chasing our group in a jeep several hours later? Was I mistaken? Hanja pondered for a moment. Then many things became clear. Those who had chased him in the jeep, their corpses had been torn apart by machine gun fire. At the time, people had only identified them as the killers of the throwing knife man by their clothing and weapons. And everyone should have a tactical vest and gun trackers. These were likely 2 different groups. Even if they were the same group, only one person killed the throwing knife guy, who died an hour later. The surviving tracker could have just replaced their partner. Understood. So that's where the problem lay. Hanja even felt a pang of belated fear. He'd nearly killed the woman wearing the cat mask earlier. If it weren't for the words that the past Hanja had written on himself, the current Hanja would have also been punished by the system and lost his life. Although Hanja hadn't understood the written words before, they coincidentally still served their purpose. Hanja just felt a bit ashamed. The past version of himself had somewhat overestimated his future self's ability, believing that a single word would be enough to make things clear. Next sentence. Team up with others and survive until the 10th day. This sentence is quite straightforward. This game isn't actually a competitive one, but rather a cooperative survival game. Hanja also realized why the total number of people was displayed instead of separately showing the counts of hunters and fugitives. Next sentence. Don't trust the villagers. Hanja now understood this very well, because he had just sensed that something was off with the villagers. It seems there might have been some trigger causing changes among the villagers, though Hanja himself couldn't pinpoint what exactly it was. The next sentence was rather perplexing. Be careful of those things. Beware the mist. The reason this statement is puzzling is that it contains far too little information. Being wary of the mist makes sense. It's probably poisonous or hides something dangerous within. Hanja just won't enter it then. But what exactly were those things referring to? Why can't this be written more clearly? Hanja pondered for a moment. It had already been speculated earlier. In the past, Hanja painstakingly employed triple-layer encryption here. There must have been something he feared lurking beneath. Was that very thing he feared those things? But what exactly were they? Hanja, in truth, already knew the answer. It must include those women in white whom Hanja saw. Hanja thought again. That doesn't seem quite right either. Why not just write women in white directly then? Since it's written by yourself, when would you use the phrase those things in your wording? Hanja immediately realized. That is, when referring to things that are numerous, completely different, and cannot be summarized by a single specific term, the phrase those things would be used. In other words, apart from the woman in white, there were many others, completely different and not directly describable by a single word, those things. Chapter 57, The Delicacy of Raw Marinated Seafood. At this thought, Hanja felt a chill creeping into his heart. On the first day of the game, Hanja barely saw anything noteworthy, catching only a distant glimpse of a woman in white. By the second day of the game, women dressed in white began appearing more frequently. Throwing a party right around myself. Which basically means that from now on, strange things like that woman in white would only increase in number. The more Hanja thought about it, the more uneasy he grew. He opened the door and peered outside. Outside, dusk had already fallen, and the entire residential area was cast in the shadow of the mountains, giving it a slightly eerie feel. Hanja turned his head to glance at the clock on the wall. 3:47 a.m. Sure enough, sunset today is at 4 o'clock. It was an hour earlier than yesterday's 5 o'clock. Hanja was truly certain this time. With each passing day, sunrise would be an hour later and sunset would be an hour earlier, effectively shortening daytime by 2 hours. Strange phenomena kept increasing while daylight kept dwindling. The situation was rapidly deteriorating, and it was already foreseeable. Currently, the only weapon Hanja had was that lightning dagger. The bonuses this dagger provided were quite limited. It couldn't even guarantee success in stabbing a person, let alone chopping those monstrous things. Thus, at the moment, Hanja could hardly ensure his own safety. The wise choice now is to cooperate with other mission participants, which was also Hanja's suggestion in the past. Although the rules are fake, it seems the pursuers must indeed have some system-granted skill enhancements. Therefore,
collaborating with pursuers would lead to a higher survival rate. But achieving this currently appears quite difficult. The current situation is that while most people remain intoxicated, Hanjo alone stays sober, but if he seeks them out, he'll be treated as prey and hunted down. To find those who are pursuing him, he can only look among those who are currently aware of the truth. Are there any now? Hard to say. Wait, if the fugitive and the hunter are actually teammates, what about the moles in each team? Then wouldn't the moles become meaningless too? Hanja pondered again. The message left by the Hanja of the past had said, unite with the others. There was not a single mention of the mole. If such an important matter as a mole still existing had been true, the younger Hanja would not have failed to write about it. From this, Hanja formed a bold conjecture. There had never been a mole to begin with. The so-called mole is a smokescreen created by the false rules to disrupt the potential alliance between hunters and fugitives. Because of this mole rule, even if a hunter or fugitive awakens to the truth and learns the real rules, their attempt to rally others would lead to them being treated as the mole. Assuming there never was a mole to begin with, Hanja suddenly recalled his underground news publication, those photos of the young man in white mingling with the hunters. A fugitive can mix with the hunters, it's highly likely they've already discovered the true rules and have begun collaborating. Perhaps Hanja could go find them, but there's another equally plausible possibility. That is, the system notified some people that they were the traitors. These moles are still operating according to fake rules. The young man in the white suit might be one of them. He somehow convinced the pursuers that he was the mole among the fugitives, and then they began collaborating. If this were the case, Hanja would most likely be killed if he rashly approached them. It's still too risky to go find them. We'll have to go only as a last resort. After 4 o'clock, the sun sets. The surroundings grow dark. There are still 46 players remaining in the game. Hanja stood on the chair, observing the outside through the high window of the reading room. In the entire residential area, apart from a few dim streetlights, only the light from the administration office in the distance remained on. Of course, Hanja's location was also illuminated. To avoid drawing attention, Hanja silently turned off the reading room lights, leaving himself in darkness. After all, facing pursuers unaware of the truth and those strange entities meant Hanja had to stay hidden. Stealth remained essential. Outside, a thin mist rose again. It blurred the already dim residential area even further. After watching for a while, Hanja found absolutely nothing. The window was too high, and stretching to see while standing on a chair was exhausting. Hanja could only silently step down from the chair. Then he curled up in a dark corner, listening to the noises outside. Apart from the sound of the wind, Hanja couldn't hear anything else. Outside lay an unknown darkness, while inside was a condensed darkness. Each passing second became increasingly unbearable for Hanja. He couldn't help but imagine something grotesque bursting in suddenly to devour him. All Hanja could do was spray himself with another dose of relaxation mist. Much better. Hanja immediately thought of it. Although the view inside the room was narrow, limited to just a few dozen meters outside, he had something that could see much farther. Hanja pulled out the newspaper and then fished out a flashlight. To prevent the light from leaking out and being seen by others, Hanja deliberately hid in the inner bathroom. Only then did he check the newspaper content by flashlight to see if there were any updates. Indeed, it had been updated, with shocking news. The photo showed a woman in a green work uniform, her body contorted in agony, her eyes completely white, and her mouth wide open. Several dark gray tendrils coiled around black thread-like strands protruded from her mouth. These resembled some creature's tentacles wrapped around hair-like filaments, urgently trying to emerge from her mouth. Upon closer inspection, Hanja noticed her joints were twisted into grotesque angles, positions that would surely cause fractures in any normal human. Her clothes tore violently from these exaggerated movements, with shirt buttons popping open and both breasts nearly fully exposed, but it was densely covered with black veins. This didn't make Hanja feel it was good-looking at all, only horrifying. His young psyche suffered a tremendous shock. Hanja quickly gave himself another spritz of the relaxation spray. Hanja glanced at the news headline beside him. Shocking. Local woman suffers severe food poisoning from long-term consumption of raw cuttlefish without cumin dip. This title, sponsored by cumin manufacturers as a friendly gesture? Looking at the photo again. This time, Hanja focused his attention on the background of the photo. This photo seems to be taken behind the counter, with wooden wall panels similar to those in Hanja's current location visible in the background. There's also a key rack hanging on the adjacent wall. This key rack looks identical in style to the one Hanja saw at the accommodation area management office during the day. Holy shit! Could this possibly be that very management office? That's just a few dozen meters away. Hanja stared at the woman in the photo once more. Though her hair was disheveled, Hanja could still make out a ponytail. Holy shit, that's the staff member. Hanja immediately put down the newspaper and looked out the window. A few dozen meters away, the management office was still lit, but there was no movement. Probably still busy eating raw marinated seafood. Hanja let out a slight sigh of relief. Just at that moment, the door of the management office suddenly swung open. A figure emerged from within, but what exactly it looked like was unclear. The darkness and heavy fog made it nearly impossible for Hanja to see. But Hanja could tell it was a woman. The woman stood at the doorway, hesitated for a moment, then began to move. Her movements were strange, unnaturally odd. Each step was different from the last, accompanied by bizarre contortions of her limbs. To Hanja, it felt like watching a hemiplegic person walking. This made Hanja even more certain that this was the female staff member from the photo. "Don't look over here. Don't you dare look over here." Hanja silently ducked his head lower, peering out with just one eye. But the woman turned around anyway, facing straight in Hanja's direction. Though he couldn't see her face, Hanja could sense her gaze fixed precisely where he stood. She probably couldn't see him, right? Hanja subconsciously comforted himself. Since Hanja hadn't turned on the lights and there were no nearby light sources, the room should appear pitch black from outside. But something immediately occurred to Hanja. Hadn't he asked her for the key just this morning? Wouldn't she know he was here? She knew. While Hanja was still pondering, the woman moved again. Yes, she began walking toward Hanja's direction, and her pace accelerated rapidly, soon breaking into a full sprint. The posture remained unnatural, yet incredibly swift. Like someone who couldn't walk, suddenly running in an unimaginable way. "She's coming." Chapter 58, Cyber Merit. Hanja immediately ducked down from the window. Leaning against the wall, he tightened his grip on the lightning dagger. Outside, discordant footsteps were rapidly approaching. Hanja desperately searched for a countermeasure. He couldn't be certain whether the dagger in his hand would be effective against whatever was outside. The footsteps had already reached the door of the reading room in no time. Hanja had no idea how many strikes the room's door could withstand against that woman's assault. Hanja remembered that it looked quite sturdy though. But even sturdiness wouldn't help. The window above Hanja's head was made of glass, which would shatter upon impact. At this thought, Hanja's heart sank halfway. The sound of footsteps quickly reached the door. Hanja's nerves instantly tensed. Then, it was an abrupt silence. The imagined sound of a woman ramming against the door that Hanja had anticipated never came. The footsteps simply vanished. Why did they stop? Hanja considered looking through the window to assess the situation outside, but ultimately resisted the urge. Moments later, Hanja detected faint sounds coming from behind the wall at his back. Hanja lowered his head, directing his gaze downward. The light from the street lamps outside filtered through the long windows overhead, casting faintly glowing squares on the floor. The square of light directly in front of Hanja flickered slightly. A somewhat circular shadow appeared and lingered within the illuminated square. Hanja realized it was the silhouette of the woman's head outside. She was now right outside the window above Hanja, peering into the room. Hanja could feel his scalp tingling with unease. His current position should be in the window's blind spot. There was no way she could see him from outside. Just as Hanja thought this, the shadow moved again. The shadow first grew thinner, then wider, until Hanja could see the silhouettes of limbs. She was moving upward. Can even scale walls, huh? Soon enough, the light grids on the ground returned to perfect, complete white squares. The faint sounds now seemed to be coming from above Hanja. She was on the roof. What was she doing up there? After just a few sporadic noises, everything fell silent again. The surroundings fell into dead silence again, leaving only the faint sounds of the night wind outside. Why won't it move? Hanja waited. He remained restless in the darkness for a long time. Not a single sound came from overhead anymore. It was as if the woman had vanished from the rooftop. Yet, Hanja couldn't be certain whether she'd truly disappeared. What if she remained motionless just above him all along? Hanja really had no good solution for this. After all, he lacked any effective means to deal with such a creature that was neither fully human nor fully inhuman. His only option was to hide. Nothing in his bag could be of much use either. That remote control that Sadako's rear end had spat out first? That woman outside isn't taking this path either. Hanja felt somewhat disheartened. Would he really have to endure like this until dawn? How much better it'd be if he had a decent weapon. Charging out to fight the damn thing to the death would be better than suffering here. Unfortunately, after so many draws with the lottery skill, Hanja only managed to get a lightning dagger, more showy than practical in combat. Wait, the lottery skill can be used 4 times in total. The current me has used it twice, and the past Hanja also used it twice. The things I drew twice are now in my bag. What about the things Hanja drew in the past? He couldn't possibly throw everything away, could he? Impossible. His past self definitely wasn't such a fucking idiot. Moreover, during both lottery draws, Hanja had obtained quite a few useful items. The Hanja from the past had also drawn twice, so he must have gotten numerous useful things as well. Hanja began to ponder. What would his past self have done upon obtaining something? He would surely have found a way to leave it for his future self. Then what method would his past self have chosen to leave it behind? Hanja looked around the room. The simplest, most feasible, and safest option was to stay right in this room. There must be something left behind by him in this room. Hanja stood up and began examining the room's interior, unconcerned whether the woman on the roof was still there. The lighting conditions in the room didn't quite allow Hanja to observe properly. Hanja had no choice but to pick up the flashlight. One thing had become clear to him. If the woman was still overhead at this moment, her prolonged presence could only mean she was aware of Hanja's existence and waiting for something. Since he already knew Hanja was here, why bother hiding at all? If she left, then Hanja would have even less reason to keep hiding. But just to be safe, Hanja still placed a piece of paper over the flashlight to dim its glow, making himself less conspicuous in the dark. When the flashlight turned on, everything in the room was clearly visible at a glance. At first glance, there didn't seem to be any hiding spots. But just because something isn't visible doesn't mean it's not there. Hanja surveyed the bookshelf. Several clear gaps marked where he'd previously removed books he'd finished reading. Hanja removed the book next to an empty slot, widening the gap. Sure enough, behind the space where the charming widow of the village had been, Hanja spotted the corner of a plastic bag. Without hesitation, Hanja took down the books in front of the plastic bag as well. A black plastic bag stuffed with items appeared on the bookshelf. Judging by the feel, it contained quite a lot. Open the plastic bag and dump out its contents. A tablet, a smartphone, a small cloth pouch, something resembling a badge, and a few sheets of paper. That's all there was. Pick up the sheets of paper and illuminate them with the flashlight. They were all instruction manuals. It was exactly the same style as the instruction manual that came with the prize when Hanja drew the lottery before. These instruction manuals should correspond to these items. The first instruction manual describes a Cyber Buddha brand merit release device. This release device can randomly set free various creatures, making your merit skyrocket. Considerately built-in official merit store, merit booster, and other features to comprehensively enhance your experience. This merit? Does this actually do anything practical? Hanja maintained a skeptical attitude. It's always worth giving it a try. Which item does this manual correspond to? Hanja looked down. The manual depicted a large screen device. Must be this tablet computer then. Hanja first glanced out the window. There was still no movement outside. Only then did Hanja feel somewhat relieved and pressed the power button of the tablet. The screen lit up immediately. This thing wasn't even turned off. Inside was a web page. The top displayed personal account details, while the bottom showed various function entry points. The account name was clearly labeled as Hanja, indicating the previous Hanja had already registered it. Username, Hanja. Current merit points, 17, and steadily decreasing. Current merit title, Weakling Bandit. View merit record. Hanja saw that his merit points were at 17 and initially thought it was quite high, but when he looked further and noticed the title, Pathetic Bandit, he realized his merit score was actually extremely low. Moreover, for some inexplicable reason, the text indicated that these merit points were continuously depleting. How dare she? I, Hanja, haven't done anything that harms nature in principle, have I? Unconvinced, Hanja directly opened his merit record. It indeed recorded every income and expenditure of Hanja's merit points. Moreover, they were arranged in reverse chronological order from newest to oldest. First entry, Firewall Initial Activation Fee, minus 100 merit points. Firewall? What's the firewall activation fee? Hans doesn't understand this. Let's just skip it. Next one. Spare your enemy, plus 40 virtue points. Cold Wisdom could guess it probably referred to the woman in the cat mask from earlier. Burying someone else's body, plus 80 virtue points. This must be referring to Fatty Tao. Sparing your enemy, plus 40 virtue points. This probably dates back to the previous instance. Further back were things so distant that Hanja could barely remember doing them himself. Helping an old lady cross the street, plus 2 merit points. Retrieving a lollipop stolen from a child, plus 1 merit point. Persuading someone to give up suicide, plus 30 merit points. Looking across the entire record, it's basically all good deeds, and essentially all add to one's merit. Hanja looked at this list and almost felt like a saint himself. Wait. This couldn't be right. With so many merits adding dozens or several points each, how did they sum up to just 17? Hanja didn't understand. Until he saw one item that read, Persistent Lewdness, minus 1,500 karma points. Chapter 59, The Karma Store. This is slander. Hanja was indignant. Perhaps he might have had just the slightest inkling of a relation to being lecherous, but the karma points deducted were simply excessive. 1,500 points? Helping an old lady cross the street only gives you 2 points each time. That means you'd need to help 750 old ladies cross the street just to cancel out the negative effects of being lustful. Wouldn't the zebra crossing be completely worn out by then? But Hanja didn't really have any other options. Exiting the records, I glanced at the functional modules below. The first one was a randomized release function. Hanja curiously clicked in to take a look. Inside, there were only 2 lines of explanation. This liberation opportunity randomly releases one type of creature, accumulating virtue points for you. The amount of virtue points gained depends on the creature you liberate.
Then there are two buttons, liberate and return. Liberate? Liberate to where? Is it just summoning a little animal? Hanja stood up and glanced out the window.
Quite some time had passed, but there was still no movement outside.
That woman might have really left. Let's give it a little try. Hanja silently tapped the release button.
The screen began flashing pictures of various animals wildly.
2 seconds later, it stopped automatically. You released a cactus into the wild,
plus 0.06 virtue points.
A cactus? Hanja was taken aback.
Hanja's left foot instantly throbbed with sharp pain. He clenched his teeth and suppressed a scream. Looking down, I saw a small flower pot had landed on my foot. Inside the pot was a tiny cactus.
What the hell is this? Are you supposed to set plants free too?
Hanja reluctantly set aside the cactus flower pot with a pang of pain. Now he understood what this random release feature was for.
He decided to put it aside for now. Returning to the previous function selection panel. The second is the merit store. What can merit purchase?
Hanja decisively clicked to enter.
Good health, priced at 2,000 merit. Meeting a good spouse, price, 1,500 merit points. Wife bears a noble son early, price, 1,000 merit points.
Wife bears a noble son early, but it's not your child, price, 0, with an extra 50 merit points bonus.
A foolish hero saving innocent children, accumulating good deeds, huh?
Further down, it's just stuff about promotions and salary raises, nothing interesting.
Until Hanja saw this. Entering the tribulation transcendence phase if successful, you can ascend to immortality. Price, 500,000 merit points. Suddenly it's turned into fantasy. And this.
Learn Great Virtuous Heavenly Dragon, price, 150,000 merit points.
This. Absolve yourself, price, 0. Free suicide, huh?
Hanja glanced around, finding nothing reliable among the things he could afford. Only one item stood out as truly unusual.
Home Guardian Firewall activated, currently consuming virtue points. House Protecting Firewall? Could it be? Hanja clicked into the product details. Household Firewall. Activated and enabled. Current defense level, 1, current consumption, 0.1 merit points/minute. Auto detection is currently enabled. When evil spirits are detected nearby, it will automatically activate and continuously protect your dwelling. Hanja understood immediately.
That explained why the woman hadn't entered after reaching the doorway. It must have been because of this residential warding firewall.
As an evil spirit, she simply couldn't enter. This place is basically a safe house now.
But looking at the consumption rate, it costs 0.1 points per minute. Hanja only has less than 17 virtue points left, which means this safe house can barely last under 3 hours.
Hanja checked the time, it was past 11 p.m. already. No, 3 hours won't even last until dawn. Need to find a way to earn some merit. Hanja returned. He wanted to see if any other functions could help him accumulate merit. Little did Hanja know, before he could even glimpse what the next panel contained, a prompt box had already appeared before him. Warning, all escapee locations will be displayed in 15 minutes. This display duration, 30 minutes. This, even though Hanja already knew this rule was fake, the periodic location display routine continued. There would likely still be pursuers unaware of the truth coming after Hanja. However, this time Hanja felt much calmer than before. There's at least a hemiplegic woman wandering outside, and there might be more creepy things lurking in the darkness. But for Cold Sage, protected by this household firewall, those creepy things shouldn't be able to get in. As for the pursuers, the eerie creatures remain a serious threat. Those weird beings stand guard like door gods. Any pursuer wanting to enter must first get past them. Unless the pursuers could blow up the entire house along with it. Hanja considered this possibility. However, the odds were slim, and Hanja decided to take the chance. After all, the dangers outside were far greater. By comparison, what Hanshi needed to worry about more was still the issue of expending virtue points. He turned his attention back to the functions displayed at the bottom of the screen. Great! The third functional module was labeled Obtain Virtue. Hanshi immediately tapped on it, and soon images of a wooden fish and prayer beads appeared on the left and right sides of the screen. There's an instruction beside it. Tapping the wooden fish increases merit by 0.001, while counting one prayer bead increases merit by 0.002. Hanja tapped the wooden fish once, and immediately a crisp sound rang out, showing an increase in merit. Swiping a prayer bead likewise increased the merit. Hanja did a quick calculation. Even if he multitasked striking the wooden fish with one hand while counting prayer beads with the other, he'd only earn 0.003 merit per second. That came down to just 0.18 merit per minute. With his current merit expenditure at 0.1, at least his income still outweighed the costs. But operating continuously without pause would quickly exhaust Hanja's arms. No. Hanja returned to the main menu and swiped right. There was another function module called Merit Tasks. Tasks sounded promising. Hanja clicked on it immediately. There were only 3 daily tasks available to accept. Complete 1 journey to the Western Paradise to fetch scriptures, merit plus 9 million. Build a 20-meter tall Buddha statue, merit plus 100,000. Drop $50 in the merit box, gain plus 20 merits. Might as well go release some captive animals instead. Hanja returned to the main menu. By this point, the waiting period had elapsed. A red light emanated from Hanja's body, piercing through the ceiling. Seeing this red light, Hanja immediately felt a new question arise in his heart. Could those strange creatures also see this crimson pillar of light? Would it possibly attract them too? Hanja looked outside. There was still no movement outside. The nearest beam of light shone from the foot of distant mountains, near the Hot Spring Hotel. It must be the young man in the white suit. He apparently hadn't left that area. To Hanja's surprise, however, there were 2 beams of light at that location. Perhaps fugitives had joined them. With this thought, Hanja quietly stepped away from the window. Then he glanced at the 3 other objects on the floor. A smartphone, a small bag, a badge with a thumbs up drawn on it. Hanja examined each item from the instruction manual one by one. Dimensional phone. This phone is crafted by a higher dimension, maintaining signal strength no matter where you are or which dimension you're in. What's this for? What good is a phone that's guaranteed to have signal anyway? Could I even use it to call the police? Next, a small yellow fabric pouch, fairly well made. Related enhancement bag. Placing an item into this bag will cause it to evolve into a random dimensional pouch, from which you can repeatedly retrieve items randomly related to the initially deposited object. Warning: this item can only be used once. The transformation is irreversible. Use with caution. Furthermore, each time a new item is retrieved, the previous one will vanish. Hanja didn't quite grasp the instructions. Does it mean that if you put something in, you'll get something related out? Throw in a pencil, and get a pen, eraser, or stationery box in return? Doesn't seem very useful. Plus, it's a one-time use thing, so you gotta be careful. As for the use of this item, Hanja could only think of times when he was running low on food, putting a piece of dry rations inside and getting out various kinds of food in return. Hanja wasn't short on food now. He decided to leave it for later. The third one was a badge with a thumbs up drawn on it, equipped with a pin on the back, probably meant to be fastened onto clothing. Good deed badge. Wear this badge, and your good deeds are guaranteed to succeed. Can good deeds ever fail? Like when good intentions lead to bad outcomes? It might work in conjunction with the merit release device, but it doesn't seem particularly useful. I'll study it more thoroughly later. None of these items are of any use at the moment. Hanja had no choice but to store these things in his backpack for now and pick up the release device again. This time, he stretched the release lever further forward to avoid hitting his own foot again. Let the release begin. Let's see what weird stuff comes out this time. Night. A young man with a slicked back hairstyle and a black tactical vest over his t-shirt was speeding along the mountain road on a sidecar motorcycle. Indeed, this was a pursuer Hanja had never seen before. Soon, he pulled the motorcycle over to the side of the road. The watch chimed on the hour. It was already midnight. He got off the bike and scanned his surroundings. The view here was relatively open. You could see an accommodation in viewing area below the slope. At that moment, a red beam of light shot vertically into the sky from the lodging area below. The young man with a slicked back hairstyle glanced over. The beam was emanating from a small cabin, and this small room was precisely the study where Hanja stayed. This beam of light was precisely Hanja's radiance. The slicked back hair young man curled his lips disdainfully. Hiding like this is just plain stupid, isn't it? He retrieved a rocket launcher from the sidecar of the adjacent motorcycle. Then, he raised the rocket launcher, aiming at the small cabin below through its optical sight. The sight came with night vision capabilities, making it exceptionally convenient for nighttime use. But soon, he saw something very strange. On the roof of that small cottage stood a disheveled woman, her limbs twisted in strange ways. Yet the woman stood there silently, at most occasionally twitching her head. What the hell is that thing? The pompadour-haired youth muttered to himself. Chapter 60, The Atmosphere Crew. He's not wearing a tactical vest, not a pursuer, likely a summoned creature. Then we'll blast them all together. The slicked-back hair pursuer muttered silently as he eyed the woman's peculiar figure. He was about to press the launch button. Thud! Before the slick-backed pursuer could fire, the small hut below burst open on its own. A thick cloud of dust billowed up. What the hell? Someone beat us to it? The slicked-back-haired pursuer was dumbfounded. Then, from within the swirling dust, a massive figure began to rise. The slick-haired pursuer gaped at the emerging silhouette, his astonishment growing deeper. T-Rex? A massive T-Rex rose from the dust, letting out a thunderous roar towards the sky. The sound was deafening. Even the slick-backed-haired pursuer at this distance found it ear-splitting. Where did this T-Rex come from? Is it a summoned creature? The ponytail pursuer silently aimed the rocket launcher's optics at the Tyrannosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus roared once, then began lumbering forward aimlessly. Just as the ponytailed pursuer was about to fire a rocket at the Tyrannosaurus, another explosion erupted from the ruined cabin, sending up another cloud of dust. A new massive figure emerged. This time it was a mammoth that emerged. It stretched out its trunk and let out a long trumpet toward the night sky. Quite impressive. At that moment, another enormous figure appeared within the billowing dust. This figure suddenly spread its wings and soared straight into the sky. It was actually a dragon from Western mythology. Tyrannosaurus, mammoth, dragon. What kind of divine-level summoning magic is this? The pursuing man with the slick back hair was utterly shocked. As the dragon flew overhead, its shadow plunged several surrounding houses into darkness, exuding overwhelming pressure. As the enormous dragon swept past, the slick-backed pursuer's surroundings plunged into darkness in an instant. The wind current stirred by its wings made the slick-backed pursuer struggle to maintain his footing. The slick-backed pursuer felt his legs turn to jelly. How the hell am I supposed to kill this thing? The ponytailed pursuer decisively tossed the rocket launcher into the motorcycle's sidecar, then hopped on and desperately fled along the mountain road. Behind him, the dragon still screeched piercingly in the high sky. Hanja remained huddled in confusion by the broken corner of the hut. The dust was overwhelming. He quietly covered his mouth with his collar. Tyrannosaurus rex, woolly mammoth, giant dragon. What kind of creatures are being released here? He pressed the release button 3 times, and out came 3 such massive beings. With these 3 atmosphere boosters making such a ruckus, Hanja felt this place didn't seem nearly as creepy anymore. Again. He pressed the release button once more. This time, the commotion wasn't quite as big. Out came a small creature somewhat resembling a mouse. Wait, isn't this a weasel? The weasel wasn't in a hurry to leave. It first took a good look at Hanja, then suddenly spoke in human language. Countryman, what do you think I resemble? Hanja was taken aback, but he quickly understood. This must be the legendary weasel that seeks validation. Legend has it that some aged weasels, having cultivated spiritual powers, need human assistance and will approach people with questions. Depending on what the person answers, the weasel will transform accordingly. If one says the weasel resembles a human, it transforms into a person. If one says it resembles an immortal being, it ascends to deityhood. But if someone compares it to stinking dog waste, the weasel will indeed morph into excrement, though not before unleashing furious vengeance upon the speaker. Hanja pondered briefly before swiftly declaring, I think you're like my magical girl bodyguard. The weasel froze for a moment upon hearing this. Then it paused, turned around, and produced an object from behind, handing it to Hanja. Hold this carefully, said the weasel. Hanja puzzledly examined the object in his hand and realized it was a small mirror with a copper frame. Why are you giving me this? Hanja asked in confusion. The weasel stared at Hanja and replied, I'm giving you a mirror so you can take a good look at yourself. What sort of character do you have, expecting this great immortal to transform into a magical girl to protect you? Have you no shame? The weasel spat after saying this, then turned and walked away. Hanja was left standing there alone. This script doesn't seem quite right. Hanja didn't hesitate for long and continued pressing the release button. The more living creatures surrounded him, the more secure Hanja felt subconsciously. Then came a dung beetle, a frog, a little wild boar. As soon as they were released, they ran off separately. Hanja kept pressing. This time, it was a creature roughly the size of a human. Hanja looked closely. It appeared to be a long-haired woman without clothes. Oh, can humans be set free too? But when Hanja looked down, his eyes widened in shock. The creature's lower body was elongated, resembling a python. Upon closer inspection, Hanja realized the woman's flowing hair wasn't hair at all, but numerous living, writhing serpents. Isn't this Medusa from Western mythology? How could someone release this thing into the wild? Besides, doesn't anyone who looks at this thing's face turn to stone? Thinking this, Hanja quickly lowered his head, burying his face as far down as possible, terrified of accidentally glimpsing Medusa's features. Stealing a furtive glance, he saw Medusa wasn't even looking his way as she strode straight past without hesitation. Released. Once set free, it had turned feral. Hanja finally exhaled in relief. At this moment, a few meters away from Hanja, several broken bricks suddenly began to shift. A figure emerged from the rubble. Hanja immediately recognized her. It was that eerie woman from before. Why was she still here? Hanja silently shrank further into the corner. Her joints remained twisted, still twitching occasionally. At that moment, Medusa was walking right past her. Walk? It should probably be called crawling, since Medusa has no legs. The bizarre woman who had just risen was staring intently at Medusa. Her head was still twitching. A moment later, the eerie woman began moving toward Medusa, still walking unnaturally, and getting faster. It finally turned into a charge. Was she actually going to attack Medusa? Hanju immediately knew there was going to be good entertainment to watch. What the hell are you looking at? Medusa suddenly whipped her head around and let out a furious roar at the bizarre woman. The language barrier had vanished, making Medusa's words carry such strong local flavor. A strange glow emanated from Medusa's face, shining directly upon the bizarre woman. The bizarre woman twitched violently as her body began rapidly petrifying. Medusa turned her head away in satisfaction and strode off. Left behind was a twisted stone statue of the eerie woman. Hanja gazed at the eerie woman's statue, his heart filled with awe, even a hint of pleasant surprise. This weird creature looks intimidating, but who knew it's no match for Medusa at all? Now that Medusa has been released, won't she slaughter these freaks all over the map? Brilliant! And then there are dragons and T-Rexes, with their massive size. Crushing these level of monsters should be child's play, right? If I release more of these creatures, won't those freaks get hunted to the point of becoming endangered species? Absolutely brilliant. The tables have turned now, little brother. Hanja excitedly pressed the release button once more. This time nothing happened at all, just a cold notification popping up. Sorry, this device's release quota has been exhausted. Ha! Chapter 61 The Annoying Suitor. No attempts left. Then how much merit balance remains? Hanja checked his account. 832 points remaining. If all of them were used to maintain the household firewall, that would last 8,320 minutes, roughly a little over 5 days. Still quite comfortable. At least it could guarantee Hanja's safety for some time to come. Let's find a house to sleep in peace first. Hanja shouldered the backpack in the corner again and peered outside through the remains of the wall. The dragon had flown off to who knows where, and Medusa was nowhere to be seen either. The mammoth had already been taken down by the T-Rex at some point. Now the T-Rex was devouring the mammoth's carcass nearby. It looked like it would take quite a while to finish. But to avoid the T-Rex getting stuffed and wanting a change of taste, Hanja figured it'd be better to put some distance between them right now. Hanja tiptoed out from behind the remaining walls, then froze abruptly. The spot where that eerie female stone statue had stood was now completely empty. Where is everyone? Could it be that even becoming a stone statue couldn't kill her? Hanja grew nervous again, quickly glancing around, but didn't catch sight of that eerie woman. Where has she hidden herself this time? He took 2 steps toward the spot where the strange woman had been standing and examined it closely. Hanja immediately noticed something unusual. The ground was pitch black. Unnaturally black, so dark nothing could be seen. Ordinary soil shouldn't be this black. Hanja took out a flashlight and aimed it at the ground. There on the ground was a large, black, quagmire-like mass, with tiny bubbles rising to the surface. What is this? Hanja found a long wooden stick nearby and poked at the dark quagmire on the ground. His intention was simply to gauge the depth of this muddy pit, but with just that casual poke, Hanja felt the stick meet something solid. This thing seemed to have been poked by Hanja, breaking free from some restraint as it suddenly floated to the surface. Hanja steadied his flashlight to inspect it. A round object emerged from the liquid, wrapped in numerous black thread-like substances. With the slightest movement of Hanja's wooden stick, the object flipped over, revealing a white underside. Hanja's heart gave a violent thump, because he could tell this was a woman's head, though the skin appeared waterlogged, partly rotten, and peeling. The head's eyes were weakly half open, reflecting the beam of his flashlight in a way that seemed to stare directly back at him. Hanja collapsed onto his backside. He hastily took out the soothing spray again and gave himself another spritz. What in the world was happening? Hanja stared at the black muddy pit before him. The severed head still swayed slightly on the liquid surface of the pit. The edges of the pit continued expanding slowly, as if gradually seeping into the surrounding soil. This scene, as though that eerie woman soundlessly dissolved into the surroundings. A sense of unease prevented Hanja from lingering. He quickly passed through the residential area and found a 2-story house on the higher slope. The door was unlocked, so Hanja slipped inside. Hanja was pleasantly surprised to discover that this house had a basement. Though not large, it would prove extremely useful for him, because a basement could effectively prevent potential pursuers who might not fully comprehend the situation from firing heavy weaponry at Hanja from afar. Although it was possible no pursuers actually possessed such heavy weapons. Hanja moved the mattress from the first-floor bedroom to the basement and lay down on it, finally feeling a bit more comfortable. Too much nonsense had happened this day, leaving Hanja feeling utterly drained both physically and mentally. He needed rest, especially mental rest. For several days in a row, every time Hanja made a plan, some new situation would emerge to disrupt it, catching him completely off guard. Hanja didn't want to formulate any action plans this time. Now with the household firewall, Hanja had a more secure option. That was to stay holed up here. No matter what strange things wandered outside, Hanja would remain in this safe house. A few days later, the surviving pursuers outside would likely have figured out the situation. Hanja was also nearly out of virtue points to maintain the firewall, so he planned to venture out and find teammates then. Steady. However, there's one more thing Hanja lacks the most right now. Weapons. Whether it's pursuers or those monstrous things, Hanja currently has very limited means to counter them.
especially against bizarre creatures. Besides charging recklessly with a knife, Hanja found them nearly impossible to deal with, having to rely on firewalls for temporary defense. This time it was Mrs. Medusa passing by who showed kindness. Now what? Once the firewalls were depleted, Hanja would once again be plunged into extreme danger. He certainly didn't want to actually wield that lightning dagger buzzing with electric noise and go blade to blade with those freaky creatures up close. Hanja took out the small pouch called Correlation Reinforcement Bag. If putting something inside can yield many identical items, then wouldn't placing a weapon inside produce numerous weapons as well? What if the objects had special effects? Take Hanja's lightning dagger, for example. Could it extract many weapons with special effects? But if we put it in, the lightning dagger might be lost. This is Hanja's only weapon at the moment. Whatever. The bonuses from the lightning dagger were barely noticeable anyway, so losing it wouldn't be a big deal. Hanja tossed the lightning dagger into the bag. He closed the bag's opening and then opened it again. There was nothing left. The inside of the bag was pitch black. Hanja reached his hand in to feel around. Sure enough, just like his level 3 backpack, the space inside the bag was much larger than it appeared from the outside. Hanja soon felt something cold and heavy. He immediately pulled it out. To his surprise, it was a large red sledgehammer. Hanja quickly felt around again and indeed found the heavy hammer's description. Star-shattering hammer. This weapon slightly increases your attack power. The weapon comes with 40% armor penetration effect, so when you hit an enemy with it, their clothing is reduced by 40% upon impact. This is. The first half of the description seems fairly normal, but the second half is really weird. Hanja reached his hand in again to feel around, but couldn't find anything this time. And then it was just gone? Weren't you supposed to get several randomly? Hanja glanced at the bag, only to notice a 30-minute countdown projected on its surface. There's still cooling going on. Seems I can't take it all at once. But if they're all just weapons like these, Hanja wasn't particularly excited. They felt pretty similar to that lightning dagger, though their effects did intrigue Hanja a bit more. What a shame that nothing from the game world could be brought back to reality. For some time after that, Hanja didn't leave this building again. The household firewall indeed proved its worth. The strange entities could no longer enter the house. However, though they couldn't get in, they would linger outside, staring into the rooms. Whenever Hanja aired out from the basement's second floor, he could see a woman in a white dress standing on the second floor balcony. When he first caught sight of it, Hanja got such a fright his whole body jolted. The ghastly pale skin, those vacant eyes, completely motionless. All Hanja could feel was a bone-deep chill. It was like being stared at by a corpse. Through the glass patio door, Hanja waved at the woman outside. There was no response. Hanja silently exhaled onto the glass. The woman gave only the slightest shudder. It seemed she was more sensitive to human breath. Hanja exhaled twice more until the woman's face was obscured by the mist. Only then did Hanja silently use his finger to trace 2 letters on the fogged-up glass door for the woman on the other side to see. SB. The woman still showed no reaction, but still felt a bit unnerved. Hanja silently drew the curtains shut. Coming down from the second floor, Hanja again saw several ghastly pale women standing outside the first floor windows. They were right there outside the windows, staring blankly into the room. Hanja walked up close to observe them, flipping each one the bird. None of them reacted. Hanja was able to examine them from up close. Their faces weren't identical, but all shared the same deathly pale complexion. Some faces even bore patches of frost, or black veins, or other unidentified dark stains. Hanja observed for a while, finding no significant clues from them, yet managed to completely lose his appetite in the process. He curled his lips disdainfully, quietly stepped away from the window, and drew all the curtains he could. But the curtains were thin, and Hanja could still make out the silhouettes of the women outside. Although they couldn't get in, Hanja still felt uncomfortable. Hanja felt like he was out in the summer wilderness, hiding inside a large mosquito net, watching mosquitoes crawl all over the outside of the net. Hanja sat down on the sofa and pulled out that newspaper. During this time in hiding, he figured he'd have to rely on it entirely to understand what was happening outside. The photo now displayed was of the very house Hanja was in. Outside the house, there indeed stood several ghastly pale women. There were several figures standing outside the first floor, one on the second floor balcony, and another floating midair against the exterior wall. Even the rooftop held 2 more. Yet these 2 were hanging their heads down, seemingly capable of piercing through the ceiling to stare directly at Hanja inside the room. Especially the 2 behind the outer walls on the first floor. Hanja couldn't help but feel a chill running down his spine just looking at them. He never expected that there were also 2 standing behind the walls behind him. Could it be that walls and ceilings posed no obstruction to them? Hanja looked at the headline again. Local young man surrounded by admirers due to his stunning handsomeness, his 2-story villa completely overrun. Excellent. Quite the improvement. Finally, I see a title with a hint of authenticity. Chapter 62, Departure, The Beginning of Eternal Night. Hanja also discovered that as long as he waited until sunrise, these women would slowly vanish. At sunset, they will gradually begin to linger around the house again, like clocking in and out of work. This led Hanja to conclude that these strange creatures didn't appear during daylight hours. However, this conclusion would soon become meaningless, because with each passing day, the daylight period shortened by 2 hours. The daylight is nearly gone here. Hanja also tested the mettle of these women in white. He first approached a window, staring face to face with a pallid woman through the glass. Under the faint moonlight, the stagnant, lifeless faces of these ghastly pale women appeared even more terrifying. Hanja took a deep breath and gave himself a spritz of relaxant spray. Only then did he slowly pull open the window. As he opened the window, Hanja kept his eyes fixed on the pallid woman's face. He wasn't sure if opening the window would allow the woman to enter directly, so at the slightest movement from her, Hanja was ready to slam it shut immediately. But Hanja pulled open the entire window, and the pale-faced woman showed no reaction. Clearly, what separated them wasn't the glass or the walls, it was the feng shui firewall talisman in Hanja's bag. Now, less than a meter stood between Hanja and them, he could practically reach out and touch their faces. Hanja could feel the bone-chilling cold radiating toward him. The cold pierced like countless maggots, burrowing through Hanja's flesh straight into his bones. Hanja grabbed the shattered star hammer. With a powerful swing, he smashed it directly into the face of the woman before him. The woman was sent flying several meters away. There's substance to it. Hanja was slightly taken aback. He had originally thought these women were something akin to ghosts, capable of all kinds of supernatural feats like soaring to the heavens or plunging into the earth. But now it seemed they had physical bodies, more like corpses. However, with just one swing, it got knocked away. Looks like this hammer's attack boost is pretty decent. Then, the woman who had fallen to the ground convulsed a few times and abruptly stood up straight from the floor. She then took a few steps back to Hanja's window. Her movements were just as unnatural as the woman Hanja had encountered earlier in the reading room. The special ability of the shattered star hammer had taken effect. 40% of the pale woman's clothes had already disappeared. This 40% is still just the upper half. The woman's upper body was already stripped bare, revealing ghostly pale skin. Hanji instinctively glanced over. On her chest hung a pair of withered, shrunken breasts. There were still large areas of ulcerated skin on the body. It was completely a rotting corpse, though without any noticeable foul odor. Add to that her face being struck by a hammer. Her skull was severely deformed, with her face basically caved in. Both eyeballs had bulged out of their sockets, yet they were still staring in Hanja's direction. The scene was too horrifying. Hanja simply plopped down onto the sofa behind him. After giving himself another spritz of the calming spray, Hanja finally stepped forward and delivered another hammer blow to the woman. The woman fell to the ground, got up again, and stumbled back a few steps while convulsing. After several repetitions, the woman's head had been hammered by Hanja into the shape of a raisin, and her body was riddled with shattered bones. After another hammer strike, the woman collapsed onto the ground and never rose again. Hanja stared at the fallen woman for a moment, observing as her skin gradually began to darken. Then it began to rapidly fester, with black fluid oozing out in large quantities as flesh gradually peeled away from the bones. The black liquid seeped into the soil, causing the surrounding earth to darken and soften as well. Soon, the spot where the woman had fallen turned into a black, muddy pit, with bones and other remains sinking beneath the surface. It grew increasingly revolting to watch. These damn things are disgusting, looking like zombies when alive and turning into cesspools when dead. Utterly and completely annoying. Hanja tried the same method again, eliminating a few more of the pale women nearby, but only those outside the window. The pale woman behind the walls and roof couldn't be hit from inside, so Hanja had no choice but to give up for now. Not long after, Hanja made a chilling discovery. His virtue points were dropping much faster than he'd anticipated. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was because the horde of malevolent spirits surrounding his house had grown too large. The level 1 home defense firewall could barely hold them back anymore, forcing the system to automatically upgrade to level 2 defense. Level 2 defense consumes 0.2 merit points per minute, double the original rate. Consequently, Hanja's merit points were depleting rapidly. By this calculation, Hanja's remaining merit points wouldn't last 2 more days. These pale women each one took Hanja multiple hammer strikes to eliminate. When the merit points are exhausted and the firewall protection disappears, relying solely on Hanja alone would be certain death. Check the remaining number of survivors. 27. Hanja didn't know how the others had managed to stay alive, but he knew one thing: he had to find the others as soon as possible. Day 6 of the game. 11 a.m. sunrise. The women slowly vanished from around the house. This was the final day. The sun rises at 11 a.m. and sets at 1 p.m. The daytime lasts exactly 2 hours. Hanja must find the others within these 2 hours. Otherwise, things will become much more perilous. Hanja set off. He walked out of the house and began to run. He had spent the past 2+ days reading newspapers, though the news had grown quite monotonous. Most reports were about yet another villager overindulging in raw seafood. Then there were photos of strange creatures roaming around, along with other participants fighting these monstrosities. The other participants had both victories and defeats. For instance, Hanja once saw a photo depicting 2 disheveled women in green clothing tearing a tactical vest-wearing pursuer in half. The caption read, "2 women fight over 1 man, neither would yield, so they settled for half each." What a perfect split it down the middle. However, the newspaper also carried photos of that group in white suits. They seemed to have been staying near the hot springs all along. Leaving the slope, Hanja searched the lodging area for transportation before realizing something was amiss. Every vehicle he could find, be it a truck or a car, had been destroyed, including Hanja's previous motorcycle. Given the current situation, even the dumbest surviving hunters would realize something's off. They wouldn't be foolish enough to sabotage the vehicles. It was probably done by the villagers. Hanja wandered around for quite a while before finally spotting a mountain bike leaning against a small hut. Hanja pedaled swiftly toward the hot spring hotel. In the distant haze, a white circular area was rapidly descending toward the horizon. It was the sun behind the thick fog. 2 hours of daylight were still too short. Even pedaling his bicycle at full speed, Hanja couldn't outpace the setting sun. As the sun's radiance rapidly diminished within the thick fog, Hanja slowed his bicycle to a stop. Hanja watched as the sun's white glow shrank until it vanished completely. This was Hanja bidding farewell to the sun. In the days that followed, the sun would no longer be seen. At the moment when the white area illuminated by the sun completely vanished, an icy wind began to blow around Hanja. A biting wind. The streetlights lining both sides of the road flickered on, yet the surroundings remained shrouded in gloom. Looks like this time it's going to be a head-on collision. Hanja drew out the star-shattering hammer. He swung it twice, then decided it was still too heavy. If this keeps up, just a few more uses and I'll collapse from exhaustion. Hanja directly took out that previously evolved, random dimensional bag, and drew another weapon. This time, what emerged was a crimson blade with a bizarre shape. The sword had large serrated edges and was adorned with several eye-like patterns. Hanja glanced at the manual that came out together. End times. This weapon is sharper than average blades, slightly increasing your attack power and marginally speeding up your movements. Unique passive ruin. Each time you hit a target with this weapon, it reduces the target's blood pressure by 8%. The latter half remains passively entertaining and can be ignored, especially when used to chop bizarre things. It's uncertain whether blood even flows in these strange women's bodies, let alone lowering blood pressure. However, Hanja weighed the blade in his hand. Its weight felt just right, and it was sufficiently long, unlike the lightning dagger which was too short. Let's go with this one. Hanja fastened the sword to his backpack and mounted the bike again, ready to head toward the hot spring site. But when he pushed forward, the bike didn't move. It felt like something was stuck. Chapter 63, Pure Strength. Hanja quickly turned to look. He turned to see a ghastly pale woman standing there, appearing suddenly from nowhere. Her arm joints were twisted into grotesque, impossible angles. Her entire forearm had coiled around the rear wheel of Hanja's bicycle, preventing it from moving even an inch forward. And behind her stood a dozen more of these pale women, motionless and watching. In the distance behind, there were even more, rapidly approaching, some floating directly in midair. No longer were they staring blankly ahead. Now, every single one of them was fixated on Hanja with an unrelenting gaze. Only then did Hanja understand. During the day, these women hadn't vanished completely. They had been following him all along, like a shadow following form. It's just that he couldn't see it himself. It made Hanja's scalp tingle. Hanja lifted the short dagger called Apocalypse and severed with full force the pale woman's arm that was tangled around the bicycle. The woman behind him was already charging straight toward Hanja. Hanja was instantly surrounded. Several icy hands reached out toward the trapped Hanja, intent on tearing him apart. Hanja mustered every ounce of strength he had and swung his blade once more. This apocalyptic blade was indeed still pretty sharp. Hanja directly cleaved the pale woman before him in half at the waist. The swirling vortex of pale women immediately gaped open with a breach. Hanja desperately charged through the opening, slicing off another pallid arm that tried to grab him, and broke into a frantic sprint. Even the strongest fists cannot withstand 4 hands, let alone hundreds of them. Though Hanja had some combat skills, he had no choice but to retreat. Pale-skinned women pursued him from behind. They seemed only capable of hovering midair, unable to fly directly, so they chased Hanja by running instead. Their movements remained uncoordinated, yet they ran even faster than Hanja. Hanja ran a few steps but was caught again, his clothes torn with several rips. Hanja could only wield his knife once more, slashing through several of the pale women around him, then rolled away and broke free from their encirclement again. The pale women still didn't let Hanja go, continuing to chase him as he sprinted. The pale women who had been cut down merely twitched a few times on the ground before standing up rigidly and resuming their relentless pursuit of Hanja. At this moment, Hanja realized that the home guardian firewall on his person could truly only guard the home. It offered no personal protection. Once outside the house, it had no effect against these damn things.
Is there anything else that can deal with these damn things? Hanja recalled the woman with the cat mask from before. Single-minded protection charm. That can prevent pretty women from interrupting oneself. But it's not taking effect now. Is it because these pale women are too ugly? They do seem pretty ugly indeed. I wonder if they could trigger that face-changing skill of mine. Hanja activated his skill on the women behind him, attempting to give them the faces of beautiful female celebrities. Their appearances indeed underwent a transformation.
It looked as if a horde of female stars had turned into vengeful ghosts coming to claim Hanja's life. The visual impact was utterly staggering.
But is the concentration talisman really effective?
Hanja slowed his pace slightly, and several pale-faced women had already reached him.
Their hands tore bloody streaks across Hanja's body.
The searing pain jolted Hanja back to awareness.
The charm is ineffective.
It's designed to ward off beautiful women, completely useless against beautiful female ghosts. Hanja immediately started running for his life. Right now, the only way to shake off these ghostly things seems to be finding a house to dive into and rely on the guaranteed effective household protection firewall to hold out for a while.
Hanja ran desperately while looking around.
This was the wilderness.
Any houses around? Hell, I'd take a toilet at this point.
Hanja searched desperately.
But then he saw an almost unbelievable sight.
On a small hillside not far away, a man in a white Western-style suit sat on a chair, crossing his legs leisurely, sipping red wine from a goblet as he calmly observed everything unfolding around Hanja.
What's this guy doing?
Hanja was puzzled when yet another pair of pale, ghostly female hands reached out toward him.
Hanja ducked abruptly, slamming the hands away.
But the hands still managed to rake across his shoulders. Hanja could even feel the sharp pain as flesh was torn from his shoulder.
Without hesitation, Hanja could only sprint toward the man on the hillside. Hey, brother, give me a hand, Hanja shouted.
The man in a white suit on the hillside nodded, flashed Hanja an OK sign, and then rose from his chair.
A black cane emerged from his left sleeve.
His right hand still held that half glass of red wine, holding it steadily.
He walked slowly towards Hanja, his steps equally steady.
Not a hint of haste, not a trace of panic. He wasn't in a hurry, but Hanja certainly was. Any slower, and Hanja would have been scratched into a zebra by those damned things.
Hanja could only desperately sprint toward the man in the white suit.
At this point, Hanja felt like his legs no longer belonged to him.
At last, Hanja charged right up to the man in the white evening suit.
Only then did he realize this man in white was the same young fellow in the white suit who'd been at the resort entrance earlier.
Except now his clothes were even more resplendent and impeccably pressed, with the addition of a broad-brimmed top hat, even posher than before. The young man in the white tuxedo didn't even glance at Hanja, casually handing over the unfinished glass of red wine in his hand. Hold this for me.
With just a light remark, the youth in white brushed past Hanja. Hanja stood there slightly stunned, holding the wineglass, and turned to watch as the young man walked away. The youth in white formalwear walked straight toward those pale-faced women. Just as the foremost pale woman's hand was about to touch the youth in white, he gently tapped the ground with the tip of his cane. A powerful gust of wind instantly erupted before him, kicking up clouds of dust.
The gale slammed into the pale-skinned woman, shattering her body instantly.
Chunks of flesh and splattered blood flew in all directions.
The cane in his hand flipped around, its tip opening forward. It was a black umbrella. All the chunks of meat that were about to splatter onto him were blocked by the umbrella. His clothes remained spotless. Hanja glanced at the situation. Not far from the young man in the white suit, the dozens or even hundreds of pale women had all vanished without a trace. Only flesh chunks, severed limbs with thick dark red blood, and long hair matted together by bloodstains remained scattered across the ground. Holy shit! All those terrifying creatures, he wiped them out instantly just by tapping his cane? Hanja was utterly shocked. Moreover,
Hanja glanced at the ground around him. Not a single piece of flesh or severed limb had fallen nearby.
This young man in white attire is formidable. At least a B-grade combat skill. Very likely an A-grade one.
The young man in the white suit closed his umbrella, calmly turned his head, flashed a smile at Hanja, and extended his right hand. Hanja quickly shook his hand. By Bin, as in courteous, Bin. The young man in white formalwear introduced himself.
Hanja, as in cold, Han, and philosophy, Ja. Hanja replied. Come with me first, I'll take you to a safe place.
The young man named by Bin patted Hanja's shoulder.
Hanja nodded. Your wine. Hanja handed the goblet back to him. Thank you.
Bin took the red wine, sniffed it lightly, and silently shook his head.
No good. That moment just now tainted the wine with a rotten scent. It's undrinkable now. What a pity.
As he spoke, he gently tilted the wineglass, pouring all the red wine onto the grass. Then, he placed the empty wineglass upright on the lawn and led Hanja forward.
So, did you know the original rules were fake? Bin asked tentatively as they walked. Hanja nodded. I knew. Did you know that the pursuers and fugitives are actually teammates, and their ultimate goal should be to collaborate and survive these 10 days together? Bibin asked again. I'm aware of that, Hanja nodded. Great that you know. Bibin gave Hanja an acknowledging nod. There are still several hunters within our ranks. If you know about them, it would be much easier to trust each other. But, can you tell me? Hanja couldn't help but ask. What? Can you tell me? What was that skill you just used? Hanja still asked in the end. In the next second, a company of pale-faced women, all turned into something resembling popcorn. Such a powerful skill, Hanja was really curious to hear the specifics. Oh, that? I'm not sure you'd entirely believe me if I told you, Bibin said with a chuckle. Go ahead. After what I've already witnessed, why wouldn't I? Hanja replied. My skill is an S-rank ability called, Just That Strong, and its description is just one simple line. Bibin paused briefly before continuing. That's just nothing much to say, just overpowering. After Bibin finished speaking, he shot Hanja a confident smile. Hanja froze in astonishment. A skill called Just Strong? With an effect that's also just strong? So bluntly simple and direct? Though Hanja had seen plenty of absurd skills before, this was his first encounter with one so straightforwardly and absurdly powerful. Walking over the small hill, Bibin pointed to the vast cluster of buildings below. That's the place down there. It was precisely the hot spring resort area. Chapter 64, Artillery Position. The hot spring area was close by. To Hanja's surprise, the entire perimeter of the hot spring facility was surrounded by tall walls. The dark-colored walls appeared to be made of concrete, with strange crimson graffiti painted on them. Besides the graffiti, there was something else unusual about these walls. These walls are composed of massive independent panels, each standing over 10 meters tall but only 5 or 6 meters wide, with subtle gaps between adjacent panels. To Hanja, it feels as though numerous large towering walls were pre-constructed elsewhere, then transported here and erected to form this colossal perimeter fence. Yet gazing outward, this towering enclosure surrounds the entire hot spring resort complex. If truly assembled piece by piece, the sheer scale of constructing so many wall segments would represent an unimaginable workload. Bibin, seemingly reading Hanja's thoughts, remarked, These walls are Wall Sister's ability manifested. Wall Sister? Yes, one of our members can build walls, Bibin replied. But walls alone can't stop those. Don't worry, we have this. Bibin pointed at the dark red graffiti on the wall. What's this? This is rooster blood. It has some demon-repelling properties and can ward off most of those creatures, Bibin said. I see. Hanja nodded. The two arrived at the base of the high wall, and Bibin waved towards its top. A man wearing a tactical vest indeed peeked over the edge before lowering a rope ladder. After you, Bibin gestured for Hanja to go first. Hanja didn't hold back and immediately started climbing up the rope ladder. Aside from his back, nearly every part of Hanja's body bore scars, making the ascent painfully arduous. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. Beyond the wall stood a small observation tower that doubled as a watchtower. Climbing over the wall brought him to the tower's third floor, its highest level. The observation tower, structured with only railings and pillars but no walls, gave Hanja the impression of a three-story pavilion rather than a conventional tower. A young man wearing a tactical vest with a crew cut waved at Hanja, his face full of friendliness. The two had just shaken hands. Bibin below climbed up the rope ladder in just a few steps. Bibin spoke directly, first introducing Hanja's name to the crew-cut youth, then presenting the flat-headed young man before them to Hanja. This is Yogurt Bro, whose ability is to conjure various survival tools out of thin air. The rope ladder just now was created by him. His other skills are. No problem, I'll demonstrate. Yogurt Bro interrupted Bibin. Then, Yogurt Bro picked up an unopened cup of yogurt from a pile of food on the small table nearby and waved it in front of Hanja's eyes. Watch closely now. Hanja nodded. Then Yogurt Brother used his right hand to grab a corner of the yogurt plastic lid and peeled it open. Then he handed the yogurt to Hanja and gave him a nod. Thank you, Hanja replied. Then came a moment of silence. Hanja held the yogurt, waiting for Yogurt Brother to showcase his skills, but Yogurt Brother made no further moves. Aren't you going to perform your skill? Hanja asked, puzzled. It's already finished, Yogurt Brother replied. Ha? Hanja was taken aback. I actually didn't see clearly. Could you explain? Hanja said somewhat at a loss. My skill is exactly this. The yogurt guy pointed at the yogurt lid in Hanja's hand. The yogurt lid was completely clean, without a single drop stuck to it. So what's your ability? Hanja trailed off. My ability is opening yogurt lids without getting yogurt stuck on them. Not a single drop. Hanja was momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, Hanja finally gave an emphatic nod. This skill is really great. What I hate most about drinking yogurt is when the yogurt from the lid gets smeared everywhere. This was Hanja's painfully forced small talk. Aha, same here. Yogurt guy nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Bibin chimed in from the side.
Hanja, don't bother with that dumb skill of his. He's got something much more important to tell you. Baibin said, pointing at the yogurt in Hanja's hand. He has another skill. Any yogurt he handles gains powerful healing properties. You can apply some on your wounds right now. That's right, help yourself. Yogurt guy gestured toward the yogurt in Hanja's hand. Hanja suddenly realized what to do. He immediately dipped his finger in some yogurt and carefully applied it to the wound on his arm. Sure enough, a cooling sensation spread instantly upon application, and the pain vanished immediately. Impressive, Hanja praised sincerely. Let me introduce you to the others now. Baibin led Hanja down the stairs from the observation deck and advanced along the cobblestone path toward the hot spring pavilion. Baibin kept talking as he walked. Every time Yogurt Brother introduces his skills to newcomers, he has to perform that moronic yogurt lid trick, which is why we call him Yogurt Brother. If he didn't pull that stunt, we'd probably call him something like Healer Brother or Doctor instead. Hanja nodded. After climbing a few steps, they reached the square in front of the hot spring facility, near the stone marker inscribed with hot springs. The photo Hanja had seen in the newspaper before should be of this place. Walking past the cobblestone path, there was a Japanese-style lobby. Hanja entered the lobby where several sofas were casually arranged. A few people lounged carelessly on the sofas, only sitting up slowly when they noticed Hanja coming in. Baibin first introduced Hanja's name to them, then pulled them over to introduce each one to Hanja. The first was a slightly plump woman, looking to be in her 30s or 40s, with an ordinary appearance. She sported an unfashionable permed yellow ponytail and wore a tactical vest over a deep pink sweater. Baibin introduced, this is Sister Wall. Her ability is called artillery position. As long as she does that thing with a man, she can create a huge wall. Ah, what thing? Hanja didn't immediately register the implication. Just say sex. Why beat around the bush? Sister Wall didn't shy away at all. Oh, Hanja nodded. What a bizarre skill. Wait a minute. Hanja immediately thought of that interconnected ring of towering walls surrounding the hot spring bathhouse. So many walls, how many must there be? Hanja was still thinking when Baibin led him to another man. This man also wore a tactical vest, but it hung loosely on him, because he was simply too thin. His eyes were sunken, with dark circles underneath them, his skin withered and his body emaciated to the extreme, resembling a skeleton. He smiled weakly at Hanja and waved a feeble hand. Hanja felt that even this simple wave seemed to drain all his remaining strength. What the hell happened to this guy? How could he be this feeble? Hanja was astonished. Baibin nearby started introducing this person. This is Brother's 6 kidneys. His 5 skills are, man's dream, all skills you draw in the future will be those men desire to have, 1 more kidney than normal, 1 more kidney than normal, 1 more kidney than normal, and 1 more kidney than normal. Oh, Hanja listened in stunned silence. Baibin continued to explain. Because he has 4 more kidneys than ordinary people, his physical abilities in all aspects are extraordinary, stronger than top-tier athletes. Without relying on any skills, he is the strongest among ordinary people. Baibin's introduction left Hanja even more bewildered. This man, once considered the strongest on earth, now appears as frail as a terminally ill patient? Oh. Hanja grasped the situation immediately. Next came a bespectacled youth sporting a bowl cut, appearing somewhat short in stature, also clad in a tactical vest. That's Mr. Threat. His ability is to detect the threat level of a target. The stronger the target, the greater the threat. Baibin introduced. Hanja nodded and greeted Mr. Threat. Baibin continued, there are 3 more people who aren't in the lobby right now, I'll call them over immediately. 2 of them are strikingly similar. I've always suspected they had some prior connection, but both insist they don't. Similar? Do their abilities resemble each other? No, it's their faces, they're very similar. We call one of them male Yanzu and the other female Yanzu. Ha! Right, both of them have the face of Daniel Wu, 1 male and 1 female. Especially the female one. It was our first time seeing a female Yanzu with a pair of G-cup breasts. It really made me question everything about life. Just as Baibin was speaking, footsteps echoed from outside the lobby. It's actually you, came a female voice from behind that sounded vaguely familiar to Hanja. Chapter 65. How could it be you? Hanja turned his head. Standing behind him was a woman in leather clothes wearing a cat mask. Since her mask only covered half her face, Hanja could still make out the distinctive chin resembling Wu Yanzu's from her exposed lower face. It was the same cat-masked assassin that Hanja had encountered earlier. A long whip materialized in the hands of the cat-masked woman. I'll kill you. The woman's eyes behind the feline mask burned with hostility. Stay calm, stay calm. Hanja raised his hands in a placating gesture. I can't calm down. The woman raised her whip. Rage seemed to have made her completely forget that she was no match for Hanja earlier. Don't you dare touch my brother. From the other side of the courtyard, another man with a middle-parted hairstyle, a Wu Yanzu lookalike, came charging out. He stepped forward and pressed down on the whip in the woman's hand. This was naturally the middle-parted haired pursuer Hanja had encountered earlier.
How did he become your brother? The cat-masked woman shook off the middle-parted-haired Wu Yanzu's hand. He gave me a super handsome face, how is that not my brother? The middle-parted Wu Yanzu spoke while flashing a smile at Hanja. Alright, everyone, enough fooling around, Bibin interjected. Brother Hanja, why don't you tell us about this ability of yours? No need to ask, it's obviously swapping someone else's face with Wu Yanzu. How utterly useless, the woman in the cat mask declared angrily. That's not it, he even transformed my former partner into Andy Lau earlier, the middle-parted Wu Yanzu added. My ability is simply to change other people's faces, Hanja said bluntly. Oh, came Sister Wall's startled cry from behind. The woman with the cat mask also put down her whip. Good brother, if only I'd known you had such divine skills sooner, quickly arrange for me a face that could topple cities and kingdoms someday. If Sister Chang ever gets the chance, I'll make sure to repay you. Wall's sister directly leaned in close to Hanja's face. Okay, Hanja nodded in agreement. Then change my face back first. Who wants to be Wu Yanzu anyway? The cat-masked woman said urgently. Then you wait first. Hanja perfunctorily stalled the woman with the cat mask. Right, don't rush, one at a time. Wall's sister leaned in closer, even more eager than before. You, what kind of face do you want? Hanja looked at Wall's sister's face and asked. Anything, as long as it's a pretty face. Wall's sister was brimming with excitement. How about a celebrity's face? Fine, but don't make it too similar. Okay. Hanja activated his skill on Wall's sister. Truth be told, conjuring up an absolutely stunning face out of thin air was quite challenging for him. Moreover, since Wall's sister was overweight, Hanja couldn't think of any celebrity whose facial features were arranged so beautifully at that size. So Hanja could only piece together a face from female celebrities, then make some slight modifications. All done. Wall's sister's face transformation was complete. Her current face was a patchwork of features from several celebrities. Although it looked slightly incongruous, it was still passable, a middling to above-average appearance. At least it was better than before. How was it? Wall's sister asked the people around her. Not bad, the group responded, their answer hovering somewhere between objectivity and subjectivity. Alright, let me take a look. Sister Chang trotted off happily to check herself in the mirror. Ha! Sister Chang saw the mirror and let out a startled cry. What's wrong? Hanja was also a bit afraid that Wall's sister might not be satisfied, because he had truly done his best. Why am I still so fat? Sob, Wall's sister said with disappointment. I can only change faces, not figures, Hanja said helplessly. Then I'll start losing weight. Without another word, Wall Girl went straight to the courtyard to run laps. My turn now? The whip of the cat-masked woman pressed straight against Hanja's neck. I have no other demands, just change my face back. Hanja gently pushed aside the woman's hand. Do you have any photos of yourself from before? Photos? Right. How can I turn you back if I've never seen you before? Hanchua said helplessly. Can't you cancel the skill? It can't be cancelled. You. The woman with the cat mask put down her whip, looking rather exasperated herself. Don't worry, Hanja consoled. Even though I can't change you back, I can give you another beautiful face instead. I want my old face back. Without a photo now, this really can't be done. Would you rather I temporarily give you some pretty woman's face as a stopgap? It'd still be better than being the big-breasted Wu Yanzu, Hanja said. That statement really isn't wrong at all. The woman in the cat mask pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Just so we're clear, I don't want a celebrity's face. It is. Hanja verbally agreed, but in his heart, he was genuinely panicking. Because the current situation was exactly the same as with Sister Wall earlier. In Hanja's mind, when it came to beautiful women's faces, he really only remembered celebrities' faces for the most part. He truly couldn't produce anything original when asked to. He immediately understood why all those post-plastic surgery faces ended up looking nearly identical. What should I do now? A particular face instantly flashed through Hanja's mind. Shun Ranner. Right. Let's give Shun Ranner her original face back first. Just tweak it a little. Hanja, oh Hanja, who would have thought you'd become a bootlegger one day? Done. Hanja breathed a sigh of relief. The woman with the cat mask stepped in front of the mirror, removed the mask, and examined herself carefully. There really wasn't any flaw she could find with this face. This will do for now, said the cat-masked woman. Since you already know each other, I won't make introductions. I'll go call the last person here, Bibin said. Actually, we don't know each other, so let me introduce myself, Hanja said. Good buddy, let me introduce myself directly. The guy with center-parted hair, Wu Yanzu, said. But before introducing myself, let me first apologize on behalf of what happened earlier. It's alright, you just did what your position required. Hanja waved his hand dismissively. Hanja didn't really hold any grudges against him, after all. They were all slaves to the rules. His objective in the game was to kill the fugitives. It was something he couldn't avoid. Even if their roles were reversed, Hanja would probably have done the same.
Besides, he hadn't resorted to torture or excessive cruelty, he hadn't even killed anyone himself, that was done by his partner. Now that the rules have made them teammates, Hanja had even less reason to hate him. Seeing that Hanja showed no signs of resentment, the middle-parted Wu Yenju finally relaxed and began introducing himself.
My name is Kai Qian.
Among my skills, 3 are worth mentioning. First is, one more glance and it explodes. I can throw out a ball. If someone looks at it twice or stares for more than 2 seconds, it'll explode.
Hanja suddenly understood everything.
No wonder during their earlier fight, that translucent ball sometimes exploded immediately, while other times it rolled far away without detonating.
So that's how this damn mechanism works. Who could have guessed that?
Kai Qian continued. The second skill is, Summon Clucker, which allows you to summon a chicken. Hanja suddenly understood where the rooster blood smeared outside had come from. The third ability is a bit hard to explain. It's called, Court Session. It's somewhat of a control skill. I'll demonstrate it for you when I get the chance.
Court Session? What a strange name. Hanja then told Kai Qian his name. Then, Hanja turned his gaze to the woman with the cat mask. What are you looking at?
The woman with the cat mask responded coldly to Hanja.
Aren't you going to tell me your name? I can't just keep calling you Sister Wu Yan, can I? Hanja said.
You. The cat-masked woman was on the verge of losing her temper, but managed to hold back.
She probably finally remembered she was no match for Hanja. Cat man, the cat-masked woman muttered angrily. Cats can be slow?
Hanja blurted out instinctively. Man without the heart radical, Cat man added, barely holding back her anger.
Sure.
Then, there's only one person left, Baibin said.
She should be arriving any moment now.
As soon as Baibin finished speaking, another person indeed entered the courtyard. This person was more familiar to Hanja than Mao Man or Kai Qian. Hanja stared at this person, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. The newcomer in the courtyard was none other than Fengran. How could that possibly be? She had taken a bullet to the heart. Hanja had seen it with his own eyes. The gaping hole in her chest was still vivid in Hanja's memory.
How can I still be alive? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hanja instinctively pulled out his dagger from the bag. Chapter 66 Midnight. Fengran's initial reaction to Hanja took him somewhat by surprise.
Her first response was delight. Her face bore a natural, heartfelt harmonious smile that didn't seem the least bit feigned.
Hanja, you're alive?
That's wonderful, Fengran said. But Hanja remained full of vigilance. Seeing a dead person reappear before him under normal circumstances, Hanja might have thought she hadn't died. But after witnessing so many monstrous things in this game, now he felt certain that the Fengran standing before him wasn't Fengran at all. Perhaps she had already become one of those aberrations.
How are you still alive?
I clearly saw you take a bullet to the heart. Hanja didn't avoid the question and spoke directly. His reason for speaking out was simple, to draw others' attention and make them wary of Fengran standing before them.
Oh, I wasn't actually dead at the time.
I was just playing dead, and only got up to escape after everyone left, Fengran began explaining.
You took a gunshot to the heart and survived? Do you have some kind of special ability? Hanja asked again, puzzled.
Suddenly, he remembered that he had never known Fengran's skill. Perhaps she really possessed such an ability.
Yes, I do, Fengran nodded. What skill is it? I don't want to talk about it. Fengran still shook her head. If you don't say it, I can't believe you're the same Fengran from before.
Hanja tightened his grip on the mo-shur in his hand. Fengran looked at the weapon in Hanja's hand, gritted her teeth, and finally spoke the truth.
My skill is called bulletproof silicone. That shot only pierced through the outer flesh, the silicone inside stopped it. Hanja froze. Bulletproof silicone?
No wonder Hanja had felt there was so little blood flowing out at the time. He instinctively glanced at Fengran's chest. Turns out, that impressive height was just padded with silicone.
For a moment, Hanja didn't know what to say. He felt like laughing.
Kai Qian suddenly patted Hanja's shoulder and whispered something in his ear.
Bro, I get you.
When I first saw her, I had the same seeing a ghost expression. Only when she revealed her abilities did I finally breathe a sigh of relief.
Hanja nodded.
Kai Qian continued whispering in his ear, but hey, we're all teammates here.
Try not to laugh out loud right now.
Hanja stared at Kai Qian, paused for a second, then nodded vigorously.
I understand, it's really great that you're still alive, Hanja said. Thank you, Fengran gave a slight nod. Has the misunderstanding been cleared up? Baibin asked from the side.
It has, Hanja replied.
Now that everyone's here, why don't you introduce your skills to us? Baibin suggested.
So Hanja formally introduced himself to the 8 people. However, he held back slightly, especially regarding item-based skills, which he deliberately downplayed just as before. Even his focus talisman, the one that prevented beautiful women from disturbing him, was presented by Hanja as his own skill, describing its effect as being able to shield himself from interruptions by attractive women.
Everyone was quite surprised. Because Hanja also had the ability to alter other people's faces, the combination of these two skills made him practically invincible when facing female enemies. Can turning a man's face into a woman's trigger your skill? Kai Qian asked. Probably not, but we can give it a try. Does it work on those female ghosts outside? Asked Wall's sister, panting after running a few laps. It's already been proven useless. Hanja answered without thinking. If this protective charm could actually work on those female spirits, Hanja wouldn't have been chased so desperately. However, the face-changing skill had already been tested previously and could indeed be used on these spectral creatures. In the near future, if Hanju was forced into combat with those ghostly entities, he might be able to swap their faces to resemble Wu Yanzu's, thereby triggering the gift of the jealous god to enhance his attack power. Hanja then proceeded to explain his Deceiver's Shield skill. Kai Qian slapped his thigh upon hearing this. Feng Ran recoiled in lingering fear. Holy shit, that wasn't actually an absolute reflection shield at all? You totally fooled me, Kai Qian exclaimed. Yeah, Hanja nodded. I knew it, who would be dumb enough to reveal their own skills outright? Turns out you were saying it for my benefit. You two are cunning as foxes. Kai Qian glared at Hanjo and Feng Ran. Back then, when Hanja finished explaining the ability of his reflective shield, Feng Ran instinctively scolded him for revealing it. Before this, Hanja hadn't given Feng Ran any instructions, it was entirely Feng Ran's genuine reaction. But it was precisely this reaction that greatly aided Hanja, successfully deceiving Kai Qian, who had the explosive ball already clenched in his hand. The effect was even better than expected, saving Hanja's life and, in turn, sparing Feng Ran's own. But now that everyone had become teammates, such things could only serve as conversation fodder. After Hanja introduced his abilities, the group started chatting about other topics. Hanja also learned that, in reality, none of them had initially known the rules were fake. Everyone was playing the game according to the rules they thought were real. Until they met Bai Bin. Bai Bin seemed to know from the start that the rules were fake, so he went around forming teams, whether with the escapees or the hunters, telling them there was another, real set of rules. But how did he manage to convince everyone to believe him? Hanja was also very interested in this point. Because everyone had the rules displayed, it was hard to convince others with just words alone. Especially in the early days of the game, before those strange things appeared, Hanja truly didn't believe anyone could persuade the pursuers. Bai Bin succeeded. The method is very simple. Beat them into submission. None of these pursuers stood a chance against him. He subdued every pursuer he encountered on sight. The pursuer couldn't defeat him nor outrun him, so they had no choice but to obey him. Later, as the game progressed, things unfolded exactly as Bai Bin had predicted. Only then did the others gradually begin to trust him. However, regarding how Bai Bin knew from the beginning, he claimed to possess a skill called Invisible Cheat Sheet, allowing him to store a mental note in his mind. The small note contained a warning to himself and a simplified version of the real rules. However, Bai Bin didn't notice the writing on this cheat sheet until the first night, which was also when he began seeking more people to form a team. Later, as the group grew larger, Bai Bin chose a hot spring resort as their base. Originally, the entire team had over a dozen people, but unfortunately several couldn't survive after being attacked by those strange creatures. Among them was the brawny man who had questioned Bai Bin at the park entrance. No one elaborated on further details, and since Hanja wasn't particularly interested either, he didn't press for more answers. Afterwards, the group chattered about many other topics. Though some conversations weren't particularly interesting, the atmosphere remained quite harmonious. Tired from chatting, Bai Bin found a room for Hanja. There were indeed many eerie things lurking outside, making sleeping alone feel quite unsafe. Thus, several teammates would choose to simply lie on the sofas in the hall, finding comfort in seeing their companions before nodding off, at most slipping away to their own rooms just to change clothes. But some people prefer to stay in their own room, such as Bai Bin, Cat Man Man, Feng Ran, and Wall's sister during her wall building phase. Hanja also liked staying in his own room, mainly because he'd grown accustomed to sleeping alone, and it allowed him to conveniently keep an eye on his special collection of items. Back in his room, Hanja checked his belongings. The level 3 backpack was slightly torn, but thanks to its sturdy quality, it wasn't significantly affected. Nothing else was missing. The household guardian firewall had entered hibernation mode and was no longer consuming virtue points. The chicken blood barrier serves as effective proof that no evil spirits are present in the vicinity. Now look at that tabloid newspaper again. The photograph has changed once more. It depicts a man in a black trench coat standing in the middle of the street. This outfit, this figure, Hanja recognized it at a glance. It was Mo Tsang. Around him lay numerous pale women, some even piled into small heaps. Though most had already been severed, shattered, left incomplete, pale female limbs lay scattered all around. Hanja glanced at the headline. Man kills all 122 women after 120-second rejection. It sounded absurd, but judging by the bloody body parts strewn across the crime scene photos, the number might be accurate. Can Amo-song single-handedly wipe out 122 pale women? Holy shit. Is this guy really that strong? Then why does he flee at the last moment? Does he actually know the true rules, so he's unwilling to strike the pursuers? That's not right. If he had known, he should have warned me about these people early on, just like Bibin did. After all, everyone is essentially part of the same interest group. Then he must have been unaware. So was his desertion simply due to a fear of death? It's possible. Dong dong. While Hanja was deep in thought, the grandfather clock in the hall suddenly chimed. The sound was so loud that Hanja felt the entire hot spring resort could hear it. To Hanja's surprise, even though he had been here for nearly an entire day, this was the first time he heard the bell ring. Then, someone knocked on Hanja's door. Kai Qian's voice came from outside. Hanja, be careful, it's midnight. What's wrong with midnight? Hanja responded with some confusion. All the people we lost before vanished at midnight. Standing outside the door, Kai Qian spoke solemnly. Chapter 67, A Sudden Turn for the Worse. Hanja hurried out of the room. Kai Qian stood at the doorway, looking slightly flustered. The others were gathered in the hall below the steps, anxiously discussing the situation. Bibin gestured for everyone to quiet down. Let's go assess the situation outside first. No matter what happens, I'll step in. Everyone nodded in agreement. Soon, everyone followed Bibin to the observation tower by the wall. From here, they could see what was happening outside the wall. At this moment, it was Mao Manman's turn to keep watch. She was still sipping coffee in the small observation tower. How's it going? Bibin asked right away. Wasn't quite appropriate. Mao Manman pointed ahead. Hanja looked over, but the distant darkness was now a uniform blur, revealing nothing. Hanja raised his head and looked at the sky. Behind the mist hung a slender waning moon. Though faint, the moonlight still existed. The observation tower's lights were abundant, illuminating even the grassy patch beneath the nearby wall with crystal clarity. Then why did everything disappear just a short distance ahead? Hanja peered carefully ahead. Something seemed to be faintly stirring in the darkness before him. He understood instantly. It was fog. Not far ahead, it had already been covered by thick fog. Has the fog already spread to this point? No, fog consists of water droplets. Thick fog would reflect light. Yet the fog ahead is so dark. That can only mean, the fog ahead is black. Black fog. Yo, looks like we can't stay here much longer. We might have to move by tomorrow morning. Bibin, who also discerned the fog ahead, said this rather calmly. Why? The wall sister below the observation tower stairs still didn't know what was happening. The thick fog is already nearby, Bibin replied. The wall sister below instantly turned pale with terror. Even more terrified was Six Kidney Brother standing beside her. Wait a second, is there some kind of sound? Bibin raised his hand and asked. Everyone immediately held their breath. Hanja also began listening carefully. All that reached their ears was the sound of the night wind sweeping through the hot spring inn. Beyond this sound, Hanja listened carefully. Yes, there seemed to be some oh-at-it noises. It sounded like many insects gnawing on wood. And this noise was growing louder and louder. Soon, Hanja could recognize these sounds without needing to listen carefully. No, this wasn't the sound of bugs gnawing, it was the sound of many things running through the grass. Everyone's expressions changed, clearly, they all heard it too. There are many things coming from below, said Mao Manman. Everyone quickly turned their gaze to the outer wall. Sure enough, many figures emerged from the darkness ahead, charging toward the wall at high speed, their white forms becoming increasingly distinct. Soon Hanja could clearly make out what they were. These were actually the same pale women Hanja had encountered before. But this time, instead of running upright, they were moving on all fours, charging toward the wall like a pack of quadrupedal creatures. And their speed was much faster than before. As swift as leopards. Brother Threat, what's the situation? Kai Qian turned and asked. Beside them, Brother Threat adjusted his glasses while observing the crowd outside. Threat level is 7. 7? Everyone was astonished, except for Bibin and Hanja. Hanja mainly looked utterly bewildered. He didn't understand what a threat level of 7 meant. The women who chased you before had an average threat level of only 2 to 3, Bibin explained casually to Hanja. Then came Hanja's shock. At this moment, the foremost ghastly woman had already rushed to the high wall and collided heavily against it. The high wall trembled violently, appearing on the verge of collapse. These pale-faced women actually began climbing straight up the wall at terrifying speed, like spiders. Yet when they touched the rooster blood graffiti, they drop instantly like insects hitting a scorching hot pan. The rooster blood still works, but how much longer it will last, nobody knows. A transparent sphere appeared in Kai Qian's hand. He was about to drop it when Bibin stopped him. No need, with me here, you just watch. Under the lights of the observation tower, Bibin's face still brimmed with confidence and composure. This is a threat level 7 monster, can you handle it alone? Threat Bro asked worriedly. Just 7? Even if it were 700 million, it wouldn't survive more than a few seconds against me. Bibin smiled at the crowd. His confident smile acted like a calming pill, instantly putting everyone at ease. Indeed, he's a man with S-rank skills among the pinnacle of all humanity. Just a group of atavistic women shouldn't pose any problem for him. The crowd nodded in agreement with Bai Bin. However, before heading down, there's one more thing I need to prepare. Bai Bin spoke as he retrieved a bottle of red wine and a goblet from beneath the nearby table. Then he lightly ran his finger along the rim of the wine bottle. The entire neck of the bottle, along with the cork, cleanly detached and fell away. With practiced ease, Bai Bin poured the red wine into the goblet and gave it a swirl. Beneath the wall, hordes of pale-skinned women were still surging toward it. The wall trembled violently, like a tree in a storm. Bai Bin remained focused, swaying slightly as he gazed at the red wine in his glass. "What are you doing?" Hanja couldn't help but ask. Bai Bin smiled at Hanja after hearing this. "Sobering up. How can we drink the celebratory wine without sobering up first?" Hanja was taken aback. Even with Mount Tai collapsing before him, he could still calmly sober up. Is this the composure of an S-rank skill holder? Damn it, he totally pulled it off. When I get an S-grade skill in the future, I'll show off just like him, and I'll do it with my own unique flair. How about casually sipping some doji before making my move? Hanja was letting his thoughts run wild. The six-kidney brother beside him couldn't hold back any longer. "Brother Bai, I know you can handle it, but the wall won't last much longer. If it collapses, we'll have to rebuild it, and that's such a hassle. So please act fast, I'll help you sober up from the wine." Hearing this, Bai Bin gave a slight nod. He placed the goblet in six-kidney brother's hand, then donned his own top hat. "Shake it 3 times clockwise, stop, then once counterclockwise, repeat in that order, got it?" Bai Bin instructed six-kidney brother. Got it. Six-kidney brother nodded vigorously. Only then did Bai Bin leap down from the observation tower with satisfaction, plunging into the horde of pallid women beyond the high walls. Like a drop of honey water spilled in an ant colony, the surrounding pallid women began frantically swarming toward Bai Bin. A cane appeared in Bai Bin's hand and lightly tapped the ground. The surrounding pallid women were instantly sent flying by the shockwave. But unlike before, this time they weren't shattered, merely flung away. It seems the threat level 7 pale woman is considerably more resilient. Bai Bin's expression remained unchanged upon seeing this scene. He simply raised his hand again toward the group of pale women at a moderate distance before him. This time, his expression grew even more resolute. These pale women were instantly blasted away by the wind pressure, this time shattering into pieces. Clearly, Bai Bin had increased the power of his moves after a brief testing phase. Watching the women shatter, Bai Bin immediately broke into a lazy smile and stretched with ease, utterly relaxed. Behind him, the 2 ghastly pale women who had just charged forward were instantly pulverized by the wind pressure. They couldn't get close to him at all. Alone amidst a crowd of ghastly pale women, he cut through them like chopping vegetables. The entire space beneath the high wall became his stage. He was undoubtedly the protagonist, with these ghostly pale women seemingly reduced to mere props to highlight his protagonist aura. At that moment, more ghostly pale women surged toward him. He effortlessly shattered the pale woman before him, when suddenly another came flying from nowhere, lunging straight for his shoulder. Bai Bin dodged immediately, but just a fraction too late. His shoulder still got grazed, leaving a tear in his white clothes. Bai Bin's hit. Brother Threat urgently said. "Just a minor flesh wound, nothing serious, right?" Mayamanman said. The group looked down at Bai Bin again. "It's truly just a minor superficial injury." But Hanja sensed something amiss. Because of Bai Bin's expression. His expression had lost its previous composure and instead became somewhat flustered. He unleashed another shockwave toward the pale woman standing nearby. Yet the pallid figure was merely forced back a few steps. The difference in power was like comparing a missile to a firecracker. Then, more of those spectral white women launched themselves directly at Bai Bin. Bai Bin was instantly submerged by the pale-faced woman, vanishing from everyone's sight. What's going on? The crowd stared in utter disbelief. Only moments ago, Bai Bin had been slaughtering freely. How had the situation suddenly taken such a drastic turn? Save me! Amid the pallid female figures, Bai Bin let out a heart-rending scream.